that you can actually get a line of sight from lookout to pinnacle overlook. So yeah.
Okay, but this is also assuming if on a globe model there'd be no other variables besides the curvature.
No, it's not
just
assuming
talking
that.
about curvature.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Just slow down. If you want that, use this. Okay, we'll use the Walter Bislin's calculator and go play with the numbers. And yeah, you can with calculations, you could calculate Earth to be 300,000 miles in radius. You could calculate Earth to be a million miles in radius. You can do anything with calculations. The point is that a logical thing to do? Does that make any sense at all to do that?
No, not in like terms of the radius of Earth, but in terms of.
But that's what
variables like atmosphere.
That's what the calculations do. They modify the radius.
That's what the calculations do when you're dealing with. I don't think not all calculators are like, but maybe some are.
I'm talking about the math of this. I'll post that. This is not. I didn't write this out. This isn't mine. This is from the first calculator, where he gives the math. Right, the D1 equals the square root of the height of the observer plus 2r, the height, 2 times the radius. With the r, that's where the r is. Anyway, that's all the mathematical equations that are being used in order to do. That's how that first calculator works.
Yeah, right, yeah.
The GitHub calculator, DizIb, which is this calculator here. But if you want to play with refraction, you'll find very quickly that you have to invoke a really unusual, like, you've got articles that have been written on the topic of refraction.
Yeah.
And they give this number 7/6R as the refraction value to take into consideration. Well, 7/6R doesn't reconcile this target hidden height into making the observation of pinnacle overlook possible. It goes back to the first thing that we were talking about, though. Why curve? Why are we invoking curvature in the first place? What causes us? What is the necessity in invoking it in the first place? And then we just, well, you said, okay, are there any alternatives? And I said, yeah, there is, angular resolution. And then I gave you the numbers. And again, I don't have the or maybe somebody posted it. Did anybody post it?
Well,
no.
I feel like angular resolution doing the same thing to what is visible.
Listen, I was giving you a standard, a non-variable or a non-flexible standard that has been later affected by all of the other flexible variables.
Okay, so the angular resolution is the non-flexible variable.
It replaces the alleged curvature as the inflexible variable.
Oh, okay.
It replaces it, or rather, it can replace it.
Okay.
So then, what you have is something that can be demonstrated, this 0.02, and when I get the article, hold on. When I get the article, I will share it with you. It might be days from now, it might be hours from now. I don't know, but maybe Indio could help. Reply. There's a YouTube video about this topic, and there's an article or a paper on this subject. Do you know?
Are you able to describe why angular resolution would replace the?
I thought I did that for like half an hour.
Well, you were describing the math, but I thought that the point of angular resolution was how much something can be visible. How does
Yeah,
doing the math and seeing,
because
if it
this
was a
correlates to the
really thin
horizon.
triangle,
This
then
correlates to the horizon position.
because it correlates to the horizon position, but
Yeah, this is what is the limiting factor based on our viewing height
yeah.
that provides a default or a standard for assessing what the horizon will be. So it's not just angular resolution, it's also perspective, it's also other factors, including potentially refraction.
Okay.
Again,
So it's not just that, but you're saying that would be the constant that replaces freaking.
the presumption that curvature is there in the first place. Yeah.
Okay, it's hard for me to see that because I don't understand how it would.
Well, your eyeballs don't have a 6x zoom option, do they?
No.
So it's pretty constant.
Okay, the distance you can see
No.
is that 0.02 based on the
It's
ability of
about angles.
20/20 vision and how far you could see?
No.
Is that what it's based on?
No.
No.
No, it's about
Okay.
the angle.
It's about the angle. So how would a really really low angle, because the alpha angle, it being super small, affect the image of what you're seeing from a far distance, 30 miles? How does that affect how it looks?
It's unresolvable.
So unresolvable, meaning you can't understand, you can't see what it looks like, you can't make out its distinctive features.
It's the way light, it's the path of light. It's unresolvable beyond a certain point of angle.
So I just need a definition for unresolvable, so I'm looking it up. Not able to be resolved in terms of optics.
Yeah, don't you hate it when a definition gives you the same word? And then you're like,
Worst.
okay, what does resolve mean?
It is the worst.
It
In
means
terms
to
of
solve
optics.
again. Okay, well, what does solve mean?
Obtaining special
It means to come up with a solution. What is a solution?
That's a solution. Yeah.
It's when you mix two chemicals. Wait, what?
Oh, that's the other definition. Oh shit. Back up. Spatial information from an extremely unresolved source, which would mean social light using a single of an object. That still doesn't make any sense. It's ridiculous.
Maybe AI will have it on speed dial.
Okay, there. When observing objects, they are unresolved when they are so far away such that they look like featureless dots. Okay, so they don't have a clear, defining features. They're like blobs. Can't tell what they are.
Blurred into obscurity.
Blurred to an obscurity. Yeah. So that's basically what unresolved means, that they can't see what they are.
Yeah, just like when you look at the horizon in different long distance observations, the horizon starts to get really incoherent and blurry.
Right.
And it almost like, there's the horizon. Wait a second. No. That's the horizon. No, actually, a little bit above that, I think that is ultimately the last point at which you could call that the horizon. Look, there it is. But because it took you a couple of tries to finally discern where the horizon is, that's what I'm referring to as the light is obscured and obstructed by all sorts of factors.
Okay.
Apparently, this video will address some of this angle, but we'll see if I can get the paper.
Okay,
Yeah, I
so
mean it's in reference, like AI is saying, it's in reference to the eye, the human eye. So it has to do with a calculation that was done regarding the eyeball.
it does have to do with the eyeball. Okay.
Yeah.
If that's the case, then a very high resolution telescope, this angle shouldn't really matter. You should be able to see
No, because
decently far, shouldn't you be?
hold on. Think about the connection between the technology of a lens
Yeah.
and your natural technology of your eyeball.
If they're similar, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So those limitations are going to exist in a similar way.
Okay. So, even if it's better, if it's better,
Yeah, for sure.
there's still limitations. So if like we even lowered the number of this resolution to like a lower and lower number, I mean the angular resolution, to where it is resolvable further, and it is resolvable further, or at least a little bit. So if that was possible, then what? Then
I'm not
this only
sure
has
what
to
you're
do with the
asking.
resolution of things, right? If it's resolvable or not, if it's clear or not. How would that replace curvature, right? Because if curvature is, you know, again, like with the oil rig problem, that wouldn't really cover that, would it? Because we're talking about how much of something is visible, how high or low it looks, right? At the same
Here
level, how would that angular resolution cover that as a constant? That doesn't make sense.
it does, because you have to use the other factors too.
But the only other factor where that would make sense would be refraction.
Sure.
Okay.
So use angular resolution, use refraction, use the temperature gradients, use the humidity, all those factors.
The humidity and the temperature gradient all have to do with refraction, and that's all it really is. And
Okay.
I think, besides no, I think that's pretty much all it was. What
Okay.
those things apply to would just be refraction.
Yeah, but refraction it's a really overarching word. If you're incorporating all sorts of different like causes, if there's like 5 different causes within one word, it might be disingenuous to just use that one word.
Okay, so it's doing more than just bend the light, and then it travels and then bends the light, travels and bends the light. Hotter to colder, density, that's yeah,
So
sure. Yeah.
look, there's a GIF of a time lapse that you might have seen before. Somebody will maybe beat me to it in the chat. GIFs take a while to load. I've got so many of my favorite GIFs. Let me see if I can find this one. It's a time lapse of a horizon beach scene where, based on the time of the day, the temperature, and all these different factors, it fluctuates up and down. I think Meadowlark's trying to do it. That might be the one. That might be the one. Hmm. That's not the one. Is it all one word? Okay. There we go. That's the one. So this fluctuation where the water is obstructing the land,
Yeah.
you have a fairly consistent horizon position. I say fairly consistent. Yeah, he posted the video too. But then you have water in front that's obstructing. So again, this isn't the Earth bulging. There are just different effects. There are different causes for what's going on here, and to invoke curvature is actually irrational.
So, what are you trying to say? Are you saying from this point that the water is obstructing something, or?
Look at it.
So, are we looking at the land in the background?
No, not the background. The front land.
Right, the front land.
See how it looks like the water is going almost above the land at one point? Like, oh
Yeah.
my gosh, they're getting flooded. Oh no.
Yeah.
They're not getting flooded though. It's just how it appears.
Right. Okay. So what does that prove? I mean, you have the water appearing to be higher than it is, or lower, and then
What it
Well,
demonstrates, I'll use the word demonstrates. What it demonstrates is that what we see as far as obstruction goes has
right.
other causes than can be attributed to or then should be attributed to curvature. Does that make sense?
and so now we need to decide
If
how
it is, yeah. By this video, that does make more sense. Yeah.
Okay.
And so at this point, we need to decide if we're going to keep the ball geometrically as the claim of curvature for the Earth, or dump it for something maybe flatter that is at best optical or refracted in some way. Those appear to be our options from this point, or at least one of the many options that we could take from here based off of this demonstration.
Horizon,
Right.
vanishing point, obstruction, all these things can exist mutually exclusive
Of
of curvature. And that's the
Okay.
point that I'm trying to beat the dead horse on here.
Okay.
It appears that the horizon is basically a bunch of vanishing points extended left and right and forward and backward from the observer. If you're really close to the ground, you only have a vanishing point for a really low observer. And so anything that's taller than the observer, way taller than the observer in their limited field of vision, is going to appear to set behind a horizon that forms in the foreground. And that's why objects appear to set bottom first, essentially. Something optical or something visual over a flat plane, but not a geometric ball hump that is in the way, obstructing what's beyond the horizon.
Right, because the distance to that island isn't like, it wouldn't matter, because when the water appears like lower, it's like, okay, it's the same spot, and then when it's higher, so okay, same spot. Oh, there it goes again, then it's back. So that's not a distance to evoke curvature either. And I guess if you did apply that to the oil rigs, both of them could be covered by that visual distortion at the same time. I guess that'd be more plausible. I mean, it makes more sense, right?
You might need to just chew on the cud on this for a while.
I've already chewed it. I get it. I understand. So your point, I think at this point then, besides like in-depth analysis of different places and blah blah blah, I think curvature is pretty.
Listen, are the oil rigs there or not? Are they there or not? Are they a fucking illusion, or are they actually there?
Well, they're there, yeah, of course.
And we go to the furthest horizon that we can see in the picture. We look at the horizon ramping up toward the observer and make the horizon past the oil rigs the true horizon. We know the distance to the oil rigs is about 10 miles. So the horizon is past 10 miles when by 1.22 times the square root of the height of the observer, it should be no more than like 1 to 3 miles. So geometrically, the ball appears to be having a problem. Are we going to write in a blank check of refraction or just drop the ball? What are we going to do from there?
So you're actually saying that you can see the geometric horizon, by the furthest horizon you would see in the oil rig photos. But I mean, I was with you up until that statement, because that doesn't make any sense based on how distorted the oil rigs are in the photos where the horizon appears behind them, right? But I was with you with, like, for example, if you saw the first oil rig photo, which I think I'll post again, where it's clear that it's not distorted by atmospheric refraction, or at least mostly isn't. Where's the photo? Oh, here it is. That if you would say that this is actually just the water going up more like in the video, where it would be covering the oil rigs to a certain extent,
Do you even know what you're
then that
talking
would make
about?
sense more so than what you just said.
What point are you trying to make, dude?
I think his point is bendy crane, therefore invisible Earth curve. Yeah, I don't get it either.
No, bendy crane just obviously makes it look like it's obviously being affected by the atmospheric refraction to the point, just like those buildings in the video, right? It's weird, like that's refraction, but I'm saying it makes more sense.
Okay. We beat this dead horse already, though.
Yeah.
Bendy cranes, fine. But the issue, thank you, the Rayleigh criterion, thank you, AI. The issue is invoking that it's curvature.
But the thing is,
it doesn't need to be there.
Have
we've established this.
And
I understand that now. Like, say if, since it being covered in the above photo could happen without curvature, you're saying could be possible in a way, then we would need to evoke curvature. But I was saying that, like, I don't think it's fair to say that we should trust the bottom photo and saying, oh, look at this, here's where the horizon is. That's bullshit. Of course we shouldn't. Look at the photo. Right?
No one is distrusting either of them.
Okay, we're
except you.
Well, no, it's like you have to kind of consider if there's this much refraction by the look of the photo, then you'd have to consider that it'd be difficult to determine where the actual horizon is versus the above photo, since it's much clearer. You can see like the position of where
but refraction. So what? What does that do? How does that move the horizon around, the geometric horizon that you believe in? How does it do that?
Well, on the globe Earth model, it would hit the water and then it would curve, and then hit the water and curve. I would hit the atmosphere and then travel and then curve to where it looks like you're looking in a straight line.
Any metrics for this? Any calculations? Can you show us what those are based on?
No, but this is what it looks like in the photo. But I'm saying we got to the point where I understand you guys' point of view that evoking curvature can be eliminated because of the different, right? But I'd say
anyway, so we don't need it.
I understand that there'd be, at this point, because of that video you showed me, no other points I could really point to kind of continue my argument, even though even though my belief would still be that it's curved.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be able to present any more arguments to prove that in this scenario. So
you have the prerogative to believe what you like. I just want to make sure that's your prerogative. I recommend for people to be consistent and intellectually honest. You appear to be at least attempting to be intellectually honest, so I appreciate that.
Right. So I'm saying because of this, if that could be what's happening in the top photo instead of curvature, right?
Yep.
Then that would defeat any further arguments on that. So if I move on to a different topic and you guys say, but prove the curvature, I would literally, like, I don't have anything else. That's what I had. Maybe I could get at something in the future, but I literally, like, if the point of all these things are that these variables can, there's not really any point with the amount of, like, science we already have to even say curvature, then no, I can't prove curvature. I can't do it.
So you only have a belief. Is that true? On the globe?
There's nothing wrong with that.
Can you say it with your own words?
We all have beliefs, but I definitely have a belief. Yeah.
Can you actually say it, or does it like,
what?
Make you angry?
It's not a dirty word. We can move on.
Say, I believe in the globe.
Russell.
I have
I
proof.
believe in the
Yes.
globe. The
Yes,
globe
you can
is
sing.
true.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
I believe.
He's made it to a pretty
That's
good
all
place, so let's not dunk on him too hard.
How you measure mountains on the globe?
How you measure mountains? That's a weird question. I think you would be able to measure mountains the same on a globe and a flat Earth, right? You just what's the highest point from the base?
What is the base?
Well, am I wrong?
What is the base?
The base of the mountain. I don't think the Earth would curve enough
How
for
yeah, but how we measure today mountains?
I don't know.
Sea level?
By sea level, yeah.
Yeah, every mountain in all world.
Yeah, it's from sea level to the tip of the mountain.
Every mountain on the world.
Yeah.
That means
Well, that's how you get its elevation, not its prominence.
It's elevation. What's prominence then?
Prominence is its actual height from the ground, but the ground height, the standard ground height, could already be like 1,000 feet off of sea level, for instance.
Yes, that's right.
So there's a difference between prominence and elevation.
Right.
Elevation is from sea elevation.
Yeah.
Which is level.
Like having like a prominent nose, your nose sticks out really far, right? From your face.
Sure. I mean, mine doesn't exactly.
Mine does.
That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, but that makes sense. I'll remember that. So what's the point you're trying to make, though?
He said that there are implications of Earth being flat. That's the point. Whereas you can't escape into acting as though it doesn't really matter one way or the other. There are implications and practical implications, whereas flat, non-rotating surface of Earth is necessary in order to do so many different things. And you see that we're going to assume a flat, non-rotating surface as the lingo that's used in military documentation and stuff. I mean, it's relevant. You can you have the prerogative to pretend that it's not relevant, and you can pretty much make it through your day-to-day life, and it won't affect you necessarily. But there are certain activities that if you were to factor in, cue up Globe Earth Sniper, for instance. It's a beautiful video that demonstrates the impracticability of utilizing these sorts of fairy tale stuff. But
okay,
that's all he's suggesting is, it's okay, keep your beliefs if you want to, but on the other hand, you don't have to. You get to choose one way or the other.
No, it's fine. We can continue or whatever. I just think
okay, here's another applicability.
I feel like the amount of the amount of different examples you would have to go through to really just home in the point, like with the different.
You wanted to move on to a new topic. If you, which is fine, we can talk about other things like gas pressure, for instance. But here's the thing: if you move on to a new topic, what you shouldn't do, if you're going to be intellectually honest and fair in the conversation, is you wouldn't maintain the assumption of curvature within the conversation. Does that make sense? Why that would be inappropriate?
Yes. Yeah, it would be. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. Which could make things tricky.
It
depending
could.
on what I talk about.
It could.
It really
but gas
could.
pressure is a good one. I think gas pressure is a good one. Because the claim is that there's a vast and infinite space for our atmosphere to expand into, and the heliocentric model and space.com or space.org and NASA articles are written that state that the Earth's atmosphere is extending into and beyond the moon, and so on and so on. Those claims are unsubstantiated by any demonstration ever. There's never been a scientific demonstration. It doesn't exist.
So like we haven't taken like atmosphere samples at different elevations above the atmosphere.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You can't have gas pressure variance without gas pressure,
Right.
and the
Or
pressure
without a
requires
container. Or is that
a container. Yeah.
Yeah. How I would compare this problem would be like, so if you're here on Earth and you have a container, right? You have a plastic cube, like a box. Yeah, you fill it full of gas, right? So why doesn't the gas escape the container? Like, why does it stay in the container? It's because the particles. So we know like each is like a gas particle, right? Like a molecule of oxygen, or that would be
Bro,
element
what
of
the
oxygen,
fuck are you
right?
talking about?
And
What are you
carbon
talking
dioxide, just like elements, right? So why do these elements? Why does the air stay in the box? Why does it stay in the container? Well,
It
it
needs to be a
bounces off
closed
the.
container.
Well, here's the thing. You can't even conduct your experiment properly, right? 'Cause what is the box inside
Like a box, just a box of air. Like that's
of? What's
literally it.
what's the box inside of?
The atmosphere.
Okay, so you can't even do a proper experiment if you're
Okay,
trying to
so
talk
sure.
about.
Let's put the box, the empty box, into a vacuum, like a complete vacuum, or as close, like as little like outside air as you can get, like in one of those like really big vacuum chambers, right? So the box can fit in there. So the air molecules, like, they hit the side of the container, and the reason they don't escape is because they just bounce off the container, right? So like the force, there's like an equal and opposite force applied to the molecule, right? And it bounces back into the container, and so that's why there's pressure inside the container, because
What the fuck are you
the
talking about,
rigidity of
man?
the container is going to bounce all the molecules back into the
Bro,
container.
you
So
just
it's like
lost
it's
your
going to
damn
stay in
mind.
there, right?
You lost your
So
mind.
we agree on that, right? We all agree on that. That makes
No,
sense.
no, we don't. We don't. I don't know.
No,
Why not?
that's not
What
what we
point did I
observe.
say that doesn't make sense? Let's find some common ground. Like air stays in the container because it doesn't have enough force to shoot out of the container, right? It just stays in it because it bounces off, and it goes in the opposite direction from the force of when it bounced into the wall of the container.
Are you talking about a closed containment?
Yeah, just a regular like square box, just a regular box.
Yeah, completely closed, right?
Yeah, completely closed, and the air stays inside.
Yeah, as long as the air can't escape, it won't escape. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, it won't escape. No.
Right.
Here,
So
hold on. I'll give you the example that's really helpful. I might get interrupted by a phone call, so I'll try to get this out fast. Sulfur hexafluoride. Did you already bring that up?
no.
Okay, sulfur hexafluoride is the gas that people suck. Well, actually, that might be a different gas altogether. Sulfur hexafluoride is the gas that you can float a boat, an aluminum foil boat on. So you can do what you do is you take a container, you can pour this gas into the container. So it's more dense. Keep this in mind. It's more dense than regular air. So you can pour it. It's really cool. And then you can even float an aluminum boat on it. It's really neat. Now, here's what's important to remember. Despite, emphasis on that word, despite the fact that it is more dense than the surrounding air, if you put sulfur hexafluoride in a container with an open top, not open sides, open top, the container will empty itself. The gas will disperse into the area that surrounds it eventually. And it doesn't take an extremely long time. We're talking about like 30 minutes, an hour, or something along those lines.
Oh, you're saying that the hexafluoride will go out of the container and disperse.
Emphasis on the word despite, right? So here's why this is so important, because people talk about the pressure gradient, right? And they say, well, it's because one gas is more dense than the other, and the gases above are pushing down, and this is also what causes the density gradient, blah 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 blah. And it's because of this weight that keeps it here on Earth, blah 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 blah. Okay. The demonstration of sulfur hexafluoride being in an uncontained container, as in the top is open, And the fact that it escapes its container despite its higher density is analogically important to understand as to why it's absurd to say that there's an open and available space for our gas to escape into, with also keeping it here at the same time as it escaping. So yes, that's why they had to start saying, they didn't used to say that our atmosphere went to the moon. They didn't used to say that. That's why they had to start saying that, is because there were ways that you could demonstrate the absurdity of that claim. So they had to include and say, oh, yes, tiny amounts of particles of Earth's atmosphere are just all over the place, on or beyond the moon. I mean, they might even stretch out to Mars, for all we know. They're everywhere.
I'm like just so small, like such a small amount,
That it would have to be.
It'd have to be so sparse that it wouldn't even be the atmosphere at that point.
I understand, but you would expect to find the particles everywhere, because that's part of the system and the model that they've built. Okay.
Yeah.
The issue for that is, if weight added to weight created these gradients, what kept it here in the first place? If there was available space for it to disperse into, what created the weight? Well, some were sticky, some were not. This is the point. So when you include the demonstration of sulfur hexafluoride in an open top container, you recognize the fact that the density claim doesn't work, because it would go there too.
Exactly.
As it does what gas does, which gas molecules travel in all directions.
And to
not
even
up and down directions. Sorry, go ahead, Clay.
And to even top it off, what Gosper just said is that they claim that the most weakest radiance or layers of the so-called atmosphere are on the very outside of their sphere, which means that the weakest and most lightest gases, or the most lightest layer, is right next to the vacuum, which makes the whole thing even more inconsistent or unlogical, because why is the most lightest and thinnest layer not being sucked directly away? And if that would be happening, then through continuous sucking of that first layer, because then the thinner layer would disappear, and then you will have the next thinner layer and so forth until there's no air left, since everything equalized. How is it, like, it makes no sense, right? That you even have the thinnest layer on the very outside rim of that so-called sphere. So yeah, I just wanted to underline what Gosper said. It's just completely, utterly stupid. It makes no sense.
Okay, I see what you mean, right? And I feel like, but that would happen, right? If there was no like force or apparent force to keep the gas on Earth, right? Just like the container, the molecules are bouncing off the sides of the container, so would it be the molecules in the atmosphere of Earth, that it's like they're bouncing across like an apparent container. You know what I mean? Like, it's not visible, it's not there. And an apparent container would obviously be gravity, is what I'm talking about. And so that's the gravity equation.
But that makes no sense from what we have established, from a logical point.
Well, based on what you said, like if molecules they move in all directions, right? And so if there was nothing keeping them like nothing pushing against them, nothing holding them, and they were completely free against like all forces, it would make sense that they would just go out and spread out into the universe indefinitely. That makes sense.
Yeah, but even if,
however, they don't, because I feel like there's a force that's pulling them
So
together, just like how a
okay,
force
I
would
get
balance
it.
the
Yeah,
molecule back into a box. So if that's the case, that's why it wouldn't happen.
I get it. I get it. Despite the fact that gravity itself is just a belief that is heavily accepted upon by the scientific community, despite that, assuming that there would be such a thing as gravity, it would still not make a containment, because of the very thing that I already tried to explain, is that if you would have these gradients, you would have the most weakest gradient as the outer rim, as the so-called containment or layer, whatever you want to call it. It would still, over measurement or over a certain time, completely equalize, because the most thinner layer we keep on going outside and create more thinner layers until you get to the end, which is the ground that you're standing on. So
but the thinnest layer doesn't do that, though. It doesn't, because there's a reason for it. Like, the thinnest layer wouldn't do that, and it would make sense if there was a force against the thinnest layer and every other layer, that it would stop after a point, dispersing even more.
But that's against the law of thermodynamics.
Stop. What makes sense?
Not if there's a if there's a force.
What makes sense?
That if there's a force that keeps the atmosphere against the Earth,
so how do
then
you prove
it
said force? How do you
it
prove
wouldn't
said
like
force?
go out.
Then you got to prove the
right, proof of the force. So
so how you gonna do that?
Yeah. So me saying an apparent force is meaning it's an apparent force. That the force of gravity isn't actually a force, but in general relativity,
presupposition supports the presupposition.
It's you believing in fairy tales because it's something you cannot prove, right? So you're just accepting something because someone else told you so. That's all you're doing. You need to understand that, bro. You can't just accept things just because people tell
I'm
you.
sorry, guys. I thought he already knew that gravity. Like, I thought you already have debunked or explained him that gravity is not even a real thing.
I've heard the arguments against it, but I'm not convinced by it.
So,
I have a question. I have a question for the baller.
Hold on. I'd like to clarify something that it continually gets said, and people that aren't aware of the full context get confused on this. Are you understanding why this gravity isn't a real thing is getting said? Do you understand the context of that statement? Do you know what the definition of gravity is that is being referred to in that statement?
Yes, I understand the context. I feel like anytime I've had the conversation that it would go in the order of it's not science, and
okay, hold on. Let me clarify. Let me clarify. Replace the word gravity with mass attracting mass. That's what's actually being referred to here. Okay. The other supersessionary positions within the quote unquote scientific community, those are completely different animals that can be tackled, but this is specifically in regards to mass attracting mass, which you may or may not be aware has never been proven in the first place. Are you aware of that? Because it's the fact that it isn't actual that mass attracts mass that required these new supersessionary positions to be developed in the first place. Did you know that?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. So invoking the idea of mass attracting mass is invalid.
Unless you can prove that mass attracts mass.
Except for the fact that it's never been proven in the first place, why would you invoke the thing that's never been proven as the foundation for the defense of your claim?
Because I feel like saying that it's never been proven is kind of silly.
I'll rephrase it. The reason that we know that this air in the upper atmosphere in the far off places, the reason that we know it's where it is because it's being held down by something that's never been proven. The concept itself has never had any scientific validation whatsoever, but we know that this is the cause of the effect of our atmosphere being in a place that we can't confirm where it is in the first place either. But we know these things because they've never been proven in the first place. Now, I'm just rewording everything so that it fits into a logical statement that actually demonstrates just how illogical it is.
So can I just quickly say something? I sent a link where even where the National Center for Science Education themselves say that first of all, no one has measured gravity for every atom and every star. It is simply a religious belief that is universal. Or this, secondly, school textbooks routinely make false statements and blah blah blah. They themselves, openly admit that's a belief system. Gravity is nothing you can prove.
Well, it's a theory, right? I don't like how.
It's
Here's
a
the title
theory.
of the thing. So are you conflating theory with it's just a hypothesis, it's just a good guess?
No,
because the point of a theory is that it's gone through scientific method, right? A law explains how something is, and a theory explains why something is, right? Hypothesis is different from theory. Theory is actually more valuable than law.
What?
That's how valuable theory is. Theory is actually explains how the world is because it goes through the scientific method. Saying just a theory doesn't. It's a misunderstanding of the definition of theory.
Okay.
So that's my first thing.
What are you talking about?
This is the point of the theory. Like, theories wouldn't be called theories if they were just guesses. The point of a theory is that it's the best, has the most supporting evidence.
Okay. So why does gravity exist? Here, we'll play the game. I'll play along. Away. Why does gravity exist?
Why does it exist?
Yeah, you said explain. You said that theories explain why. So I'll play the game. Why does gravity exist?
Mass attracting mass.
Okay. Why does mass exist?
Why does mass exist?
Yeah. If because mass, therefore gravity. Why mass?
Mass exists because it exists. I can't tell you why it exists. Just
yes, you can. You just don't know the model well enough. You want me to give you the answer?
Yes.
Gravity.
Mass exists because of gravity?
Yeah.
Is it because mass was created from energy and gravity did? What is...
No.
Why does mass exactly exist from gravity?
This is the actual belief. Because mass, gravity. Because gravity, mass. This is the actual belief about mass and gravity. Right?
You want to talk about the Cavendish
I don't even mean to say the word
because
right.
You isolate the mass.
You can't have mass without the concept. According to the way that they conceptualize mass, it requires gravity. In order to conceptualize gravity, you need mass. Do you understand the problem with that? It's an Ouroboros of logic. It's just ridiculous.
Well, I don't know who said that, and I don't particularly agree with that. But
look into it.
I think mass can just exist, and gravity is the effect of.
Look what mass is.
Okay. It's just going to tell me it's matter.
Nope.
When you're done, I have a question for the Glober.
Can I give you another one real quick?
Dude, if it's quick, bro, don't freaking take up the whole damn time.
Okay. Then
an object's mass also determines the strength of its gravitational attraction to other bodies. Also, it's not inherent to. Mass can do other things. I mean, inertia, resistance to acceleration, and the net force is applied.
Can you divorce mass from gravity?
I could look that up directly. Can you divorce?
Divorce is a very metaphorical use of that word, but.
Yeah, I don't know. If mass causes gravity, then I could say gravity maybe creates the collection of mass, but
they
don't think it's
claim
intangible.
that mass causes gravity and gravity causes mass. That is problematic. It's an Ouroboros of logic. I don't like it. And just because I don't like it doesn't mean very, very much. What?
Can you explain that? Can you explain why that
I don't agree with it. I think it's an absurd belief system.
Yeah, but do you know why they would say that in the first place? Like their logic behind it? Because if you don't, maybe it's a misunderstanding of logic. Maybe it's cherry picking. I don't know.
It is the fourth principle of the Hermetic principles from the mystery schools of Babylon, and that is my answer. It might be the wrong answer, but that is my personal answer for my understanding as to why they say that. They are applying the fourth Hermetic principle to gravity, and that is why they allow for the reconciling of contradiction. The
fourth Hermetic principle. So is this a biblical thing?
No, it's not biblical at all. It's the enemies of the Creator.
That's biblical. The fourth principle embodies the truth that everything has its pair of opposites, everything's two poles, existence to reality.
Hermes is not biblical. Hermes and the followers of Hermes are anti-biblical or anti-creator.
True.
So you asked for my answer. If somebody else has a better answer as to why they came up with this nonsense, I believe that the fourth principle of Hermes best explains the origin for this reconciled contradiction, because that's literally what the fourth Hermetic principle is the reconciling of contradictions. So it is my opinion that that's the origin. I see common denominators, right, between these people. So these people that came up with these ideas, they were obsessed. I'm not going to say fascinated. I'm going to use the word obsessed with these types of writings known as occult writings. So that is the origin of these beliefs. That's why people make fun of heliocentrism and these ideologies as a religion, because their origins are extremely religious.
Everything has a pair of opposites. So that makes sense what you're saying now. But the origin of this being from the disciples of Hermes, so I'm assuming this is some kind of old Greek religious group that existed in ancient Greece, because
but
Hermes
it's not just
God
Greece. It's not just Greece. It's also Egypt. It's also Babylon. Hermes has multiple names. He also comes named as Thoth. You might have heard the name Thoth before. Thoth Hermes Trismegistus. He is one of the characters of obsession amongst these special people who are obsessed with balls, who are obsessed with sacred geometry, who are obsessed with contradictions being reconciled, who are obsessed with all these sorts of things, and they develop ideologies and systems of belief centered around those concepts. And
Wouldn't those be like
very evident?
Different gods? Would it be that Hermes was spread to those different parts of the planet?
Listen, I don't want to really get into all the aspects of the fractalization. I'm just pointing to a common denominator here. It's as simple as that.
Okay, so let's say
it's religious in its origins. I find that quite suspicious. I'll just put it that way.
Sure. Okay, let's say it's religious in its origins. I didn't know about this, but all right. And let's say it is problematic, but let's say what then?
Only because I personally accept the law of non-contradiction.
Okay.
That's my position about how I perceive reality portraying itself. I find that it is an absolute necessity for the law of non-contradiction to be actual and not just conceptual.
But what does this have to do with mass attracting mass, though?
This has to do with mass attracting mass because how they conflate the words gravity and mass. And the problem is there is no demonstration ever of mass attracting mass, especially with gas. Especially with gas. Because if you look at gas's behavior, you find that gas goes in all directions. That's why earlier I said not just vertical and not a vertical vector exclusively, but all vectors.
Yeah, that's why you have to deal with massive objects, which is what they do in the Cavendish experiment. But then,
but the Cavendish experiment, first of all, wasn't to establish mass attracting mass. Okay, that's not what its purpose was. First and foremost, it wasn't an experiment. It wasn't an experiment.
Okay.
There wasn't a scientific experiment. So there's that to take into consideration. And
why wouldn't it be scientific?
And it never established anything regarding mass attracting mass. Okay, and the reason it didn't is because you cannot exclude all the other possible causes, despite the fact that it wasn't an experiment in the first place. So talking about it as kind of an adventure in, storytelling and stuff. But even if you were to pretend it was an experiment, which I think is in error to do so, it didn't establish the exclusion of all other possible variables.
So even if all the attempts to even though it's reproduced multiple times across the world, the experiment, when you isolate, no
you
wind,
can't isolate everything that is part of nature, though.
Okay, but you isolate as much as you can.
Magnetism or any other thing. You can't. You can't.
But two things in mass that are not they're not magnetic in the first place, like tungsten and gold.
Incoherent dielectric magnetism. There's frequencies involved. There's resonance. There's all sorts of things that are involved that you cannot rule out because they are inherent, and you can't exclude them.
But if these exist, right, and you take different amounts of mass, and you see what interval that the objects that are being attracted, how much it rotates, and you change the masses. If the only thing you're affecting is the mass, is the independent variable, and you get a different effect at a certain rate, then while excluding everything else, you're just going to say no, it's still magnetism?
No, I didn't say magnetism alone. Okay.
Or it's other things, even if it's consistent.
Because
the point is that it is consistent. How else would we get a gravitational constant?
There's nothing to be derived of those because they're not an experiment in the first place.
Of course, it's an experiment.
No, what's the initial observation?
The initial observation is freaking apple falls down, it hits the ground, right? And then you say, okay, my hypothesis is that the apple fell to the earth because the apple has mass and the earth has mass, and they attracted each other. That is the hypothesis.
Okay, so on an infinitesimally small level, the apple existing above the earth actually drags the earth upwards towards that apple as well.
That would be part of the hypothesis, yeah.
That would be, wouldn't it? So here's the nature of the absurdity of all of this. What is the amount of mass of helium required? How much mass of helium do you need in order to make it fall?
It depends how dense you make the helium. If you freeze it or
density.
something.
Why'd you bring up density?
I brought up density because density in the first place is just a collection of mass in an area, right? But everything still has to do with force.
Sorry, I thought we were talking about mass. I thought we were talking about mass attracting mass. So I was just talking about mass attracting mass. What amount of mass of helium is going to be required to make the mass of helium attract to the Earth?
Mass of helium that's more dense than the atmosphere.
Wait, you keep saying this word dense. I'm sorry. Forgive me if I'm being dense. Why is dense coming into the conversation?
Because it's true. It's true. It's true. It's true.
Okay. Do you see why I'm being facetious?
Yeah, I know, because we can just exclude gravity and it doesn't play a part. Yet you need a force applied to a... Well, because then it
you know that 9.8 is an average.
Nothing. Okay, sure. Let's say 9.8 is an average. Whatever you want to say. But look, you still need a force for something to move in 3D space. You still need a force, whether it's horizontal, whether it's vertical. You still need a force, right? So even if it's density, the reason that they move in the direction they do is because a force of gravity is being applied. The apparent force of gravity is being applied to the mass, F equals ma, to create the force of it going downward.
Hold on.
More
You're
massive
using this
than
word force.
surrounding.
Every object. Go ahead and finish.
I'm done. That's
No,
it.
no. Every object
Has wait, no.
Object in motion remains in motion unless
Every object in motion remains in motion unless acted on by an opposite.
All right. So check this out.
External force.
An apple on the ground, is it going anywhere?
Well, not relative to the ground, no.
An apple that you pick up and then no longer support, it falls.
Yep.
The
because
force,
you didn't apply a normal force to the apple.
The force was you picking the apple up. The lack of support requires the apple to return to its previous position.
No. The lack of support makes it... You have to continually apply the force to the apple for it to not fall back down. Because if you weren't applying the force, then why would you feel the apple in your hand? Checkmate.
By lifting an apple, what type of energy have you input into the system?
Potential energy on the apple.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Does that potential energy exist inherently, or is it added to?
It's added to the apple relative to the
ground. So then
you have to
equalize the equation after you remove the what's holding it back.
Why should you? Relative to your hand, the apple has no potential energy. Relative to the ground, it does. What's your point?
So potential energy exists inherently or no?
It exists relatively, whether you want to use it or not.
You can add potential energy to an object.
Only relative to where it could be.
Precisely.
Yeah.
So there's your force.
So you still need force to...
Yep, it's
to
the
hold
force
up the
of
apple.
potential. It's the force of potential energy.
Yeah, but you're not using potential energy to hold up the apple. I'm just saying that the apple has gained potential energy relative to the floor. It's not inherently what is keeping the apple in the air. You're like conflating the two things. It's not the same thing. Who's there?
No, I'm here. I was just letting you think about it for a little bit.
I'm letting you think about it. You understand what I'm saying? If you lift up the apple, right?
Mm-hmm. You put energy into the system.
You're putting relative to the ground, and then if it just sits in your hand, right? It just sits in your hand. If you wanted it to fall back down to earth, right? It could, if you wanted it to. And then it would have, turn into kinetic energy, and then it would fall down to earth. But for it to stay in your hand, you still need to have force to hold it up there, right? Like your hand needs to exert normal force on the apple for it to not fall, right? But if your hand was as big as the earth, everything would be relative to your hand, and so it wouldn't have any potential energy. So what's your point you're trying to make? This isn't a gotcha.
I know that. My point is, things don't just go towards mass attracting mass. This can be demonstrated by discussing mass of, say, helium or hydrogen or whatever. Those masses don't attract to other masses. That's not how it works. So then you start talking about density, and you get into the fact that there are other factors involved in why things go up or down.
Well, it doesn't on a small scale because it's so small. It's such a small amount of mass, so you don't notice it. But of course, if you look into the sky and you see Neptune and Jupiter, those are just lights. Those don't exist, and so those can't explain that gas attracts gas. Because they don't exist.
Oh, you think you know what Neptune is and Uranus are made of?
Well, I mean, freaking spectrometry. Wait, I don't know how to pronounce it.
Yeah, it's a stupid word. I don't like it either. Is that science? You think that that's scientific?
Spectrometry.
You think that that's a?
Yes, it is scientific. Yeah.
Yeah, and how do we know that for sure?
You can never be 100% sure about anything.
Oh,
ever. Not even yourself.
that.
Not even your own existence. But look, we
that's
have science to
that's
get
a
as
religious
close.
belief.
Is it really religious?
Mm-hmm.
Or is maybe it's just reality? I don't know.
Mm.
Like it's actually more like philosophical. You don't have to conflate religion with philosophy, right?
Okay.
Empiricism and rationalism.
I agree with that. It's a
Look,
philosophical axiom that that someone would be holding to. So I agree with you.
Okay.
I concede on that.
Even though we're not going to the moon, taking a bite of it to see if it's cheese or not, or going to Neptune and actually just taking a look, doing experiments on the contents of its gas, since we don't have 100%, just 100% absolute, just undeniable proof, with beyond a reasonable doubt that what the gas is made up of these planets, doesn't mean we don't have a really good guess of what it is through spectrometry.
Okay. So check this out. We have a meter that can evaluate the different frequencies of different gases as they burn, and we have a meter using this spectrometry. All right. So you use that process here. What is the scientific basis or proof that process works for the sky? What proof do we have that this is true for the things in the sky?
Freaking celestial objects. Are you saying we can't use spectrometry because of the atmosphere or something, right? Because it would skew the colors or whatever.
Let's pretend it's all done in a vacuum chamber. You put pure argon in a vacuum chamber, whatever. Okay, I'll go there.
And you see the color,
but my point is, what is the scientific basis for concluding that the things that we do here are the same thing as what might be observed? So, for instance, topaz isn't the color of topaz because of a specific gas, for instance.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
So my point is, just because we observe a thing up in the sky to be doing a certain thing, to conclude that it's the kind that may or may not be similar here on Earth, I think is unscientific, unbased, not based in the scientific method. Because you can't perform scientific experiments with any of the things in the sky. There's no variables to manipulate.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. Also, that's very true. And also, if you have to assume any part of the experiment, if you have to assume anything, you got to start over, because that's just how that rolls. Can't assume anything.
Then you have nothing to go off of. I think the point of what makes
you have physical reality to go off of, and that's all you need.
I feel like if you do an experiment like science, good science is good science because it's supposed to work everywhere. No matter what you throw at it, the theories are they're supposed to still work, right? And so if we use a theory on Earth and then we go into outer space and we're like, okay, here's a telescope, here's what it is like in outer space. Okay, outer space hopefully is about the same over there for us to make a correct guess. Then we can make a sort of close understanding of what it is made of.
What's more of a? I'm sorry, I'm driving and it's all fucked up. I'll stop in a sec. But what's the difference between a truth, a full truth, and then a theory? So you have 100% fact about something, and then you have a theory. Those two are not the same thing. Is it better to have a 100% truth, or would you accept a theory because you want to be convinced? of that?
Well, like I said, theories are actually very logical. They go through the scientific method process to become
That's fine. Listen, and it's good.
closer to reality. However, it is impossible, and you can't claim to know what reality is 100%, right? We can't claim to know like 100% exactly how reality is. It's just not possible. But the point through scientific method is to get as close as you can to that.
How do you know if it's close if you haven't, as a litmus, at least first found 100% truth? How would you know if it's not 100% truth, sir?
You can't know 100% truth, no matter what, no matter how clear the theory is.
Can you know anything at all? Right. So can you know anything at all? Is there any such thing as knowledge, sir?
Of course, there's a thing as knowledge, but I don't think we can get to 100% truth unless we're omnipotent.
Wait, so there's not knowledge?
No, I said there is knowledge. We can know things, but
take it away.
I could finish that we can have knowledge, we can know things, right? But I don't think we're ever going to be 100% to the absolute truth, because to know the absolute truth is you have to be pretty much omnipotent to do that. But that's besides the point. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that we can't get as close as we possibly can to what the truth is. And that's the whole point of the scientific method and science in general, is to
I'm just
create
saying, how do
theories
you know if you're close or not? That's all. That's it. How do you know if you're close or not if you've never found the truth before, dude? Come on.
How do you know if you're close enough? Closer? Well, you try to see if you're closer than what you were before based on the scientific method. Does it hold up to...
It's like if you've never been to the house around the corner, you never know how close you are to it unless you've at least been there once, sir. Okay, I hope I've cleared that up. Anyway, go ahead, Gospel. I didn't mean to totally interrupt.
You're fine. I got a life to live anyway. I can't talk all day. People will get sick and tired of this guy. Tell you what. No, I listen away. You're actually a really delightful person to talk to, despite your willingness to. You're stubborn, but you're not. It's been pleasant talking to you, is all.
It was too with you. I'm glad you shed some light on some things I was confused about.
Good. I hope so. Just keep on. I recommend you to apply the law of non-contradiction, to try to be rational and logical, scrutinize these different claims, ask questions. Good stuff.
All right.
I'm not going anywhere. I would like to kind of hand the torch over to somebody else, because I'm.
So what about this? I just arrived.
Yeah, what's up, man?
I have arrived.
He has arrived.
Sounds like.
Yeah,
was a good cup taking a break.
Yeah, it's great. Away object is the one I've been talking with. A couple of other people have chimed in. We've beaten the dead horse of curvature. He understands that it is unnecessary. I mean, he doesn't concede, but he understands that it's unnecessary to invoke curvature as the explanation for the horizon. So we got there. That was good. And now we went on to gas pressure without a container, which went into all the discussions of gravity and all that stuff. So that's about where we're at.
Okay.
Pretty much.
Well, how's everybody doing?
Yeah, man. Doing good.
Good.
Better than dead air.
Yeah.
Last couple of days been quiet. So I definitely appreciate these opportunities to. That's also why I don't want to hog. I want to give other people a chance to say stuff.
Right.
Oh, I mean, it's fine. I've been drawing all morning, so.
Oh yeah.
My epoxy didn't get delivered, and so I had to push my job back to tomorrow. So, what am I gonna do? So I just sat down and drew all morning.
Nice.
Yep.
Yeah, but I feel like if we left at the point of whether you have to be there, like on the moon to see if it's cheese or not, right? Like you have to be there empirically and touch it, make these
Yes, and I'll tell you
observations
why.
through just pure what do you call it, through the senses, right? And that's all. And you can't use any rationalism at all. Then you're throwing away a huge field of science. I mean, counting, using
Of
numbers. If
storytelling.
you're not allowed to use numbers, like
Field of
it's
belief.
like it's
Field
throwing
of-
away
field of
science.
Yeah, it's still just
It's a
a
field of
I want to
belief.
tell you how
Yeah.
serious I am about this, Mister. So, and I gotta shut up after this, but here's how serious I am. I've never been to China. Okay, check it out. So I don't know if China exists. Do I?
It'd be rational to believe it does.
But
How many people have been to China? Is it just?
doesn't matter.
Is it
Doesn't
just
matter.
17?
Have I been to China? Listen, I don't want to believe anybody about the taste of the apple. We're back to it. Do you understand?
Yeah,
I
I
don't
know,
want to
but
believe
the apple
anybody
is a
about China.
subjective. The apple would be a subjective experience in taste, though, wouldn't it?
Okay, how about the apple has water inside?
Well, that would be an objective statement of fact,
Yes. Okay.
yes.
Okay.
right?
So that's the thing. You don't know if
I mean,
the water has or the apple has water because you haven't taken a bite yet or looked into it. Nothing.
But
I'm
the
just saying
evidence
that
suggests that like apples have water, and then the evidence also suggests that China exists, right?
Okay, we can
To the people.
simplify this. We can simplify this greatly. How many people have been purported into the moon?
A few, like 10. I don't know.
10 or 11, right?
How many? Yeah.
Okay. So you're taking the word of 11 people, right?
12, I guess it would be.
12. Yeah, 12 people. Yeah. So 12 people have been. How many people have been to China?
Billions and billions, many billions
Yeah.
of people. Yeah.
At least from the West, I would say hundreds of millions, right?
Yeah.
And you can throw a rock and find somebody who's been to China. So there's a collective human experience of going to China, right?
Yep. Yeah.
There's not a collective human experience of going to the moon. It's just
That's
12
true.
guys who said they did. So that is in the realm of belief. Now, here's my question. What did they go there in?
In spacesuits?
Spacesuits. Well, no.
Space
They went there in
shuttle.
we could just say 13 and say it was Aquarius. They went there in the Aquarius, right?
Okay.
You had the command module and the lunar module.
Yep.
Right? And they were, let's see, how big were they? They were, it's like 10 foot by 4 foot inside. Right? They were really, 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 really small, right?
Okay.
But how thick were the walls of them?
I don't know. You tell me. Seems like you know.
Okay, I do actually, because I was I built a ton of models of these. I loved the space program. So they're about 3 sheets of 1/32 of an inch thick aluminum is what they were.
Okay.
Right. Now, what was the pressure inside the lunar module, inside the command module? It was Earth. It was Earth pressure. So it was about
Earth
14
pressures.
psi, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you know how to create a vacuum as strong as what they claimed they were flying through?
Make a vacuum as strong. What do you mean?
Yes. So they were flying in a vacuum, right?
Yeah.
Flying through the moon in a vacuum at 10 to the negative 17 torr, which is a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. So in Sandusky, it takes 3 days to decompress the chamber to half of that. To suck all the air out to half of that, and the walls have to be 8 foot thick, steel reinforced concrete. The doors are about 14 tons apiece and hermetically sealed, and the whole thing is also sheathed in solid aluminum. Because what'll happen is, over those 3 days, the lack of pressure inside will actually suck the air through the concrete.
Okay.
That's how strong that vacuum is.
Yeah.
And okay, how do those forces not tear through 3 1/32 of an inch thick sheets of aluminum?
Must have been pretty strong aluminum.
Must have been pretty strong aluminum.
Yeah.
8-foot thick concrete. It can't resist. 8-foot thick concrete isn't strong enough, right?
Oh, it's
But
8.
3 sheets of aluminum, in Sandusky, where they have the vacuum chamber, to make a vacuum half that strength, just half that strength.
Uh-huh.
8 foot of concrete, steel reinforced concrete.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Shit was actually made out of that?
Yeah, the ship was only 3 sheets of aluminum thick.
Oh. Okay. Well, I didn't know freaking like it could destroy that much concrete. Like it was that.
Well, it'll
that's
suck
like
the
a
air
lot.
through the concrete. It'll suck the air through the concrete.
Can't you
But
like? Can't you?
rigid.
But you can make like a vacuum. You can make like a vacuum in like a glass.
Yeah,
container.
But you can't get down. You can't get down to the pressures that exist, like in Sandusky. You can't get down to those pressures. Your container wouldn't be able to
almost
exist.
like completely zero. No.
Yeah, you cannot get down to zero. So I would say close to absolute zero. You can't. Like you put a shop vac up to a glass container or a compressor up to a glass container. You'll never achieve those levels of vacuum. Now, if you take a big freight train container, the hermetically sealed freight train containers, do you know what happens when you take all the pressure out of those?
What?
They implode catastrophically.
Oh yeah. I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't they have that on a MythBusters? They imploded a.
They might have. It went like pa-chong, and it made a super loud sound.
Yeah, and the whole thing just
like
went boom, and it just like dramatically, catastrophically caved in on itself.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So, and those
but it was
things
rusty. It was rusty.
Yeah, but it was still thick. It was still steel and not aluminum.
Oh.
So, like, I don't know, man. I think you gotta believe a lot of things that aren't possible, that aren't physically possible, for the Apollo astronauts to get from the Earth to the Moon.
That's pretty crazy. Yeah.
Your typical vacuum chamber. I was just looking it up. It looks like 5 millibars, which results in about 3.7 torr, as opposed to 0.00000000000000001 torr.
Was that 17? Was that 17 zeros?
Well, 10 to the negative 17. So I usually count 16 zeros because the first zero puts it behind the decimal.
Yes. Yeah.
So anyway,
you're right.
But anyway, 3.7 torr would be the ultimate vacuum. No, I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me fix this. There we go. 0.03 torr. My apologies. 0.03 torr is what a basic one on eBay here for 186. What currency is that?
Okay, basically like the space vacuum is so many times more less more of a vacuum than freaking a perfect vacuum on
It's exponentially greater every zero you get.
Right.
It's an entire force greater. So you're talking about trillions of times a difference in force.
Trillions of times. And force? Would it really like exponential in force just because of the torr?
Yeah, every zero
is an order of magnitude.
Is an order of magnitude greater.
Is there a baby?
Yes, that's one of mine. I have 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it wouldn't just be like the atmosphere.
I'm sorry, that was funny. Is there a baby? That was funny.
Yeah.
It's funny because I don't hear them. Y'all hear them. I don't hear them. I'm deaf to them now.
You've gone ear blind to your babies?
Yeah, I've gone ear blind to all my children.
Oh man. I'll leave now if that means you can pay attention to your children.
No, she's fine. She's laughing is what she's doing, crawling on me.
Okay. Wouldn't it be like instead of it being magnitudes of more force with the less of the vacuum, wouldn't it simply just be the force of the atmosphere pressing against aluminum? So it would just be Earth atmosphere versus that. Like that was the only force. So if
that is
if,
the difference.
Yeah. So like if an
So-
aluminum wall was able to withstand that on one side pushing outwards, then it would be able to exist. So if we're able to prove that and it was on that,
so
then
what happens when you put a
be
can of
solid.
Sprite? What happens when you put a can of Sprite into a vacuum chamber, a small vacuum chamber?
Oh.
It explodes.
Yeah, it's a pressurized
Right.
vessel.
Yeah.
So the pressure in the it's seeking to fill. Once you take the pressure from around the can, all the pressure that's inside it wants to explode out.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because the reason it doesn't explode in normal atmosphere, it's literally the pressure of the outside pressing against the pressure on the inside, right? So
like really air pressure keeps our Earth like in reality, because the oceans would boil away. If there were no air pressure, the oceans would boil away. Like nothing could live, because you literally need pressure for life.
Okay.
We know this because of how we can observe things happening in vacuum chambers. I would like to remind people that 10 to the negative 17 torr is their claim.
It is their claim.
It's just a story. But we take their story and scrutinize it. It's as simple as that.
And that thing is big, not Earth.
What?
That thing vacuum, it's big. We are always speaking like it's next to us, but it's not next to us. It's all, we are inside of that.
Yes, the globe earther looks up at the sky and says, "Oh, that's a vacuum."
Mm-hmm.
And we're inside of it.
Yes.
Do we have a lot of people here who have kids that
we are moving 66,000 miles per hour through that?
Relative to whatever, like the solar system, then you're moving faster relative to like the galaxy, and then the galaxy's moving.
Yeah, but we are
in a
moving
pattern
with the
relative to the
atmosphere.
supercluster.
We are moving with the atmosphere together to that.
Really, if you want to get down to it, we're moving at near light speed away from the center of the Big Bang. That's the current like reality. That's why relativity is supposed to work the way it does, because in one direction your time goes slower, and the other one it's moving normal.
Right. Yeah. We're able to that time thing is crazy. So it's like almost like if you went.
It's all awesome stories.
Yeah. Oh man. Time, but is any of the evidence? You know how like they put the atomic clock on like a mountain, and then they like put the atomic clock at the base of the mountain to measure the time difference.
All right. So here's the problem: is the difference is 12. Sometimes I think the last one I read it was about 12
femto
milliseconds, which is 12 billionths of a second.
Mm-hmm.
Which that's within the margin of error for reading an atomic clock, because a lot of people don't know this. Atomic clocks aren't perfect. And number two, an atomic clock is affected by
pressure,
two things: pressure and unknown electromagnetic interference. So if it was being interfered with, you wouldn't even know it.
Like solar wind or whatever. But what if you kept doing the experiment and it kept showing you the exact same like freaking parameters with the same variables when you like
pressure? No, think of that pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What if it was like in a box? Like you put it in a box, right, with the same atmosphere at the base as it was at the top.
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't it? Like, if you're eliminating the variables, and obviously they've had to think about the variables. They're measuring space time, right?
There's two variables.
There's so many variables that they have to cancel out.
There's two variables that you can never remove, and that's the Stark and Z-Man effects.
What's that?
Those are that we are constantly moving through, or they're moving through us, electrical waves, unseen electromagnetic waves. And so these can affect atomic clocks.
Okay.
And so because they exist, they are always an unknown variable. So you never know if that's changed your time or not.
So, but if they affect both clocks, and you can't change it, right? But they affect both clocks, wouldn't they be a constant that
No,
wouldn't change
what
either?
it would be is it would invalidate any kind of information you got from them.
No, I mean, look, if it's happening
really
to
what it is.
both, then why wouldn't it, like, if you're getting it from both, then why aren't you able to have a...
Yeah, because what if they affect
Dependent
one
variable.
greater and one less?
Well, that's why you keep doing the experiment. You have the margin of error,
I know,
right?
but I know, but you don't know if it's happened or not.
Yeah, I know, but you still do multiple experiments.
But
right?
you don't
if you
know
keep
if
doing
it's
the...
happened. If you don't know, that means it's what? It's an unknown variable that you don't never remove, which means you're going to have to find some other way to measure it. And besides, time doesn't exist in the clock. It's based off of what? The light wave of cesium-133, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that time or is that light?
Well, that's like the amount of time it takes
It's a
for that
convention.
to happen.
It's a convention. Yeah, you're right. It's a convention. It's not actually time. Time doesn't exist in the clock. They're not measuring time. They're measuring the distance between the wavelengths of light.
The distance between the wavelengths of light. Well, I mean, but like light travels at a certain speed, right? So it's like it doesn't have to do with light speed. It just has to do with. Well, I mean, okay, it's because it's traveling a distance, right? It's able to travel a certain distance over a certain period of time, and so
the problem is even in relativity, does light have a constant speed?
Yeah, right.
No.
Light's the constant is in relativity.
No, light can change speeds.
No, light's always the same speed. It's time that changes.
No,
it's not.
Nope.
What are you talking about?
Nope. You can use super cooled clouds. I forget what material they use, but you can pass light through different substances and slow it down significantly. Actually,
that's funny. Don't you understand that it's not light moving slower, but it's light taking a longer path to get through it because it's a denser
But see,
material?
there's another problem. Another variable that introduced it is that what are you using to measure the light?
That's a good problem. That's a really good problem because you're actually using the two-way speed of light, and so we can't really know the true speed of light. However,
using light to measure light, it's a rubber ruler. In other words, if light speed did change, if the speed of light did change, you'd never know it because
we're
using light
distance to measure light. No, we're using distance because if we put a distance and then we bounce it off a mirror, right? We're seeing how long it takes for the light to return.
Right, you're using light to measure light.
We're using distance to measure how fast light goes.
I know, but in your model, light travels at different speeds in different directions because you're traveling through what? The universe at near light speed. So if you're shooting your light beam and then it's one way is supposed to be slower than the other. Don't you see? Do you see that? Do you see the problem?
No, that's like our speed relative to the rest of the universe.
It's not relative. It is literally if we're moving through the universe, at near the speed of light, and you shoot a light beam, like forward or backwards. Forward, it's going to be traveling relatively with you. Backwards, it's going to be traveling faster, away from you.
I think our time, it would travel the same speed in every direction. It just would be our time would be slower or something.
The problem is, how would you ever know that? Because you're using light to measure itself. You'd never know.
But if you do it in one direction and then you do you bounce it off a mirror in the other direction, you measure it to be the same speed.
I know, but what are you using to do that though? You're using
light to measure light. I mean, you're using mirrors. You're using experiment with the length of the freaking.
The problem is this: is we decided what the speed of light was before we ever tested what the speed of light was, and we devised a test that uses light that we already had imagined a speed for to validate that we had a speed for that light.
And we did. Why?
Yes,
why would that be the case?
What happened.
Are you serious? Why would that be? That doesn't make sense. then why
You're
we
right.
came up with
Hey,
the
hey,
number?
you're right. It doesn't make sense, but
That
that's
doesn't
how
make
it was
sense. There's
done.
no
They
way.
came
There's
up
no
with
way.
the
If
speed, but
someone
they
didn't
came up
just
with,
come up with the
yes,
fucking
someone
speed of
just
light,
came up
measure it after, and be
the
like, oh
speed
look,
of
it's the
light.
same. Oh,
The speed of light was theorized as a number and then tested. How is that possible?
okay, maybe they thought it was a certain number because it's
Oh, and they
fast and
just
everyone knows
happened to
it's
get it
fast.
right. And they just happened to get it right then?
What, to like the exact number? Is that what happened?
Now, I don't know if it was the exact number or not, but point
They
is,
can make a guess and then they can do the
how could they have
experiment and
known?
they can see.
The thing is, how could they have known?
Well, freaking, I don't know, educated guess. Maybe
You know
they've
what's
experimented with it before. Without
let me put it to you like this. Let's say I tell you I am an expert archer. I get a bullseye every single time, right?
Yeah.
I pull back my bow, I shoot off my arrow, and it goes into the ground, I don't know, 100 yards away. I go to it where it's laying on the ground. I spray a circle around it and spray the bullseye right on the tip. And I say, see, bullseye. That's literally how all of these theoretical sciences work.
Okay.
It's they get an answer, they come up with the idea, and then they work to validate the ideas. This is why 80% of published papers are wrong.
You're saying because they made a guess of what the speed of light was, that they're drawing the bullseye and they're just trying to like show you
It's more
how
like
accurate they were?
They made a conclusion and then devised a test that would match their conclusion.
What's wrong with the test though, for actually measuring the true speed of light?
Because if you're building a test to measure your conclusion, you're not blindly testing what? You're not blindly testing nature, are you?
That's not a conclusion. It's just a get. I can hypothesize how fast light is and then do an
Well,
experiment
that's
to
not
see how fast
no,
it
you
is.
can't, because that's not a hypothesis.
Well, yeah, hypothesis is educated guess. I'm gonna guess. Oh,
Well,
speed
no,
of light is 100,000 miles per hour. You know, that's my guess.
A hypothesis is a presumed cause. So cause and effect relationship, you have the hypothesis, that's the presumed cause or independent variable. You have a dependent variable, which is the effect that you're looking at. So
Okay.
in all of these theoretical sciences, there's actually no science going on because there's no prelude to experimentation, and there's no experimentation either. They test number values. They don't actually do any experimentation.
Well, that's like testing the speed of light would be an experiment, because like if you said the distance between the mirror and the laser beam was freaking
Okay.
independent variable, you'd change it and then see how long, you know.
Let's say I go up to my tire and I look at it, I think tire might be low, and I punch it a couple times, it bounced. I just tested my tire, right? Is that an experiment? Is that an experiment? Did I experiment on?
I don't know.
my
Maybe
tire?
it's a crude experiment. Maybe. I don't know. You want to see?
No,
it might be a crude experiment. I'm not sure.
An experiment is literally a hypothesis test. That's what it is. It's where you test if the cause of the effect is actually the cause.
Okay.
It's cause and effect relationship. Like what causes water to boil?
It's gonna be
heat. Heat. You know. But okay, I see all this. What you're, you know, I mean, but if you set up, no matter what you guess what the speed of it is, if you literally just measure the two-way speed of light, then how would that be an experiment, and how would the speed of light not be?
How would that
is
be
it
an
because you're
experiment?
moving space-time and the direction it's moving, even though
what's the hypothesis? What's the hypothesis? First of all, what's the natural observation? What are we observing? We don't observe light speed. That's for sure.
You're observing how long it takes for it to return to the laser.
Are we sure light travels like that? Or is that an assumption?
Are you saying like if it didn't travel in a straight? I guess we're assuming if it travels in a straight line, but regardless of if it travels in a wave or if it travels, you know, like wavicle, whatever, like it's still going from one point to another over a certain period of time.
Is it actually going? Do you think particles are moving that far, that fast?
Oh, like a photon of light?
Are there particles of light?
I don't know. Like I thought it was like a quanta of light
What
is
is-
like a photon.
what is light?
One
What is
photon
light?
is a quanta.
What is light though? What is it?
Honestly, that's a tough question. Like
Tough question.
I've
They don't even
researched
know what
this
it
a
is.
couple
They know
times,
everything
and it's
about
like,
it.
is light acts with diffraction, and then refraction is way different from diffraction.
How do
Diffraction
we,
is just a thing you get from
when we see,
two slit
let's
experiment.
like this. Let's say it's nighttime.
Yeah.
You're in your bedroom. The light is off. What if the light is already there all around you? It just doesn't have any energy in it. You see what I'm
just
saying?
doesn't have any energy.
Yeah.
Well, I
There's no
think
projection like the light bulb that creates the focus of energy and then projects it out in straight lines. And all it does is illuminate where all the light is.
well, that's a pretty crazy theory. Like I don't know about
Not that crazy because when we're doing art, that's exactly how we presume light works.
Okay, well, art and sometimes art imitates reality, but not always.
Well, what I'm saying is nobody knows what it is. And so I would take anybody's idea seriously if it could explain everything, but I would still only consider it an idea. We don't know anything about light. We know how to change things that we observe. We know how to filter it. We don't know what it is.
It's kind of a big mystery to understand that it's hard, but it
Is
I
light
don't
the
think
cause or the effect? I think light's the effect.
I don't know. I'd think it's the cause,
I think light is an effect.
Okay. I don't know.
And
I don't know.
nobody could ever prove me wrong.
But fuck that. That's pretty crazy. I mean, if we can create light and it does these things when we create it, you think it's just like everywhere all the time, and the only reason that light bulbs work is because they're emitting energy?
think about-
What is the energy themselves?
Think about a caveman who gets a hold of a shotgun and he starts blasting animals, and the shotgun stops working and he has no idea what's happened.
He doesn't know why it's
He doesn't know why it worked in the first place. He knew it worked. He knew it killed animals. He could use it. But then once it ran out of ammunition, it was just another useless stick. Like, because he didn't really understand what it was. He could use it. He could aim it. He could kill the pig and the saber-tooth.
I just read in chat, does it travel like a wavicle? I did say that's funny. But
No,
yeah, I see
that.
One more big toxic.
That's funny. Yeah, I think it. Honestly, man, I don't know. It's complicated. I honestly don't, and I'm sure science has some of the things wrong. Like science is always like in need of improvement. It's like I'm not against that, right?
Well,
but I think when you want to actually measure the speed of light, and it's always like consistent in each, no matter how fast you're going, like I feel like it's easy to prove that
But
it's the
do they
same speed.
even know what they're measuring?
Do they even know what they're measuring? Like,
right.
I feel
you said 1 minute. You said 1 minute ago that we don't.
Energy.
You said 1 minute ago that we don't know what is light, and now we will measure that.
We can measure.
We don't know exactly like what makes a
caused. We can measure an effect caused by light.
There you go.
That's not knowing what light is. That's not knowing how it travels. We are basically monkeys fiddling around with a shotgun, and we don't know what we have.
Metaphor.
And we know we know it does this. We know it does that, but we can't create light. We can only utilize things to energize the air that illuminates.
Oh man, you're saying that like when like a laser pointer doesn't create like a photon of light, like it.
1A.
It doesn't like create the light. It just interact. I don't know. This doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense for light to be everywhere. That's just a weird assumption.
Y'all will have to take over. I have to go. My kids are too wild right now.
All right.
That's good. Nice talking to you.
2 more.
That doesn't make sense.
I have a question for the Glober guy.
Yeah.
His name is
Am
Away Object.
Am I coming through?
You're coming through. His name's Away Object.
Mm-hmm.
Away Object. You there?
Yes.
So, like, I heard you believe in a spinning Earth with atmosphere around.
No doubt.
In the vacuum of space, yes.
Yeah.
So, like, I have 5th grade science experiment, vacuum chamber. So I turn it on. It sucks the air from the out of the top of the chamber and makes a vacuum, right? Inside, makes a vacuum inside, or low pressure, right? So what happens when you turn it on? What is a gas though?
When you turn it on, like when you continue to make the vacuum, or when you turn it off and the vacuum goes back inside the chamber?
When you turn it on and suck out the air.
Yeah, that's what it does.
So that happens despite gravity?
Yeah.
So
like the force of the vacuum.
Wouldn't a vacuum in space be a stronger pressure than my 5th grade?
I think you're starting a robot, man. It's coming in pretty rough. Pretty rough. Robot too much.
Somebody didn't hold it.
Yeah, he dipped out. That was really getting bad there.
Yeah, but I feel like what he was trying to say is, actually, I don't know. A vacuum chamber, and then therefore why gravity? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either. Wow. Oh my goodness.
Did he get my point?
You're still roboting, and no, I think we kind of are missing the point. Bruh. I'm gonna post this in the chat. I emailed a lot like Platypus did when he first. Yeah. Check this craziness out. So I contacted the who are these people? The Textual Reference Archives, National Archives of the United States.
Okay.
Got it. David Fort, the deputy director of FOIA MDR division, got in touch with me, and then he eventually said this. I was trying to do some research on historical government happenings, and they gave me kind replies. This was the final reply, and he blew me away with this little stat. Keep in mind, too, that the National Archives is the repository for the permanently valuable records of the federal government. We are unlikely to have non-federal records, and even among records of the federal government, we estimate that approximately 3% of what is created is considered permanent and transferred to our custody. Oh my gosh. If you look into the National Archives about the amount of data that they have, and by the way, it's a lot. It's a lot. Like millions of pages of government documents, millions of pages. 97% is what they don't have? Bruh.
Non-federal records.
Oh my gosh. It's pretty amazing. Yeah, I was just trying to I asked them specifically for more information on government projects, and I gave them some examples of what I was looking for, such as Dominic, 1794, Nutmeg, Orion, Argus, Mannequin, Sunshine. So I was quite particular in what I was asking for. Projects and operations like those things, and this was the reply that I got, which is fine. It was a very diplomatic and appropriate reply. They didn't blow me off. I'm actually happy that they answered my question, and they provided me with more than I knew before.
So, oh man,
I know it's kind of random in the current conversation.
Yeah,
but it's kind of interesting too.
Yeah.
And the books.
What kind of like thing, like space things are you trying to research?
Well, I mean, if you're talking about projects related to space, then that would be things like high jump and Dominic, and I don't think Orion is one of them, but even though that's a spacey sounding.
I'm surprised this guy's still here.
No, yeah, Orion actually. What's that?
I said I'm surprised he's still here.
Oh, what, away object?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. maybe he is listening, perhaps.
This is have you seen Pine Gap on Netflix?
No, I don't do Netflix.
Okay. So there's a show on Netflix called Pine Gap.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And it's the first episode, you know. So Pine Gap is a show kind of about what my job is like, right? Okay. So I'm in the Space Force. I'm a space systems operator. So I specialize in missile warning.
Okay.
So like ops floor life, kind of like, making phone calls and being on console. That's kind of like what my job is. So this show kind of like shows that. But the thing is, it's really boring. You know, it's a really boring show. But in the first episode, in the intro to the first episode, you'll find something interesting in there. Let me see if I can find a photo. But
so
it's pretty crazy.
So this topic has some personal relevance to your occupation, and you're wondering, like, if there is any chance at all that the Earth actually is straight, flat, plane, and so on, what relevance that might serve as part of your role. There's some implications there that are almost disturbing, maybe. Is that fair to say?
I mean, it would pretty much not make any sense. My job wouldn't make any sense.
Why?
Obviously, if the Earth was flat.
Why?
Well, because I work with satellites. Satellites orbit the Earth.
Yeah, but that's
the whole point.
Oh, I
see. You never see them. That's the thing. So that's the beauty. That's the beauty of the deception. You just look at data.
But I work with the satellite's effects, though.
Right, but what I'm saying, you don't know where the hell it is. You don't know.
I know.
So, can I ask what specifically you're doing with these satellites?
It's kind of adorable, though.
I can tell you the
hold on. Do you know about the program that the Air Force currently has, where they monitor the space debris, so-called space debris around the Earth? Do you know about that program?
Yes.
Okay. So they're not actually looking at the debris. What they're looking at is data saying where it is and telling the space station and so whoever's up there what to avoid. So that's what they say. You know what I'm saying? But they don't know anything past what they look at on the screen. That's it.
But how do they even avoid it? Like,
I mean, the ISS kind of like just maneuvers. It has to maneuver a certain amount to be in the safe zone of not colliding with the debris.
Now let me ask you a serious question, dude. Why on God's green Earth would you put a space station between the Earth and the Moon instead of on the Moon? Tell me why you would do that. How does that make logical, rational sense to you? Can you make that make sense to me?
I mean, the answer should be kind of like, it's much easier to get supplies to the space station. I mean, the ISS is basically a big human experiment. It'd be much easier to send the information. I mean, not the freaking supplies like the water and the oxygen and the
No,
food.
they never get
Space
water.
instead of the moon.
They don't get water. They recycle their pee. What are
Yeah,
you
I
talking
know,
about?
but they still get extra water because I think a
From
little
where?
bit of water is
When did
lost.
they tell us? When have they ever told us that they send water up? They've never said that.
Someone
I
is
thought this was known. I don't know. It shouldn't be that
No, it's
surprising
not.
that they
No,
send up a
it's
little
not.
bit of water.
No, there's never. I've never seen one one article that they send
Yeah.
H2O to the space station. Never.
I read in a book about Scott Kelly, and Scott Kelly is he's an astronaut. He was a twin astronaut, right? Scott Kelly and his twin brother, and he spent a year on the International Space Station. And I'm pretty sure somewhere in the book he said, they send up food, water, and extra oxygen because it's not completely like replenished all the time. Even though it has a really good recycling system, it's not 100% efficient, and so they
So
need
why have they never
resupply.
showed us this? They've never showed us how this happens, how it docks, how it transfers water from one container to another without any breach.
Do they shower up there?
I don't know, containers. I don't exactly. I'm not an astronaut. I
They've
wish I
never
was. But
all right all right. So when they show us, when they do a tour of the ISS station, they never show us the container that holds water. I've never seen that.
Really, you never heard of? Really, it's literally
No,
like when they go get water and put it in a bag. It's obviously in a container.
I've watched the hour-long thing about it. They never show. Well, this is a container that holds water. I've never seen that.
Well, how do they? You ever see them like squeeze the water into the bags? That's where the water is, and it goes through.
But no, like
hydrate.
I'm saying, they say they recycle their pee. So I've never seen a container that holds the water, other than what they say about that. You see what I'm saying? So
okay, I don't know, but
there's just so many negative variables for this to exist. Do you understand that it's just doesn't sound good for them?
Yeah, that doesn't sound like it. They send them. They recycle most of their water, but it's not 100% efficient.
Can we just not forget the hole that this one astronaut posted as being an album cover from some kind of music group or whatever, as being a hole in the ISS? Scott Kelly, I think.
Yeah, there is that weird thing.
There's like dents in the ISS or whatever from debris hitting it.
No.
How can the ISS? How can the ISS?
It would be obliterated. You saw that in gravity. It was blown up.
Guys, how can the ISS exist?
Hold on, Meme. You might have missed the point that Away Object informed us that he works for the Space Force.
Okay, so you fly drones.
Well, no, I don't.
No,
Force.
He apparently utilizes data from satellites to do missile defense. Awareness? What was the word you used?
Missile warning
warning system.
So different, like our partners know where the missiles are, where they're heading, et cetera, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
like if North Korea launched a nuke, right? I'd probably be one of the first 100 Americans to know about it and try to,
except
make
right now, of course, because you're not actually working right now, right?
We all know that's
no. I'm off. I'm on my. I'm off work.
Let's be perfectly honest, though. You're not looking at satellite data. You're looking at data that's given to you
from satellites.
Yeah, you're looking at data that is given to you, right?
Yeah.
There's no way to say, oh, this satellite, this is from a box the size of a Volkswagen moving at 17,000 miles an hour.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. I don't have like 100% proof. It's like, oh, this is directly from the satellite.
Yeah,
it's just data
that
is told that it is from the satellite. So
well, what's the most powerful? What's the most powerful camera? What's the most powerful zoom camera that there is?
Oh, that's classified.
Well, it's not really. I mean, private market actually has it.
Probably.
Yeah. It's classified to know what the military has, but that doesn't mean that what the military has isn't on the market.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
A lot of times the market has better equipment than the military.
Okay.
And better systems than the military. That's not unusual. So
Right. Okay.
So let's see. How high could you be to spy on a car and get its license plate number?
You can tell me because I ain't.
Oh, okay.
I lie. Like, no, I can't say shit on that.
It's only
It's not that I
several miles.
don't know.
It's only
just I
several
can't.
miles.
I
It's
mean,
only
you
several
can
miles.
you can tell me, but I can't tell you anything.
It's like 6 miles.
Okay.
All right. So, I mean, for me, all the data and all the spy stuff and all the knowledge about where everything is geodesically, you can do with drones and spy planes at 100,000 feet. Why would you need satellites?
Yeah, that's true, and I like that logic because okay, so if you're going to get a picture of something, would you rather be closer or further away to get a better detailed picture?
Closer.
Yeah, okay.
Well, the thing with that is that like satellites are harder to fuck with, and they're like not very detectable.
Yeah. How do you know that though? It's all just such a supposition, not even a presupposition. The whole thing, you're supposing it without proof.
Well, no, it makes sense with the model. Like, okay, if assume globe Earth and assume like orbiting satellites, it makes more sense that like the satellites are safer in space and take much less fuel. That is, and are continuously orbiting than having some drone flying around and scaring people.
Okay, the question is this. Do you need a ball Earth for all of this stuff to still work?
Well, for orbits, yeah.
I didn't say that. I mean for data. So. I mean for data transmission.
No.
Do you need a ball? No, you don't need a ball for that at all. Right?
Right.
Okay. And I'm not worried about missiles from Korea or missiles from anywhere because nobody is going out into space or launching something up that's going to go into low orbit so that it has enough fuel to reach target. I'm not worried about that because it's never going to happen. Ever. It will never happen. It will always be something to be afraid of. And that's all it's used for.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Korea will never launch a missile that can reach the United States. Ever.
They won't like send ICBM that can reach all the way over?
Nope. All of that.
You think they don't have one that can reach that far?
That's all been mutually assured destruction, propaganda, fear, created by governments to keep everybody frightened.
Okay.
Yeah. That's all it is. Has anyone ever launched an ICBM at anyone else? No. The answer is
it hasn't happened in the Cold War or anything. I don't know. Actually,
no, it never happened in the Cold War. It never happened anywhere. In fact, during the Cold War, Russia was like, "I'm going to ship some ICBMs right up down to Cuba so that they can reach the United States," because they were using what? They were using traditional trajectories.
Yeah, that wouldn't be ICBM because it has to be closer. Yeah,
it would be
short range ballistic missile.
Not short. There's one right below ICBM, intercontinental ballistic missile.
Yeah,
I can't remember
there's
what
so
it is
many
right
different
now.
names. It's like there's a list though. I remember.
But they were long range missiles that they stuck in Cuba, and they could hit as far as like New York.
Yeah.
And that was just based on trajectory, on rocket science.
Yeah.
So power and trajectory. That was what they were basing that off of. But nobody's ever launched an ICBM. No one ever will. It'll never happen. It will always be afraid. This is why you need your government. This is why you need us constantly telling you to be afraid of everything, of every mouse fart you hear. That's the whole reason. It's so that you rely on people that you don't actually have to rely on.
Yeah.
Because it's easier to have people afraid of you and keep them in line, right?
True.
Or not even know what they're afraid of. Like, get under your desk. Get under your desk for the explosion.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's only supposed to be a 1,000,000-degree flashpoint. Get under your desk. It's all.
It's like for earthquakes though. That was like an earthquake thing. They do that for nukes too.
Yes, they did bomb. Yeah, the bomb drill was a thing, at least in the
Yeah, it was a thing.
90s.
It was, yeah. But
It
It
man,
was still a thing in
that
the 90s. Yeah.
that desk ain't protecting you from a freaking nuclear blast. I tell you what, you're no stand against the nuke, man. You're
Get
done.
inside the refrigerator.
Get inside the refrigerator. It protects you. Do not
Yeah,
worry.
just pull the worst movie stunt ever.
Yeah, man. Just be the dumb person in like the horror movie. You know, just get in the refrigerator and then
Go down
freeze
into
to
the
death.
basement.
Yeah, go into the
Yeah.
basement. Stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not using like my experience to prove the globe or anything. It's just interesting.
Well, do you know my grandpa? And I'm not bullshitting on this. My grandpa was worked on Apollo 17 in communications. He was a contractor out of MIT, and he was
Yeah.
also Special Forces in the Air Force.
Cool.
But he worked on Apollo 17, and he didn't believe we went to the moon. And you know what's funny is when he told me that, you know what I said?
What?
I defended NASA.
Yeah.
That's crazy, Grandpa. I said,
Are
Grandpa,
you-
you worked on it. How can you not believe in it?
It wasn't senile at that point?
No,
Huh.
no, not at all.
That's
No, it's-
interesting.
He was an absolute. He was a member of Mensa also. So
Okay,
he was
but
very, very pretentious.
right, yeah. So let's say that we actually didn't go to the moon, like at the first moon landing. That doesn't mean like if we suppose that, right, because the Cold War and the race and whatever, it doesn't mean that any of this other stuff is just fake. All the ISS stuff. It could just be that we showed up later.
Baby,
right?
I only cheated on you the last time I went out. I never did again. It was only the time you caught me. Right? Would you? And if somebody said that to you, would you believe them about it? Like maybe
No,
you
like
could forgive
like
someone.
the original like Apollo missions.
Yeah, 1969.
Actually, wait, we stopped going to the moon like a long time ago, and we haven't been there since.
Yeah, 1973, I think. 1974.
They lost the technology, man.
We
They
lost the
it,
technology.
and it's
Yeah.
a difficult process
Last
to build
time
it back
we-
because we're apparently retarded.
It's actually really absurd. 1972 was the last time on Apollo
72,
17 that when we went to the fucking moon. That's crazy. We
That is
honestly need to go there, okay?
You can't go now.
Make a moon base, please.
You cannot go now. The entire thing would happen virtually. You would see no effect from it at all. It would. They wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it because now your regular citizen can forensically analyze things.
Or use a P900 and zoom on the moon and see
Yeah,
that.
have you
They
heard
built a
that
base.
China's building a moon base though? Like China's been to the
Sure.
moon very recently.
Sure, they have.
Dude,
Yeah, we
China's
never
building
see
their
I
moon
believe-
base.
On
Just
the
you
dark
wait. You're gonna
side. Hold on the dark side of the moon. Did you know that?
on the dark side of the moon. The moon is
Yeah.
tightly locked and
Oh.
building on the dark side, so we don't take a look see at them. You know.
The
Yeah, so-
unverifiable
Oh, it
side
doesn't
that
exist.
provides them no substantive material whatsoever. Like, what information or data can they extrapolate if it's the side facing away from Earth always?
They'll just do their moon experience and like the space experiments on the opposite side. They'll build it up. I mean, the importance of a moon base is to be like a launch pad for like future space exploration because it takes less fuel to launch from lower gravity, right? That's a really important. So even if it was on the dark side, it wouldn't, that would be, check the box. You'd still be good for the advantages that would bring you for having a moon base. So yeah. Even if it was on the dark side. But honestly, I don't know. Maybe it could just be China just, talking a bunch of blubber, and maybe they're not even doing anything. I know they're launching like freaking, they're doing their space program. So I don't know where they're going. It's like interesting.
Do you know how much distance we can reach today comparing that moon distance?
Like with a flight?
Yeah, with the rocket, ISS.
Like, what do you mean, from the ISS or from Earth? If we like launched a.
Do you know what we can reach in 2022 and what we reach it 1971 or 69? Doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, I don't know. Like
it's 1% in present time of that distance.
Yeah, probably even less.
1% of the present time. Like how far we can. Whatever. I think
probably a tenth
today,
of a percent actually.
I'm optimistic for the future.
Yeah.
Right, Sasha? You're talking about the 250 miles. That's
Yeah.
a tenth of a percent.
Yeah, I forget it how big it is there. Yeah.
I got just a real quick question. Hey, Away, so you say you communicate with missiles, communicating with satellites? Sorry, what was it that you do again, real quick? Just like a sentence.
So there's a couple satellites called the Space-Based Infrared System, and this system of satellites uses infrared, so heat signature of missiles. And when we detect that heat signature, we get data from the missile up to the satellites, and then it's transferred down to our antennas, and then we take it from our antennas and look at the data, and we send a warning from that. So that's my job.
Okay.
And you can research all this on Wikipedia.
Hold on. That's it. Great.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was a perfect answer. I appreciate it. And my question is, and you're dead serious about thinking that you're communicating with satellites during this process. You don't think that's absolutely absurd at all? You're dead serious about believing that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Serious. Yeah. I don't know what the point of that was. Of course I'm serious. I mean, come on. I didn't come all this way to.
Yeah. Well, no, and
think
that's the thing. It's kind of a rhetorical question, because how could anybody be serious about something so backwards? But, is what it is. Takes all kinds, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out.
What's up?
Oh shit. Okay. Here's what I could say. I'd say watch the beginning. Watch the beginning of Pine Gap, the first episode, like the intro, and I think the first 10 minutes or something, just like the beginning. And I think you'll be surprised to see what maybe you can get something from that, right? It hurts me. I can't it's crazy. It's crazy what they show in the show, So maybe you can get something from that.
Yeah, can you be more direct instead of saying something? Would you mind elaborating what that something would be?
No, I'm not. I can't elaborate. But if you're able to see it, no, it's good. But I just can't.
Okay. Well, it appears that I'm looking it up. It appears that there's only really a trailer, the the introduction scene. I don't see any clips because it's all licensed stuff under Netflix. They're very protective.
Yeah. So. True.
Is it any
I mean,
good though?
No, the show's not fun at all. It's a very boring show because my job's not very boring. It's pretty exciting sometimes, but the show is not worth watching, I don't think. But it's weird what they show, you know.
okay. Well, maybe we'll do a watch party sometime.
Yeah, maybe watch like a first episode.
Gosh, I'm so sorry. I can't wrap my head around this. I just can't. So basically, what you do, away for your job is you take data sets from someone else, something else, or a group of someones or some things, and you compare it against other data that you got from someone else or a group of someone else's. And if it matches, you win. Why does that seem empirical to you?
Nothing empirical. I'm not using my job to prove that the Earth is a globe. I'm just saying.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm not. It could very well be that sure I get all my data not from the satellites that go relay their information to the antennas and get to me. Maybe it's just from somewhere else, and then I see it on my console. You know, maybe that's the case.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying it's proving
what
anything.
I'm talking about. It's basically like you're playing a video game. Don't you agree?
I had a coworker that told me that our system is like the world's greatest video game. I wouldn't say that, but I think it's pretty funny. I like how enthusiastic he's about like the job. Yeah,
sure,
it's like
okay.
a big video game. Yeah.
Yeah, I rest my case. Okay, thank you.
What am I getting a call for? Let me see.
The boss.
Boss,
Too much
I
info.
heard you on that Discord there. I've been lurking on for the last couple of years. You are not making us look very good right now.
Forget about that promotion.
What are you saying?
We were making fun that it was probably your boss calling you all disappointed about, not representing Space Force properly or something.
Oh yeah, I was being spied on through like my freaking camera. And yeah. Just everyone cover their cameras, by the way. And
that
freaking
tape, buddy.
Yeah, get that duct tape out, man. Get out those.
Well,
those
it is. It is possible to hack people's cameras and them not know, right?
Yes,
that's
I do.
Not actually like a conspiracy theory or anything. That's a
that's a
reality.
Thing. Yeah, I know about that. Well, it does freak me out. That's just pretty crazy.
Yeah.
It was just silent. I'm assuming it's one of those scammers or something.
Gotcha.
If the camera didn't have the capability to do that, I'd be like, well, that's a piece of shit camera. At the very least, you should be able to have a two-way signal going, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I tell those scammers, I say, logo sejut bonak ban koro, and I tell them, prithvi samtal hey. I give them different Hindi phrases to ponder on as they hang up in fear that that somebody's speaking their native tongue.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Okay. Maybe they rethink their actions.
Sometimes. Do you know Hindi? Or you just concluded that I was probably saying something of correction?
For some reason, I thought you were speaking Spanish at first, but no. After you said Hindi, I was like, "Oh, I see. You're making like a scammer joke." But a lot of scammers seem to be Indian, so
yeah. Logo sejut bolnaban karo is stop lying to people, and prithvi samtalhe is the Earth is flat, which I just
okay,
dude. I throw that one out there just to disrupt their. They deal with the same stuff over and over again. A lot of people cuss them out, and they scam a lot of people too. So I just throw a little wild card out there for them to disrupt their
mental state.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Give them cognitive dissonance
or something. Break that mind control status of survival that they're under. A lot of them are under the impression that the only thing that they could do in life is cheat people out of money.
Yeah, that's
And
true. That's pretty sad.
there are many testimonies of reformed scammers and stuff. And anyway, whatever. Yeah, good stuff. You're getting really close to qualifying for the intellectually honest role. You're getting close.
Am I? Barely. I've been on this like service since 2019. I'm already have
What?
a role. Yeah.
I don't ever remember. Did you have a dip? What was your?
My
Have you had
role is
another screen name?
valued. I'm under like the valued role. See?
But what? Did you have another screen name before?
No, I've always been away object.
Oh.
Yeah.
You haven't hung out regularly necessarily, right?
Every couple months.
Every couple months, huh?
Yeah. I freaking talk to Quantum Eraser freaks me out. He scares me. Every time I've talked to him, he just tears me a new asshole. And
that's
it sucks.
half the point. Yeah.
Yeah. He's hard. He's really tough to talk to you. At least you give me a chance to speak, dude. He is not, he's not
Some
easy
people
to have
some people
conversations
hold
with.
people's feet to the fire differently.
Yeah.
I certainly respect holding the feet to the fire, and I try to do the same. It's just we have different methods and styles.
Gospel, I have no problem to speak with QE. He always speaking good with me.
Well, maybe because you guys are on the same page. I don't know.
Well, I'm not discussing QE's behavior.
Yeah, but I'm not at his page. I'm not at his page. I'm the page of the information.
Mm.
Okay.
Anyway, interesting. You didn't really seem like somebody that's been in the conversation for very long. So that
No, I mean, I know about the arguments against the gravity and the freaking and the Cavendish experiment, but I just don't freaking the arguments people have given me for those have never resonated with me. Like, just on an honest level, the things they say haven't resonated with me.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They haven't clicked because I'm just like, okay, wait, that's not right because of this reason, that reason. Like, it doesn't make sense when they say so and so because it can be used as a scientific experiment. For example, like one person was trying to argue it's not science unless it's a natural observation, right? It's not a true science experiment unless it was observed in nature. And because something like the Cavendish experiment wasn't is a man-made machine, right? Therefore, it wasn't an observation in nature, and so therefore it's not real science. And I'm like, that's bullshit, Because just because I can make a machine that's like a simple machine, like a spring, and see how much weight the spring can hold and see how far it stretches. That's all man-made stuff. It doesn't make it not science.
Can you tell us what
that pisses me off. It just doesn't. If some shit that doesn't resonate with me is just like, why the heck should I believe in the opinions of people whose logic doesn't follow consistency? Right.
Okay.
What is hypothesis for the Cavendish experiment?
A hypothesis for the Cavendish experiment would be, if I have a different mass on the machine, right? Then
what's mass?
The attraction. Okay, let me explain the hypothesis first.
Okay.
And it would be attracted to an extent to the other mass to where it would like turn I'm thinking of like the simple version. It would turn like a string and then you'd measure the angle of how much it was turned. Well, if it turns more, it's a greater attraction, And so you can measure it in an interval to see that there's more traction the higher the mass is. So you have an independent variable, you have a dependent variable, independent being the mass, dependent variable being how far the thing turns, which would be the y-axis, the responding variable. And your observation would be if you wanted to say, oh, well, how is it in a science experiment? I already said like a couple hours ago, like observe the apple, and you'd see, and you'd make a hypothesis based off of your observations, even if the hypothesis seems far-fetched at first. Right?
Yeah, but your independent variable will be mass, but we cannot define that, and we will only say it like that.
You can't define mass.
Yeah. Can you?
Okay.
Can you?
Yeah, it's the amount of matter that's in something.
Okay, how much amount of matter I have in my glass?
Probably a lot. You have a couple moles of it, You have some moles of mass of water. Whatever. I don't know how big your cup is.
Let's say it's 1 meter big.
1 meter tall? You're not telling me the width.
Yeah.
What if it's a really thin glass?
It's a 50 centimeter width, and
I don't care about the specifics. What's your point? I'm not gonna find the volume of water in your cup of water.
I want to know how much mass I have in my glass.
Oh, sure, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's say if your glass was a perfect cylinder.
That is independent variable. That thing, but we don't know what it is.
Yeah. Because it's consistent. We can measure things of different mass. They weigh different amounts. How is that not consistent?
But let's measure mass in my glass.
Okay, so we got.
So how much mass I have in my glass?
So if your cup is like, 50 centimeters tall, and say the diameter is I don't know 5 centimeters, then the volume would be 25.
I'm not asking about volume. I'm asking about mass.
Well, to find the mass, you need to find the volume of water.
Water. I'm saying my glass, only my glass. Let's put like this: my chair. How much mass I have in my chair?
Oh, not the. Okay, I thought you were making specific to water.
No. Specific.
Okay,
to
well,
the
let's
mass.
say your chair is 20 pounds. Okay.
That's weight.
Yeah, weight. What weight is mass multiplied by
weight is weight and mass is
gravity.
mass. No, weight is weight and mass is mass.
Mass is the amount there is of something. Weight is when you put the force of gravity on mass.
The force of gravity. Which force? We put on the scale bending of space-time. What?
Yeah, so it's an apparent force. It's not an actual force, but it's an apparent force. If it acts like a force, then we can treat it like a force, and that's remaining consistent.
What is apparent force?
It acts exactly like a force. Like if I pushed on you and you moved a little bit, I'm applying a force to you. But if you fall down, and you have that's also, we can treat that as a force, because like a certain amount of
I fall
your
down,
mass times like if you're really fat, like
how did it fall down?
I've got it here. Check this out. This statement of pseudo force and apparent force. Do you know what that is? That's a concession of the lack of knowledge of the cause.
Well, we have a theory for the cause. Not that it's a lack of
a theory.
knowledge.
How cute.
Again, that's why I said that is a concession of the lack of knowledge of the cause. Meaning, you can make up any story you like for the cause, and any story would fit. Because, I don't even know if there needs to be a because. Just
any story?
Any story could fit because it's an unknown cause.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't just say like it. What
we
would
observe
make
the
more
effect.
sense?
Listen, we observe the effect.
Yeah.
So the effect is the effect. Stories about the cause, when you can't validate the cause the cause to be basic. Anything could be the cause.
Okay. Like whether it's like particles going between each other or if it's bending a space-time. We don't really know.
Did you say when it acts like a force, you treat it as a force? So, like, if I act like a chicken, are you going to treat me like a chicken and feed me seed? Shit like that? What the hell's wrong with you?
Well, I mean, if you want to role play, I mean, I can.
Well, that's what it is. That's exactly what it is. Role playing, as if something is a certain thing, even when you can't demonstrate one way or the other. That's your gravity, partner.
Yeah, but there's like reasons why they go towards one theory over the other theory.
Yeah, paychecks, threats, whatever. It's not science.
Oh, no? I mean,
yeah.
I don't claim to know exactly the science, but I'm not Einstein. I just know the idea.
Oh, that guy.
Okay, well, anyway, I'm speculating about the paychecks and threats, but what I'm saying is science says one thing and scientists say another thing, and then here's another problem. All the scientists agree on the same shit. That's not science either. So, anyway, go ahead.
Sean, you seems like a chicken now.
I guess I'm a fucking chicken now. So there we go.
I can feel it that you're chicken now.
Yeah. It might as well be, right? You can treat me like a chicken because I'm gonna go bark, bark, bark.
I'll be honest, man. You got me on that point. I believe that you're a chicken. I really believe.
I should have used a different comparison.
Okay.
Yeah, if there's any specific pronouns we can agree upon, so make it a fact or something.
Chickie, and over there.
Chick, chock, and egg layer.
Yeah. Anyway.
Man, I feel like a scientist right now.
Yeah, me too.
You see how absurd it is, Away?
That means if I eat you, I'm not cannibal.
Right, and you're just
acting like one.
I mean, this absurdity. I mean,
I guess it goes both ways, doesn't it?
Like, again, if we both sat down and read through the entire theory, maybe we would, agree with it more because we would understand it better. Right.
Or would it just be like, oh, I get it now how it might work in this hypothetical, at best, situation of a globe Earth?
How about to throw away all theories and to go with the facts?
Well, then there's no Earth curvature, and we're back to square one, which is the only square we need, by the way.
Again, whatever.
I mean, you can't have satellites. You can't have space missiles, dude, without curvature first.
Yeah, but I tell you what, you're never gonna like look into the sky. You're gonna say anytime I reference the stars, you're gonna look the other way.
No, I'm not.
No?
You know what? Every time somebody mentions the stars, I envision them in my head. Especially if I'm looking outside, I look straight up. Mm-hmm. I'm not afraid of the stars at all. I just know that there's a difference between a banana and an apple.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but if you can clearly prove that the Earth is round, it curves if you just look at the freaking stars. Because it wouldn't make sense how you would be rotating if you're in the northern hemisphere and you're looking up. The stars are rotating one direction, your southern hemisphere, and they're rotating in the opposite
do you
direction.
See the error?
Unless you lived on a globe.
You seem like you're smart enough to get it. Do you see the error in looking up to measure what's down?
That's literally why I'm saying that people are afraid of looking up.
It's not afraid. It doesn't. It's like you're trying to describe a banana, but as you do so, you're describing an apple. Okay.
Okay. So, does everybody have like their own stars when they look up, or do people see the same?
No idea, sir. No clue. No clue about that.
We have no clue. Then, if we can't know that, maybe we can't know anything at all.
Right.
No,
we can't. That's not. We're back to that. You and me. I don't want to do that. That's the thing. Okay, I'll join you on this. I'll help you beg that question. The closest we've gotten to knowing, at least that the globe math itself doesn't match reality, is all the measurements and observations we've done and been trying to show you folk for quite some time. Okay? That's good enough guess. How's that sound? And also it's repeatable so far countlessly, endlessly, each time. So that's a thing too. I would say hardly anything other than laws in science do such a thing. Go ahead.
It was April of 2020, for the record.
When?
When you joined.
April of 2020.
Yeah.
April. That's pretty close.
Yeah.
But is it this server in particular?
Yeah, that's the one. I mean,
so remember the first Flat Earth server?
Well, no, this server is older than that though. So this server started in 2018, November of
I thought it got like
September.
locked down. I thought it got like canceled or whatever, and they made a new one.
That's 1.0. This one started in September of 2018, I believe. Let me double check.
Okay.
Because I joined this server about a month after this server was created.
Okay. Well, I think I was on a previous server around. That might just be right, but I feel like I was on a previous server before.
Okay, not 18. My apologies. This server started in 19. I think September or October of 2019 is when this server started.
I was in the server before where it had
the other
same
one,
admins and
1.0.
people. Yeah, the 1.0 server.
I got you.
So somewhere in 2019. Yeah.
Okay.
So and then I moved over, but yeah,
It's fine. I posted a few gravity videos for you. And earlier I posted another set of videos that were also tangentially related to the conversation. Highly recommend Truth is Stranger Than Fiction as a YouTube channel to follow. He's a really good communicator.
But why is it only videos that is like flat Earth videos?
What's that?
Why is it only like flat Earth videos? You know, it's always about disproving the globe, but I like if you go to any, disproving flat Earth videos, then they make decent points too,
Do they? Or do they extrapolate straw men and properly attack straw men?
No, they don't, because they step by step the logic of it follows. Like empirically it follows the logic.
My question was rhetorical, really and truly. I was being rhetorical. That's what they do, is they develop straw men and then attack them.
They develop straw men and attack them. So like if they were trying to use a proof that just by observation with your eyes, not using any math, not using anything, you can figure out that what you're on is a spinning ball, then that's somehow using a straw man. Because you're not like looking at.
So give me an example. Give me an example, a particular example, and I could point out. More than likely, the easiest thing to point out in an example that you'd provide on that front would be the presuppositions. The presuppositions would be the easiest thing to point out.
So the whole spinning star thing is a presupposition of what?
The stars moving in the sky is what's your question?
So looking into the sky and seeing in the northern hemisphere the stars rotate in one direction, and then in the other hemisphere they rotate in the other direction. What's the presupposition for that? When that would prove that the Earth is a globe.
Well, you didn't make any claim.
I claim that like the geometry of the planet that you're on has to be a certain shape.
And there's your claim.
That's my claim. Is it has to be the shape, a certain shape for the
and
stars
that's
to move
not
in
a
that direction.
presupposition. That's not a presupposition. That is an assumption that it has to be that shape.
Well, it couldn't be flat. Let's say it's not a globe, but it definitely can't be flat.
That's your
because it would be impossible. It'd be impossible.
That is your assumption.
Well, no, it would actually be impossible. That's not an assumption.
That is an assumption.
That is an assumption based on the this is an assumption based on the experiences that you have gained in life towards natural law and things that you have observed. but it doesn't mean it's not that it's not possible to have something above you circling or rotating, because just because you don't know all the details of it, right? Does that make sense? You claiming that it's impossible on a flat Earth to have a sky or firmament or a dome or whatever you want to call it rotating above you with stars within it or lights, but you're just basing that claim on the frame or circumstances of you being limited towards the experiences that you had so far in your life. But that doesn't mean that,
even if we were under a dome, even if we were under a dome, it still wouldn't make sense, because the stars for different people at the same time are spinning in different directions.
Because they're looking in a different direction.
It's actually spinning in different. Even if it doesn't matter what direction they're looking at. If they're looking up at the stars, it's literally spinning in a different direction. And if
check this out.
It doesn't make any sense.
Hold on, away. You are aware that the stars move from east to west 100% of the time.
East to west? I mean,
yeah, all the
time.
Well,
whether you think it's the stars moving or you think it's us rotating because we rotate.
Listen. You keep on saying different direction. I'm telling you, east to west all of the time. Do you understand that?
East to west all the time.
Yeah, always.
I have to think about that. Is it me?
Why would it be anything besides that? The sun rises in the east for everyone, sets in the west for everyone. The stars go from east to west in the sky. That's what the things in the sky do. They go from east to west.
Right.
Yeah. What do you mean different direction? It doesn't matter where you are on Earth. It's always east to west. So this whole different direction thing is more of a red herring than it is a straw man.
And now, why it's not possible to be flat?
Well,
maybe why? You know why? I'm thinking because you're thinking that all around it's still that space with the planets and that's rotating. Oh, you only move the Earth sphere, but the heliocentric model it still stayed with the flat Earth. Are you telling that?
I'm trying to think why, if the stars are moving when you're rotating, then how's the camera? God damn it! There was a reason why it did this. I don't remember if it was the camera or if it had to do with.
Question for you: does start rotating or moving?
The point is that it's spinning, right?
Spinning. How do you know they are spinning?
Because if you take a time lapse of the stars, they spin because the Earth is spinning, and they make a circle, rings and circles.
Because with your assumption.
Because I'm not. But if you actually record, that's what you see.
Yeah, and you're assuming the because.
It's just a matter of wanting to know the truth more than anything. I'm sorry. I won't interrupt again, Gospel Bear.
You're good. It's cool.
I just wanted to say it's just an important thing to actually want to know the truth. And once you come to that conclusion, then you'll understand a whole lot more about it.
The problem with you saying that the star traits that you're observing is the cause of the ground that you're standing on rotating as a spinning ball is, simplifying the very model which is being given unto you, because it's not only the Earth supposedly spinning, it's tilted, wobbling, and flying throughout the space in insane speeds, while the space is ever expanding, while the stars still look the same since the establishment of the pyramids or other big monuments acting as a calendar for the sky. So, the inconsistency within that claim itself makes, just all points towards the flat Earth. That nothing changes, and it's always perfectly straight when you do a time lapse and so forth. You're just saying the Earth spins, but it's not the claim in your model is not only that it spins, right? You know that.
Yeah, right. But
okay, it does other things too, but you don't see it, you can't measure it, you can't feel it, you can't observe it. But the claim is that it is doing so, and that's the problem behind it. That's why I can't accept people just say, because the stars are rotating, it means the Earth is spinning. No, man, you need to account for a lot of more stuff that your so-called spherical ball is doing at the same time. So if you account for these things, then the whole star traits above you spinning and indicating that the Earth is spinning is looking very, very weak as a claim. But we simply say, as that it's like a clock that spins above us, and it never changes, and it has certain patterns, and everything revolves around Polaris. So
right, Polaris, yeah. So that was the.
So for me, it makes no sense the claim that we're flying through outer space on a spinning, wobbling, tilted ellipsoid or pear-shaped or whatever it might be sometime. Doing all these motions simultaneously every second right now, supposedly, and nothing changes regarding the stars. Okay, so for me, that's very, very nonsensical. It's almost like a fairy tale.
Yeah, but there has to be an explanation for why in one position it spins one way and the other position it spins another way for at the same time for people. Like
Yes, I told you.
It's not.
You probably also think, why do people see different star patterns on different positions on the plane, right? Like, why? Do you know that there's this weird argument going around that it can't be a plane because you would be able to see the same star pattern, like someone in New York would be able to see the same star pattern as someone in Germany, for example, right? There's this claim going around in the globe community. You know why that is a stupid claim?
Why?
Because you yourself can make a test where you in a small scale, you can go to a big Walmart, for example, really big grocery stores. I think the Americans over there have very big grocery stores. And one of your friends can go to the very back end of the grocery store or storage room or whatever it might be, big hall, and the thing that is right above you, a lamp or something. Trust me, if it's a very big grocery store, your friend in the very back of the mall will not be able to see the very thing that is right above you because of the limitation of your perspective. And it's actually just the same as why I here in Germany can't see the same stars as someone in America right now, because you cannot see infinitely what is above.
It's because you can't see infinitely. That's why you can't see
Yes.
stars, like they're further. That's why.
It's not just it. You've got to realize that those stars are not very far away. First of all, you got to if you want to try and understand our model, then you've got to stop going, okay, yeah, but they're trillions and billions and billions and billions of miles away. When that's not what we see. We don't see that. We see that they're very, very close. And if you look at them with that perspective, if you just give yourself the opportunity to think about what we're saying here, those stars are extremely close, and they're not very, and they're above us. They're spinning. Now, if something's right above you, and then you travel from North America all the way down to Australia, the stars that were above you are now way, way away from you. Like it's like a street, like if you're standing under a street light and you're looking straight up at it, and then you walk a mile away from it. Where's that street light? It's not up in the sky no more. It's like you have to look straight forward to see it. It's not above you anymore.
So the light that traveled all that way to the position you could see on one side of the Earth can't travel the short distance relative to like more to the other side of the Earth for you to see it.
I don't understand
no.
what you're saying.
No,
So
the same
so
way
the
as you
light from
cannot.
the stars, it traveling all its distance to
No.
the Earth, right? And you can see them, but then you
Mhm.
can't see them because they're too dim. Like
That's
when you're
why.
on the other side of the Earth, because it has
It's
to
not
travel
just
the
that.
other
No,
side.
You have your range of view from your
Right.
your position.
What? My range of view, but it's like in the sky. It's just traveling. It wouldn't make a difference if that was the
Like
case.
we cannot see 20, 30 miles with the light with the naked eye, but we can see stars trillions miles away.
Yeah. So what's a couple thousand more miles if it's millions of miles away?
No, I'm saying
it's
20
not.
miles
See,
and
there you go
million
again.
miles.
There you go again. I just tried to tell you that you have to.
It was a
get this
facetious. He
heliocentric
didn't
model
understand.
out of
So we're
out of your
assuming
mind.
that the stars are super close for it to make sense.
Well, you
Yes.
said super, and
How
no,
we can have that? Sorry.
They are
Relatively
close.
closer.
not necessarily. You
Not
see what you
necessarily.
see. You see what. Yeah, you see what you can see from your position. So to say that you could see all things from your current position would contradict what we already established earlier. So, for instance, you don't have a 90-degree angle multiplied by 360 degrees. You have no better than, that 89 point something at the very upper maximum, right? You don't have endless ability to see all things. You should also factor in the Olber's paradox as a concept into understanding the stars. This is a fascinating concept to understand. I think it might relate slightly, but we can only see what we can see from where we're at. It is as simple as that. Now, where those things are and whether or not that could be determined, I would think that based on our land observations, our short and long distance land observations, that the margin of error is much too great to ascertain with any accuracy in a deductive way where those things are. I don't think it is exactly feasible to say exactly where they are.
Not exactly where they are, Gospel, but let me ask you, Gospel, this one question. Now, do you think the stars are more than even 1 million miles away?
Not necessarily.
Yeah, but that's what I'm getting at. So,
but I say not necessarily in that if they were, there would need to be, or not need to be, there would be some reason for that to be the case. There would need to be a reconciliation for their great distance. But I think how we see the stars and their position, for maybe this is an error in reasoning, but I see that as a mutually exclusive thing. And I'm using the analogy of land observations. We have a drastically limited perspective here on the land. Why would you assume, based on the evidence of our limitations of things we can see from land, that we would be able to see the entirety of all of Earth's perspective simultaneously if we don't have all of Earth within our scope of view already? Why would you assume that you could see the entirety of Earth's stars that are viewable from all places on Earth from your local position if you don't have the entirety view of Earth already? Am I making sense?
No. What does the view of all the stars have to do with the entire view of Earth?
Because you're making the claim that if Earth was flat, therefore you would see all the stars. Are you not making that claim?
You probably see like half the stars.
This is okay, but any derivation away from what we see is an assumption that I am disqualifying through the process of reason and logic. Because we can only see what we can see on Earth already, our view is very limited. Our perspective of the percentage of Earth that we see, when we look up, to assume that we could see more than we already see is just, I don't understand. It just doesn't make sense to me. I think what's going on here is the operation or inclusion of assumptions from viewing from a model of a ball and what you assume based on that ball. I think that's what's going on.
No.
Well, that's why you see Polaris on the horizon. When you head south and go below the equator,
yeah,
you go below the equator, and where's Polaris? It's barely on the horizon. It's not in the sky any longer. And then you go further more south, and it drops below the horizon, just like the sun does when it gets further away. It's just because it's gotten further away. That's all.
It drops below the horizon not because you're going around the Earth, but because it's further away. Wouldn't it make sense that you're going around the Earth? That's why it's the position of Polaris is dropping.
Yeah, if it's curvature in reality presented.
I'm just saying, like.
Yeah, on the globe, in the classroom, it's working, but not in reality.
On reality.
Yeah, but man, we are living in reality, not in classroom.
How'd we get back to the fucking stars?
Yeah, I don't know. I thought
it's always the same. We divert from measurements of the ground to the sky. I mean, not we do that, but the globies.
Well, I have a question, mate. When we're coming to stars, maybe someone can answer it. How come I can see Orion, the constellation Orion, in the wintertime in the northern hemisphere, and in the summertime I cannot see it? But I see it every winter.
What is not northern hemisphere?
Right.
Well, I'm just going to say where I live in the United States, for an example, where I'm in the United States. When I walk out of my house every winter, I can see the constellation Orion. Okay. In the summer, I don't see the constellation Orion.
Well, it's easy, bro. It's either the Earth is moving, or the sky up above is moving. What you have to figure out which one it is. There's no better way to put it. So that's your homework, to figure out which one is traversing. Is the sun and the moon and the stars moving above your head, or is the Earth moving around these things? That's all it can come down to.
Right. I understand that, but every day in the winter, constellation comes.
All right. So I've been in North Dakota for 4 years. So I've noticed that during the winter, I'm watching the shadows on my freaking balcony. And during the winter, the sun moves positions. And then in the summer, it's in a different position because of because I noticed the shadows. So in my mind, I'm going with the sun is moving. Nowhere. Yeah. I cannot assume that the Earth is moving because I'm not going to accept what someone told me. I'm going to use my eyes. So my eyes are telling me that shadow's changing position, and the sun is either further this way or further that way. That's the only logical explanation, other than accepting what someone else has said is the reality. I'm not gonna let somebody dictate to my eyes what I see, because I want to believe these guys. They're not doing anything for my life. They're not enhancing my life. They're not paying my bills. I don't appeal to authority just because, like this other guy here that's been in here for 2 hours. That's all he does is appeal to authority. He doesn't want to trust his own senses. So if you trust your senses, you will feel like, well, obviously the sky must be moving. Something's going on up there that I cannot explain, but I see it in everyday life.
Well, I understand that. I'm not.
I think the answer to your question, Iron Horse, is there's a pattern in the sky movement.
Okay.
I think that's the answer to your question.
Well,
you see what you see because there's a pattern to it. There's a cycle to it.
Yeah, there's a cycle to it. I see Orion.
Yep.
In the winter, I see it in the sky, and it moves across the sky during the night. It will move. Does that every night for till sometime around this time of year, and you'll go outside and I'll not see Orion. It doesn't traverse the sky anymore.
Right.
But every winter it comes back.
Yeah, because
so where how is the sky? How is the firmament moving? Is it at different speeds? Does the stars go in and out?
Can I answer?
Go ahead.
Who can know the answer of your question?
Who can know the answer to my question?
Yep.
I don't know. That's just why I ask it.
The one who made it that way would be.
I think that nobody knows what
I can buy that. I
why
can buy
it's
that.
on winter, why it's Orion in winter there. Is that your question?
The question is, why do I see Orion?
It's kind of like this, Iron Horse. Why is it September in the fall and why is it March in the spring? That's kind of what your question is like.
Well, no, I don't think it's that way. I just
I'm not making fun of your question. I'm giving you an analogy. So I'm answering your question with an analogy in that Orion is where it's at because it's demonstrating to you in a calendar-like way what time of the year it is. So it's September or October or whatever in the fall, and it's March in this in the spring. That's because that's what it is.
Well, where is Orion?
It's communicating what it needs to communicate to someone else in a different spot in the world.
Well, is Orion somewhere else on the Earth?
Yeah.
Can someone in the southern hemisphere see Orion in maybe their winter time?
Yeah. So yes, and that's the whole thing about the constellations. They're a calendar that actually work for everyone.
Right. I believe me, I don't see.
So this inverse relationship is actually really important. But go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I see I know that the stars portend the seasons, and I don't think we're on I don't think we're on a spinning ball. I think we are on a plane. But that was just a question that I had because everything that I see, everything that I observe points to a flat Earth. It doesn't point to a round Earth.
Yeah. I wasn't making fun, man. I'm just saying, why when I look at my calendar, does it say September in the fall? Why when I look at my calendar in the spring, does it say March? Why when I look in the sky during this time of the year, do I see this thing? Why when I look in the sky during this time, do I see or not see this thing? That's the analogy I'm drawing, and it's because that thing communicates the thing that it communicates for its purpose of its calendar-related purpose.
It doesn't explain the why, though.
If the firmament
in order for times and seasons to be interpreted via the sky, that's the why.
If the firmament is spinning at a certain pace, it might speed up, it might slow down. Hell, we don't know. But if I see that constellation every night doing its thing, and then it disappears, and something else is in its place, I believe it might be Sagittarius. I think you can see it in the summer sky, where Orion basically is. shouldn't it, if the firmament is just turning at a pace, it should, it seems like it's repeating itself, and then it doesn't repeat itself.
No, they move their position.
They move their position.
Yes,
But they're always moving their position.
There's an analemma of the position. It's the figure 8.
It could be. It could, that might be what it is. It's moving, but it does that every night for 4 months or 5 months, and then it disappears.
Yeah, because it's in a different position.
Yeah, and I'm not seeing it. I'm too far away. It's too far away for me to see. And then there's other stars comes in that position because it's moving in a different. It's moving in the same whatever pattern it's moving. That's how it moves. It just move. Everything moves in a pattern, or everything does. Yeah. That was just a question. I wasn't trying to. That was just something that always puzzled me. If the firmament is moving in a pattern, why do I see it every night and then it disappears? Why is it just? Why don't it just move? Why does it do that every night the same way to a certain date and then it completely disappears in the sky? That constellation. That's the easiest one for me to pick out. And then it's replaced.
Yeah,
I don't.
It's weird. I'd say, and this is my last thing before I go. Why it seems like it'd be kind of narcissistic to think that the sky moves for us instead of us moving through the sky. Right? Why is it that we're the only ones that the sky pertains to? Like the sky works for the Earth instead of the Earth just moving through the sky. Like that just seems narcissistic.
Yeah, and this is a question that you need to answer for yourself. And when you recognize what the really is question, what things really are, when you come to the realization of what really is, you'll figure out that it's not necessarily narcissistic.
So,
that there is a reason for that centrality.
I mean, this whole idea of the dome and all these things. Is it really? It seems centered around you. Do you think that we're super, super important and we're here for a reason and we have this grand purpose?
So away object, it's an incredibly important question you're asking. It's related to the ontological primitive. Okay. Actually, it's directly related, not even tangential. When you discover what really is the case about our reality, I think that answer will become more obvious to you. If you really want to know some of our personal thoughts about that, you may get different answers. Okay, but I would suggest you to, think about what really is the case, and then the answer to that question will become very obvious. I would suggest is.
So what do you think is the case of reality in general? Like what is it that we're living in right now? Whether it's simulation, whether it's some kind of.
Well, the word simulation is very interesting because simulation means that it's a replication of another thing that exists in reality somewhere else.
Yeah.
Right. So it kicks the ball down the road in a way, right? So then you would have to ask the question about the higher orders of levels related to whatever is being simulated, which I would still answer whatever that infinite regret, as long as you're not pursuing an infinite regression fallacy. If there is ultimately an end to the levels, to the top, right? Ultimately, there is a dichotomy between cause and effect, the law of causality, and there is a dichotomy between the ones that are and the ones that were not made to be. or rather, the ones that are made to be, and the ones that weren't made to be.
Made to be. So do you think there's like other flat Earth planets with their spherical suns and moons?
No, I mean, you're conflating two completely different antithetical concepts. So,
but like, if we're here, do you think there's like others?
I do not.
Just like other planets, or do you just claim to not understand or not know, or just claim ignorance?
I don't have any evidence to go off of to assume that anything up in the sky is anything at all like what we live on. I see no evidence to support that anything in the sky is like the thing that we live on. Therefore, I rationally conclude that the thing that we live on was made for us. And all the other conclusions related to that line of reasoning, are fairly personal and typically unrelated to this specific voice chat, purposely avoided for the sake of propriety and seeming peacefulness. I say with a little bit of I don't know, whatever. But no, yeah, I believe we live in a created place by the thing that created all these things.
Understood.
There's a dichotomy.
Right.
They're mutually exclusive. So, would you come to that same conclusion if you realized that there really is a, these sorts of limitations, call them? But the fact of the matter is, even in the heliocentric expanding universe, notice they say expanding.
Yeah.
You can't say infinite and expanding at the same time. You're aware of that?
Yeah, because
in order for something to be determined to be expanding, it has to be doing something up. Yeah, exactly. You got it. So either way, there's finite to it, and it's interesting. The emergent dichotomy of things. It's or dichotomy is an emergent property of reality. Might be another way of putting it. So yeah, I think we're special, man.
If everything is as you describe it, I mean, it'd be with that kind of mindset, I guess I'd probably lean towards more that thought process, I guess, because it wouldn't make sense for it to be other. I don't know. Probably never would, never will. Anyway, it was nice talking. See you later.
Alrighty. I don't
Hey,
even
everybody.
know what that means.
Thank you, man.
Probably never will. I don't even know what he meant by that.
I thought it looked like we actually broke somebody. I think it.
Yeah.
He sounded sad. He sounded sad towards the end, right there.
Man, y'all had some great conversations today. Thank y'all.
Yeah. I agree, Hyder. That seemed to be what was going on. Again, that's what I meant by he's getting really close to earning an intellectually honest role. The whole conversation, he's stubbornly holding on to his belief system, but at the same time, he's not. I don't know. It was as good as you could ask for the most part.
I think he'll do some research. I think he will. I think he'll get it closer.
He's been entertaining this conversation since 2019, so we'll see.
listen, it's hard. It took me. I've just really actually been converted for the last probably 18 months, and it was hard. It was hard to let go of things that you were taught from the time you were able to, able to walk and talk. That's been ingrained in your psyche, and it's tough to let go of that. Most people,
Mm-hmm.
even if they know the truth, even if they know in their heart of hearts that it's the truth, they still will hold on in hopes that everything that they were taught has been a lie, has been wrong. For what reason, none of us know. It's just that's how it is. So it's very difficult. It took me years. The last 18 months has just been a journey.
Hello, everybody.
Lionel.
That's Lionel, man.
What's up, brother?
What's up? In regards with the last question that you guys were talking about, the constellation, changing angles, the sun does exactly the same thing that the stars do. And if it wouldn't be for the sun that changes angle, like we wouldn't have different seasons. Could we say that the stars, the constellations, add some sort of like balance to nature or something? Or they contribute in some sort of balance as the sun does by changing its angle? I don't know if my question is understood. Because you guys were asking like why does the constellations like change angles? I mean, they do exactly the same thing that the sun does, no? And the sun provides some sort of balance. By providing seasons.
What do you mean?
Like the sun provides seasons, right? The sun by changing its angle, by getting in different parts of the year.
Yeah.
And the constellations do exactly the same thing. No, we have different constellations during the year.
Yeah. I'm not sure what to say. I mean, you said it yourself. The sun is what dictates, the real seasons. I think the clock of the stars is something completely different, but it's like there's definitely something to take out from the stars. But I don't think seasons per se is the reason that they also change in position.
Yeah, it would be difficult to prove, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, we can speculate, we can discuss what we are observing, but again, things in the sky, we can never give a definitive answer, except for the sun is actually dictating, seasons because we can observe that is what it is doing, moving from Capricorn to I forgot the other one, but yeah, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but we are always in that tropic of Capricorn and second one. Always in that one, never in other ones. We are never in Tropic of the Fish or Tropic of the Taurus.
We're Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn.
But why always?
I mean, if everything have a center point, let's say Polaris or North Pole or whatever, then they have specific positions, and Capricorn and the other one is just in those locations. That is why we're using those as the terms where the sun is going to and from, you know?
Yeah, but that it's also globe using.
Yeah.
Well, how they can use all the time?
Because they had all this information before the globe was even a thing. They just applied it to the globe and made math fit into it, you know?
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to tell up here. Like the ancient had clocks for everything: days, weeks, months, hours, the year. They had clocks. They knew all these things. This is why sundial works to this day, because they knew stuff. You know, they observed it and made stuff. Technology work with it. You know.
Yeah, but sundial works for certain stuff. Okay, you can't say that it's going to tell you the shape of the Earth. Right?
No. I mean, they made all these things with the premises of a flat realm. You know, that's my point. They didn't need a globe to make these things, but later on, when they decided that there was a globe, they said, okay, why are these things then working? We have to give them a reason, and then they made some math and they put it in the books.
Yeah, and it may be that we are not able to triangulate the sun. It may be that we have different observations.
I mean, I did something. I think. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Like if we're in Iceland, we might see the sun south, and if we're on an equator, it might still be south. It doesn't mean that we can triangulate the sun exactly either. It could be like a projection of light.
I mean, it's hard to do it precisely, but at equinox we would have the best situation to do it. And I tried to do it back in like 18 or 19. And from Denmark to equator, there would be like 6,200 kilometers. And the angle with the sextant was 2832, which gives me like 2,500 kilometers when you put it into trigonometry, into the form, you know. But again, we don't know what the sun is. We don't know if it has a relative position compared to like if it's like a projection. It's not a physical thing, so we can't really take that as facts. You know, we can only say that at this time with these conditions, it might be around that. You know.
Do you guys think that the globe theory was used in some other part in history, like in the past? Has it ever been used before?
I don't think that globe came about until the 15th century, and I think all those teachings about Eratosthenes and math that supports a globe are all fabricated
by many men.
I mean, I guess it depends also how you actually view history, because there is a lot of people who believe in all these humanity resets and stuff like that, who believe we only this civilization as we are living in is only like 200 to 500 years old. And there is also reports back in the 20s or something like that they were actually teaching flat earth stuff in schools. So I don't know how old the globe actually is, but it became a fact after the moon landings.
So that's true. So when were the pyramids built?
I mean, we don't know. I mean, if let's say that there is humanity reset and it has happened a lot of times throughout the year, throughout the timeline. I mean, it could be anything, you know. I mean, it could be anything. I mean, again, I can't give you a definitive answer on stuff like
How
that.
do they reset it? How do they reset humanity?
I mean, if you believe in stuff like a creator with all power, like, I mean, it could be here, it could be something like that. It could also be just the natural clock of the world, because there is a report where people believe that not the entire world has to be reset at once, but if we can communicate, people in the Americas, if they couldn't communicate with people in Europe, for example, and Europe was decimated, how would those people in Americas do it? But the humanity in Europe that was left had to rebuild it all, but they would never intertwine, like knowledge. So it's such a hard question.
If that's the case, do you think that we have the height of technology now, never before achieved, or do you think maybe we had high technology in the past?
I don't know. If it is something like this, I'm pretty sure that the establishment know these kind of things and maybe are preparing with all these like luxurious underground bunkers and stuff like that, so they can come out and still be leaders in the new world,
Like mudfloods will cover the whole earth and it's a reset like that, you mean?
Yeah,
and
but I mean, there was more to it with mudfloods because they're talking about. Go ahead.
That military cities, underground domes that they live in, and then go there and hide, and then the mudfloods come, kill everything. And they come back, and then. Well.
But I mean, there is more to it because it's not just a mudflood. Because how does it arrive? Because there is a lot of things like electrical storms, and there's so many specific theories within the humanity reset theories also. So I mean, it's not a definitive thing, but it's definitely interesting for a thought experiment,
Any kind of a flood, I think, would be completely deadly to the underground domes. You cover the ground with any water or mud, then their vents, their breathing vents, and all that kind of stuff are shut down. There's no way they could survive something like that. So, I mean, I don't know if I buy into that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I would go high.
Survive an underground dome with any kind of a flood or anything like that. That would be a disaster, I think. But
it would have to last a long time. No. Then that's the. Anyway, I mean, if you have a air purifier, you can live underground for a long time without having any your exhaust, your CO2 exiting tubes. You could still purify. Look, all right. So it's a so-called space station. That's what they do. They recycle the air. So technically, I mean, you could do it for as long as you have the ability to. And you can use water to purify air as well. So I mean, there's other ways.
And you can also make like drinking water out of pee and stuff like that. But think about it like this, like the scriptures is saying, as above, as below. Like, so if there's waters above, there is waters below. So something like a disturbance in the electrical magnetic field, blah blah blah, could disturb the waters from below and create these kind of mud floods. So it's not something that comes from above and destroys everything, but actually just puts a lot of water into the earth, so things sink.
Now, so what God Rocker was saying, I heard what he said, but I disagree. I think you could live underground when the whole world is flooded. For probably, I read an article that they were going to be good for like a year, like in this one. There's hundreds of natural chasms and taverns underground with air and water that are distinct to themselves. So, yes, I'm pretty sure you can live through a flood, probably a year or longer.
Yeah, maybe if they had access to some underground cavern that was full of air and breathable air, and they could recycle their air through that, something like that.
The thing, trees and green stuff produce air, right?
Yeah, but very little. You can't. Depends on how many people are in there. Depends on
without sunlight.
You don't have the resources that these people do, man. You don't know what these people have. You can make speculations all you want, but they have these facilities. Why would you build them if you couldn't live there long enough if something happened to the surface? So obviously there's a reason that they did this. So I mean, for you to assume that they're gonna freaking die off, dude, that's crazy talk, man. They spend billions of dollars on this. Billions. That's where all of our money, taxpayer money, goes to these projects, man. I mean,
Yeah, I get you do have a good point there. I'm just saying, that I think it's going to be a tricky situation. That's all. It just has to be. I mean, maybe they do got ways to create more oxygen. And, that's going to be the issue.
Let's say that Phil Jackson's story is true, right? The guy said he lost his fingers fighting aliens. I'm not saying that they were aliens. You never know what the hell he was fighting. But this guy says he was building these things for a long time, So, I mean, this has been going on since the 50s. Can you imagine now? There's all kinds of theories and speculation about how they make these things. But, what are you going to do? You can never really know the truth. So, you just get caught up in the fantasy of it all, because that's all you can really do with it, because there's nowhere to even look into that kind of a subject beyond what they release, what kind of information they release to us anyway. So. It's all super fascinating. I love that kind of stuff, but there's only so much you can know.
This is for God Rockin'. Didn't the Lord promise us that He would not destroy the world with water, with flood again?
Right.
And He gave it. Didn't He promise that?
If you believe in God, if you believe that story,
do you believe that?
Right?
I'm asking.
Of course I do.
Do you believe that?
Of course I do.
Okay, so then I'll give you one even better, right? So before the flood, human beings lived a few hundred years to 1,000 years long, right? They had greater technology than we do currently. Okay, so you can only imagine anything that we find in so-called Antarctica or any other thing they made. So we're just digging up something that God buried. Is all we did. Is all we're doing. So we can never leapfrog these people, because they lived 1,000 years. One guy lived, right? Imagine the brain. He didn't take 1,000 years to become an adult. It's 1,000 years after, 900 years after he became an adult, or whatever the hell it was. But these people are far greater and smarter than we are. Everything was better back then. The trees, the rock, everything, dude. So you can only imagine we're just scratching the surface of knowledge compared to these people.
Exactly. And I would also say that these, the scriptures tell us that the sons of man, or so to say, fallen angels.
Don't get into that. Don't get into the Book of Enoch. We don't do that here. Sorry.
No, I'm not talking about the Book of Enoch. I'm talking about the Bible.
No, the Bible does not say angels slept with human beings. Don't get into that, dude.
I'm not saying that angels slept with human beings. I'm saying that there were angels which were cast out of heaven. And if these angels have a certain type of knowledge, they sure gave that knowledge to a certain type of people. And that's why they had a certain type of technology back then. Why are you already putting words in my mouth?
I can accept that one.
All right, thank you.
You were coupling the two. It seemed like
I don't even accept the Book of Enoch as a book of the Bible.
Thank God. You're cool. You're cool then.
But yeah, anyways, it's there's a lot to our timeline, and there's a lot of things like it's just we can never truly know, because we're the way we are limited, first of all, to our own age, and second of all, that we're just born into an already existing on working system. I mean, everyone in here has been born in a system where you have a certain establishment of technology, which makes it very easy to survive and so forth. We can only dig up things, so to say, like maybe literally and metaphorically, but we can never 100% complete the puzzle to understand what happened there and here and blah 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 and so forth. It's just too much.
All right, so we're gonna warp and bend space time out of the leanings of the conversation. I want to address Daham, that is in the VC. You have been unmuted, Daham. Welcome.
Oh,
Welcome.
Hey, Daham, what is your current level of knowledge? Like, if you were going to rate it on a 1 to 10 scale, 10 being the most, 1 being the least, how much
11.
knowledge would on the heliocentric model would you say you have?
11.
11. Oh, and he left just like that. That's amazing.
That's awesome.
All right. I just
maybe you didn't expect to get put in front of the class that fast.
Well, I was just trying to redirect things as I normally do.
Yeah. I mean, I already said this a few times. It's a good way.
I mean, really and truly, you would expect the religion and spirituality voice chat and the biblical voice chat, and some of the other voice chats to be a lot more active, considering how many people are genuinely interested in those topics. The issue is gravity. Now mass might not attract mass, but camaraderie attracts camaraderie. So there's your gravity. And by default, because this is where the vast majority of the people are, I think that's why, people don't want to be in a
fucking big old bag of food.
I got.
All right, Dad Rockin.
Yep, cheese enchiladas, and they said again I want.
Can somebody? Never mind. I'll send a message to you.
They're not taking anything serious, huh?
No, he was just chatting. He was hot micing. Connected to you. But yeah, I just say that hopefully to encourage folks to be more confident to say, hey, this is a topic that I've been thinking about. I want to talk about it. Every now and then that sort of thing happens. And you go down to a different VC, and then half of the voice chat leaves, right? Well, it's okay to do that every now and then. It'll split off like that, and people get over it. Oh, you just robbed all those people. No, what you did is you preserved the I don't know what the right word for it is, the diplomacy of the voice chat. Something along those lines. Yeah, you could call it integrity.
Yeah.
Civility.
There you go. That's not a bad choice of words by any means. Yep.
And there are a lot of people that have an inclination for the religious topics.
I mean, there is also a lot of ground to cover in that topic.
Dude, I'm fascinated. I could easily find, if I'd see, is there a channel like related with Tartaria or something here?
Sure, you could do Tartaria stuff on chill chat, general conversation, religion and spirituality. One of those three. Technically, Livestream voice or Livestream number 2 is also an open place for that to happen. So it all hinges on whether or not the one of the bots is listening to the live stream or not. If that makes sense.
Livestream 2. Okay.
Yeah, it's the room right below this one.
Mm-hmm. Pretty cool.
Here, the cinema is a great place to go.
Is cinema a metaphor?
No, the chat room cinema.
Oh, okay. I don't know what in the world I didn't think about that. But yeah. People hang out in there. People hang out in
Yeah, I'm not that deep, brother.
Yep, there's a lot of options. Cinema, chill chat. Nice. Well, Space Force. It's good. Good conversation.
Anyway, not to get too much onto the God topic, but it's funny to see the parallel between Globers and people who claim to believe in the Bible, right? Because neither one of them do any research into the material they believe in. They just spout stuff off without actually knowing the material. And that's troubling to me because that's all we ever get is people in here that don't know enough about the subject that they claim to believe in. And that's alarming.
Yeah, some people do. That wouldn't be a fair generalization
I
necessarily.
don't know. Most of them do because they like the Globers, they never know anything about their science. People who claim to believe in the Bible spout off these other books and stuff like that, and then they never reference the Bible. So like, wait a minute, did you get that from the Bible or that's somewhere else? And then they want to get off into all these other scrolls and things and all this crap that human beings come up with. So if you're going to believe in all that stuff, what the Bible tells you specifically, do not trust human beings. Specifically says that, do not trust man. God says, don't trust man. But they turn to man to further their belief instead of the actual book that contains the belief. It's like, I don't understand that logic. Just don't get it. It's like there's only one literature for you to consume when it comes to this particular subject. That's it. It's not 16 others,
What
So,
do you mean? There's one topic only?
well, I'm just saying, like with the Globers, they don't know anything about what they believe. Like even for us, take us for example. We didn't know, and then we went and looked into it to find out what it is we believe in, and what it is we understand. Because we as a Glober, you're not told to look into this subject. You're just told this is how it is. Accept it and move on with your life, right? It's not until you run into the flat earth, that you go back and like, wait a minute, what the hell are they talking about? The earth is flat? And then you just go look into the logic of the globe. Like, wait a minute. You had those questions in your mind, but you just never questioned authority because everyone in your family believed it. Everyone outside of your family believed it. Everyone in your school, anyone you came across, you all accepted this ideology, this belief system. This is how this was the normal for everybody. Until it was challenged, and then you got past the laughter and then actually looked into it, like, wait a minute, what the hell's going on? You know, you had to go back and look. Whereas with the Bible, it's not it's not forced upon you. Well, your parents might, but I'm just saying the word is not forced upon you. If you look at it through the word, it's not forced. You know, anything the the uh, the other side does, they force it upon you. God never forces anything on you. You know, that's you to take up your own cross and bear it,
You have to
and
do your own work, yeah.
yeah. But on the other side, they force it down your throat. You know, say that if you believe in God, that's how Satan works. He just put it's someone knocks you in the door, he's gonna open it for you, and everything. You know, so I mean, that's how that side works. So if you look at the globe, take it for what it is. That's what they did. It forces itself upon you, right, without you even wanting it in your household or in your home or what I'm saying, in your mind. It's forced upon you. Everything that comes from that side is forced upon you. You know, the dark side, you want to call it. Let's just make it simple. You have the light and the dark. You know, the dark side is constantly chasing you and trying to force you to believe in or accept whatever they say is the way.
Yeah, it's like but you know what I find interesting? It's the fact that you can actually like an individual can steal a concept that is true. You know what I mean? Like, for example, even in the flat Earth society, we can also, like, for example,
well, they're called false prophets, right? That's what you're going with. False teachers.
I mean, like, just accept anything, even if it's something true. But if each one of us as individuals have to kind of do the work of finding the context, finding the why, because that's where I am at the moment. I find a lot of things that make a lot of sense, but I have very little concepts that I consider mine.
Like, yeah, I understand, but like for me,
I'm trying not to steal concepts. It's kind of like yeah, everything makes sense, but
I mean, if you look at the way things are now, everywhere they're lying to you. Politics, they lie. When it comes to health system, they lie. When it comes to what you should put in your body, they lie.
Okay. But even if they didn't lie, even if everything was true, you would still have to make the work of making it yours. You know what I mean?
What I'm saying is, they're not like, all right, takes for so if I ever come across someone and and I want to share information with them, I point them to where I received the information. I don't tell them to trust me or believe me and accept what I'm saying. I try and I want them to do it for themselves, because that's what you want to inspire people to seek information and to seek knowledge, not to just accept what everyone else is telling you. And I mean, like you with your parents, when you're growing up, you do it because I say so, right? They don't really give you a reason, but it's usually for your own good. But you're in their household, that's a different scenario. I mean, what else are you gonna do? You're gonna live by yourself? You got to follow the rules. But when it comes to anything else, I mean, you have the ability to seek information on your own. It's all there, but just, like going to church. Most people go to church and they don't even read. They just listen to the pastor. And that's it. And they go home,
Yeah.
And this guy's a millionaire, or, like these TD Jakes. Who's the other guy, the one with the planes and the stadium in New Orleans? What's that guy's name? I can't stand this, that these evangelist guys that just rob people blind, and the people sit there and allow it to happen because they refuse to read for themselves. You know what I'm saying? Joel Osteen, that freaking guy. I can't stand this guy. But he's a billionaire, dude, almost a billionaire off of tithes and offerings and book sellings and stuff like that. So I mean, you have these people out there like that. It's just maddening to see how we as a society, how we're allowed ourselves to just become dumbed down basically, and just become a world of robots, and automatons.
Well, everybody's free, I mean, like, that we wouldn't have freedom if it wouldn't be like people have the option of being either, of you can just simply accept, what other people tell you, or you can, like you said, make your own research and come up to your own conclusions. But I think that, like, there is no way, like you were saying, like, you don't want to force the truth on other people. It's just not possible. Each one of us, each individual can only reach the truth through his own process of conceptualization, if that is a word, conceptualizing. So it takes work, it takes focus, it takes consistency, it takes curiosity, it takes a desire to actually know the truth. And not everybody's willing to do that, and that's cool. It's I consider that we are volitional. We can choose, right, to be conscious or not. You can still live a life. You can still live a life, a normal life. I think that, like, true seekers, if you might call them, like, we're not satisfied with the conclusions that are promoted in the world, and it's always been like that. Yeah, I think we're free beings. We can either choose to, but yeah, the truth, I think it will always be available, in my opinion, one way or the other. And we're pretty lucky, actually. Like, we do have a lot of information available to process.
Well, for now,
fortunately.
dude, we could easily turn into Russia or North Korea. You know what I'm saying? We're headed to that direction. I mean, you gotta know people are paying attention, but that's where we're headed.
All right, Rhinoceros. What is your current? I know you've been here before, maybe even a couple of times. What is your current understanding of this topic? Not the topic that we're speaking about, but the nature of Earth and the surface of Earth.
My current. Are you talking about like what I currently believe?
Well, I'm not really super concerned about beliefs. What are you aware of regarding the surface of Earth? Are you under the impression that there's curvature, or are you under the awareness that the curvature was falsified?
I believe that there is curvature that you can see, not with the naked eye, though.
So are you not aware of the falsification of that curvature, or are you aware of the falsification of that?
I mean, I've heard some of the explanations in here. I think Black Swan is brought up quite a bit.
So it's more so your refusal to acknowledge the falsification?
No, I mean, I refuse to accept that explanation.
The demonstration of the falsification of the claim that it's curving?
When you say demonstration, I mean, all I've seen is like pictures, but the thing is, I've seen other videos by other people that have been able to visibly like observe the curve with a powerful enough camera.
See the curve with a powerful enough camera. You understand that the horizon is not a hard set location?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of factors that go into it, right?
And do you understand that negates the need for curvature?
No, can you explain that to me?
Yeah, absolutely, I can. So the fact that the horizon position changes negates or removes the requirement for curvature to be the necessary cause for the horizon.
Okay, so it's not that the curvature or the curve of the Earth changes distance. It's just that there's other variables that go into it, right?
Yes, and what I mean by that is that in order to explain, oh, look, there's a horizon. Why is there a horizon? In order to answer that question, it is absolutely unnecessary to invoke curvature as a means to explain why horizon exists. Does that make sense?
I think I understand what you're saying. Would it be a reason to invoke curvature if things start disappearing behind the horizon?
Not at all.
Okay, explain that to me.
Because we have the claim that Earth is a certain size with the radius claim. Therefore, when we make short distance observations where curvature absolutely should not play a role whatsoever in obscuring the vision of something getting blocked. So on a lake, on a short distance observation, let's say, I don't know, 200 feet, where never, ever, ever should you get inches of obstruction, okay, over the course of just a couple hundred feet, the obstruction would be fractions of millimeters, okay? So when you make observations that actually show you that obstruction is taking place despite the lack of any curvature on such a short distance, this lends to the rational conclusion that the reason that things are obstructed is not dependent on curvature. Does that make sense?
Yeah. What's it dependent on?
Fantastic question. All the other things.
Okay, so we're talking about like atmospheric lensing, lighting conditions, stuff like that.
Sure. And curvature is unnecessary as a constituent part of those things being a reality.
Okay, I can see that being an explanation, but then you would have to. That would let me try and formulate what I'm trying to say.
Sure.
I guess that kind of observation would need to be consistent, like throughout. Like even though.
So this is the point. Our observation demonstrates horizons of all varieties of lengths at the same elevation of observation. So that literally, again, the rational conclusion is that curvature couldn't possibly be the necessary constituent aspect and is just included, I guess you would say ad hoc, but or rather assumed to exist, and then you point to the explanation as the and curvature by gets included by default or something. The fact of the matter is it doesn't need to be there.
Mm-hmm. I guess well then so I guess since we have cameras now that are pretty powerful, like what's the limit to what we can see? Like what's the distance? Because realistically on a flat plane,
The answer is it depends and it changes all of the time. That's the answer.
Right.
It depends on the conditions, and it changes because of those conditions, which again points to the fact that curvature is mutually exclusive. In fact, when you look into the details, scrutinize everything, you come to the conclusion that actually curvature would make matters a whole lot worse. So when you understand those effects would have to be while doing tremendous things. Curvature just confounds the whole thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not things in life aren't always simple like that we wish.
Yeah,
there's
complex and complicated things in life. I would agree with that statement.
Yeah, and
the issue is there's no need to invoke curvature. That's the point that I'm trying to make.
Yeah. Sorry, let me. I guess like viewing it, trying to view curvature is just like one kind of piece of the pie, right? And
yeah, there's other
we
aspects.
don't know.
Like gas pressure without a container, and there's other.
Is it really a piece of the pie though? Because isn't that from the realm of
I say the curvature or the missing curvature is paramount.
Yeah, this is where they attempt to be nuanced. They think it's clever.
Yeah.
No, I mean, there's no valid justification for ever asserting that there's curvature, so it can't be part of some broader argument until it's proved.
But why does he have a problem with the black swan argument? The drop, the curvature drop.
This is what I was just talking about. When these guys come in and they don't know a damn thing about what they believe.
Whoa, man. Come on. I just came in here to listen. You guys called me out here.
Yeah.
Not
That's
you.
fine. That's fine.
Is that the same guy?
No,
I thought it was somebody.
No, this is actually a different guy from before.
Right. So I'm
He's
not talking
been
about
here
that.
before. This is not a way observer or whatever. This is Rhinoceros. I've talked briefly with Rhinoceros before, and I was literally just having a conversation trying to help expose the illogical and irrational processes that globers go through in order to.
Ryan, can I ask you a question, if you don't mind, Gospel Bear?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, Ryan. This is just a mental exercise here. Do you believe in global warming?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe in anthropogenic climate change?
I have not heard that before. You'll have to give
That
me an
is man-made climate change.
So, here, let me tell you what I do know. I know that the Earth is warming. That is,
Hold on. You're putting the cart before the horse. Do you believe in that global warming? Because it doesn't matter if it is or it isn't. Do you believe that global warming is caused by man?
I don't know. Possibly.
You don't know. Okay. Is global warming incorrect?
Is it incorrect?
Is it not supposed to happen?
Oh, I mean, the Earth does warm. Absolutely. We went through an ice age at some point, and now we're at this certain temperature.
Hold on, y'all.
I believe when people talk about climate change, they're talking about the rate of change in the temperature.
Okay.
Is increasing.
How would they know that the rate is wrong?
How would they know that the rate is wrong? Okay.
How would they know that the rate is wrong?
Yeah. Okay. So there's measurements that have been taken before, right? I mean, people have measured kind of the temperature for hundreds of years now, right? And
accurately, less than about 80 years.
Okay, accurate, sure. But I mean, we can see a significant increase. There's a graph that I've seen before, but after the Industrial Revolution, we can see that global temperature has been.
It's called a graph.
So, hold on, y'all. Hold on. What's it supposed to be?
What is the global temperature supposed to be?
What is the climate supposed to be? They're telling you it's wrong. What's it supposed to be?
They're not telling you it's wrong. They're just telling you.
They are telling. Well, if it's not wrong, well, hold on. If it's wrong, if it's not wrong, then what are we upset about? Do you realize that you just have accepted a contradicting thesis?
No, you keep saying it's wrong, but nobody's saying the temperature is
yes,
wrong.
The climate activists. And
you're complaining about it.
Hold on, y'all. The climate change
I haven't
people.
complained about anything, man.
He's not, y'all. Can y'all not interrupt me? Okay. So, where was I?
You were telling me that the climate activists are telling me that
climate activists, politicians, and all these so-called climate scientists are saying that the climate is not supposed to be this way.
I don't think they're saying that.
They do. They say that's why we have so many hurricanes, and that's why it's especially hot, and that's why it's especially cold.
What
they're saying is wrong.
Let me tell you my understanding. What they're saying is that
your understanding.
Come on, man. Just let me finish this real quick. What they're saying is that global temperature is increasing at has a rate of change that is higher than what we have previously seen before, and if it continues,
hold on. See, that confuses me.
It's Greta.
Why are they saying that's wrong?
Is this a moral question?
No. Why are they saying that's wrong? I literally mean incorrect. Show me the perfect optimum world that they're measuring from.
I think I see what you're getting
in order to know that something has deviated like more than it should, you'd have to know what it's supposed to be, which is impossible.
You're talking in absolutes. I mean, there's not a temperature the Earth is supposed to be. We know what the temperature was before,
So you're saying we're part of a dynamic system that has an infinite amount of variables, and you could never predict exactly what it's supposed to be.
Say
Right?
that one more time, I'm sorry.
We live in a dynamic system with pretty much infinite variables, and you will never be able to predict exactly what it's supposed to be. Right?
Oh, sure. So
Okay.
can
So
I
the
preface
whole thing,
this
so
by
none of
saying?
it's
Can I
science. None of
preface
it's
really
science. It's
quickly?
all garbage.
Let me preface really quickly. I'm not like a climate doomsdayer. Like I don't
Why
think
do you
that.
bring it up?
Oh no,
This
no,
is
no,
a flat earth
no,
server.
guys!
I
I
didn't
brought it
bring it
up,
up, dude.
guys. I brought it
Meme
up.
brought
Y'all
it up.
let me have my conversation. Last warning.
You may have your conversation.
Okay. Okay. So I actually, it doesn't matter if you're a climate doomsdayer or not. Like, the whole point is they don't have anything that they're measuring from. In order to measure a deviation, you have to have what? You have to have a straight line, right?
You have to have data points from earlier points.
Okay. Do they have a data point of now what it should have been?
You keep saying should have been, man. I don't.
Should have been, yes, because the contention is that it is wrong how it is, that it's incorrect, that we've done something, but they can't tell us how they know that.
Oh,
They can tell us, hey, look,
Oh,
look,
okay. Hold
the environment's changed. Well, how the hell do they know that it's not doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing, and that trying to interfere with it is what's going to mess everything up?
I see what
How
you're
do they
saying.
know that?
So you're saying if, like, say, if we hadn't like put a bunch of carbon into the atmosphere, then the temperature might just be doing this anyways. It may have nothing to do with what we've done on Earth.
Well, we already know it doesn't have anything to do with carbon, because wherever the temperature spikes come 2 or 3 years before carbon increase. The carbon increase is actually driven by temperature change. It's not the other way around. Go zoom in on the chart and see which comes first. Heat comes first, then carbon increase. Because when the temperature rises, what's the highest carbon producer in the world? Evaporating water from the ocean. Yes, the oceans are the highest, because the more heat you have, the more evaporating water, the more rain, the more grass grows. Yes.
Sorry, I'm trying to think of all
Heat drives carbon increase. It's not the other way around. If you zoom in on all the charts.
So if I'm correct, I don't think water has carbon in it, right?
No, it's the change process. It releases carbon.
Water does?
Not water, grass. Grass is what I'm talking about.
So
Hold on
you
a
said
second.
evaporating water.
Hold on a minute.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute.
You're not following the logical progression that he was describing.
I'm sorry, man. I'm trying my best here. We're talking about things I don't really talk
Yeah,
about.
but see, that's the thing, bro. I mean, that's why I say when people come in here, you don't know enough about the subject matter you believe in, and so that's a problem. Because then when we tell you stuff, you don't want to believe us because you don't even know. So I mean, you don't see how. Do you see the disconnect here? Where we know more about what you believe in, and on top, we know a lot about what we believe in as well. Or, well, I wouldn't say believe, but we have facts to support what we believe in, right?
Hold on.
What
So
facts do
anyway,
you have?
right. So anyway, what I'm saying is you can collect a bunch of data, right? And no one is complaining that they are not great at collecting data. You'd agree with that, right?
I feel like that's a really general statement. I don't know.
No, it is.
obviously
They're very
cases
good at
that
collecting data. I mean, they have data gathering centers everywhere. They have all sorts of equipment stacked all over the world to record temperature, air pressure, all this other stuff, right? They're good at collecting data. But your ability to collect data does not inform you of what it should be unless you already think it's wrong.
Okay, I think I see where you're going at. But like,
Right.
can we agree on the fact that the global temperature is warming?
But it doesn't matter if it's warming. It's supposed to. I could just say it's supposed to. Don't worry about it. There's nothing you can do about it.
Okay, that's not what I just asked if you agreed with that.
I kind of agree with it, but the problem is it's warmed so little that it may just be that we've increased our ability to measure in more places because we have increased the amount of measuring equipment we have in the past 90 years.
Yeah, and that's not even, dude. That's just local. You don't even understand what you're talking about. See, if the Earth is warm, I would feel it here in North Dakota. Oh, it's warmer than it's ever been. No, we just had one of the freaking most frigid winters ever, right?
Yeah, and look.
So I mean,
I realize you're looking at what's called
local.
You're also looking at what's called the hockey stick, right? With that chart where all the temperatures go way up, right?
Sure.
Okay, well, it's a hockey stick chart because you have these average temperatures and they spike up. Well, if you zoom way out, it looks like the rest of history.
So I think I agree. I don't know.
It's up and down rapidly. It's up and down rapidly all through history.
Let me finish real quick. I don't know enough about what the global temperature has been like through history, like thousands and millions of years ago. I don't know that.
So maybe you should look into that. You should look into it then. Obviously, right? If you claim to know what the hell you're talking about, then you should know about that stuff.
Guys, I never said that. He brought this up, man.
I brought up.
I think we should stop saying global.
No, here's the thing.
I feel like you guys are attacking me with stuff, you're kind of putting.
All I'm doing. No. All I'm doing is trying to show you that there are things that you believe that have clear contradictions that you're not actually assured of. Like if somebody held a gun to your head and it was going to cost you your life if you were going to be wrong, would you have that kind of confidence in saying, yes, global warming is 100% true?
I would have 100% confidence in saying that the global temperature is going up.
Did you see the stuff I posted in the chat?
You didn't listen to anything he said. You didn't listen to anything he said.
Guys, what I'm saying is it doesn't matter if the temperature shows it's warming. It doesn't matter. When I say global warming, I'm talking about man-made climate change, as in it's not supposed to.
I told you from the beginning, man, I don't know about man-made climate change. The only thing that's
the only thing that matters, because global warming has happened and global cooling has happened.
Yeah, I
so
agree.
Who cares
It's
if
irrelevant.
that's happened?
Yeah,
it's irrelevant. Is it doing something that it wasn't supposed to do? That's the question. And would you be able to answer that with 100% confidence if your life depended on it? That's a no.
Like you're trying to
That's
put
a no.
Words, you're trying to put words in my mouth.
Because when it comes down, I'll tell you why. Because when it comes down to what you actually know, everybody loses their confidence in it because we've been taught for a very long time in the West that belief is knowledge.
I will tell you what I absolutely know. What I absolutely know is that the global temperature has risen over the past close to 50 years.
By point.
And you're still not
hold
listening to what he said.
Hold on. Even then, that's by 0.01 degrees. So I'm going to say that's not being measured.
Per year?
No, that's the entire total is like
Overall?
0.01. Yeah, overall.
What I'm looking at is a 2-degree change.
Okay, you were reading some kind of apocalyptic Google search, first Google response, right?
Well, I'm on climate.gov.
Oh my God!
Just close that out. Oh, are you telling me that climate.gov, who gets funding to prove the worst case scenario for climate change, is telling you the worst case scenario for climate change because their grant money depends on it? Is that who you're asking?
And they have you repeating that that is absolute fact. They have you repeating that.
Let's let them digest it.
This is why sometimes it's kind of hard to have a conversation with you guys because no matter
I agree with you. It's hard because people are barking at you. People are barking at you. I know.
Yeah, a little bit, but also any evidence or thing I give to you.
Okay,
guys.
what evidence? What evidence? Hold on, y'all. What evidence is climate.gov giving you? They're saying they have temperature reading stations or what?
What the graph I'm looking at is temperature observed, and so they
temperature
have projections. But I'm not looking at the projections.
Okay.
I'm simply looking at what was observed. Now, if you want to go and you want to tell me that they're faking this, that they're
no. I want you to look at. I'm sure somewhere in there they have a link to methodology, right? Like how they collect this data, right?
I can try and find it, man. But
Okay,
like
because there's
you
these
said,
things called weather stations. There's one a few miles from me, and it's out in the country somewhere. But the vast majority of them, do you know where they are?
where?
They're in cities.
Okay.
Is concrete warmer or colder than grass?
Uh, again, that's
Easy question.
It's
that's a very
about
hard.
40,
I mean,
40 degrees hotter than grass.
okay.
Okay,
I get that.
so they don't
Concrete
have
can retain
hold on,
heat
they don't have a valid methodology, which means they're wrong. Period. End of story. Their methodology is thrown by the fact that they do not have any of this, or the majority of this equipment is not in a natural state. It's measuring in cities.
Yeah, maybe the Earth is cooling, and they're cherry picking results that fit their narrative of global warming.
Okay.
Or it might not be just that. It might be that they're just dumb
That's what I'm
state-funded
saying.
scientists.
He's speaking. I don't even know is this one of the other pieces of the pie that he was talking about, or what's
No,
going
this
on
is
here?
me. I brought this up. How many times have we said that I brought this up?
I understand you brought it up, and then he said, "Well, this is what I know for fact." That's what I'm responding to. I mean, does he now
don't be so
realize that
angry.
he's clueless?
Don't be so angry, though. Don't be so
I'm
angry.
not angry. I'm not angry.
All right. Well, just
I'm happy.
chill.
I'm having a look. Okay, I'm chilling out, bro.
Old Haas always sounds that way.
Okay,
Yeah.
try and sound it and whisper.
What do you want me to sound like?
Act like you're talking to a
I'm chill,
4-year-old.
bro. Maybe they're cherry picking higher temperatures, dude, and the Earth's actually cooling, bro. You ever think of that, dude?
I keep trying to chill out, but then the Earth
voice.
keeps warming me back up.
Yeah, less power projection of the voice is what I mean. Like practice some ASMR speaking. Like,
oh God, no, thank you. Okay,
like you're
go on.
whispering, like you're whispering
Can
into
we
your
can we
lover's
let him
pillow.
talk about some of these other pieces of the pie that he was wanting to bring up?
No, I'm fine. I'm not in a rush. Are we going somewhere?
No, him. I'm not saying you're interrupting. I'm saying him. Can he bring
I'm
up some of these
saying
other pieces of the
I'm not
pie?
in a rush. I'm not in a rush. We can go slowly.
Cool.
guys. I just kind of wanted to come in here and listen, man. I feel like I always get like roped in, dude. When I'm just here to listen. You're right. I don't know shit. That's why I'm here. I'm just trying to listen, dude.
Keep feeding us
but
more
you don't
rhino
even have
pie.
to, bro. So here's the thing, dude. Like, we don't come in here to listen to find out. We go do our own research, man. We come in here to talk, But if we want to know something, dude, we go look into it, Or we ask somebody, you know what I'm saying? But like, it's like, dude, you're not even. It's like you say you're in here to listen, but what do you want to know? I mean, bro. I mean, what's listening gonna do for you if you don't do anything about it? If you don't do your own research, man, go look into stuff, bro. Don't just take our word for crap. Go prove us wrong or prove us right. I mean,
You
dude,
guys like want me to
seriously.
leave? Like, what do you want me to do?
No, I want you to.
Ryan.
I want you to do your own research, bro. That's what I want you to do. I want you
Ryan,
to show some initiative. That's what I want.
Do you understand that there are proportions that the Earth has to have in order to be a ball?
Yes.
Okay. So you do realize that we shouldn't be able to see beyond a certain point when we're standing, like, on the beach.
Yes.
So you must realize that we have a lot of evidence that is just observed reality of things far beyond that point, right?
Well, I'll have to do what that other guy said and go do my own evidence because I can't trust.
Just find out what you do. You have I agree with you. You have a mathematical model that tells you what the math should be. Go out in reality and test that. Don't argue with us about it. You can go test it for yourself. And let me tell you something. If you
I
find,
wasn't trying to argue about it. I was just.
oh no, I say argue in a good way. I don't mean that in a bad way. Because for me, an argument is a discussion.
Dude, your wife must love you.
Who says I argue with my wife? Have you ever known a woman to be wrong?
Absolutely not. That's a good.
Then why would you argue with them? So anyway, go to a lake. Go to something that's nice and wide, a few miles. Go do your own test.
So have
And if you, yeah, I've done this. I did this on beach. I did this on in North Carolina.
Can I see your results?
My results, they are posted 5 years ago. I'd have to go dig them up.
I would love to, because I mean, I feel like any
Yeah, what
kind
it
of
is there's a beach. There's a beach that is 23 miles. It's a crescent beach. It's Myrtle Beach, but it's 23 miles long. But it's crescent shaped, so you can stand at one end of it, which is the end our condo was at, and you can actually see the hotels. You zoom all the way in, you can see the hotels at the other end of the beach, all of them, even the short ones.
Okay. And you shouldn't be able to.
No, they should be. The top of them should be under hundreds of feet of curvature.
How are you measure, or what do you use to like?
Well, you
measure
know the
what
distance.
distance
You
should be
hold
able to
on.
see?
You know the distance, right?
Off the radius of the Earth.
No, you know the distance between you and the hotel because you can open
Oh.
up your maps program and you can get your exact location, right? So you know your measurement from it, and you can just look at the get the report for the building. It says the building is 138 foot high.
Well, you're going off a measurement from Google Maps or Google Earth, because isn't that like a globe model?
No, that's completely flat. I've never seen my maps as a globe. All it does is measure. All it does is measure distance.
Well, wouldn't you want to go out and measure the distance yourself? Like, what if the thing on Google?
So you want me to get a wheel and walk that? We have towers. We have something called GPS, right?
Right.
Right. You know how GPS works?
I have a general idea, I think.
Tell me how you think GPS works.
Oh man, dude, I'd rather not.
Don't say satellite because you'll be wrong instantly because that's not how your GPS works. Your GPS works off of something called trilateration. It's called carrier signal because the carriers are attached to about 10 million towers. Your phone is not connecting to a satellite in space. It's connecting to a tower. You knew that, right?
Cell phone
Yeah,
towers?
that's why when you're not in range, yeah, that's why when
I
you're
believe
not,
those exist.
yeah, they do. They very much do exist. And they're all hardwired together. They are the network. When you talk about the network, that's the network. The network of towers. It's literally plain English, network. And they have carriers all over the towers, and those all get your GPS location.
Yeah, it's
that's how they
triangulation.
pinpoint it's triangulation, trilateration.
Okay, well.
Yeah, because they use a two-dimensional projection of it, so they trilaterate your position. It's extremely accurate within like 6 to 7 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, GPS, ground positioning system.
Yeah, so you can get your exact position from a hotel to where you're standing.
Okay.
And it is within about 12-foot accuracy if you think that both are 6 foot out, right?
Okay.
Okay, so if something's 23 miles away, it should be under a few hundred feet. It's only 138 foot tall. That's it, right?
Sure.
It shouldn't be there, right?
I don't know. I haven't done this myself, so.
Okay, so what you have to do is you need to go find out what the drop rate is of the curvature of the Earth. You need to go find this out because we don't want to tell it to you. Because then it's just us, proselytizing and evangelizing, and I hate doing that.
All right.
But that's what I would encourage you to do. Go find out the math of your model and go out to reality and test it. Test the math of the model.
It's about breaking the cycle of taking people's word for it and seeing for yourself. Does that make sense?
Wagwan, Sleepy Joe?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one thing that might be good for you guys is to actually figure out more about your model. And I understand
We don't have
you
a
guys
model.
don't even have one. Exactly.
No, models are instantly fallacious. If you have a model, you are instantly making assumptions and instantly cutting off avenues of investigation.
Then
Because the
why would
moment
I
you put
go?
something,
Why would I
because
go
you're
figure out things
testing a
about
model.
my model when you
Because
guys
your
think
model,
models are
I'll tell you
fallacious
why.
anyway?
I'll tell you why. Because you believe in a fallacious model. So we want you to go learn about your model and then take that and test it against reality, and you will find why you should not believe in models. That's why.
Anything or just Earth? So no model
Well,
is okay.
anything. No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't believe in a model. You should only believe in data.
You believe in
In
like
facts.
simulations of things? Do you believe in
Can I just link this for you quickly? You're getting stuck at the model concept stage. What happens is that people say this is the model of reality, and then they start doing tests on their model. And if it works in their model, they assert it must occur in reality. That's why a model is fallacious, because it's used in place of the actual Earth. So once you have a model, you proceed to demonstration or testing in the model through mathematics and not through actual demonstration in real world. It's why he was claiming that we don't have a model, because we're actually going into the real world and doing our demonstrations and our tests in the real world, not on a model.
Right.
So I use models for what I do for work. I'm a computer engineer, and we use something called SPICE modeling, and it models electric circuits. And so
and then you build them.
Right. But the model is
And they've been tested.
Is consistent.
Okay. That doesn't mean anything, but you know that one.
What do you mean that doesn't mean anything? You just told me all models are fallacious.
No. I'm talking about theoretical models. We're talking about like astrophysics. We're not talking about modeling something in the practical real world where money is on the line.
Yeah, well, you're
In
saying
that case, everything has to work. See, in your industry, you're responsible to a market. So what you do has to be real. Astrophysicists don't have to tell you anything real. They can just make a mathematical model of everything, tell you this fairy tale, and they're not responsible to a market. What they're saying could be 1,000% off. Could be completely and totally wrong, and it wouldn't matter because it's just a story in the end.
Well,
when it comes to lives are on the line or money is on the line, things have to be right.
Sure.
And plus, they're not giving you theoretical models.
And even in electrical models like you described, there's still losses, path losses, and tolerances or variances in the final amounts. So the difference sort of between kVA, kilovolt amp, versus kilowatt. Kilovolt amp is the theoretical. You times the volts by the amps, and you get what the kVA should be. But in real world, you're talking kilowatts, because that factors in all the losses. And that's what you actually pull at the end of the day is the kilowatt hour. So
Porsche one year decided to engineer a beautiful motor, a perfect motor, and they put the spark plugs down on the bottom side. And when they put the car together, they realized you couldn't change the spark plugs unless you took the whole motor out. So modeling something doesn't always result in happiness either, does it? Sometimes it's wrong.
Your results at the end for a practical thing, your simulation results are only as good as your model. I mean,
right.
That's always been true. And so,
but see, ultimately, you're designing something in your mind as a model and then building it, right? Ultimately, that's what you're doing.
And based on real world feedback as well, because you're going to take your model and your simulation, test it against reality. If it's not correct, you're going to fine tune your model so that your model starts more closely approximating reality. So you have to still have that base in reality to test your model against, to ensure that the model is tending towards accuracy.
I agree.
Now, what we found is that the globe model has had no basis in reality and has not tended towards being accurate. In fact, anyone who goes down to a large body of water can disprove it in an afternoon.
Okay.
And it's a natural reaction of yours was, okay, so if this model that I believe is wrong, then what's the replacement for my wrong belief?
Right. There is no replacement.
It kind of, that's what got us into the mess, is just believing the next guy.
Yeah.
So this guy said this, then this one said, nah, and he gave you a new story. And we all agreed with the new story without any demonstration.
Right. And
What
I'm
we're
happy.
now doing is demonstrating.
I'm happy now just having no story, because with no story, you have a clean slate for learning new things.
Well, what are you doing to learn new things? You don't really like listen to other people. Like you
Well,
never
let's
take other
see.
people's
Let's
words
see.
for it.
Right now, my journey is I know who not to listen to. I know not to listen to astrophysicists. They don't know anything. Right?
When will that progress
So
onto
when
understanding
will that
your
progress?
reality?
I have no idea. But are you asking me to make a predictive model of when progress will happen with my knowledge?
No, I was
Yeah, that's
only
what you're
asking.
doing.
I was
When
only
will that
asking
happen?
when.
Well, I can make
Yeah.
a chart. And if we see the increase of knowledge here, we can project that by 2045, we'll have 400% more knowledge. Is that what you want me to do?
Man, I'm not saying that. You keep putting words
Sounds
in my
like it.
mouth, my friend.
Well, you said, you asked me for like a projected progress report. When do you expect to know more?
I'd like that with 3 decimal places, please, meme.
Not
Yeah.
what you will know, but what you will do to try and figure
What I
something
will do, I'll tell you what I've done. I've done long distance tests, and I've talked to a bunch of other people who've done long distance tests, and we're putting all of our data together right now. And that's what we've been doing, because we're at the very beginning of trying to understand the world and the universe around us. We don't know what it is. We only know everything they've said is wrong. Most everything they've said is wrong.
You're all right, man. Sounds
But
good.
you can't start from a place of knowledge and gain knowledge. You have to wipe the slate clean.
That's the crux.
Yes.
For you to learn anything, you need to almost assume that you know nothing and go into the topic really as a blank slate. That
Like a caveman.
You can only build from the foundation if you know the foundation is solid. So you go right back to step 1 and you check for demonstrations of every point, because what happens with the globe belief is that we believe there's gravity. Gravity pulls things into spheres. Therefore, now that's 2 beliefs. We believe in gravity. We believe gravity pulls things into spheres. But now we're going to go forward and assert what happens in the whole universe based on these 2 assumptions that have never been demonstrated. So you go look for mass attracting mass, never been demonstrated. Go look for mass pulling into sphere, never been demonstrated.
Right. Ryan, do you know what reification is?
No.
Reification is where you reify something, like an idea, and you make it the assumed reality, right? And so you operate all your assumptions through the reality that you have assumed. I'll give you an example of this. We have an assumption about the nature of the progress of civilization, right? We start in caves, we end up in buildings, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, if you go watch debates, you will find that that kind of thinking has actually destroyed the ability of archaeologists to know anything. They literally don't know anything. They're changing everything they say every 5 months.
Archaeologists are changing.
Yes, archaeologists are some of the dumbest creatures on this earth.
Okay.
They are.
A simple point on that would be that they often describe that the earth is sedimented in layers, and those layers are millimeters thick, and 1 millimeter can take 1 million years to deposit. And then you go and look at an area that's just encountered a landslide. And after a landslide, more than 2 meters of soil is deposited in a matter of days.
And it's sorted out into layers.
But the narrative is that 1 millimeter takes 1 million years. So if I count 10 millimeters in this layer, it means that's 10 million years. And everyone shakes their head or nods their head up and down in agreement. Yes, that layer is 10 million years old.
Yep.
And then I'll show you another layer twice
You know
as
what
thick,
boggles my mind about that?
deposited
You know what
in a day.
boggles my mind about that is that that was all developed in the 19th century by weird spiritualists. And they still believe it today. And you know what's funny is they don't even believe that today, but they use it as the referential foundation on what they're basing everything off. They just don't talk about it. Let's not talk about the 19th century whack jobs who said guys pushed 80-ton stones. Let's not talk about that. Let's just say it was done. We'll be like George Lucas and just show it working, and people will believe it. That's another one. Egyptology. The stupidest people are in Egyptology. Completely invented by white Westerners in the 19th century to tourist trap other white Westerners. And they're still going off of it. Ali Hawass. Idiots. And it's because they're stuck in a model. They're stuck in a model of what they think. They're not willing to think outside of that. And anyone who does think outside of it, they brand them a heretic. Oh, you think outside what we think about civilization? You're a heretic. You're not allowed in the industry. Just how it is.
Well, what they do is they find a little bit of remains, like archaeological, like artifacts or whatever, and then they rebuild it the way they think that it was. And then they say, look what I discovered.
Right.
And then they make a name for themselves. And then they have to maintain that and work on that and keep rebuilding and adding to it, making it bigger, making it look like what they think it looked like. They have no idea. They're just putting it together the way they want it to look like, along with the narrative that everybody else uses.
Nobody knows what their great-grandfather's favorite color was, but they knew exactly what these people that they have no comprehension about, that they just found stones of. They know their entire daily life.
Right.
Yeah, archaeology is a joke. It's a joke. It's a big, fat joke.
And everything was a ceremony. Like there's a massive temple built. It was built for a ceremony. Here's this giant ring stone wall that was erected over 30 years, was built for a ceremony of the sun. And here's this little thing, there's a ceremony of the moon. It's like they have no freaking idea, but they just assert ceremonial purposes, and usually ceremonial or sacrificial purposes.
There's
one pretty much write everything off.
Particular example. There's one particular example that I love. And archaeologists found this ball that had like all these little knobs all over it. And they said, well, this was a ceremonial device. This was part of a religious practice. It had to be. It's so weird. Yeah, but what it was a seamstress or what do they call the yarners? People who like do yarn. A threader? I don't know what they're called. But they looked at it and they're like,
Weaver.
Oh, a weaver. Yeah, the weavers. And that's what it was for. It was a weaving thing. You can wrap your stuff on it and it gives you a pattern. That's all it was. But the problem is archaeologists are uneducated.
That's also ceremonial.
Twats. Yeah.
That's the ceremonial weavers.
Uneducated twats. They've never had real jobs. They don't know how things work. They don't know what tools are for. They think you should use a hammer in the stone, like digging. That's how stupid they are. They are all just the most massive retards. I have no respect for any of them because they all think inside of this stupid box. They think they know everything. They've never done anything, but they think they know what these ancient people who have been dead thousands of years, they know what they were thinking. Oh no, these aren't giant pieces of infrastructure, which that's what those big giant buildings were. That's their leftover infrastructure from a completely vanished and extinct civilization. And they're like, no, it must have been a temple to the moon. Well, how did these people who are just tribal morons, who are hunter-gatherers, how did they build the pyramids in South America? How? Hunter-gatherers? You would need so many people and so much. You'd need an entire food industry, an entire industry of agriculture to be able to do that. But what do modern archaeologists said? Oh, they were hunter-gatherers and they were bored. That was their answer, by the way. Their big answer was they were bored.
Yeah. And they'll assert that there was like 1,000 people in the village, and then they would put something like that in place, or maybe 10,000 people max. When you actually run the numbers, you'd see what the workforce would be needed, how many people would be needing to do agriculture to feed that workforce and themselves, and supply water and everything else to that working force continuously for the next 20 years.
Somebody did those numbers. Somebody did those
it's
numbers,
astronomical.
and in South
Yeah.
America, it was like you'd need a population of 3 million just doing the agriculture for
Yeah,
those
that's what I heard.
infrastructure projects to happen. 3 million, and have an actual regulated agricultural industry. You'd have to have at least 17th or 18th century technology and culture place to be able to handle that kind of food bearing. That's what I hate about archaeologists. There's a great debate. I hate Joe Rogan, but on one of his podcasts, there was Graham Hancock versus Michael Shermer. And that is one of the and Michael Shermer looks like an absolute lunatic. In his claim,
They all come from a position that there is no way that the ancients had more knowledge than they do.
It's because their model of civilization.
That's their model. That's their model. That there's no way the ancients had any more knowledge, had much less knowledge than they do. So that's why they go for that position.
Right. They're uniformitarians in that the line of progress is the line of progress, and they apply the line of progress starting from inferior to superior, and they just take that and apply it to everything. And it's because they're morons.
They're religiously devoted to evolution.
Yes, they're religiously devoted, and not just evolution, but like social Darwinism too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like there's inferior classes of people and superior classes of people, and we started as inferior with big wide noses in Africa. Now we've become superior. It all goes back to the same crap.
Well, Hollywood tells me that archaeologists are awesome, like Lara Croft and Indiana Jones. So what are you on about?
Indiana
Those
Jones.
Are the only awesome archaeologists. The ones
Lara
in fiction.
Croft is awesome, man.
And Lara Croft, have you ever seen those Tiggle anime biddies?
It's the only reason I played that game, dude.
I'm not going to say I have all those games, but I have all those games. Except the new one. That one sucked.
Do you think there's relics, meme? Do you think that there's mysterious relics that possess supernatural abilities?
No, I think we're essentially we just find junk. We for all we know, we could be digging around in landfills, ancient landfills. I mean, why not?
Have any of you guys seen the new museum they have there in Egypt? It's full of all these pristine artifacts. They're just like they were just made yesterday, and they were, and they're trying to say they found them, and they're making them one after another, putting them in this museum, saying they found them, and it's so obviously it's ridiculous. I mean,
it makes you wonder how many tombs are there in the Valley of the Kings?
Yeah, exactly. Why?
At some point, the jig is going to be up.
So many. How do they keep finding so many pristine artifacts and these big tall statues and all these beautiful, beautiful things that are all been restored? What's happened is they just made them from scratch and made them new, and it's trying to say they found them and refurbished them. That's not the case. They spend their whole time making a new artifact and then putting it in the museum, saying, "Look what I found." That's not even close to the truth.
Well, I mean, it's like every time if you would go to the Cairo Museum and you were, a professor or something, and you go down to the basement, why are you having so many workers working on stuff? What is there to work on? They're artifacts. You don't restore them, do you?
They're making brand new ones.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I don't think that has like any greater thing than the Egyptologists are scammers. They're just big scam artists for a tourist industry. That's all that is to me.
Yeah, it's all just to bring tourism in. You're right, exactly.
And that is what it was for in the 19th century when all the white Westerners, a couple of them got there and they were like, "Hey, let's just load this chamber up with this king stuff and they had no idea what any of it meant. And that is actually the find, which is the basis for modern Egyptology.
Yep.
It was basic. It was they in one of the
Which
king's
is now
rooms. It was they just stacked stuff in there like it was a broom closet.
It's controlled suppression of information.
Yeah.
So they're now the gatekeepers of whatever's discovered.
Yeah.
Has to slot into the narrative, or it needs to be hidden.
Well,
because
the problem
we can have
is
no conflicting messages.
the gatekeepers are true believers themselves, because so many generations have passed since the scammers started that they're just gatekeeping their little, MLM cult or whatever it is. It would be like being born into a multi-level marketing scheme.
Yeah,
and being taught
but
that
it's
it was
nationalized.
true, right? Then being taught that it was true, and then you grow up in that, and then you go get government funding, and then you completely believe it. So of course you're going to ignore all the evidence that you're just in an MLM cult.
Those Egyptologists and the whole culture in Egypt there is all nationalized. It's like a national asset.
It is.
So they control everything from a governmental level, kind of like how NASA is the arm of the United States. It's like the Egyptologists are like the arm of the Egyptian government, controlling the message and making sure tourism is constant.
I was going to say Egypt makes sure that is its mainstay is tourism.
And
That's all it is.
If you don't believe what I said, go online and look at this museum and take a tour and look at all these artifacts that are on display in there.
No, I've seen it. I don't look at that stuff because I actually get heated. I get mad when I see anything about Egyptology. I actually physically get mad.
Yeah, me too. I'm just saying, for people that haven't seen it, go take a look at it, and then you'll see what we're talking about. This stuff is obviously just brand new, just made. How could it be in that good a condition and so perfect and displayed in this museum? It's like this big room and of just pristine statues and artifacts that just look like they were made yesterday, because they were.
Yeah, well, it's like this. They say the Amazon rainforest has been in its place, been how it is for like 50 million years or something, right? But underneath the rainforest, you have giant pyramids out in the center of the rainforest. And they're only finding them because of high altitude drones, high altitude photography.
Yeah, they got that.
They're only recently finding them.
Yep. And they're everywhere.
There's no way. The thing is, there's no way to get to them because the only way, you can't land a helicopter down there. You would have to hike into them. You have to mark the coordinates and you have to hike into them. I'm sure there's somebody going in there, but going into the Amazon is extremely dangerous. It's extraordinarily dangerous.
Poisonous spiders, snakes, fucking just you name it. It's extremely dangerous.
Like when I hear about people cutting down the Amazon, I'm like, go for it.
Yeah. Good luck.
But yeah, how do they explain all that? Well, I mean, they don't. It's a mystery to science. That's what they say. You watch the PBS documentary. These mysterious pyramids are unknown to modern science.
But God rocking with some of those memorabilia or jewelry and those sort of things, if it's gold, it doesn't tarnish. And that's the
true.
crazy thing, is that it can go for hundreds of years and still look as shiny new as when it was originally made. But it's kind of like with coin collecting. You want to keep the aged coins in original condition, because if it's an old coin, you don't want it to look shiny. It needs to look aged. And it would be silly of the museum directors to go and buff up and polish all these ancient artifacts and lose that original condition that piece of history was found in. It's like it's wiping the slate clean, and then you can tell any story you like.
Well,
yeah,
like
that original
gold is a
condition
heavy
is
metal.
like evidence that it was old. And so why would you destroy that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The stuff is so pristine. It literally looks like it was made yesterday. Literally. Because I think it was. You're right. Why would they destroy all of them artifacts and buff them out and make them look brand new again? You know, they wouldn't. That's not what they do. To verify and I verify that it's old and then it's
It's what they shouldn't do, but sometimes they do.
Well,
and that's again the deliberate cover-up of certain narratives. So
I don't
that
think
new
they do
narratives can be introduced.
I don't think they do it. To be honest with you, I think everything that looks that good is just recently been made. That's what I think.
Yeah, it's probably spray painted gold.
Yep. Or thinly plated.
Well, I mean, we are basically just idiots walking around in a post-catastrophe. Like, hey, what are all these destroyed buildings everywhere? What happened? So, I mean, if it were me and I came across like civilizations that were overgrown by trees, I'd start thinking, is this going to happen again? I'd be a little worried, you know?
Well,
Not
that's
that
why
I
they have a constant maintenance on them and constantly maintaining the grounds and making sure everybody has pathways to walk on and they're all cleared out. It's for the tourists. So the tourists have got something nice to walk around and look at, you know? It's all a big tourist trap.
Well, you know, for one, they completely have the technology wrong. Like, obviously, I'm going to say, because I'm right, that most of those ancient structures are concrete. They're primitive concrete. I mean, I call them primitive concrete, but I mean, it was technology of the day, right?
Yeah.
Like Angkor Wat, you could go in there and be like, oh, all of this is cast form, all of it. Just the exact same form. And you can see the form over and over and over down the hallways. It is the exact same form. They use about 4 foot long forms.
Not only that, the color of them is all the same.
Yes,
just
it's all
like
the same.
concrete. And so
But
if it was natural stone quarried, they'd all have different veins and different colors.
Different veins and stuff.
Yeah.
Is that there are portions where you can see where they had a different batch of concrete come in, or like they were started quarrying like a lighter stone, because the whole thing was covered in plaster probably anyway.
Yeah, well, you can see that. You can see the plaster chipping off in a lot of places.
Yeah, and it's like the pyramids. It's like you have these retarded archaeologists who are all fundamentally stupid subhuman creatures, right? And they think a bunch of dudes got together and pushed stones. Yeah, that's what happened. And that theory is so bad that ancient aliens building them seems reasonable, when the reality is this: they're concrete. They're limestone concrete. Limestone
they
concrete.
pour them one shovelful at a time, and that's how you do
it. They quarried a bunch of stone, carried it in buckets, add water to it, and it hardened as limestone. And limestone is concretious already.
Yep.
So when they say, well, you can tell the difference, no, you can't tell the difference between limestone that was poured 4,000 or 5,000 or 10,000 years ago. It doesn't matter. You can't tell the difference from that between regular limestone. That's how they built the pyramid. And that's why the magnetic direction on the pyramid is all one direction, because it all cured together at the same time.
Yep.
It probably took 5.
About
Between
Baalbek, Lebanon. Is that also concrete?
What is it?
Baalbek in Lebanon.
Baalbek.
There's some galactic construction there. I was just wondering if you thought that was
If
concrete.
there's solid color stones, probably.
Yeah, you and I understand this stuff a lot better, Mimas, because we poured so much concrete. But
yes, those are businesses.
Yeah. I mean, it's obvious to me what was done because you can see it. You can see the forms. You can see the form lines. You can see the consistency of the forms. It's just so obvious. It's ridiculous.
And some places even have cold joints.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, oh, I know what that is. That's a cold joint. Or you look at the bottom of the block and see where the shape of the form was in a square and it coming out, and you're like, oh, that's slag underneath the form.
Yep.
The sarcophagus, then they're made of granite.
Are they made of granite or basalt?
Yeah, I think they're made of granite.
Okay. I mean, that's brilliant engineering, but that's because they had diamond drills and diamond cutters, maybe air power. I mean, we do stuff like that. I mean, we don't use up that much concrete anymore because we're a bunch of chickens. But like, a lot of people don't know the Roman Colosseum was built in 5 years. It only took 5 years to build the Colosseum in Rome. That's it.
You know, you can grind up granite into small aggregate and pour it into a form in a dry mix type of situation with some whatever, a little bit of clay, a little bit of limestone, whatever in it, and then when it hardens back just like original granite. You can pour it into a form, and when it hardens over a course of a year or so, it looks like original granite again. You can do that, and people don't understand that. Those aren't granite blocks that were quarried. They're granite blocks that were poured, simulated. And you can see it. It's obvious.
Yeah, especially when you get into the stone and concrete industry and you learn all the tricks and learn all the different mixes and learn, and then you start learning like the history of some of it. You're like, oh, there's some secrets here. I see.
Yep.
That's why there's only 2 concrete companies, ultimately. It's because they're building the world.
Rhinoceros left.
Just think how easy that makes it to build something. You don't have to have huge equipment. You don't have to. All you got to do is make a form and have buckets of mix carried up by, a couple of dozen men. Fill it up. Fill the next one up. Fill the next one up. Then it hardens over time. I mean, it's a very simple way to build, and it makes it so possible for them to have done it without having to quarry them, ship them. It takes so much out of the equation. It's ridiculous, and it works.
And we also need to point out that the King's Chamber, those are granite tiles. It's not like it's not one giant piece. It's in tiles. So I don't to me, it's like not even mysterious. It's okay. They cut the tiles and brought them in. That's it. I guarantee you bust out those tiles and you're going to find regular limestone under them, lining it.
So I've been listening on YouTube to support that also. Like it's funny because they even say too that ever since we became Homo sapien, like our ability to learn and understand the world around us and everything has remained unchanged the entire time. But it's like these archaeologists or whatever, they still somehow use this like a primitive man idea where they would be, just trying to use brute force on everything and not fully understanding how to utilize the environment around them and be smart, work smarter, not harder.
Yeah. Meanwhile, there's a laborer in England who can create a 20-ton stone and move it with one finger because he knows about leverage. But these mongoloids in mainstream archaeology can't figure it out.
There's a YouTube documentary that explains how exactly what you guys are talking about. It's quite fascinating.
Is it the Geopolymer Institute or is it the French scientist?
I think he's French.
Yeah, he's French. Forget his
It's
name,
called
but he
it's called the K2000. What is it called? I think you can find it with it's called K2019 or something.
Just post it.
I can post the link. I'll search. It's a fascinating it's exactly what you guys are describing, honestly. But it's a 2-hour or 3-hour documentary. It's an amazing investigation that he's done.
Yeah, for me, those are concrete walls. They're like, we can't. There's no joint. We can't find the mortar joint. There's no mortar joint. This is a decorative concrete wall.
They kept secret their technique for doing the pyramids. Apparently, they kept it secret. They didn't want anybody else to figure out how they done it.
Except like all the tens of thousands of workers who were doing it.
Probably. But
I think everyone back then probably knew how it was built, and they watched it go up, and it was a piece of civic infrastructure, and whatever world that was part of, completely destroyed. We don't even have artifacts from it. It has nothing to do with Egypt. And that's that. I think it's so far removed from our modern human experience that we have no frame of reference for it. But we do see the telltale signs of like concrete all over it. Did you post that documentary you're watching in Livestream?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it right now.
Okay.
I'm gonna do it right now. There's a curious fact that that it seems like somebody tried to hide the fact that the creators of the pyramids were black, because like in all the statues, for example, you can see that the nose have been broken.
Well, there's a whole thing on that. The Egyptians were Greek. The ancient Egyptians were Greek. They were Ptolemaic, and all of the art that I've seen, even like all the art that's been discovered, most of the Egyptians, they depict them with like an orange or tan skin, and they actually had it showed them keeping Nubians as slaves, so they kept black slaves. So the whole idea of the black Egyptians is really, I don't think that's very reasonable for me. It's really done through like inferential things, because the Africans had a very rich culture already. So I don't know why everyone's trying to transpose that onto Egypt. But I don't really take any of that seriously. For the most part, I think what you find in places that were part of the modern human experience, and when I say modern human experience, I mean post-catastrophe. So I'm talking the last 4,000 years or so. I think whatever you find there is generally who was from there. And so I include the Egyptians in that because they're part of the modern epoch of humanity. But the ancient epoch, I don't. So that would include like the Sphinx and the pyramids. That's part of a civilization that we have no frame of reference for. We have no connection to it whatsoever. We have no idea what it was. My opinion.
Zippity doo dah. I'm almost done with my graphic on the Lookout Mountain. I've been meaning to make this thing for a while. But yeah, I'm almost there.
Interestingly, I know Levelist mentioned this, that they could have used acidic concrete. I was going to say, alkaline concrete, like we have today, alkaline is better than acidic. They might have used acidic. I think it would be acidic if you were using limestone. It would like naturally be acidic in the mix.
There we go.
I post the link to the YouTube documentary. It's really cool. It's like it's really amazing. Kind of somehow it's kind of I watched it twice, and it kind of makes you feel proud of being a human being. It's like yeah.
Well, that's what I really dislike about the ancient alien hypothesis, is that it takes away our accomplishments. Even though we might not have any relation to the people who built those things, it's in us to be able to build those. And that's another reason I don't like the people who are like, everything was built with lasers and this and that. And it's like, no, they weren't. I've seen people carve and sculpt unbelievable things that are beautiful.
Weapons. Wait, isn't weapon in the word do? Yeah, but you can't just say do, man.
Do the do?
DEW, do weapons.
Yeah.
Directed energy weapon.
Yeah. I think you just say do. We always just said do. But, like, I guess that's talking with each other. No one outside of the subject would know what you're talking about. You'd have to say a do weapon.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 20.
Now, levelist. Alkaline also grows hard. They cure at different rates. Alkalinity eventually, after about 80 years, leaves the concrete. And then what's left is just the natural acidic nature of it. And the problem is once the alkalinity leaves, in all the modern structures we have, all have rebar in them. And so once the natural alkalinity leaves the concrete in about 80 years, they're all going to rust inside, which is going to destroy them. And there will literally be nothing left of the civilization we built. There will be nothing left of it. Everything will collapse. That's made out of concrete now. Not because the concrete isn't strong, but it's because we stuck steel in it.
I think it's okay. It's not perfect, but I think it's okay. I'm about to post it in the chat. Give me just a moment. All right. 7 states to melt pinnacle. All right. And here we go. Am I in the right place? Yes. Boom. So it's actually I was using the wrong viewing location. Where I found where that stone actually is. It's in Georgia. So it's a little bit further. Anyway, there are all of the details. I'll turn it into a meme. Any glaring issues with this? Legibility or otherwise? Is anyone there?
Yeah. I mean, you can see it very clearly.
Put a little white stroke line around the text, gospel, just to let it pop from the image behind.
Let's see.
It's all readable. The bottom right top of my pinnacle should be blah blah blah. Is a little bit hard to read because that background image is kind of dark green with black on. That's my only critique.
Cool. Yeah. No, thank you. I'll do something like right there. 80%. Okay, then we'll do this one, effect, lift, jump that up to 80. And then effect. Shadow, color, white. Yeah, that does make it pop. Thank you for that suggestion. That's excellent. Shadow, white, elevation. Okay. Effect. Right. Yeah. Save that. All right.
Mount Pinnacle.
Yep. Is that better? I think it is. I think that helped.
It's readable. It's fine.
Yeah, man. Looks good to me.
Cool. Copy.
How long did it take you to do this?
I don't know. 30 minutes.
30 minutes?
Memes, add. We'll call it the name that we always call it, Lookout Mountain. No space. And we'll do that. And it is in there. Lookout Mountain can now be. Boom. There you go. I want to add I'm going to see if I'm going to convince them to add an R to the bot. So it could be called Flat Earth Brutta. I think that'd just be funny. My petition will probably fall flat, but I'll try anyway. Nobody likes my pun. Just kidding. Alrighty. Yeehaw. The backup is still running, but the main one has been down for a... Oh no. Oh, Helio is he's streaming to his backup channel. He made an announcement the other day. Flatman can.
Thank you. So the main one won't be back up?
No, it will eventually.
Oh, okay. Cool. Thanks.
Justin?
You're able to see 7 states?
Yeah. That's what makes this a special location, another quote-unquote black swan. Why were you posting that picture, though, Justin?
The other one was posted right up above. This one is an original one.
Yeah, I made an infographic.
Yeah, I know. It's the same thing, right?
Well, I mean, it's the same. Yeah, the same perspective. I think it's a different. Yeah, it's a different photograph. Somebody
It's a different photograph. Yeah, now I'm without all of the wording and stuff. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
I just found that.
So that Mount Pinnacle that's referenced on that piece of stone is what I used. I demonstrated that it is actually 146.83 miles away. That would give you a target hidden height. I know you can read it for yourself, but yeah, I have mentioned in the past that I found it funny that they put 120 miles. Just kind of funny.
Yeah, they want to trick you.
Yeah, because when you put 1628 and 120, so 1628 feet and 120 miles, the target hidden height would only be 3,322. That's still too high to see a 2,440 foot that would still be too high of an obstruction value to be able to see the 2,440 foot elevation height of Mount Pinnacle. So even with 120 miles, it's still wrong, or not plausible. But it's not 120 miles. So I think that's very evidently suspicious. But there we finally have the graphic, and now every time I bring it up, I can use the graphic because, boom, all the information's right there. I've been meaning to do that for like almost a year now.
How did you find where did you find how did you find all this information, like on the height and stuff?
Elevation, prominence, and all that stuff. So for Mount Pinnacle, I used this, which I just put in the chat. Okay, but then you can also validate that in Google. Not that it could all just be fake. You could always just say it's all fake, but according to Google Earth and according to that website, their numbers correspond very closely. Now, when I go in Google Earth and when I go into Google Earth and look at Pinnacle Overlook specifically, I get 2,401 feet approximately at Pinnacle Overlook. The highest value I was able to get when I kind of moved my mouse around Pinnacle Mountain. Oh, I think I got up to yep, they're 2506, 2507. I think I hit 2507 somewhere in here. But again, we're talking about a very large number that should be below. So let's say it's 2,500. I mean, that's a difference of 60 feet. We're talking about a problem of 2,800 feet. So if somebody wanted to nitpick about the other heights of Pinnacle Mountain, they're nitpicking over just silliness. I go up the mountain range looking for anything higher. And the further up the mountain range you go, the further away you get. So it would only make matters worse if you were picking a further away location. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So I used in the graphic, you can zoom in on the right side there, the 146.83 yellow thing. That spot is Pinnacle Overlook, and you can see it in the that the line is directly to the Pinnacle Overlook spot. And then, of course, I put the details that Pinnacle Overlook is 2,440 foot elevation height.
In that photo that was posted by Justin, where you says you see 7 states, does anybody know approximately how far away that horizon is?
No.
No?
No, and of course it changes depending on the weather and stuff.
Right.
But this is a land-based long-distance observation that is carved in stone, so to speak. And no matter which way you look at it, it's another great quote-unquote black swan.
Yep. Yep. I'm just curious what that distance was, approximate distance to the horizon.
Yeah.
It looks like it's well over 100 miles to me, but I could be wrong.
Well, you're looking at between North Carolina and South Carolina, straight ahead. So,
how does the refraction index vary from land versus sea? Is it a difference or?
It's an interesting question because according to them, refraction would be less noticeable over land than over water. According to their claims, the higher up you go and the more inland you go, the less refraction. So the fact that this is a slam dunk of a way too far distance to work, according to their ball model, I think it's a really viable, useful example to draw from.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, and it makes sense that the higher you go, because the atmosphere is going to get a little thinner, all the particulates do settle closer to the ground.
Yeah,
the pollution,
and temperature,
yeah, all of that. Yeah, you're going to have, so the higher up you go, there's going to be a reduction in that type of refraction because there's less stuff in the air. And then again, like you said, it's not over water, so the humidity thing, water being right next to water, causing fluctuations in the density of the medium, water and moisture in the medium, that goes away. It would be a very consistent, probably over land, as far as the moisture content, humidity, whatever you want to call it, it would be much more consistent over land. And then, like I said, the height takes you above all of that pollution and all that kind of stuff. So I can see how that would reduce the refraction that's already at a minimal effect anyway.
Here's what's really interesting about the topography of the area.
Yeah.
I've just posted a picture. You'll notice that this line of sight from Georgia to Virginia, it runs right along a river line that's on this, basically a valley the whole way through. And this is one of the main reasons why it can be seen, is because there's no obstructions. This line of sight runs right through a water, like there's water. There's no mountains in between. And that's what's really special about that.
Yeah, the mountains they have back there we call hills. We don't call them mountains.
I understand.
They don't qualify for mountains as far as I'm concerned.
You're from out west. It is a different scale altogether. I get it.
Yep. Yeah, I knew you did. I just throwing that out there for the audience, basically. That this
you're flexing on the audience with your big mountains.
Yeah, a little bit, sure.
It's all good.
Yeah,
but yeah, look out! Mountain No Space is the new memes. You can, or just save the graphic if you want.
Yeah, I was looking at that earlier. I mean, where I live is 4,200 feet above sea level in the valley.
Mm-hmm. In the valley.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
It's where I live is higher than the highest mountain in all of the European continent, where England and France and all them countries are. The highest mountain there is lower than where my house sits in the valley.
Wow.
Yeah. It's a weird concept when you have something to compare it to like that. But yeah, we're actually higher in the valley than the highest mountain.
How is that possible? Really?
My latitude is greater than more than 30% of all of Canadian population, and I live in America. How about that?
That's a strange one.
Yeah. Yeah.
What if you, like, for example, are measuring the height of a mountain, that it's like in the middle of the country? Like, for example, United States, are you still comparing it to are you still using sea level to measure a mountain, like in the middle of a country?
Yep, there's two numbers that are used. One is prominence, the other is elevation. Elevation is always based on sea level. Prominence is based on the average surrounding elevation height at the ground of the mountain or the foot of the mountain.
Uh-huh.
So prominence versus elevation.
Yeah, you can find it on the manholes down the street. You'll find a stamp in it, and ours is stamped 4,240 feet above sea level.
Wow. You have to change your recipes when you're doing baking.
Hey, they say you do, but I think we're just a little bit, I don't know, a little bit not quite high enough. Let's put it that way.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, we're really close to that, I guess, cooking Carmen line, if you want to call it. I don't know what you call it, but yeah. We're very close to that. But
I think they call it high altitude cooking, and you just basically, the main thing is you have to add a little extra liquid to your recipe, as far as if I'm remembering correctly,
and possibly a little bit more heat.
Yeah.
Because there's not as much oxygen. It's hard to produce. You know, when you set your stove on, say you set your cooker on 350 at sea level, it actually reaches 350. You set it at high altitude, there's not enough oxygen in the air to get it that hot. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I know that they tune the cars different at this altitude. They advance the timing to approximately 10 degrees advanced. When at sea level, they put it closer to maybe 2 or 3 degrees advanced. And it does make a difference on how well the car runs, especially a race car. And that's basically what I'm speaking about, is because that's where at this altitude, you have to advance the timing a little bit to get it to run properly. By comparison to sea level, whenever I traveled to sea level to drag race, I would always have to change the timing to my car. To less advanced. So it does make a difference in several things. I mean, when you have less barometric pressure and you have less fuel, fuel, oxygen, maybe not a fuel, but less combustion material in the air, it does make a difference. Like when it cools off at the racetrack, I'll just tell you this. We'll be drag racing all day long, hot as shit out there, 100 degrees weather. Well, the sun goes down and it cools off to like 80 degrees or something, or 75 degrees at night. All of a sudden, your car starts going 0.2 of a second faster because there's more oxygen in the air.
Interesting.
Yep. And granted, 0.2 of a second is not very much, but in drag racing, it's quite a bit. It's like it's over a car length. At the end of the track, you're going to be a couple of car lengths ahead of them at 0.2 faster. Because in 0.2 of a second, the car travels like 30 feet, you know? Because my car went almost 200 miles an hour, but maybe the slower cars don't. But when you start going close to 200 miles an hour, at 0.2 of a second, the car is like 2 car lengths behind you. And he was within 0.2 of a second of your time. I guess I could do the calculations and figure out how many feet per second that a car travels at 180 miles an hour, and then figure out nose to car to the nose of the car behind you is 30 feet. And then you could calculate how many tenths of a second that constitutes in the calculation. You could figure that out, that you could take, if you're 0.2 faster, that means 20%. So you could take 20% of the distance that you travel at feet per second. So you can take, in 1 second, figure out how many feet faster you are by doing that calculation. It'd be easy to figure out.
Easier to figure out than making sense of the globe.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, I am glad I put that graphic together. I've been planning. Where is this? I am Yo. You are not from America, I suppose, if you're not familiar with things like Atlanta or I mean, the state names are there too. Tennessee, Kentucky, South Carolina. I guess you can't see Georgia's name there, but yeah, bro, that's the Southeast United States is where that is.
Just above Florida. And what else? What's that other state down there? Is it Louisiana, maybe?
I meant the mountains. He said oh, I'm sorry, I am Yo. His response was related to what you were saying. Where are you at, if you're wanting to answer that question?
Yeah, sure, Utah.
Not. Okay.
I think one of the lowest elevations of Utah, like there's a town in southern Utah. It's called St. George. I think they're at 2,000 feet above sea level. I think that's one of the lowest, if not the lowest, populated areas in this state as far as above sea level. It's right around 2,000 feet. So I'm almost twice as high, or maybe a little more than twice as high. I don't know the exact calculations, but I know that St. George is close to 2,000 feet above sea level. And I remember going down there drag racing too. My car was faster. They have this little airport that sits up on a plateau. If you've ever been to southern Utah, they got these little plateaus that stick up out of nowhere, like little chunks of mountain, and they got a real flat top on them. That's where they had the airport. And I went down there and raced a friend of mine's car. The fastest he could ever get it to go was like 9:12. Well, I got it drove it one time and ran 8:89 in it because he doesn't. He was over revving it. He was running it in. When you get the RPMs up to a certain point, you're making maximum torque and maximum horsepower. But if you take it too far, then it starts to lay down. They call it lay down. It no longer is. It starts to reduce the amount of horsepower and torque that you're producing because you're revving it too high. It just doesn't work. And so I kept telling him, short shift, shift sooner. You know, I shifted your car at like 6,000 RPM. You're revving it to what, 7,500 RPM? That last 1,500 RPM, it's just dropping off. You're losing horsepower. That's how I ran faster than you did. I mean, I explained it to him. What does he do? Goes out, revs it to 7,500. It's like, dude, you can't hear it. You're not looking at your tachometer. What's the problem? Have you ever tried to take your hand and spin it in a real small circle, just 4-inch small circle? You can spin it really fast, and then try to spin it with this great big circle. God, it takes a long time to make one circle. It's like, oh my God, that's really slow. make a little tiny circle with your fish. You can just go. That's the same with an engine. When you got a short stroke on the crank, it spins massive RPMs, and that's where you make your power. In a big, high cubic inch motor that's got a big, long stroke in it, this big, long stroke, they can't spin that high. You can't spin your arm. If you make a big circle, you can only go 1, 2, 3. When you spin it, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know, when you're making a small circle, that's what's going on. And these people just, you try to explain it to them in simple terms like that. It's like, just like with the globe. I mean, you explain it in simple, very understandable terms, and it's like, just flies right over their head. Like, I think it's because they won't listen. I think it's because as soon as you try to introduce information that is in contrary to what they believe, their mind they start thinking about their next question instantly. They don't even listen to what you said. And then you ask them, what did I say? And they go, huh? What? Oh, you'll have to repeat that. I was changing my diaper. Something really weird, Instead of listening, I was changing my diaper. Oh, okay. I think that's one of the key things, is getting them to listen to every word and processing it critically. It just seems to be so hard for them. So hard.
Takes effort,
To me, it was interesting. It's like, oh wow, we got a new way to think about this. Wait a minute, let me run that by me one more time. Let's take a real good close look at this. What did you say is going on? And then you're like, oh wow, that does make sense. But when you're going, no, well, I was no, what about this? And yeah, but. Bad case of the yabbits.
You know what I ask myself sometimes? Like why I understand that this is important information and I value it, right? But like, how does it change your life? Like, not that I'm devaluing it, but like, how does it?
What it's changed for me? What it's done for me is it's like, all of a sudden you realize just how much you've been lied to, for one thing. And so it's like, okay, so so now I don't need to listen to these people. I can go ahead and take the information from maybe different sources, critically think about it. It gives you more clarity, gives you more confidence. It also gives you more confidence in what you do find out. So it does change your life. It does make a difference. And that was just 2 simple examples there. I could probably give you 20 examples as to how it actually does improve your life. Because it does.
It makes you believe less, right? In people. Not in a mean like not you know what I mean, right? Like just
it makes you finally be able to believe in the truth, is what that is to me. I mean, it's simply that you're actually finding out some real truth at this point. And is that not valuable? I mean, since when is actual truth and actual facts about a situation, since when is that not the most valuable thing about it? Is to know the truth and the simple facts about it.
Makes you more aware,
What other value is there in information other than that? I mean, if you don't know the truth, then how can you make a judgment on it? You pass a judgment on something that's not true. You make you start feeling a certain way about something that's not even right. I mean, there's a lot of value in finding out the truth, trust me. I mean, it goes way deeper than you think. It gives you more confidence. It just, everything about it. To know the truth is very, very valuable to your life, to the way you feel, everything. Truth is great. It's great stuff, dude. It's almost like a new drug that Huey Lewis always is asking for. I want a new drug, one that don't. It's fucking truth, dude. That's what it is. You want to feel all those good things, man. Then start revealing truth. Start digging for truth.
It helps you empty your mind a little bit too, you know?
If the dinosaur was pulled down from gravity, how did it create science? Oh shit, sorry. No, no, no. Navarre, the shooting.
What?
They keep shooting and using hacks. I can't patch. There's too many stuff going on. Frozen. I'm frozen.
Good boy, are you hot micing or what? What's going on?
Sorry, my mic. Wait, I thought I had it muted. Sorry. I'm just playing a game.
What game are you playing?
I'm playing Factions.
Nice. I get a little bit jealous when I hear people play video games.
I swear, I don't know what happened. Like, I thought my mic and my headset was different.
Your mic is amazing, man. You sound incredibly good.
Thanks, man.
Kissing his ass now? How's your classes going?
Mine?
Yeah. Do you have them daily
Thanks
or
for-
like some days in a week?
Thanks for asking. Yeah, I have them daily, except Sundays.
Oh, okay, you're a busy man. No, that's good.
I have about 6 lessons daily only. Just, yeah.
And
My
what are
job is super easy. Hmm?
yeah.
Yeah.
What do you cover? Like, what kind of topics or
I have no topic. Yeah.
Is it like philosophy? What kind of things do you like usually discuss, or what do you teach them?
Oh man, it's like, I just listen to them. You know, I listen to, so I start my conversations in a very, 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 very general way, you know, like, hey, how's your day going and stuff. And people always like bring topics to the table, and I just like follow along. And through the process, I just like always, because I teach them, I teach English, but I don't really teach it. I just like, I mean, they learn English with me, but so I work their grammar as we are speaking, and but yeah, generally I have a very good relationship with them, and I don't prepare my lessons at all. Yeah.
All right.
Just listen.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah.
Take it from, yeah, start whatever, like you feel like.
Very natural, very organic. Yeah, sometimes I wonder, like, why do they keep taking lessons with me, honestly? But time passes by really quick. And yeah, that's
No, that's awesome, man. You're helping out people, learning, teaching them language and such, English.
yeah. What do you do?
Have you
Do you
discussed
work?
with them about flat Earth yet?
You know, no, not really. Not
You're
really.
not ready yet.
No, no, I didn't know. I tell everybody I want to, but I can't. I can't. But I do tell them like that I spend time on Discord, and they're like, "What's that?" You know? I'm like, "Well, you know, it's this platform and stuff," because a lot of people don't know about it. And interesting. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
Discord
telling me.
started out as a gaming app, for people to talk to each other while they're all playing the same game. And it wasn't until a few years later that people started using it for like what they use it here. I think it's a great platform for, when you want to have 20 people in the room. When one guy speaks, they all hear and they all can comment back and forth. That's pretty unique. It's a unique thing to offer people, I mean, it's like, when you're sitting here talking and you stop and think about it. Well, this guy's in England. This guy's in Australia. This guy's in Africa. This guy's in Japan. This guy's over here. And we're all like talking like we're all in the same room. And we are in the same room on Discord, but I mean, literally, it's almost like literally you're speaking to them like they're standing right next to you. And that is just an amazing feature that, when you can get together people all over the earth, all in one room together. I mean, 50 years ago, if you'd have told somebody that not too long here in the future, we're going to be able to talk to 50 different people all at the same time, all over the world, all at once. They probably wouldn't even understand what you're talking about. Well, how is that even possible?
In about a specific topics, right? You can just
Yeah, and then you can pick your topic, and you can whatever, all kinds of options at that point for sure. Or you can just have an open discussion about anything, and whoever's talking, an interesting subject, and other people want to involve themselves in the conversation, and other people just listen, and it's a great feature. Discord is. I mean, it's just it's a blessing for us, to be able to sit and compare observations, go outside and take a picture of the sun, and I can go outside and take a picture of the sun or the moon, both at the same time. And then you look and compare your pictures, and then you go, wow, how can that be possible? And a lot of times you go, that's not possible on the globe. I mean, you're seeing it, I'm seeing it, but I'm supposed to be on the other side of the curve, on the other side of the earth. And so how am I seeing this moon? I mean, it's a very valuable tool in that way. Because I've actually done that several times. And sunrises and sunsets. I'll be sitting here and it's still light. Just the sun just barely went down, but there's still, twilight or dusk rather. And somebody was snoring. Anyway, and my friend in Birmingham, England, says, well, the sun's coming up for me. And I'm like, and I'm looking straight northwest. And I have to turn around and look in the opposite direction to see where he lives. And I'm like, how does that make sense? What? The sun's going down in the west and you're in the east behind me. And then we pulled up this map that shows you the exact location of the sun. It like moves it around over the top plane. And all of a sudden it made perfect sense. It's like, oh my gosh. Now I understand why it's getting light behind me when it's still light here in the west, which is the opposite direction as to where he's at. It's the first time it happened, we're like, wait a minute. How's this possible? But I'll be darned, we pulled up the map, and sure enough, because of the pathway of the sun on the flat Earth, it made it perfectly possible. I mean, we knew it was possible because it was happening in real time. I'm looking outside. It's still light here in the west, and he says, "Well, it's getting light here right now." Like, what? But when you look at the pathway of the sun, and all of a sudden it went, well, all right, I can see how that's working. But on the heliocentric model, on the globe model, it didn't work at all. It's like that would be on the other side. But see how it never does do that, it never does go on the other side. It stays above the plane at all times. And it makes for these awesome observations that are just the only way they can happen is on a flat plane. I mean, that is just like, wow. Just more confirmation. More evidence that I know for a fact we don't live on a ball. We did. There's no way that he would be getting sunlight.
We got another guy with a hijack account posting in Discord invites for free nidos in all channels. I don't know who can handle that.
You say there's someone new here? Is that what you said?
No.
Oh.
It's a hijacked account. It's posting Discord and Nitro invites, phishing links in in all the other channels. Yeah.
You're coming in so low I can barely hear you. But
sorry. I kind of whispering.
I'll just turn you up. I just turned you up. Probably good now.
All right, good. Yeah, I think it got handled.
I mean, I don't know how many of you guys have done that, what I just said, where, you've got somebody that in the globe model would appear that there's no way they should be getting sunlight or sunrise in a location from the location where I'm seeing a sunset. And, but yet it's happening. They're telling me, no, in fact, he gets his camera out, takes a picture, then posts it. The picture was taken 30 seconds ago, so I know he's telling me the truth. And I'm looking at the sunlight, and I'm going, how is this working? And the only way it works is on a flat Earth.
He's on the West Coast, and you're in the.
He was in England, and I was in Utah.
And you were in Utah, and he was in England.
Yep.
So he's ahead of you in time, in theory. I mean.
But I'm seeing the sun just barely set here. It's like, and I'm looking to the west. So in order to see his location, I have to turn around and look in the opposite direction. He's behind me. I'm looking west. He's in the straight east of me.
Yeah.
And the sun just went down in the west.
On the west?
Yeah, northwest.
Okay. No, how is that possible? What do you mean on the west? Doesn't the sun comes from the... Wait.
Well, the sun always sets in the west for everybody, doesn't it? Either the southwest or the northwest.
Yeah.
or
Okay. Yeah.
directly west, that's completely normal, right? And it always comes up in the east, either in the northeast or the southeast, right? For everyone.
Right. Right.
But when I'm looking in the westerly direction, and he's in the east behind me, I'm looking in west in front of me and seeing the sunlight, and he's also seeing it, and he's behind me.
At the same time, rising the sunrise.
Yep. And when you look at the flat Earth model, there's a model that shows the rotation, the pathway of the sun as it rotates over the top of us. It shows the location, and it also shows the area that's being lit up by the sun. And it shows me in the area where the sun's just barely still hitting me, and then it's just barely starting to hit him. And the location of that sun is, well, from my location, it would be northwest.
Check out that thing I put in the voice chat, God Rockin'.
Wow. Crystals and
yeah, that's what I wanted you to see. Trip, huh?
Yeah. And look at the opening and whether that's the mouth or whatever that is. It looks like it's absorbing rays from the crystal, like they look like antennas or something.
Those are two mountain goats or whatever they're called from Switzerland.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, it looks like one image too, though.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm talking about two separate images, and it looks like the crystals are like those. The head and the jaw of those look like they could be waves.
Yeah.
Frequency waves coming from the crystals. Both.
Yeah, it does, huh?
Yeah.
Trip, huh?
You guys talking about the last picture, the sun?
No, it's the one with the police badge.
Ah.
What he's getting at is it's just odd that they would have a badge that's got crystals and it's got, you know what I mean, things that are, kind of a mystical type substance. Silica and crystals. I mean, a lot of people believe they have healing powers and they, without crystals, you wouldn't be able to send or receive radio frequencies. That's how they're produced, is by crystals.
The shape of the shield, it's very funky, very weird. Like with looks like a dog. The shape, the outer line.
Yeah, it does, like a dog's face. Yeah.
So,
excuse me.
No. I've been noticing that the elite, they always have a 65 or a FE or a FE backwards in all their stuff. So if you think about like the trouble they went to make you think it's a globe, they encode flat Earth or the number 65 because that's FE, and a lot of stuff that they've been doing. I've been noticing they've been doing it for a while too. Like if you just read this backwards, it's FEW.
Flat Earth world.
They're like mocking. It's their mockery.
Yeah, you're right about all that for sure.
Yeah.
It's like their little secret communication that they have amongst themselves. They all understand what that means.
Oh, yeah.
And then so they're all like laughing behind our backs, like, ha ha ha.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we know what's going on, and we're putting it right in front of their face. And they're still blind as a bat.
Yeah.
For someone to take the time to design a badge or an emblem or anything that communicates that scenario, it's facetious, it's condescending, it's all of those things, and even worse things than that. To do something like that behind everyone's back. It's like developing this little secret little message and this little like, you know what I mean? Who does stuff like that? You know what I mean?
It's a lot of work. A lot of work doing that. I mean, these people are putting a lot of effort to it, I think.
Yeah, they probably put way more effort into making people think it's a globe, though.
Yeah.
Think about how much time and effort and money went into that. How many years, dude? God, how much forethought and dude, a lot, bro. More than we could even imagine, you know?
Yep. The programming, added up. You add it all up into one lump sum, and it's just like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
They have really put a major effort out to do that.
And then plus think about all the times their plans didn't go as followed, and they had to go to plan B or plan C, which was just like eliminate everything real quick, you know?
Yeah.
Probably a lot, dude. A lot more than we know, you know?
Oh, for sure. And this stuff doesn't happen by coincidence.
I know.
No, I'm not a coincidence theorist. I'm telling you what, that's not a coincidence. That this just all by accident. That our image is giving you this little secret coded message. No, that is not coincidental. I don't care what anybody says. That shit's all on purpose.
I know. You hear about they're having a meeting, a World Economic meeting or whatever in LA today?
I did hear about that. I'm not quite sure what it's about, but I did hear some stuff. Now I have to think about what they said. This World Economic Forum, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. They're having it was weird. They just all of a sudden did it. They said they haven't had one there since I think 97 or something like that. It's been a while.
It's just crazy how so few people or so small groups of corporations or whatever can have such a devastating effect.
I know.
On our economics by their decisions that they make. You know what I mean? It affects literally millions upon millions of people, and they just take it upon themselves to implement these, whatever you want to call them, orders or these ideas on how they want things to go down. And yeah.
You know how everybody thinks lately because of everything that's happened, that they're trying to take away our you-know-whats?
Yeah.
That's got everybody sidetracked because really, if you think about it, nobody's going to give that up. And they got plenty of those cheap 3D printer things. You could just buy those and get them. So that's not the thing. That's to distract us for them to go and put in the infrastructure in the hospitals, buildings, courthouses, police stations, prisons, where you hear about people escaping lately. And of course, in the schools, putting in their infrastructure. That's what it's about. Because otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to put the infrastructure in. They're going to act like they're trying to do away with the Second Amendment, but then they're going to be like, okay, we'll compromise then. We're going to, you know what I mean? We'll put these things on all these buildings, the rest of our infrastructure. You know what I mean? Infrastructure, I mean security measures, where you can't pass, some of them are called man traps or in certain things like this, but it'd all be digital. And it'd all have more hardware on it than seems necessary, like a bunch of redundant things. But because they're going to, all this stuff, even the LED lights that they added 10 years ago, it all had built-in technology that was to be used in the future, to add certain things to it, you know?
Yeah, it's almost as if they've had this stuff planned for a long time now.
You think so, huh?
It definitely has that footprint to it, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think they're just winging it, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I don't think so either.
right? They're all rolling the dice and shit.
No, I don't think so.
Right?
All very methodically thought out.
Yeah. It almost seems like the more extravagant and outlandish it is, the more they like to do it. Because if you think about it, if you had all the money in the world, or if like you knew every time you sat down to play poker, you knew you were going to win every single hand, right? And everybody else knew they were going to lose. It wouldn't be fun for very long. You know what I mean? You'd start wanting to lose a hand, you know?
Yeah, I don't know if that would make me want to start losing a hand because you're so used to winning all the time that I don't know.
Yeah, but what would be the point of it? Like there would be no fun. Like there would be nothing about it. You know, it'd be like
well, I know, but
robotic,
they're probably
you know?
getting fun out of it in a different way. Like, ha ha ha! Look at the bullshit we just got away with.
Oh yeah, for sure. But that's what I'm saying is the more risky, the more outlandish. You know?
Yeah.
Of getting caught or like getting found out. You know.
And they wouldn't even care though if they did, because it would be like they probably do get caught every time. Like, you know.
Yeah, probably, dude. Yeah.
But what do people do about it?
Right. Nothing.
Yeah.
What's up, Miggy?
What's going on, guys?
What up? How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. How you guys doing? What's the ball?
Your phone's roboting.
He said, "What's the topic?"
Oh.
What's going on?
Robot language.
What's going on is I think we're trying to figure out what's going on in the world today, and what do you think our chances are?
High, depending on the very, very well.
Overall.
Chances as we or as for each individual?
We.
None.
Yeah. There you go.
Chances for
no, because I don't know.
To do any
I
change
don't
in the
mean
world.
to be negative.
I mean, of course we can.
Yeah.
Can do it.
I mean, because by the time we do get anything part of it figured out, it's too late. It's been implemented. They're on to the next. By the time we've even got half of it identified as what's really, truly going on, and it's like, well, that was so last year, bro. I mean,
I get carried away with that a lot. But then again, like for example, when you think in terms of like personal success, I battle a lot with that. Like personal success is possible, right?
Sure. Well, I think we've all had that, a lot of that. We've all learned truths that we didn't know about. We've all, we figured out what's, that there's something else, behind, this or that. And so, yeah, there's a lot of us on an individual basis sure has definitely figured out and have basically had some success. But when you try to talk to the masses about this kind of stuff, it's like, much like talking to the wall, it doesn't have any effect. There's so few people that deeply care about the truth and deeply care about why certain things are happening and whether they should be or shouldn't be, and why does there have to be so much suffering or this or that or whatever. So few people have got that mindset to where their eyes are open and looking for an answer all the time. Well, when you get involved in the flat earth, it opens your eyes to where we're looking for all of the fallacies and all of the inconsistencies, and we're finding one after another after another after another. But the masses are not doing that. For whatever reason, they just don't care. Or they don't care enough. And if they ever do care, when it gets to the point to where they've been duped and it's something terrible is going down because of it, it's like, oh, and I missed the boat on that one, didn't I? I mean, I just don't get it, because, yeah. I mean, I know we're talking in general, terms and all that, but still, right, there's just not that many people that care enough about the truth actually being adhered to or being spread throughout the communities and the world at large. I mean, not that many people care that. I mean, you'll ask them, well, don't you care? Well, sure. Every one of them will say, yeah, of course I want there to be nothing but truth. I don't want to be lied to. I don't want to be deceived and this and that. But it's still happening. It's happening at even more rampant rate than it was 10 years ago. So how many people do really care? I mean, what, a handful? By comparison to who doesn't care about truth getting out to everyone, understanding what's really going on, who did what and why, and people just don't. They say they care, but I don't see them acting like it. It's like saying you can make your mouth say anything.
How does that affect you personally? Like in your life?
Just a minute.
He started cooking. Are you cooking?
You have to be a little bit more specific than that. What do you mean? How does it affect my life? What does what affect my life?
Like the fact that everybody is like, for example, what's the word? Evading? Is that the word? Reality or?
Well,
or
I
the
don't
fact
know
that most people, yeah, like.
Well, that's just it. You don't find many people debating properly. That's the problem.
Sure.
I mean, if they were to debate under some serious debate rules, like you can't present fallacies or unverifiable truth to a debate. In fact, you can't even open your mouth if you say one little thing about something as part of your evidence or your support for what you're debating, but it's not something that can be validated. It's not been verified, and so you shouldn't even open your mouth about it. And so these debates these days people are just blurting out all this complete fucking horseshit because they haven't validated these things to be a fact when in their mind they think they are. They think, oh, we've proven the earth is a globe. When in reality, have they researched that? Have they actually dug in deep to see when it was verified, by whom, and when? Because if they had, they certainly wouldn't bring it up in a debate, because you can't use use fallacies and, false information, unverified information in a real debate. You can't use it. The moderator should whoop, stop. No, you can't use that. This is why. Validated it. There's no evidence for it. It's not a proof. So if you say it one more time, you automatically lose the debate. You forfeit. I mean, there should be much more stricter rules to this flat earth debate, because all they do is bring forth information that has not been validated, stuff that they believe to be true, and they've done absolutely no research. I mean, if you're going to be if I'm going to debate somebody on a subject, what am I going to do? I'm going to go study that subject to the best that I can. I'm going to find everything I can about that subject. Then I'm going to go to the debate. Then I'm going to go prepared so that I can at least have something to present that's factual, that's verifiable. But none of them do that. They think everything they read in the books, been told in school, that's already been done. And that's where everybody's been hoodwinked and tricked, because they think that because it was taught to them in school, that it's obviously the truth. When you dig into it, it's far from it. So as far as debates go and all that kind of stuff, that's how I feel about debates, is that they should be moderated by someone that is intelligent enough to recognize these fallacies and these things they try to present as truth when they're not. You can't debate with a lie. You can't debate with something that hasn't been verified. You can't say, well, this is why, blah, blah, blah. No, that is not why, because that's nothing but a bunch of, unverified bullshit. But that's all they want to present. So as far as the debates go, I think they're so muddled up. Nobody debates, nobody moderates them properly, stops them from, using fallacies. And maybe the moderator's not that intelligent. I mean, you're going to have someone that's aware of all these things. And so to have someone moderate, especially a flat earth debate, I think the moderators are not aware of in fact, they're probably on their side thinking that when they spout this stuff out, that it's true, because, well, that's what I was taught. It must be true. So we have a problem right from the start, because we got a moderator that's educated with the same thing that we all were, but they haven't moved on and done any research to determine whether or not that information is verifiable. So there's a problem right from the gate. I mean, you've got to have a brilliant moderator that knows things, whether they're true or been validated, and those are, let alone as moderators, those just as individuals and people, those are far and few apart to find. Far and few to find a person that can recognize all the fallacies, especially in like a semi-scientific debate, like the globe Earth probably would maybe be considered. That moderator is probably not educated on that level to recognize all of those fallacies and the untruths that they spout off as truth. And so they just let them present it. I mean, as soon as one little hint of a word falls out of someone's mouth in the debate that it's not factual, it should not be able to be presented. And to have someone smart enough to recognize all that as you're going along, it's probably not going to be easy to find someone to do that. I mean, who do you know that could moderate a flat Earth debate and recognize all fallacies and stuff that's not factual when they present stuff about gravity or this or that like it's truth? Who do you know that could recognize this stuff right off the bat and say, stop, nope, you can't use that because it's not been validated, it's only an idea, it's a concept, it's just, there's no concreteness to it, so it's unusable.
Out there in the world, you mean? Or in the server?
Who's this Jonathan saying I'm on a rant about kids these days? No, I'm not about kids. This is about older people that should know all these things, like a moderator, educated people that have been to school and have had college degrees. They still can't recognize something when it's not true. They don't have the scientific background to be a flat earth debate moderator, because they let them present hogwash. This has nothing to do with kids. You're confused, Jonathan, my friend. Sorry. And since when would you use a kid? For a moderator? Or when would you use a kid as a debater? Unless you're doing a high school debate, and that's all they have is high school debaters against high school debaters. If you're going to have a real debate, you're going to have a real qualified individual, who supposedly is, and then you're going to have someone that is probably as smart or smarter than him to moderate. Otherwise, he's going to get away with presenting a bunch of hogwash. Thank you, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent god. I think it's who that is.
Yeah, Quetzal.
No, you're good, Jonathan. I'm not. You don't have to apologize for me. It's all good.
What is the serpent?
What'd you say?
No, I was just explaining the words.
Yeah, what is it?
Quetzal is the bird representation of the sky, and the Coat is the serpent representation of the earth.
Isn't it something like that? I want to say the Americas and the Native Americans were
Mesoamericans,
yeah, Mesoamericans was someone that they revered as a god or referred to God as in that way, using that word Quetzalcoatl or whatever it is, the feathered serpent or whatever he's called. Yeah.
It's, the Aztec civilization looked up to him, amongst others as well.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the first place I heard mention of it was when I was studying the Mesoamericans and the whatever the people that lived in the Americas, native people, supposed native.
Yeah. Quetzal is actually a symbolic bird for them, Mexicans, nowadays, in modern times.
Right.
But yeah. It's an endangered species as well.
I remember reading something where there was coming from the some Mesoamerican Indian or whatever it was source that the teachings or the book I read was talking about. They actually believed that this serpent god, this feathered serpent, actually walked and talked with these people. I remember reading something about that's what they claimed in their in the writings, that it was someone that they were actually visited by.
Yeah, he could take different shapes of form, basically, and speak to the
right.
When he was down on Earth, according to the story. Let's see.
Wait, I hear someone snoring.
It sounds like Darth Vader.
It's probably pretty close to Darth Vader.
Darth Vader, God.
Isn't there one of those pyramids that when the sun sets, it shows a serpent that's looks like it's crawling or something as the sun sets over it? And does it have something to do with Quetzalcoatl? I can't remember. I thought maybe somehow they was tying that the belief or the scenario about Quetzalcoatl into that one pyramid where it showed a serpent that was the steps as the sun went down or rise. I think it's when the sun went down. It made it look like a serpent that was actually like crawling down the stairs or whatever. Kind of a cool effect. Whoever built that was highly skilled. That was a magical thing to be able to build into a stairway or a stair going up a pyramid. That when the sun set, the sides of the pyramid looked like serpents crawling down the pyramid. Now, that's pretty. That's pretty cool. I mean, they actually built a pyramid that does that, which I've heard it does, then wow. I mean, that would take some time to figure out how to make that happen with just the sunset. How would, I mean, that's, I don't know what kind of technology you would call that, but that certainly would take some effort, maybe some trial and effort, building this thing and watching the sunset and seeing what it does, and then building a little more. Or, I mean, I don't know. I've tried to figure that out myself, and I couldn't figure out how that would have
turn mercury into gold as well. I believe.
Yeah, that is possible. I guess that's possible too. It's what's the density on? Is it? It's pretty close to the density of gold, isn't it? Or is it? I don't think globe doesn't float on Mercury, does it? Do you know?
Not sure about that, no. But I did find a large pool of mercury in the one of the temples of Aztec temples. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about
that. They had plenty of gold around as well, treasures. So, interesting.
Right.
They had to be doing something with the mercury.
Yeah.
As they found out.
Yeah.
But yeah, all in all, very interesting. Yeah, very interesting indeed.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Some of it are questionable, of course, but some type of technology has been used at that time as well.
Yeah, they're using it today too, as well. Mercury's being used as, I think, if I'm not right, you can spin mercury on like a kind of like a it causes weightlessness. Let's put it that. Not weightlessness, but it causes stuff to
bounce off it.
The spinning of mercury does something when you spin it at high speed. Have you heard about that?
Yeah. With the what do you call them? The light. Sorry, I forgot the name. Lighthouses. Yeah.
Yeah.
They had those inside there as well, up on the top.
Right.
Yeah.
A lot of people think that Mercury's involved in the UFO phenomenon. It's Mercury's inside and it spins and it causes weightlessness and all this. At least that's a concept I've heard. I don't believe a word of it, but it was mentioned. I don't know if you heard that. Have you heard that before?
Sorry, I got a message from Phil.
That's okay.
Can you repeat what he said?
Yeah, have you heard about Mercury being used in the UFO phenomenon for causing weightlessness and how they can fly or whatever? The spinning of Mercury inside or like around the UFO, inside of it like a circle, and it spins and causes it to have weightlessness.
Alongside with electromagnetism? Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe, yeah. I've heard of it.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Well, I don't know if they exist, but the concept models of it that they built, and how they rotate into two different directionals, like spinning directionals, opposite directions, basically.
Right.
Inside there's the mercury spinning as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it is very interesting. And how, whether it actually exists the way they say, like you just said, I have no idea. But it does exhibit some attributes to be able to do that. It does, when you spin it, it does do some strange things. I mean, it does I've seen some demonstrations that kind of make you go, when Mercury's involved.
Indeed. And yet they have been defaming the very thing about mercury being, poisonous and such, scaring people off using it as well.
Yeah.
In other means as well. Yeah. Interesting element.
Sorry, I don't know if you said so. I should have said something. I had to walk outside for a second, but anyway, I'm
No,
back.
not at all. I was quiet. Wasn't saying anything.
I got a new neighbor. I just met her today for the first time. So
Nice.
Did you bring over some sugar?
No. No, I guess I suppose I should bring her a plate of cookies or something, I guess, huh?
Yeah, that would be nice. A friendly token.
Sure. What's this post somebody put up here? It says, I no longer believe Gloria Estevan. Thanks. What don't you believe about her? That's funny.
Which chat? I don't see it.
It's a post at the last post in the live stream. 4:51 after the hour.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, I no longer believe Gloria Estevan. Thanks. Okay. You're entitled to that. Sure. I don't know what there is to believe about her. I mean, what? You don't believe she exists? You don't believe she's is she some kind of a singer or something? A performer of some kind? I'm not sure. I don't follow the Hollywood thing too well. I know very few Hollywood personalities other than maybe seeing their face and going, I think that's so and so. I think that's maybe this actor or that actor or this singer or that singer. I mean, I don't follow that stuff very closely at all.
I had no clue who that was. I just looked her up.
You don't know who Gloria Estevan is? I think she's a singer, I think.
Yeah, I just looked her up. She doesn't come across familiar in the European.
Oh, I see.
I would say. Yeah, that's
I see. Yeah, that makes sense. The entertainment industry is a very strange industry to me. I mean, it's like, I'm not sure if it's true, but they sure do talk about selling your soul in order to get fame and whatever else. But I don't know if that's true. It's a rumor I've heard many times, but I don't know if I believe in any of their hogwash anymore, to be honest with you.
Well, some of the lyrics has been talking about, these kind of things, souls and such. So I don't know, like at music festivals with the fans being like around teenagers and whatnot. So
right, very impressionable.
Yeah, so some artists seems to be doing that type of work. I would say promoting that stuff.
Yes,
through their lyrics. Yeah, I don't know. The industry is very questionable in how no one seems to be batting an eye against that type of stuff. I would say it's preposterous in my view.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know where this world is going. It's taking a very interesting turn.
Yeah, I don't think anybody knows at this point, to be honest with you. At least people in positions like you and I are in. I mean, how would we ever know? Really. I mean, who's really pulling the strings? I have no idea. I don't think it's anybody that we see on TV. I can put it to you that way. I don't think that we are allowed to know who the controllers are. I don't think that we are on a level to where we are gifted with that information. I don't think they want us to know. That's about all I can say about the whole thing. Is I think it's all scripted. I think that none of them that you see on TV have, and then none of anything you hear is something that came from their mouths. It was something they were handed. This is what you're going to say, and that's what they say. Scripted, and it's got some sort of agenda behind it. This is my take on it, on what's going on. I don't know if I'm right, but I just don't think that we are allowed to know who's really behind any of it. I know where you follow the money, and I know where it points.
Yeah. Yeah, some traces are traceable, of course. But yeah, depends on where we are in life. Yeah, how far we can reach to certain people or know about more people about certain people. I think some people might know. Depends, like how close they are to that level.
Right.
It goes all the way up, basically. But again, I don't think we need to know exactly who they are. We do know they exist because of how the world is being operated in this realm, at least.
Yeah, I don't think we necessarily need to know either. I mean, it's obvious that what they have in mind for us is not beneficial to us, and I think knowing who they are, I'm not so sure that would change anything.
Yeah, I mean, the closest we got are the elite families.
Yeah,
and we pretty much know what they're doing or how they, work together, basically. All we can do is work against them in different ways, I guess. Spreading awareness, sharing information, waking people up, I would say.
Yeah.
As little as we can do. And,
Right.
as much
I
as we
agree.
can do.
But this doesn't seem to be much.
It's a slow pace, I would say.
Yeah.
Definitely. But they are surely getting scared, though. Something is going on, for sure.
Something's brewing, huh?
Yeah, for sure. They're trying to step up the game with censorship and all that, so amongst other tools they're using. It might take a turn. I still believe there's hope.
Yeah, I suppose.
For humanity, for the humanity here. In this
You know,
realm.
this carbon footprint thing makes no sense at all because this Earth needs carbon to function. It's part of the dynamic system that the carbon is there. It's part of the system. Without it, the system would not function properly. So wanting to reduce the carbon footprint sounds like to me like changing the environment and to a non-survivable environment. You can't get rid of the carbon and expect to live. Can't. Makes no sense.
Well, who's made of carbon and who leaves footprints?
Well, I don't know. You tell me. I don't understand the whole thing. It's just that they want to reduce the carbon footprint. And to me, that makes no sense. It's part of an essential part of the way this world functions. That's all I know.
We're made of carbon. We're carbon-based life forms. And we're the only creature on Earth that leaves a footprint.
Exactly. So you want to reduce the carbon footprint? What does that mean in a nutshell? Reduce human population, right? Or is that not right?
Well, clearly something is going on. That might want to reduce the scale, I would say, of the this realm, I would say, to a more controllable environment. If that's their goal with the carbon. I mean, if you look in the past history, like with the signs of big trees, these giant trees, clearly something happened during that time.
Yeah.
There are signs of that left behind. So, yeah, something is up.
Was that you, Larry, that said that?
No.
No,
Just now?
No, not just now, just before. You said something about the carbon.
That was Larry, yeah.
Yeah. Well, tell me what you think the carbon footprint is, Larry. What is it? Help me with that. Give me some understanding of what that means.
Am I robot?
Huh?
A little bit.
Am I roboting? Give me a second. I'll be right.
All right.
You're fine.
No, he's
going to reset. He'll be right back.
Also, in a certain part of the world, people like farmers are clearly able to be growing those giant ass vegetables or fruits. If you have seen anything of that.
Which fruits?
Like, I don't know, different types of vegetables, fruits. Like, people showing pictures of humongous giant sizes of them.
Mm-hmm.
And they're only in a certain part of the world you can grow them. I believe it's the northern hemisphere. Not sure.
I haven't seen anything of that.
Even you've seen like people growing like out of size vegetables, like fruits, like out of the ordinary.
In history, lately,
modern times. I'm talking about.
Beating world records, but nothing on the news or anything like that. haven't seen anything. Haven't seen it on the news. What are you talking about?
What news?
Mic check.
Internet is your
I don't know.
news.
We got you, Larry. We're good.
I only watch the news. That's all I watch.
Mainstream news is no go anymore.
Okay, we're ready there.
So you were asking about the giant vegetables. They grow them in a hyperbaric chamber. Instead of filling it with oxygen, you fill it with carbon dioxide, CO2, and that's what the plants use. Yeah, that's what they use to grow. Also, they use sunlight, right? So if you take a big magnifying glass out of the original flat screen TVs, you know, the box projector kind from the early 90s, if you take that magnifying glass out and you magnify the sunlight, but keep it out of phase so it doesn't burn a hole in the plant, so you're magnifying it slightly, but you're not going like all the way to burn ant mode, right?
Yeah.
And if you do that too at the same time, you produce like massive fucking vegetables.
Yeah.
So go back to the original carbon footprint thing. Like, if you think about it, like most life forms have carbon in them, right? Because they suck the carbon out of the sky or out of the ground. So this is an anti-life this global warming. Because I'll be the first to tell you, as someone who, my family has been affected by cancer. Like, I lost my great grandmother. She had cancer. My grandmother had a tumor in her head. My other grandmother died of cancer. My son had leukemia when he was 2. Like, as someone who's been affected that much, I'm the first to say, yeah, let's keep the water clean, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep the food clean as possible, right? But this whole global warming thing, it's like, let's ignore like everything else except for the fact that there's too many people, and that's the only cause. It's like, well, maybe it was the fact that we were using, like, what was it called? Some of you older gentlemen might remember. DMT, DOT. Back in the 60s, we sprayed it on the crops. What was it called?
Roundups.
Well, that's something we're still using.
Yeah, still using it.
Yeah, but yeah, there used to be this other thing that we would use. I can't remember what it was called. Anyway, the same time we stopped
DDT.
Well, yeah, DDT. That's it.
Deep. Wasn't that the same shit? Whatever.
Did they spray that on kids as well?
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah. Deep did it. Yeah.
Yeah. And when we stopped using that, that's when the whole polio numbers went down. Right. And at the same time, we stopped using that. So I mean, I guess you could say correlation if you like, but maybe it was something else that did it. Maybe it was, you know, our Lord and Savior, Big Pharma. So yeah, I think that it all relates back down to you know, just destroying the population, because your everyday person, they're not dumping needles in the lake, right? That's something that Big Pharma does. Your everyday person doesn't have like massive oil spills in the Gulf of Mexico that get swept under the rug and, you know, covered up and then fixed eventually, and then dump massive amounts of detergent. Right? That was BP. Right? That was a corporation or a dead entity. Right?
Yeah. Now this thing going on with the sun cloud coverage, man-made thing, trying to Yeah, that will probably have effect on the especially on the farmers, I would say, growing stuff. But yeah, the way we grow our food and such, if they try to block the sun, you know, certain individual is very interested in having that type of agenda going on. Crazy world we live in.
Surprising we're still alive, man.
Yeah, it's not that easy to kill us off, you know.
Yeah, what's up with that, right?
It takes a lot of effort.
Right, is that what?
Yeah. Healthy lifestyle, clean food, clean water. Yeah. Avoid the unnecessary stuff. Especially from pharma, you should be fine.
How do you get clean water?
Out of a natural spring.
Yeah, but some spring waters
So
can
natural-
get contaminated though. You have to analyze the water, see if it's really clean or not.
Do you know anything about, for example, how do you call this thing? This machine that evaporates the water and it kind of, what is it called? What is that process called?
Condenser?
Condenser?
So you're either talking about distillation or pulling the water out of the air.
Distillation. Distillation.
Yeah, that might be it.
I've been thinking about buying one of those. The only thing that is stopping me from buying one of those distillation machine, it's the fact that there's so many varieties to choose from that I don't know which one to buy. But seems like a good alternative. I'm not really convinced yet that the tap water is like really bad yet. I don't know.
That was DDT, Larry. Farmer put away DDT.
Yeah, we figured it out.
I don't care about spots on my apples. Give me the birds and the bees. Y'all go ahead.
Birds and the bees and the worms and then
I use a water distiller every day.
Oh yeah?
I've got one. It's from H2O Labs. I don't know. You'd probably find one closer in Europe, but it does 1 gallon in about 6 hours. So
no way.
if you, yeah,
One
takes
gallon.
6 hours to do 1 gallon.
What's your experience? What's the name of it?
H2O Labs, LABS, is
name
the
of the company,
I
right?
use. Yeah.
Nice. What's your experience so far?
I've been using it for over a year and doing a couple gallons a day, and just try to keep the calcium that builds up. It's the stuff your body can't use and would have to get rid of. So it's distilled water is probably the best thing you can do for yourself. You get lots of minerals other places. The water and the minerals in the water probably aren't usable anyway. So you're not doing any damage to yourself. But it tastes better. You don't get, if you make coffee with it, you don't dirty up your coffee maker. You get that calcium buildup in a coffee maker.
Oh yeah, that's right. I get that all the time.
So if you make your coffee with that, you don't have to clean the coffee maker. You just clean your 1 gallon pot. 4 liters.
What is the first thing that you notice after doing it for some time?
Well, I've noticed I'm not buying distilled water to use. As far as health,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a very subtle.
Very subtle.
Yeah, it's very subtle. I don't think you're going to notice a lot. If you're prone to something like kidney stones or something like that, if that's in your family, you're going to probably prevent that. Might help with hardening of the arteries. The water's a lot easier for your body to process. It doesn't have to get
really?
rid of things. Yeah, it'll absorb quicker, get into your blood,
Interesting.
help separate your platelets so they're not sticking and clumping together. So, yeah, doing blood tests would be a real good way to do that. If you've got a naturopath or somebody that can take a look at your blood before and after, that would be an interesting little experiment. But yeah, I probably saved a few $100s in not buying water and making my own. Kids love it. Have a hard time keeping up with how much they like to drink it. So
I want to say this about distilled water. So a lot of people have gotten like really healthy from doing like the all vegetable diet, right? Or some people like fruitarians have gotten really healthy. But if you look at these vegan, vegetarians, fruitarians, they all look slightly frail. It's just my opinion. So I think the distilled water in the fruit, in the vegetables, is what's given these people these health benefits. But I think at the same time, hydrogen likes to bond with everything. It's just a slut that way. And I think when you got like H2O, which is like pure water, we call it starved water. And we call it starved water because it's starved of everything else that you naturally find in water. So I would say that if you're drinking distilled water, you can get like a really good high quality salt, like Celtic salt. And Celtic salt is really good because it's from a dead sea that doesn't have plastic in it. So if you get some high quality sea salt, because in World War II, when the soldiers would be injured and they needed a blood transfusion, they would use salt water because salt water has like everything but 2 things that you need in your body to replace the blood. And it sounds crazy, but you need the blood pressure, right? But you need that to save the life immediately. But you also need all the, things that you naturally need in your body, right? So, for example, a lot of people are iodine deficient. A lot of people that take like high amounts intake of sugar, they're the vitamin B6 deficient. And a lot of people that eat lots of carbs but don't ever get like a whole lot of fruit, and they smoke cigarettes, they're vitamin C deficient. And then people with like not a whole lot of sunlight, there's a whole bunch of stuff that they're deficient in. So if you switch to distilled water, I would up the salt intake or quality. Sorry, not the intake. Up the salt quality to make sure that you're getting all the nutrients that your body needs. Because if you really look at fruitarians, don't they look frail to you? Don't they look like they're missing something? I mean, that's just my opinion.
Leonard, I posted PDF lab test result. You can see what types of things they usually filter out. Some might be in the tap water.
Oh no, man! I don't.
As well. If you're interested to know.
Yeah, before I open the file, I rather drink tap water than don't drink any water at all. But I need to make a change, I think. Let's see. Download.
Well, I don't know what country you're in, but in America, they put fluoride in the water. And there was a Harvard study, I think, that was released within the last decade that shows that fluoride in the water lowers the IQ of children.
With children. Nice list. How do you pronounce your name? Wait, hold on. I'm gonna try to pronounce your name. Quetzalcoatl? No.
You can just say Quetzal.
Quetzal?
Quetzal, yeah.
I like that.
Quetzal, if you don't pronounce it correctly, it's Quetzal Quat.
Quetzal Quant?
Quat, yeah.
Quant.
You can just say Quetzal. It's fine. Yeah, what you were saying. What do you want to say?
Yeah, the PDF file, man. Like, what is this? What is this, man? This is a long list of we have fluoride, heavy metals, long list.
You
This
got
is performance data
aluminum,
of the
arsenic,
clearly
barium,
filtrated.
beryllium, cadmium, chromium, cobalt, copper, germanium, iron, lead, lithium, manganese, mercury, inorganic, silver. Yeah, all the known.
It says clearly filtrated water, pitcher, and filter.
Yeah, this is one example of a certain product that can, filter these things out at a high rate, basically. But just to give an example of type of things that can be in the water, basically, to show.
So the thing about filtering is you're taking like particles out of the water that don't belong here. And the thing about distillation is you're taking the water out of the particles. So if you think about it, it makes much more sense to boil it unless you have like a gas spill. Like if there's gasoline in your water and you boil it, the gasoline's going to boil too, and it's going to end up in your final product. But as long as you don't have like some sort of spill in your water of something with a low boiling temperature, you're going to end up with 0 parts per million water. So they have these parts per million tester online. They're really cheap, like 15, 20 bucks. And they're very accurate because when I measure like my tap water, it's like 230, 250 parts per million, not water. But when I measure distilled water, it's like 0 parts per million. So once I start making colloidal silver, then it goes up to like 10 parts per million and then 20 parts per million. And when it's at 20 parts per million, you can actually like kind of see the silver in the water because silver is what they use to make mirrors to reflect, because it's such a shiny metal when it's perfectly smooth. And yeah, you can see the 20 parts per million in the water. So you can kind of tell that the part per million tester, it's pretty accurate.
Amazing.
Yeah. So if you get a good one, you can tell the difference from the quality when you drink the filtered one versus the tap water. Yeah.
So the thing about tap water is when someone takes a medicine and they pee it out, like the medicine never leaves the water. They can't filter it out because it's liquid, like urine, right? So it goes through like, 15 months worth of circulation and processing, and every single person in that town that's taking Xanax, they're peeing it into the water. So you're getting like whatever they're taking.
I'm checking
I distill my well water, and it's probably some of the cleanest water to start with. So you'd be surprised how much ugly stuff ends up in the bottom of your distiller after you're done. I just pretty much have white rocks. Sometimes there's a little red in it, like iron, but mostly it's kind of an off-white powder.
Like
Yeah,
small.
I just want to, help keep my joints healthy and not have a, buildup of hard rocks in my organs. Is what I'm after.
Then you should take boron and K2.
Yeah, I've got a box of boron or borax that I'm just kind of I'm scared to take it. I think it's like soap. But
No, borax. I'm talking about the mineral boron.
yeah,
Borax is a
yeah.
complex of borons, and some people take it. I have a bunch, and it has its benefit. Apparently, I haven't really verified it myself, but I know for a fact that boron, the nutrient mineral itself, it has been. I used to have knee pain, and for years, and taking boron and vitamin D and glucosamine, it went away like after like 2 months.
Yeah, I've been doing pretty good with that. I've been taking the glucosamine and lots of mineral supplements. K2 specifically, no, I'd take that. Maybe that's part of the complex with the D3.
Yeah, the boron, the vitamin D, those are cofactors. Calcium, magnesium, they work together. And if you don't have enough K2 in your blood, the calcium gets stored in the arteries, and it starts blocking stuff. Boron and K2 is what makes your body process calcium better.
That's right. So that's absolutely correct. So have you ever seen like a 4th-generation picture of like Japanese women? Like, if you've ever seen those, you're like, damn, like these people aren't aging. Like they're Asian, but they're not aging, right? So it's like, what are they doing? Well, they eat like copious amounts of kimchi. So kimchi is like a preservative that they make, and it's like really packed full of like K2. And anytime that you can take food like that's organic, obviously you don't want to preserve pesticides. But if you got like some organic food and you just take a head of cabbage, for example, you just stick it in a jar full of water and you get all the air out of it. So like when you close it, it's like overflowing water onto the table. And you just chop up the cabbage, put it in there, maybe a little salt, not too much, but just water, and set it on the counter for like 2 weeks. And then when you eat it, all the enzymes that are naturally on the plant are going to like grow in that jar. And then enzymes is what helps you break down the food. So the whole point of like eating isn't to fill your stomach. The whole point of eating is to like get stuff in your stomach that you can break down and get like the nutrients out of it. So the stuff that grows out of the ground.
It's about what you eat. It's about what you can absorb.
Right. So, for example, if you are low in selenium, you cannot absorb vitamin C. If you're low in salt, you can't absorb water. If you're low in vitamin D, there's going to be a whole bunch of shit that you can't do. So I would recommend, when I was a child, we used to sunbathe. We'd go outside, in our skimpies and our bathing suits, or as much as we could get away with, and we would let the sun kiss our body for like 15 minutes on each side.
Yeah, now we spend too much time inside. That's for sure. Vitamin D, but people that have like low cholesterol, even if you take sunlight, you don't produce vitamin D.
So cholesterol comes from vitamin D, the way I understand it.
No,
Testosterone comes. Go ahead,
no.
man.
Vitamin D through through the sunlight, whatever radiation is happening in the blood, you the body converts cholesterol into carciferol, and then the kidneys and the liver convert them into two more steps, and it creates vitamin D, and also apparently I read somewhere that there's such thing in the cells as vitamin D4. I don't know if it's true, but there's a bunch of steps. But you
He cut out for you need or you. Say that again.
What was that again? Sorry.
You cut out when you said you.
Oh yeah, cholesterol is needed. You need cholesterol. This whole thing about lowering cholesterol for the past 40 years, the war against cholesterol, has been one of the biggest scams in history. It's like it has created more mental problems and Alzheimer's and dementia and diabetes than anything else. There's actually papers admitting that lowering your cholesterol from the pharmaceutical industry can cause diabetes and brain
Brain
problems.
damage. Yeah. Yeah,
Well, your
it's
brain, 50%
brain is mostly
of the weight of your brain
cholesterol.
is cholesterol.
You need it.
Yeah, that's what I meant by the fruitarians. Like if you look at them, they look like really thin and really fit. But when I was coming up, I was like 6 foot and like 160 pounds, like lean and barely ripped. Like I wasn't really ripped, but I wasn't swole, but I was ripped. Let's put it that way. And I looked healthy, and that's because I was getting like meat and everything else. I just didn't eat but like once a day, unless I was in school. Then I was eating more than once a day. But like for the summer, for the most part, I was eating like once a day, and that's how I spent like most of my life growing up in my house. Like it was intermittent fasting every day, no matter what. And I was extremely ripped. And you could look at me and like there for a while I was too tall and I didn't look healthy. But then after like I caught up to like my new skeleton, like then I started looking healthy. So like when you look at people who are vegan, like Eric Dubay, he looks like he could be a lot bigger if he was eating like, maybe some ribs once a month or something.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I tried the whole veganism thing and it destroyed my gut.
Hey, Han, did you got your mamas, mamas when you were born early?
Mamas, what?
Did you get your mamas, mama? When you're a baby and you're hungry, you say mama, mama because you want something. Do you got that when you were?
Oh yeah, I got 2 weeks of breastfeeding. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh man, Jonesy.
But my children got a year apiece of breastfeeding.
Good. This is good.
I know.
Bro, a baby when the baby's crying and want the mama and then they're done and they're happy.
Yeah.
It's a good reason.
Yeah, it's good to breastfeed.
Yeah, I see these vegan mothers breastfeeding their children and they're, oh, my baby is vegan. No, it's not. It's literally eating animal product from your boobs.
You guys heard of vegan cats? Look that shit up.
Yeah, they die.
You mean they force them with vegan food?
Even if
Yeah, bro.
Even if you feed cats cooked food, if you cook food and you give it to your cat, even if it's good meat, over time they will get sicker on average than other cats. Like cats are supposed to eat partially raw.
Give them the liver. They love liver, especially fresh.
Hey, you sound like Smeagol, man. Raw and
Especially fresh.
Yeah, right out of the body.
Warm with blood.
Oh, okay, slow down. Jeez. Fuck.
Wait, you think the cat when
Whoa,
goes
whoa,
to the
wait. If you are in a survival situation and you don't have means to cook, and you get an elk and you kill it, how are you gonna eat it?
Well,
You're gonna die. You're just gonna open it and just, you know what? It's raw. I'm just gonna, lay down and die.
no, of course not. I mean, that's a different situation. The fuck?
Hey, we're not animals here. Yeah, but raw liver is good.
Believe it or not, this is gonna sound crazy to a lot of people here, but it I haven't done it, but I know somebody that has, and they say that when you find meat that is rotten and it has maggots, you can eat the maggots. The maggots don't kill you. The maggots actually are very nutritious. And I looked it up and I was like, nah, that's not true, man. That's putrefaction, and it's true. The maggots are actually eaten all over the world. It's crazy.
I've seen maggots before, and I thought about eating them. It was in my mind, but I never did it.
You should have done it, man.
Sounds
You should never eat bugs ever.
Oh god.
That's the worst case scenario. But so all over the world, people eat everything, man. Like scorpions and snakes and alligators. I don't know. Humans are crazy.
But this is America. We were like top of the pyramid, you know?
Mm-hmm.
What type of pyramid? What do you mean pyramid?
Yeah, we're like high end. We're very fancy. Eating animals like that is low
Man,
level.
this ain't
Poor
America. This is the United States of Israel.
See what?
We're going.
Gotta go to a fancy restaurant and pay $1,000 for a plate. That's the way you do it.
Who's a vegan here?
Me.
I tried it for like 2 years and I did.
You tried it for 2 years?
And then he cut out.
And my gut was on fire. I know it works for some people. I know some people that are been doing good with it for a long time, but for me, no.
I tried raw food for like 3 months.
When you say raw food, you mean like liver?
Exactly. No. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. No, I meant like green, like wheatgrass, juice in the morning. Yeah, I've done it. Fruit.
Wheatgrass.
Wheatgrass, yeah. Yeah.
Some people do like sprouted seeds, and that kind of looks okay. Like sprouted beans and stuff. I don't know. That could be okay, I think, but
for cleaning your body, you know, like wheatgrass is in like detoxifying, you know, like.
Yeah, the chlorophyll and all that. The water is high in water. You can do juices and cleanse. According to some people, I don't know if it's true.
Yeah, we should ask Maso and Matthew. They're here. Matthew, Maso,
Good.
how are you?
Yo. Hi. What's going
Hey,
on,
welcome
guys?
to the Flutter Discord.
Thank you. I just joined like a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, what's good? You know, I kind of been in here for a while.
What brings you to the Flutter Discord?
I'm just curious. Like, I want to like learn a little bit about it. Like, see what's you know. It's pretty much why I'm here, just to read and like get some knowledge.
Learn about what?
Like I don't know. I just kind of
He's trying to learn he's trying to learn the truth about the Earth, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to learn the truth about the Earth? Just go outside and you're gonna get that Earth between your toes, and that's the truth.
Yeah. I guess
feel
so.
that.
What does your perception say the Earth is? What does your perception tell you? What's your gut tell you?
You know, my gut tells me we're flatter than a pancake, man. Like, I don't know.
Well, sometimes your gut is your first opening to reality. Have you ever been in a plane?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a curve?
Hell no, that shit flat horizon.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And how high are you up? 40,000 feet? 35,000 feet?
Pretty
I
high.
don't know, but we're pretty fucking high up.
So your brain isn't, your eyes isn't fooling you. There's no way if the Earth is 24,000 miles around, you at 35,000 feet should see a distinct curve.
For sure,
on the
for sure.
horizon.
So what's good in this chat? There's a bunch of fools in this chat. Is there a live stream somewhere?
What?
Why is
This
there
is
so many?
Hey, that's a harsh word. What do you mean, fool? Who's a fool?
Nah. I just meant like there's so many brothers in here. I was just seeing like what was going on.
You call your brothers fools?
Do you feel like
okay,
you're rotating? Do you feel like you're rotating at 1,000 miles an hour?
Nah. All right, I'm out though. Have a good day, guys. I mean, I know the Earth is flat, guys. I just want to come in here and see what's good. Like,
Good that you know that.
Come back more and tell us more about it sometime.
all right, guys. Peace out.
Wow.
Maso, your brother left.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Didn't take much of convincing for his part, eh?
Yeah.
Straight up.
That's how
Earth is flat.
That's how good we are. That's how good we are.
You know, when I ask those questions, usually I get a fight or I get somebody really defending themselves. And now it's just like you just explained four things. Okay.
Hey, Matthew was busy. He had things to do. But Maso staying home. He's staying with us, right, Maso?
For sure.
So how do we level up this playing field? Maso.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Oh, people say they see the curve.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we help them?
Hmm. I don't know. I mean, I think it's just up to the person. Like, if that's what they like, if they want to like find that knowledge, and they have to go find that knowledge about it. Some people would just sit there and not question anything. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
So I just got a message from Killer Scorpion, and it says that distilled water is dangerous. So my question would be, how is pure water dangerous? Anybody can answer that for me.
I think he meant as long as it doesn't
Some
take out
people argue that distilled water is
minerals out of the water.
deprived of minerals, and it will pull minerals from the body when you drink it. And,
Okay, so is McDonald's burgers, are they like depleted of minerals?
the prime water that comes from underground is mineralized, and that normally you'll drink that water, the prime water that comes from very deep underground, and that kind of is natural water. I mean, I don't want to use the word natural too much, but it's let me say, the product of processes from this design place, and as a result you will get prime water, and that's an okay water to drink, I will say, a good water to drink. But then the still water, it's a bit different from that. So
I feel I have tried all type of water. Water, it's one of my subjects. I actually have custom made filtration systems that I've been working for about 12 years, and I made distilled water, all type of waters. And distilled water, for some reason, short term feels good, but after like a week or so, I feel like it doesn't hydrate me enough. So I don't recommend distilled water for long term.
Yeah, I've drank it for long term too, but my family has always had like really good salt because we were aware of the glass and the sand and the salt for a long time. So one of my first memories is a jar of water that looked absolutely reprehensible, and it was like, this is the tap water. Like that was 5 years old. Like I knew about the health and the state of water and what is living water, like according to the Bible, and you definitely want to drink water in motion. That's why I have like a special water dispenser for my cats that keeps the water in motion. So
Yeah, like
we shake our water, we spin our water, we bless our water, and we drink our water. But yeah, if you're drinking distilled water, it's to clean out, kind of like eating fruits for antioxidants, right? And then you want like spring water for like building up or like eating vegetables. Thing.
you mentioned that water in motion. I think that's a pretty underrated aspect of actual drinkable water. That water in motion, there's something to that.
Yeah, I actually it's been said that water in motion is lighter than, for example, a water that has been in a single place. Like, for example, in a bottle for a long time, it's going to be denser than the water that you can, for example, take from a river that is in motion.
It's aerated.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, there's some devices that apparently mimic like waterfalls, and they spin the. Have you guys been in rivers? Have you guys been in rivers and you see how the water goes through a lot of also, it's a lot of type of movements. It's all over the place. It creates vortex. It creates, it's it creates mist. It creates a lot of different ways of the movement of the water. And if you are high up in the mountains and the water is coming from like a very pristine river, I drink that stuff like there's no and never gotten an issue from like I mean it tastes pretty good too. Like it feels refreshing. It feels good in the stomach. But it has to be obviously up high in the mountain, not like water that is been through all these cities and rivers. It's polluted, but I enjoy water from the mountains better than anything else.
In Kentucky, we've got a lot of natural springs. When you drink your bourbon, that all comes from the limestone springs. And when you get water from a natural spring high up, there's nothing better.
Yeah, feel alive. I try kind of to imitate that. In my house, I have a filtration system that goes through like 6 different steps, and then it goes through a few layers of different minerals of natural minerals like coral calcium and some Japanese rocks that they invented that has like 50 different trace elements, and when it comes out, it's pretty refreshing. It's pretty good.
That's insane.
Have you guys heard of like I think it's called structured water? It's like where you magnetize the water, like put it through a magnetic field.
Heard about
No,
it.
never.
To do it, but not anymore.
You used to do it?
Yeah, I used to vortex the water and put some neodymium magnets around it,
Right.
and but I don't know. It might have some effect, but I didn't verify anything. So I just do it with the natural minerals and rocks, and I filter the water first, make it 99.9% pure, and then add back the nutrients with very natural sources of minerals and stuff. And it's extremely refreshing. It really satiates the thirst.
Yeah, that's one of the things too. You know, some people are saying you need like to drink a gallon a day. I don't really think the average size person needs a gallon of water a day. What they need is like high quality water. So
Exactly.
yeah, I suppose if you're working in the oil fields and you're sweating profusely, you might need a gallon a day to replace the water that you lost. But I don't really think that your body's meant to like go through that much that much water. Just like you wouldn't eat like enough food to fill up a gallon milk jug a day. Like, can you imagine eating like a gallon worth of steaks or a gallon worth of hamburgers or hot dogs or pizza? I mean, maybe a salad, but the salad is not very dense. You know what I mean?
95% water too.
Yeah, if you're sweating a lot, you need water, but it has to be water that has electrolytes because it's not only the H2O, it's what the H2O has in it, and it has to be no contaminants, no toxic stuff. It has to be the earth minerals like the calcium, the magnesium, there's actually waters that has trace amounts of gold and platinum and all these minerals in very small amounts, and those things are actually good for you. Whenever you guys can just Google fulvic minerals or trace elements, and those are actually nutrients that your body uses, and apparently they're required for optimal health. The fulvic acid is a substance made by bacteria in the soil. The bacteria, I don't know if you guys are being in a forest and the forest has a lot of leaves, and if you lift a big chunk of the leaves, you're gonna see like the soil is black in the bottom. That's actually bacteria fermenting like the biomatter that is falling from the trees, and it's creating a concoction of all these minerals and all these substances, and they call it humic substance. And then from the humic they extract fulvic, and fulvic is a complex of like 80 different elements, and it's very very healing for the gut.
Darth Vader. Water is amazing, man. Water, no color, no taste. I mean, we forget about water, huh?
We do. We take things for granted, man. We're too spoiled. It's like breathing. Breathing is one of the most underrated healing things that anybody can practice. The correct type of breathing, it's very healing. People that have high blood pressure, just if they learn to breathe correctly, it helps. Doesn't it's not this is not a prescription, but it helps.
So the reason why breathing is so important is if you're breathing through your nose, you're getting the right kind of air, right? And it's going in one tube and then out the other. So it's making a cycle. And when you breathe right, you get lots of oxygen in the blood, and that makes the pH balance correct. Also, it makes it more base rather than acidic. So instead of focusing on drinking pH balanced water, all you need is foods that are green and raw, right? So you can eat like broccoli, you can eat like all sorts of spinach that's raw, green peppers, anything purple is going to be good for you. But yeah, any food that's like natural and purple. So yeah, it's like if you want, oxygenated blood, you got to breathe correctly. And obviously, it helps to have plants in the house or open your doors like once a day, open the windows, that sort of thing.
Yes, especially when it's raining and after a thunderstorm, you want to have those windows open and make sure that fresh air from the storm after the storm comes in, clean air.
So one of my favorite things to do with water, you take like a cucumber or some lemons, and you kind of semi-pulverize it, and you like put it in your gallon of water, right? And like your whole family that day is like drinking like cucumber flavored water, and to me, it's really good. Especially the lemon. You know, like we always try to keep like mixed nuts in our house, so we're getting like wide variety of like selenium and everything else, iron, and lemonade with no sugar in it is like the best water. Like
It's
as far
amazing.
as, yeah, just no sugar because the fruit already has sugar in it, so you're already good drinking a little bit of sugar. So yeah, grape water, like what's another? Some people do celery, um, and then during the winter, I'll make like anytime I make like stew or chili, put like cayenne pepper in there. Cayenne pepper is like really good for the cardiovascular system.
Wow.
And we're supposed to get like a pinch of like turmeric a day. So if you have like eggs in the morning, put some turmeric, olive oil, black pepper in with your eggs, and the oil helps you absorb the stuff in the turmeric that fights the cancer, and so does the black pepper.
Food is medicine, eh? It's like medicine.
Yeah, it definitely is, in my opinion. Uh, it's like so important that you realize what you're putting in your body. Um, like all the deodorant with aluminum in it. Like you don't want that aluminum in your body, or the sunscreen, or the nanoparticles. Like you don't want that. You don't want that in your body. Like for sure, you don't want it. And it's crazy that people will rub that stuff on their kids. You know, the sunscreen and all the other stuff. But you tell them that you make colloidal silver, and they're like, "Colloidal silver? That's crazy. Why would there be silver in your water?" It's like, bitch. You know, before we pulled the gold and the silver out of the rivers, what do you think was keeping it clean?
Yeah, silver is very antimicrobial, and silver keeps water not clean, but it's antimicrobial, so microbes cannot grow if there's silver in the water. Other pollutants can be in the water, though, if it's only silver.
Right, right. So I've done experiments with milk, like at room temperature in the shed. You know, so the shed gets hot, and I would put like a third of the cup colloidal silver, and I would go outside after a couple days, and you know I'd have my 3 cups of milk there,
No way.
and it's like, yeah, you could drink it. I'm not joking. 3 days at room temperature outside in the Texas heat in a shed, and you
That's
could drink
insane.
the one that had, yeah, you could drink the one that had colloidal silver.
That's awesome. Yeah, back
Tell you
in
what
the
I've done.
day, I don't know the years, but apparently people used to throw pure silver chunks into water, into like a bucket of water, to keep it from developing like bacteria, and that's how they used to keep their water clean.
I've done,
Well, isn't
man.
it
I used
because
to
of
take
copper as well? They were using like a copper container or something to keep the water in, like pure copper.
Yeah, the best thing to drink out of would probably be gold. The next best thing would be silver, and have silverware, right? Because the bacteria doesn't get on your like utensils, right? And then copper would probably be like the third best thing. So you know, there's like these 3 different levels of what our eating and drinking material should be made out of, but instead we're using like stainless steel or even worse, plastic. Ugh.
Get Big Get?
Yeah.
He's I gotta ask him about this, what he actually meant, but one day he said that stainless steel is a byproduct of when bodies are cremated or something like that, humans' bodies or dead bodies. There's something, he said something like that.
What?
The process that they use, there's something, he said that stainless steel has to do something with dead people.
I don't know about that, man. Stainless steel is basically steel and nickel mixed together because nickel doesn't corrode and it makes it hard.
Yeah, there ain't too much nickel in a corpse.
I guess that person was high or something.
It's and you know what? The more there's lots of different types of steel alloys and even stainless steel alloys. They have some that are not actually 100% corrosion resistant. Like they wouldn't be good for like a marine environment, like a 416 stainless. It has like sulfur in it, and it has less nickel. It's considered a free machining stainless. So they make like gun barrels and things out of the 416, and it could be heat treated, but it doesn't have quite the same corrosion properties as the higher nickel ones, like a 304 stainless that you would see like in marine grade hardware. Like if you have a boat, the little hardware on your boat would be like 304 stainless because it's more corrosion resistance against like salt water and stuff like that. But it's a shitty 304 is softer. It's hard to machine it. Like if you wanted to cut threads on it, it's really gummy and it work hardens. So it's a bad material to make machine parts out of. But yeah, as far as dead bodies, I don't think dead bodies contain a lot of nickel. I mean, I could be wrong, but I wouldn't think they do. I know there's all kinds of trace metals.
That's not what it is. It's there's something to that, but I'm not saying that the stainless steel coming from bodies.
Uh-huh.
It's not that.
You're saying a more of a trace element. It's even not the nickel is one of the main components. Aside from the iron, there's a lot of nickel content. You're saying like maybe like manganese or like a small trace element. It could be.
No, I'm not saying any. I'm not making a claim. I just said that Get Biget said something in relation to stainless steel and cremating bodies. He said something to that nature. So that's why I'm wondering what he actually meant by that.
I'd like to know a little more because that sounds interesting. He might be onto something.
They probably use stainless steel coating to cremate the bodies, because after you cremate the body, there's going to be like all sorts of like buildup, and stainless steel would be the only thing that you'd be able to clean off.
Or they wrap them in stainless steel foil. You're saying so that it doesn't contaminate the oven. Because like when you you do heat treatment on certain parts, they have this stainless steel foil, and you wrap your part in the stainless steel foil so it doesn't oxidize. It protects your part when you're doing heat treatment.
Maybe what he meant is the stainless steel that you get at the stores. It's is the used stainless steel to cremate the body. So you're getting used stainless steel and putting it in your mouth.
Are you thinking aluminum foil versus stainless steel? Because it's not the stainless is like a hard. They make stainless foil, and they make like Reynolds wrap is not stainless steel; it's just aluminum. But they do make stainless steel foil. It's a heavier gauge, and it's specifically made to heat treatment. Like say I have a little part, and I want to make that part. I want to harden the steel. You wrap it up in this. It's a much thicker than aluminum foil, and it's made out of stainless steel, which it has a higher melting point. And then you throw that in your oven to heat the part. Because when you heat it, you can introduce oxygen, and you don't want to oxidize the material, so you kind of fold it up to keep as much oxygen out as you can when you heat treat the part.
I tag Get Biget. He's in Germany, so he's gonna be waking up in probably 6 hours.
You know what I've seen is they take the remains, like the ashes, and they can make gemstones allegedly. I don't know if they're just like, hey, send me the ashes. They throw it right in the trash and mail you a gemstone. You know what I mean? I have no proof that they're actually making a gemstone from the ash. There's no way to confirm that shit. You know what I mean?
Well, didn't Superman got a diamond from where was it? Coal. He went to the coal place and he broke the coal and there was a diamond site. Coal ashes. I somehow think about relation to that.
Yeah, the carbon.
Yeah, Superman went to a heap of coal, and he with his hand he picked up a coal and he smashed it. I mean, with his hand, and a diamond was inside. So
nice. That sounds legit. I saw it in a movie. That's how they're made. Superman's coal into diamonds. Yeah. Same thing like those gemstones that they make allegedly from the remains, from the cremation remains. There's no way to really prove that shit because it's not just they make other types of stones, like different colored ones and stuff. Because actually, my dad's, let me see, on my dad's side, his mom's sister, when she died, her nieces actually had some of those gemstones made from it. And it's like, oh, is that what that is? You know, and it's like, I think it might be a gimmick just to sell you that shit. Like, yeah, here's your loved one, and you can make a. I thought the whole idea was kind of creepy. Like, oh man, these are the remains of. To me, it would kind of creep me out, if it was even real. You know what I mean? It'd be kind of creepy.
Or maybe they can produce some type of glass or mineral that they can melt and mold into a crystal or something.
It looked like, yeah, it looked just like a colored diamond. Like it could be like an emerald or a ruby or a sapphire. They make different colored ones, but there's no, like, I have no way to confirm they're taking the remains and throwing it in this high temperature oven and making this shit in a crucible. There's no way to prove it. You just have to trust them. Yeah, trust me. Send me that in $500 and I'll send you a gemstone cut from your loved ones. Okay. Or whatever the price is. I don't know the price.
But why will they lie?
To sell you shit, dude. There's people that would want that shit. I mean, it's a unique thing. Like, oh yeah, we'll make you something from your cremated loved ones. We'll make you something to remember them by. You could wear it at all times and you could be close to them. It's just a whole bunch of marketing.
Yeah, and they pay like $10 from China for a package of 100 and sell it for 100 each.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking the same thing. They don't put any of the remains. It's a hoax. Like they sucker you in like that.
But why will they lie?
Just told you, man. Like they lie about the globe, right? They lie about all that shit.
Who's lying about the globe, bro? Nobody is.
Everybody, man. Everybody in NASA, everybody in every space agency, all the official buttheads like
What do
Elon
you
Musk.
mean they lying, bro? NASA lying?
Talking heads, bro. The talking heads lie.
Are you saying that the security guy at the gate and the guy cleaning the toilets at NASA headquarters, are they lying?
That guy is probably still a legit globe head, right? Even the people that think they're making parts for NASA, they think the shit. They're so good. They're so good at convincing them they're doing something productive that only the top level people know, and they're laughing at the rest of the employees that are suckered in, right? I think that's what they're doing. And like, let's say I worked for NASA, right? And let's say I'm a flat earther and I work for NASA. I think that would be totally unethical. But if I had to get a paycheck and the job was good, and that's my only option, one of my only options, I'm like, man, I need this. I need to make. I mean, me myself, I couldn't do it because it just sit wrong morally with me taking that blood money, right? To me, that's blood money. I don't want it. But a lot of people will take the blood money, and they might even be flat earthers, right? So not everybody has a moral compass to where they feel rotten about it. Some people could do it.
I mean, once that check comes in, you will gladly clean the toilets.
Maybe the toilets, but I'm saying as far working for NASA, cutting the lawn or something, I would have no problem doing that, or the security guard. But I'm saying working as a deceiver, like, oh yeah, I'm working on a team that's sending the lunar or the rover, the Mars rover thing, or whatever. Like me working with all those people, knowing that I mean, even being a security guard, you know, like now that I think of it, I really wouldn't even want that check, dude. I would feel dirty. I would feel dirty, and I don't want their blood money.
I remember it was probably like a year ago. There was a guy that he claimed he worked like for security for NASA, like around the gates, around the perimeters, and he said he knew there wasn't a globe, but he just worked there.
That's what I mean. I think there might be more than you think, because now that it's become a big topic, they might know. Because I think one of the engineers said this piece of crap is never going to the moon or whatever, and then he died suspiciously. He might have been one of the astronauts, even. I think, yeah, Gus Grissom. I think one of them guys. that he publicly said this piece of shit will never land on the moon, and they killed him in a training exercise, like he caught fire inside the capsule. They said, "Oh, it was an accident. It was an accident. We had 100% oxygen environment, and the wires caught fire, and he burned to death inside there with pure oxygen."
Bro, they burned what, like 4 people inside that thing.
4 people. Well, I mean, those might have been the outspoken ones. Like, here's what happens to you if you say anything, you'll be next. And then they just, okay, we get it, we get it.
I mean, but
What
going
does
to
this
space, going to space is dangerous. You know, there's accidents before going to space.
Being an astronaut is dangerous, dude. If you speak the truth, it's dangerous. But you sold out. By the time you're an astronaut, you've already sold out. You're already a Freemason, so you've already sold out.
Actors, actresses, actors.
And some people take the easy road. The easy road is to take that paper, man, get that big check, and just not give a shit about that. You know, you're taking blood money. But to me, I couldn't do it. I would feel dirty. I couldn't do it.
I mean, imagine being Buzz Aldrin and be able to sell your underwear because it went to the moon and sell it for how much money? Just
It's still got the skid marks. Yeah.
Your underwear and the T-shirt that you had on when you went to the moon, and people will pay a lot of money for that stuff.
Just the freaking book deals, bro. Jeez.
The moon was actually a film studio somewhere in England, because Stanley Kubrick's film, or it could have been in Los Angeles. I don't really know exactly where they filmed it, but just like Devon Island is Mars, right? There's Mars. It's in Canada on Devon Island. So wherever they claim it is, right? Wherever they say it is, that's what it is. It doesn't mean it's the moon, but it's their film set of the moon, just like their film set of Mars is on an island.
How much is the underwear sell for?
I don't know. I've heard that before, and I'm just passing the message.
Still has the skid marks in it, so it's like.
Can somebody send the island that looks like the pictures from Mars? I think I've seen something like that. Who has that?
Devon Island, Devon. Imagine the odds of calling it Devon, like Devon, Devil Island.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, Mars is in Canada. But
boys, they troll us, dude. NASA are a bunch of
So for what we know and the limitations that we have of exploration, they could be like pieces of land, I don't know, in the south, or what we call the south, or Antarctica, whatever regions of the world. They could be recording places on those areas and giving films, and you'll never make it to that place.
True. I mean, what they tell us is Antarctica. They tell us this is Antarctica for all we know. I mean, on some places they say this is Antarctica, but it has a shoreline where you see like penguins and shit walking up a beach. The penguin is not going to walk up a 300-foot wall of sheer ice. You know what I mean? They can't do that. So if it's like that all around the coastline, if it has a sheer wall, like a ledge, there ain't no animals getting up there unless they can fly. And I don't know how many birds live in that cold environment. You could say a penguin is a bird, but they can't fly.
I remember seeing some recordings from the wall, and there is recordings of actual flying birds, like seagulls and those kind of birds.
You think it's all the way down there? It could be hundreds of miles away, not necessarily that deep as Antarctica. Maybe it's an island that's close by.
Yeah, I mean that region. Let's say you are in the middle of the map, right, and you have this circle, and you have islands around this small circle. Once you start heading the other direction, like south, everything will just get the regions will just get bigger and bigger and bigger. The distances will just get bigger and bigger, right?
Yeah, that's what I've been told. It's like if it's a
Once you
giant
head to the
circle,
outside of the map to do a
the
circle
circle
around the map.
gets bigger and bigger. Yeah, the further south you go, the bigger the circles get. To do one complete circle
Yeah,
gets
the
larger
bigger the
and larger.
circle, the more legend.
That's why when people before they had the Panama Canal, they had to go around the horn, they call it, like South America, that tip of it. And it was a much longer trip than they anticipated. They're like, man, I thought it's this little
What, the
pointy piece
horn
of
of
a
the devil or something?
yeah, the horn of the devil. Anyway, but going around it, it kind of looks like a horn on their map. But I think maybe it's not so pointy as a horn. It's actually wider, but they've compressed that land area to conform with a globe. Because when you go on a globe, everything at the bottom converges and gets smaller. That's why Australia looks short and chubby. They've compressed it. They compressed it to fit on their globe. So when you open it to a circle, everything gets wider. So South Africa's wider. People in South Africa said it's as wide as the United States, but it doesn't look that wide. If you look at a globe, you're like, okay, United States is like say 3 inches wide, and you go down to South Africa and it's 1 inch, but it's actually much wider because everything down there spreads out. It gets wider the further south you go. Like 15 degrees, if you have 15 degrees is 1 hour, and over here we have 4 time zones in the United States, and it's approximately United States maybe 2,000 2,500 miles wide because it's not a perfect uniform edges. East Coast, West Coast are not perfectly straight, but say roughly 2,500. You go down to Antarctica, and 1 time zone is roughly that same size. It's like 4 times wider. So you got your 15 degrees of a circle is only 1 time zone, but it's over 2,500 miles. It's a much bigger area.
I drove from Key West to New England up north, the northeast, and it doesn't feel that big.
That's a long trip, man.
It is a trip. It's 1,600 miles.
Wow, that's a lot.
But when you do it, I mean, yes, it's a long drive, but
You're right, dude. Because I drove to Florida from Michigan, and it's just over 1,000 miles to the part of Florida I went. And Michigan's not as far as New England, way up there. Where did you say you went to? Maine?
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. All right. Massachusetts is not, it's almost probably the same as where I'm at. But Key West is going all the way from like Daytona Beach down to the Miami and then Key West. How much is it from Key West to the mainland? How far is that? Like 400 maybe?
No, from Key West to, let's say, Miami, right? Because that's the next big city. Let me see.
Maybe
I'll
less than that. Maybe 300 miles.
Not even. Let's see.
Not even? All right. I thought it was a longer chain of islands.
Well, there's a road that goes all the way from the mainland to Key West. It's
Yeah,
actually
it's called
That's the
Route
road.
1.
Yeah, that's the way he must have taken. And then you go up I-75, you go right up there. You could go right to Michigan. It goes, if you take Interstate 75, it goes to the Upper Peninsula of Michigan.
Yeah, I don't think it's the longest bridge in the world from Florida to Key West. You could just Google it. How far is it from Miami mainland to Key West? I mean, how?
From Key West to Miami, it's a multiple bridges. You go from island to island, from bridge to bridge. You go to the ground. It's a highway
It's not.
that has
It's
many
not
bridges.
one shot. Yeah, it's a raised highway, more or less.
And then you go through. You make it to an island, and then you go through a town, and then you make it to another bridge. Go to the next island, next to the next to the next. That's how it is.
I was thinking it was as long as Florida, the string of islands, but maybe if you drove it, it might be that. And you said it maybe 100 miles. Like Florida is 160 miles wide. Key West, I haven't seen a map in a while, but I thought it was further than the width of the state. It's 160 miles, but
Well, I'm going to Google it.
I'm gonna do a measurement in Google Earth.
There you go.
Google, they're a trusted source, right? We could trust Google. Not. Dude, you know what? If you Google like how wide is South Africa or whatever, I don't know if they would give you the legit size. I mean, Northern Africa is over 5,000 miles
Wow,
wide.
it is 327 miles. That's a long ways.
No shit. I was close.
Yeah, but there's several. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 islands on the way. So you got to go to what's called Key Largo, Isomania, something like that, or
It says here for me that from
Marathon.
on a straight line from Key West to Miami, it's at 132 miles.
What? So which is it? You get two results.
Let's see.
I made a straight line from Key West to Miami.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily you're island hopping, and it's not a straight line.
Yeah, but it doesn't look that far off. It could be like you could say 150 miles drive. So I'm gonna do it like in a driving mode because I just made a straight line. So
well, his is twice as long. I don't know.
You're right.
Let's see. The fastest route now avoids road closure on Ronald Reagan Turnpike. This is a railroad. It's 327 miles.
From Miami, on the road from Miami to Key West is 166 miles. 3 hours, 22-minute drive.
That's not bad.
Well, this says 6 hours and 8 minutes.
They're both on Google, and you got different results. How was that?
Well, this is just I just put in Google search Key West to Florida. How many miles?
That's
is
not
it?
Miami, dude. That's not Key
Yeah,
West.
Florida
What's
is
wrong
the
with you,
state and Miami is the city. So you gotta be kind of more specific about that.
Yeah, and Miami is way south. So I mean, you're gonna get to Miami before you get to Florida. Just like you have South Beach, you have what's the other one? Homestead, all these places that are closer to the Keys.
Get to Miami before Florida. They're both Miami. Even Key West is Miami.
Yeah, but not if you're coming
Or, I mean,
from.
it's Florida. They're all
If
Florida.
you're coming from Key West, but Florida, if you look on a map, it has a location where it says Florida, just like for New York or any other state. It's not going to be like as soon as you hit Florida. It's gonna pick one for you.
The island chain is Florida, like the.
Yeah, I'm
in
aware of
Alaska.
that. But what I'm saying, what he's punching in, is the AI is not gonna know any different.
Yeah, AI might give you, if you say Florida, it might give you North Florida right next to South Carolina or something like that.
But Florida is longer than that. Like Florida from bottom to top is probably about 400 miles. Relative, I'm just comparing it to the size of Michigan, that I know how wide. It's about 300 miles wide from Detroit to Chicago. If you're going that way, east and west, it's about 300 miles wide. It's a little bit less, but Florida is only about 160 miles wide, and it looks much longer. Like if you take the length to width of the state and compare them, it would look to be about 400 miles long.
If you do the widest region from east to west Florida, from Jacksonville to Pensacola.
Oh, the Panhandle's even wider. Yeah, I was talking the peninsula mostly.
The peninsula, okay.
Yeah, most of that, because I know the Panhandle's a lot longer.
Let's see. From Clearwater Beach, which is the
basically it is the coast because it's the beach. To Cocoa Beach on the east side, it's 136 miles.
Okay. Yeah, it varies. It's not like parallel lines. Like you have Tampa Bay, you got parts where it's fatter and parts where it's narrower.
Yeah, I'm in the peninsula, and I pick kind of like the wider spots from the
So it's
peninsula.
only 130 at the wide points.
Yeah, 140, let's say 140, the
So
widest peninsula
and
side.
how long is the state from like Jacksonville to Miami? How long would that be?
Oh yeah, from Jacksonville. Okay.
That's one of your far north. Jacksonville's right up there.
Let's see, Fernandina Beach, which is on the north of Jacksonville. to Homestead, which is reaching towards Key Largo, which
Yeah,
is
Homestead's the last town on Florida's on the mainland. I think Homestead is the last town.
Yeah, that's 366 miles.
Dude, that's 66 again. Again, it popped up. One of
From
them,
the north to the south,
66.
yeah, from the furthest town or beach from the north, and to the lowest town to the south is 366 miles.
Dude, I wonder if they're just 66. I wonder if it's 65. They just love that number, man. They love the 666, but they know they can't pull that off.
Yeah, you get all type of numbers when you doing this kind of stuff. You know, I could probably pin out a spot and find 666 miles somewhere.
Not in one state, maybe Texas or California, but
You guys ever notice they made like a sandbar along the whole east coast of America?
oh yeah, dude, they said they had a shipping way. Like back in the Civil War, this was to protect them from submarines and shit. But that's probably like Tartaria architecture. All those artificial ports and those what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That waterway.
Yeah, there's like waterways just inside a big sandbar that goes the whole coast. It's pretty crazy.
That's man-made shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is kind of crazy. And when you think about the canals and all the huge rocks that are in place to have all the canals inland, in the sea, going towards the sea or out of the sea, in the canals of riverways and towns and all sort of canals, that amount of rocks, I don't know if these people on donkeys were able to construct that whole thing.
No way, dude. No way could they do that. They said
There's
they dug that shit, the St. Lawrence Seaway. They're digging that shit with shovels and shit, like hand shovels. I'm like, yeah, right. The Irish built it. The Irish built it. How many fucking Irish was there? That would be a monumental job, just digging with shovels.
Yeah, have you guys seen the documentary Sand Wars?
No.
It's about like how sand is basically the third biggest commodity on Earth behind water and oil.
Oh
And,
yeah, you know, Dubai buys a lot of sand. They make islands and shit.
Yeah, they made that whole false globe world, and they made the palms thing, and yeah, Florida buys a shit ton of sand just to like keep their beaches.
That's funny that
just
in
it
Dubai,
from the ocean.
I'm sorry, Ron.
Go
Just
ahead,
one
go
comment. In Dubai, that world islands that they made, to be able to make that world islands, they're dependent on a flat, level, motionless environment. Like that's kind of funny. They made the globe, so people can live on the globe, but it's flat. The globe is flat.
Well, same thing with Florida. If you have a peninsula sticking out into the water and it only averages 6 feet above sea level for the whole state, right? That means that state is flat as hell. And if the water was curving around a ball and you have a flat state, a flat piece of land, guess what? It's going to be under the curve of the water. If water was conforming on a ball, if it was curving around a ball, you can't have that. You can't have 6 feet above sea level, the meaning a dead flat state like Florida. Florida is flatter than Kansas, which most people think, the Great Plains are flat as shit. Well, they are flat, but Florida is even flatter than that.
Yeah, I learned in that documentary that you can't just use like sand from the desert because sand created by wind is round, and you
Yeah.
need angular sand to be able to build anything.
They call that sharp sand. Sharp sand, which if you put a tile floor down, you make what's called a mud bed. So you take Portland cement and something they call it sharp sand. So it's got sharp edges, and the sharp edges they bind with your Portland cement, and that's how you got to use that for your cement bed.
Yeah, it's like using river rock or angular gravel.
You need sand with angles to be able to make constructions, and if you
Like
use
crushed stone.
sand that's globular, it doesn't work.
If you got tumbled sand, like beach sand, it's just too rounded and it doesn't bind with the Portland cement, and your cement will fail. You'll have shitty cement.
Yeah, you must have angular sand
It's
and
like
angular gravel to build.
They call it aggregate. The aggregate is like the crushed stone. But if I use marbles, if I use rounded marbles as my aggregate, my cement's going to fall apart. It needs those sharp corners and shit to grab and bind and interlock and make their matrix.
Yep. So yeah, it seems like you could just go to the Sahara Desert and get as much sand as you want, but all that sand is useless for building.
Well, your structures won't be very durable. I mean, it just depends, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, coarse aggregate's very important for the concrete to stay together. They break it, they smash the rock into sharp little pieces. Just imagine this, like if you take a long piece of rock that's sharp and narrow and jagged, put it into the concrete, and then put a round ball rock into the concrete and let it dry. Put them both halfway in, and then try to pull one out. The round one just rolls right out. Sharp one grabs on because it's ununiform and it's not round.
Like river rocks, all
right.
they're like.
So they always crush the aggregate when you put it in concrete. It's called crushed aggregate. They crush it in a rock crusher, break it up.
Over here, they recycle the old concrete and they crush it up, and you get it for a little less money. It's just like recycled concrete. Not as good as like regular stone, like crushed stone. It's going to be a more durable concrete because all the recycled concrete is also it's decaying and falling apart and delaminating. So it's kind of like a half-ass concrete if you use that stuff.
Yeah, the Sand Wars documentary is hard to find. It's super banned, and even when you buy the DVD, it's like half cut off. The movie's not all there.
I wonder
Really
why.
weird.
What was the point of censoring the Sand Wars?
I don't know. It's just they just don't want anybody to know about it because they're stealing so much land, like down in Thailand. I think Singapore is basically stealing Thailand through dredging. So they go out like 3 miles from the coast and suck up a bunch of sand, and then eventually that beach just falls back down,
Oh yeah, so they're making a void and then it washes out when all the
I went to
the trench.
Yeah, I went to places on the north side of South America, and their beaches are just volcanic rock because all the sand disappeared, and they don't know why.
Someone's out off the shore sucking, making a giant void, and their sand is washing out into that void. Is that what you're saying? That sucks.
Yep. Yeah, so there's no rules. It's just free sand out there if you dredge the bottom of the ocean, and nobody can stop them.
That sand is used for building. That is so they can't use the coarse sand that's basically in the desert. It's the sand that's at the bottom of the ocean. It's the perfect sand to mix with concrete. So
Yep.
when they build shit, that's what they fucking use that shit.
Yeah, but you don't want ocean sand because the salt. It would
Well,
the salt concrete.
regardless, they filter all that shit out. But that sand is very it's easy to mix with to the material they use apparently.
Yeah, and Singapore has grown by like a large number. They've added tons of acreage to their country by stealing sand from neighboring countries.
You know who did that? Is China made an airport in the water.
No, that was Japan.
It was Japan. Japan did that. They put a bunch of fucking sand and rocks and shit, and they made an artificial island.
Yeah. But that's what Sand Wars is all about. They interview the guys that drive the dredging boats, and they won't show their faces, and it's a bunch of dudes that work for unnamed companies.
The thing is, everyone knows it's going on, and no one is holding them accountable because the people with the deepest pockets. We know it's a one world government. So if you bribe the right people, they never get held accountable. It's like, we're not going to fine you. We're just going to let you rip off them because whatever. Because you pay us money and we won't let you get in trouble. It's like why when the people like Joe Biden's son gets caught red-handed, does he never face any criminal charges? We know the answer, but if you're connected, like the Clinton Foundation,
look at look at Pelosi's husband. Just got freaking a DUI. You know what I'm saying? Drinking and driving, and you haven't heard anything about it.
Yeah.
Well, of course.
Yeah, he got let off
rich and
today,
powerful.
right?
Did you know the Pelosi's, they own Star-Kissed tuna fish, and it's based in Samoa, America, Samoa, and then on the can it says made and processed in the United States, right? So it's like, oh, people say it's made in America, but it's not. They don't even pay them minimum wage. They pay them less than the minimum wage in the United States. That's why they base it there, because they're cheap asses.
Wow.
Part of the reason, right? So they do save a lot of money on the labor cost processing all that tuna fish. And it's close to where they catch it. They catch it there, but
Well, you know what they say about pianos and tuna fish now.
No, tell us.
Well, you can tune a piano. You can't tune a fish. Now, can you?
Well, it's called a tuna fish for a reason. I assume just because you can tune it.
do you ever see how big they are, dude? Those are some big ass fish.
Very
Tuna.
large and in charge, yep.
Dude, one fish,
what the
bro? One fish is worth $1 million. One fish.
Yeah, yep.
They like making sushi out of them, the Japanese. That shit,
Yeah.
I mean, but the tuna fish, like I never thought they were that big. I thought they just netted them up. I thought they were maybe 2-3 feet long, but they're huge. They're hundreds of pounds.
Yeah, dude, they're like 1,000 pounds almost. But I was watching, like if you're on YouTube, you can watch them, watch them chop it up. It's freaking awesome what they do, dude. Like it's pretty freaking amazing what the Japanese do with that fish. They salvage every piece.
Well, the scraps go to the tuna fish. They grind that shit up. The good cuts go in the sushi, and the cheap cuts go in the hamburger, like the fucking tuna. You get more if it's a steak. If it's like a steak or a big solid fillet, it's worth more than like the ground up shit.
You know what's funny? It's the same fish.
It is. It's the same. Well, you could say the same with a cow.
Cow, yeah.
Or like even like a pig. You got bacon, you got pork chop, you got ribs, and they all taste different. They're different parts, but they like ribs taste different than pork chops or pork loin. Same with steak. You could have like a New York strip taste different than a fillet. Different cuts.
Yep. I guess what I meant was canned tuna versus yellowfin steak. It's the same amount of protein. If it's the same weight. So it's like, come on, guys.
Oh, I get the price thing. It's like, well, hamburger is cheaper than filet mignon. So
Yeah.
it's like, it's all steak or it's all beef, but if you want the filet, you're going to pay $20, 25 a pound. I'm not sure now what the price of steak is. I know it's went up a lot. I only buy hamburger.
Prime rib, that's some good cut right there.
Yep.
It's very expensive.
All steak has went up in price a lot in the last probably 6 months. All that the prices have inflated crazy. Even now they kicked up the price of milk. Milk at Kroger has been really cheap for a long time. It's been like about $2
Yeah,
to
$2.
$2.50.
But no longer. It's $3.50 now here.
Right. It's cheaper than most people are paying over $7. But I think what Kroger owns their own dairy farms, and so does Meijer, these two largest food chains in Michigan, and they have their own dairy farms. They used to buy it from like Dean Foods, but then if they were buying it, they couldn't take it would be harder for them to take a price loss on it. You know what I mean? If they're making it themselves on their own dairy farm, and it's like it's almost like a store coupon. They gave you the milk for probably less than it cost them to produce it, or maybe it's even money, or they lose a little bit, but it gets you in the door, and you spend $200 on other shit. So it's like giving you a free gallon of milk. Here, we'll give you the free gallon of milk. Just come and spend some money with us. And I think it's a loss leader. Same with the eggs. The eggs are cheap, $1 something for a dozen eggs. They sell that shit so that you think naturally everything else in the store is cheap. Because you know how I know? The store was closed and I had to buy some at the gas station because I needed some milk. I went to CVS and I went to the gas station like a Speedway, and they were both over $7 for a gallon. I'm like, what the fuck? I get the same gallon at Kroger for like, less than $3, and this shit is over $7.
Yesterday I saw something. I think Flat Earth Dude posted. Somebody who lives out there. Gas is almost up to $10 in some places in California.
I've heard that, man. I've heard that. It's got to be rough living out there.
Yep, and I think the lowest is like $7 in Fresno, California. It's like, what,
That's
folks?
when you go to Mexico, dude. You go across the border and you get a big gas tank. Like my truck holds 30 gallons, but I would bring some extra tanks if I could. They got those fuel tanks that you can put in the back of your truck and then pump it out later. Or like it's off-road equipment. So if I had, usually people put diesel fuel in them, and some of those could hold like 50, 100 gallons. You can get big ones that sit in your pickup. I wonder if they would check that shit. Like, hey, you're bringing back fuel from Mexico? Got to pay a duty, son.
That's what's up.
They want that paper, man. They don't want you avoiding that state tax. State of California, man, they're ripping you off. There's got to be a shit ton of state tax on that. How long do you guys think it'll be before the majority of people figure this out? They figure out the obvious, like the shit is not a ball. Like, do you think it'll happen in the next 5 years, 10 years, 20? Never. Do you think we'll ever pass the tipping point? I think we're pretty close. and that's why they clamped down on the censorship, like YouTube and shit. I think we were already near that tipping point. We're like, we got to do something about this. We can't. This is getting dangerous. It's too close to the tipping point.
Yeah,
So I
Wolfgang.
think,
We talked about like we don't need the majority to realize on their own. Like there is a certain threshold that is actually fairly low, and then once that is
tipping point. Yeah, it doesn't need. We don't need everybody. It's a tipping point, and I think it's around over a third. Once you get about 1/3, the whole ball of shit falls apart.
I even think it's like 10%. I'm more optimistic. Like if 10% of people like realize this and are vocal about it, like the normies will.
We're already past 10, though. We're past that. Yeah, I know it.
Maybe.
I know it. Because the thing is, too many people are still. They're still reluctant to talk about it because of self-policing. They feel uncomfortable publicly talking about it.
Right.
We be way over. Like we got to be closer to 30. There's so many because it's been around so long, and everybody that I know, they know someone who's a flat earther. Like you're only one link away. It could be your brother, your cousin, your best friend. Like everybody knows someone who's a flat earther. So I mean, we have to be around that 30%.
Dude, if it's everyone knows someone, it must be very high. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Like, what is it? Like, you're 6 degrees of freedom from everyone.
Yeah.
So then,
So this
it's
is
like
6 degrees separation. Yeah.
It's like
We're just
1/6,
one step.
maybe heuristically.
I would say.
By the way, that's a bad movie. Don't watch it.
Yeah, kind of.
Can you think of anyone who doesn't? I mean, because here was a funny thing. Like about 4 years ago, maybe 5. I went to a concert with my older brother, who's a globetard, and one of his friends was a flat earther. And somehow we got, and we got to talking about it, and one of my brother's other friends like, oh no, not another one. It was so funny because they were like busting at this other guy, Kevin, my brother's friend, and they have a mutual friend. And they thought, oh, this guy's just a weirdo. They're like, oh no, not another one. And I found out he has the same camera as me. We both had a P900. This is when that was the best camera you could buy. The most zoom. They didn't have a P1000. And it was just funny. I'm like, wow, this is cool. I got a new friend.
Yeah, I bet uncontacted tribes in like the Amazon or like in the North Sentinelese Islands, I bet they're flat earthers. So it's like everybody literally on Earth is 1 degree separate.
Brazil has the most flat earthers. That's what I've heard. It's like it's almost like normal. Like there's no stigma attached. There's just so many people are flat earthers.
It's almost like it takes like 500 years of indoctrination to convince people the Earth isn't flat. It's almost like that.
It didn't take that long. It took about 100, not even.
I think wasn't it like the debate was still going on in like the early 1900s, like at least the late 1800s, and they kind of just memory hold it.
Yeah, look at the maps. Look at a Gleason's map from back then. There was still a debate, and he was one of him and Robotham. They were pushing the truth, and then they just got steamrolled and ran over by all these fuckers. And then when NASA came out, that was fairly recent in the 50s,
right?
Like the Antarctica Treaty and shit. The 1958 Encyclopedia even talked about Antarctica having a dome over it. It's like, what? You think about an encyclopedia set saying something like that?
That still blows my mind. Like that's 1958, so that's like certainly in living memory.
I know, dude. That's not very long ago.
There's no way to explain it. There's like no way to interpret it because I tried. I was like trying to do mental gymnastics for the Globers. I'm like, oh, maybe they meant something else. Like, there's like really no other way to interpret that encyclopedia entry.
Yeah, I know. So it's like something's, and that's not 500 years ago. That's a lot more recent. So it's like, wow, this is not. And look, it didn't. Well, the thing is, I think with all the traumatizing, like having 2 world wars, of Vietnam, of multiple wars in Iraq, Afghanistan, terrorist attacks, constantly stressing and bombarding the people, and then all the Great Depression and like all these economic crises, people are focused on just surviving, and they don't really have time to piece things together. They're in survival mode.
I'm sorry.
That's how they wiped it out in such a short time. They wiped the whole slate in such a short time.
Dude, so I've tried to red pill people I know, and then what you just said is exactly what they say. Like they regurgitate this like weird like line that's somehow like indoctrinating all of them, which is I don't have time to think about the world or like the truth. I'm just like trying to save money or make money or live or something. Like they all say that if you press
That's
them
what they're
hard enough.
stuck in a treadmill, dude. That's what I mean. Everyone. Here's the thing. I think it was before COVID. 70% of people in America didn't even have $500 to fall back on in an emergency. So, in other words, they were living paycheck to paycheck. They had no savings. Like $500, that'll buy you groceries. You know, maybe 2 weeks of groceries. That's it. Like if that's their whole life savings to fall back on, that's living hand to mouth. So you got 3/4 of the country living like that. That's fucked up. So they are just surviving. When you got 3/4 just surviving, you know, one paycheck away from being homeless or whatever. It's
Yeah,
really, I can understand. You know what I mean? They're in a fight. They're in a struggle.
Yeah, that's our slave system actually. Yeah. Living in the US is actually kind of just like indentured servitude for many people.
And I can understand that mental concept, like they don't care. I can understand the apathy. Like, dude, I'm just trying to survive. Who gives a fuck? Really, who really cares? Okay, it's flat. So what? I'm still fucked. But they don't see that there's a way out of the system. It's like, well, this is why you shouldn't be fucking. There is a way. The only way out of this is to realize it's this mental prison.
Yes.
And when you realize it, that's the only way we could beat these fuckers. That's really the only weapon we have.
The only weapon is bowing out, just getting the fuck out of the system. In my opinion.
Well, that too. But I mean, to dismantle the system, it would. What I was saying this earlier. Once the system is revealed for all eyes to see, the system becomes illegitimate, publicly illegitimate, and it just dissolves. It's a velvet revolution. The revolution does not require violence, and violence would be a backfire. That would be a sure way for them to win. Right?
Exactly. They want us to flip out. Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah, they want us to chimp out, and they think they're going to bait us into chimping out and being fucking bad examples. Like you know that thing in Washington D.C. where they called them insurrection or whatever, dude. It was not
the FBI thing. Yeah,
it was a peaceful protest, dude. They implanted a couple fucking crisis actors to cause a shitstorm, and they filmed. I think they filmed it on a previous date before all the incident happened, and then they brought the same crisis actors there, like the buffalo head guy with the tats. They brought him there because he was very visual. Like, oh yeah, look at this guy's got some buffalo hat with horns and a fucking it's all tatted up. So that guy, he's in there. He's in the Capitol building, you know, in Nancy Pelosi's office. Like, the most obvious person is the one that gets in there and finds his way to her office. Like, how would he know where the fuck he's even going? Oh, here's her office.
You know that the star. Go ahead.
They got all these like cinematic photos of the Buffalo guy. It's like whatever Time, Newsweek, or I don't even know what the fuck like what publications exist anymore. But anyway, they have all these like
staged, dude. It's so staged.
Yeah, it was super staged. Sorry,
listen, the guy, the Buffalo guy, right? The guy we're talking about, the superstar of the whole thing. I wonder if he's a pitcher or a catcher. You feel me?
Oh, he definitely
both. Yeah, he's probably he's an actor.
Depends on the company.
He definitely swings for the other team. Yeah.
He's definitely an actor. I think someone had I got a screenshot of his thing like that shows that's when he tries.
I've seen him in other stuff too. I saw this one thing somebody put together about it was right when it happened too. But I deleted my Instagram and all that, so I don't know if I can find it. But yeah, someone came out with a hit piece on him, like all the other things he's done, the crisis places he's been in like commercials. He's just like he's had a lot of acting history. It's like, okay, alrighty, buddy.
They were putting ads out on Craigslist for some of these events and looking for crisis actors. Like, yeah, we pay $20 an hour and blah blah blah. You'll be paid on this day, and they were just before other events happened, like other false flags and shit.
So now I would say mostly a catcher. That's all I'm saying.
Buffalo crisis actors, won't you come out tonight? Come out tonight. Come out tonight. Buffalo crisis actors.
You know what's ingenious though? They they silenced all dissent. Like, so
Yeah.
anybody who knows the government's corrupt and they want to publicly protest in a large assembly like that, now those are good people. They're all scared to go. Like, oh man, I don't want to be labeled with these people. And then even if you're not, you're a white supremacist if you happen to be white. And like all this language they're using to silence and shame people.
Yeah.
Insurrectionist. He's a domestic terrorist. Like, okay, when have you stopped beating your wife? Like, you know, these
Those guys.
yeah, those assholes.
Well, I'll tell you one thing before I get out of here for a second. They, you know, the they in control, even they have personal addresses. Thanks, guys. I'll talk to you in a bit.
Right. I mean, what happens if you show up in 2 different videos as a crisis actor as a different person?
Dude, you know what? There was a woman from Sandy Hook.
Sometimes 3.
Waynel,
3 or 4.
Waynel Sextant. Like, if you take her name, it's an anagram for anal sex. Like, Waynel Sextant.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they. I mean, all these are fake names, but I mean, this is what happens. Like in these
You know what I think
videos,
is? You know what
like
I think is the worst actors, though?
you'll see 2 or 3 people in the same freaking video on different scenarios, and they might be dressed a little different. They might have a wig on, or you know what? But you can tell it's the same freaking person.
Yeah, still though, the worst actors are NASA actors.
Yeah, well, those crisis actors, they're hired by the government to do that. For the most part.
They're like the opposite of crisis actors. They're fun joy actors. You know, they're like, oh hey, we're in the dangerous vacuum of space, but we're gonna play with toys in front of a camera.
Yeah, but for the special events, they show up in mass. They don't think they're going to be called out, but they end up being interviewed in a certain capacity, right? They just like, hey, enough time has passed, so like 3-4 years, I can actually act again, you know, in the mainstream news as another person. But we freaking catch them. We catch them. That's what we do.
Dude, I got a funny meme with that girl. She was at all these different events crying. She's like holding her cell phone. She's freaking out crying. She was
she's one of them. She's one of them, yes.
She's famous, dude. She's been at all of them. She's at the one in Paris. She's like at all the events.
It's like when you post some of this shit on Facebook, you're just like, and she's got the crying phone, and then she's at another event, and you have like a whole screen was just like her at different events, like crying or being interviewed.
She got really bad luck.
Listen
really
though.
bad luck.
Here's what I was, she got really bad luck. She happened to be at all of the freaking major. But anyway,
she was on vacation in Paris, and she just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. She
happened to be at Boston too.
The Boston, Sandy Hook, Pulse nightclub, like everyone.
All them shits, man.
Not her again.
The good, you know, I'm just not lucky. I mean, death follows me.
That's bad luck. Man. That's some really bad luck.
Anyway, it's not funny because I mean, really,
you know what?
There's so much shit that I could say, but I shouldn't say right now.
Some people would believe. Helio,
your stream's already taken down. What do we have to lose?
No, well, I'm streaming on my other channels that I still kind of want to save, so I'm not going to say it.
Some normies, like my one brother, oh, that girl's just got really bad luck, man. Oh, that poor girl, you know. Oh, like they would be like people that completely blind and naive to not know it's staged.
I mean, well, you see the one where they put her in the freaking Tesla in space?
Oh, look who I found. I found him, dude.
That's good stuff.
I found our crisis actor guy. Oh, yeah, there's a picture with him and Rudy Giuliani. Let me get that one, too. Oh, shit.
Yeah, David Hogg. I mean, I don't mind
David
mentioning
Hall,
the name.
badass.
This is a public name. People, you talk about David Hall. What? To be honest, he's been involved in many of these staged events.
Oh, dude, if you were to talk about him on like Facebook or whatever, they would ban you. Back in the day,
Actually, YouTube really is more vicious these days. So if
see, there's
I don't know.
Buffalo Man. He's got the Q sign.
The Buffalo Man that
The Buffalo
infiltrated
Hornet.
the White House. Do you think that motherfucker would ever be able to? No, not the White House. Congress. You think that motherfucker would have? Do you think he would have any access to Congress?
No. Dude, that was so staged. I'm thinking they filmed it on another day. They filmed it on like the being in Nancy Pelosi's office. That was filmed on a different day. And then he shows up again at the same scene, dressed in the same costume. And everyone sees him because how could you not notice him dressed like a complete asshole? Right?
I remember a couple of years ago, they brought that Baphomet statue to Little Rock in Arkansas.
Oh yeah, like the City Hall thing.
Yeah, they had this Baphomet statue.
You know where it was before that? It was up here. It was in Detroit, and they brought it down.
That's what I'm saying. They had a tour of the Baphomet statue. And
I would have.
They had like all protesters around, and then people supporting it, and they had a big event. The different capitals in America, right? They're just
we didn't want it here. We said, get that shit out of here.
Okay, well, you know what happened in Arkansas? Somebody took a fucking car and fucking ran it over. And
that would have been
that
me.
one was genuine. Somebody was pissed off enough to fucking take a car and just climb up the fucking Capitol steps and run that motherfucker over. Now, whether that was staged or not, I think
that would have been me.
Arkansas. Yeah, that would have been me too. That's right. I think that was probably genuine. It's like, fuck you. You ain't bringing this Baphomet statue on the Capitol steps.
I'll bring a sledgehammer to break smaller pieces too, man.
Yeah, so I mean, you guys remember that a couple years ago in Little Rock when they freaking drove a car into the fucking Baphomet statue? That was pretty bad.
We ran it out of town up here. Like I didn't know when it was. Like I just seen the old news articles of people saying we don't want that in our town. We don't need that shit here. And then they took it to Arkansas, where it lived permanently outside the courthouse.
Hey, even after all that, the Baphomet still exists that way. Now, they're trying to play us, but they're not actually going to get us. They've got a lot of people, but they're not going to get us with that bullshit. No, I mean, even if we destroy their bullshit when they're traveling around with the Baphomet statue, as far as that goes, it's really kind of throwing shit on a fire. Smells like shit, and so it must be shit, right? It doesn't make any sense why they would, it's like, well, this is free speech. You're just going to bring a Baphomet statue and put it on the steps of the Capitol of Arkansas. Fucker, who the fuck do you think you are? I mean, dude, is that free speech or is it something else? I mean, I have some other words, but I'm not going to say them because they might be. But I wasn't there. I was far from from Little Rock when this happened. But what is Baphomet? I mean, people were just like more than like most people that were supporting it were there for Satan, but Baphomet is not Satan directly. It really kind of engulfs a lot of different other ideologies.
It's an occult symbol.
They had a tour where they were taking this Baphomet statue to different capitals in the United States, and they were saying, well, this is free speech. We can just set this statue down, and then we can, give our speeches and shit. But in Arkansas, somebody freaking drove a car, freaking ran over the Baphomet statue. I thought that was pretty cool, but that could have been another propaganda stunt. You know, who knows, man? I mean, you
I
know,
don't know, dude. I
Arkansas
think
been
that was
involved.
just somebody that had enough.
I don't know, and because I looked into it a bit, and I mean, they're probably as green, you know, to any of the truther topics or whatever. They might have been involved in some freaking. I mean, nobody in their right mind that's a Christian would actually do that. They just might be frustrated. Like, they're out of their mind, obviously, because, hey, I'm going to just freaking wreck into this Baphomet statue in Little Rock, you know, because I'm a Christian and I hate Baphomet. But they don't even know what Baphomet is, you know, so it's kind of strange. So that's what I'm saying. It's all of that type of stuff is for propaganda. It's not necessarily. I mean, it's related to the differences that we. I mean, if everybody stopped watching the news, they wouldn't know shit, right?
But here we go. It's not just Baphomet. It's like Baphomet with two kids. He has one kid on his lap, and then he has another kid he's like indoctrinating or something. He's like
Exactly.
If you didn't know the name of it, you could see it's some satanic demon,
Yeah.
devil entity. It doesn't look, you know what I mean? It's an evil entity, and it
Kills off.
doesn't have to do with the children. It's a
Yeah,
creepy
sure.
thing.
So would you have like taken a car and run that motherfucker over when they were presenting it in front of the state capitol?
No comment.
All right, cool. I would.
I would.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't have, but I
I
might
would
have showed
back
up
into
there
it.
and I'd be like, "Look at this bullshit," you know, just like I do on here. Look,
I would
man,
hit it
what
with
the
the
fuck are
back
you
bumper
looking
because
at?
I don't want to break my radiator. So
Yeah, I mean, I like my car, so I wouldn't actually destroy my car by doing that unless somebody's going to replace it. You know, I might, you know, if I was funded by a group that wanted to
maybe
run
I
that
might tow it. I'll
motherfucking
just drag it.
statue
I'll
over.
drag it on the pavement till it disintegrates.
No, it's just kind of strange. I mean, and they had this Baphomet statue just traveling from capital to capital, and they were calling it free speech, right? But what happened in Arkansas? Somebody fucking drove a car into this motherfucker. So yeah, Arkansas is badass. That's why,
So they wanted to say free speech because there was the 10 Commandments on one of the Capitol hills in some state capital, right? And they were like, oh, well, if you can put, the 10 Commandments up there, then we can have a goat head with breast exposed and an erect penis coming off the top of his lap. And he's like, hey, little children, come over here, like sit in my lap. It's like, wait a minute, an erect penis? Is that free speech? No, wait, that's porn. And the fact that he's like trying to get children to come sit on his lap with an erect penis and his breast exposed,
yeah, and I'll
his
tell you
feminine breast,
for the record,
that's a huge.
for
Go
the
ahead, bro.
record of that, they do have the 10 Commandments on the lawn around the state capitol. They do have that. You know, there's a sculpture there that does have the 10 Commandments there in Little Rock on the Capitol grounds. So anyway,
Right.
continue.
So the thing is, there's a huge difference between words as free speech and erect penises trying to entice the children, like, come play with my boobs, sit on my lap, like it'll be fun. Like, I got a goat head, it doesn't matter. Like, that's like borderline like bestiality, child porn. So what they're trying to do is they're like, oh, if you're going to do free speech, then we're going to push like our most obnoxious symbol that we can find, and we'll call that free speech, and we'll see if we can get you to take the 10 Commandments down, because that's what they were trying to do.
So that means they see the Ten Commandments as offensive as them putting up a statue with boobs and erect penis around children. So the Satanists who put it up must find the Ten Commandments really offensive.
Well, the Pope has,
Lehman.
the
Oh,
Pope
go
has
ahead.
that Baphomet thing on his staff. Have you ever seen this? He has a staff that he carries, and it's got the same thing as the Baphomet schlong on the end of the on his thing, dude. On his little
Yeah.
his magic thing there. It's really creepy. All the symbology they use.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm thinking the government's like, yeah, we don't want anything like on our capital with like, you know, children and sex magic. Like, don't give it away, guys. What are you doing?
But wasn't it like Satanists who put that up?
Of course.
I mean, so had to give same way.
They're hiding in plain sight. Like the symbology is meant to be right in your face, and whether it's because they have to tell you for their spells to work or whatever, it's also they get off on the mockery of it all, putting it in The Simpsons, putting it in their Illuminati card games, putting it on corporate logos. It's all there, like the 666 and the Disney symbol, the Heineken logo. Like it's in all this different shit. The Monster Energy drink, it's got the Hebrew 666.
Is it the flag on the old state house? I was passing by the other day, and they have this flag everywhere in the many of the government buildings.
They got a unicorn and a lion.
You know, the unicorn always goes with rainbows and.
Yeah, at least now it does. It looks like they got a surveillance camera. They took the lamp down and put a surveillance camera there. So they got an F. There's like an F, and then no, that's not an F. It's a little symbol. See the cymatic patterns in those two little windows. Those little there's little cutouts in the brick too. It's an interesting building. Where's this at? Where's this located?
Boston.
Boston. They got a gold lion and a silver unicorn.
That's what is called the old state house.
I wonder how old it actually is, dude. Look at the lower levels. They look stained. The bricks like it was mud flooded. And look at the street, dude. Look at the street is sloping relative to those lower windows. You see that? And it looks like the middle window was bricked in. You could see underneath it that they did brick repair work. Like that window went deeper, but they bricked it up. They put those windows are not as tall as the ones above it. Those are replacement windows. Because you see the brick. Look at the mortar joints are newer. You see the white mortar, it doesn't match. It's not like original brickwork. And then the street is on an angle, the slope.
True.
You want to see something? I was watching this video about the Vatican, and the Pope was giving his little speech, right? And look at the size of these windows, dude. These windows and the shutters. Look how tall they are. Now, if everyone was normal size, right? Look at the size of those shutters. Look at that window. And he's standing on a step. He's standing on a platform, right? Same thing on this balcony. He's standing on something. That shit would come like to the top of his head, that balcony. This was made for taller statured people, in my opinion. There's no reason to build it so tall. Look at that window. Look at the size of the shutters. Like, why? Have you guys seen this thing too? Like the statue? It's kind of like Baphomet symbology. This is at the Vatican. It's not the best picture quality of it, but you see the dove crashing through the window, and this is a giant throne that's like this carved out to look like a dead goat's head. Or wait a minute, this is not the throne. This is not it. Because the throne is covered. It's got like 4 posts holding it up. It's got a roof. I don't think this is it. Oh, this is not the one. This is a different pic. Let me see if I can find that. Largest altar in the world. Okay, yeah, this is it. Let me share this one. But there's a different one that's actually the throne. This is not the throne part.
I was pulling up to a stoplight, taking a drink of coffee. I just inhaled a whole bunch of coffee just now. Shit's about to get real.
That's all that Helio sun worship stuff.
Yeah. They're Jesuits, man. They're sun worshippers.
Yeah, got to put that sun at the middle of the universe.
You got the black pope and the white pope. What's the difference between these two guys? They're both wearing the same hat, right?
Yeah.
One is the black pope and one is the white pope. And you got a Jew in a robe, he's a pope, and then a Jew in a suit is a Jesuit.
Ooh,
It's
yeah, nice.
It's right there, dude.
Yep.
They're both Jews because they have the hat, right? It's the same fucking hat. Like, how could you say otherwise?
Yeah.
They're like, no, because I had this problem with Catholics. Like I said, my mom is Catholic, my grandma, other people, and they're like, no, that's called this. It's got a particular name in Italian. I forget what the name is. I'm like, no, it's a fucking yarmulke. It's the same damn hat. And when you see it just like in your face like this, it's like, and he's wearing it on the same part of his head at the back. Come on, man.
Yeah, easy to see once you're told.
Well, how could you say otherwise? It's right there in your face.
Yeah.
You've seen the red shoes, right?
Yeah.
The Pope with the red shoes. I'm just gonna send you these. I don't. They need crop, but I don't feel like cropping them. I'm just gonna send them. He's got the red shoes. He's doing the hidden hand. He's doing a Masonic one eye thing. He's got the Masonic M. He's holding over one eye. Like, there's so much symbology with these fuckers. He's even got the black eye. This one with the red yarmulke.
Yeah.
Then the red shoes. You know what that symbolizes. So all of their shit, a bent cross.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I don't think your problem was with the Catholic people. It's probably with the
Not at all.
hierarchy that deceives them.
That's my own family, bro. My own family.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is, like, you don't hate Catholic people.
Not at all. Not at all. It's. I'm trying to red pill that religion is totally evil. Like, hey, it's not what you think it is. And the Catholic people themselves are very moral. They have very high morals. Like, they're against abortion and they're like against homosexuality, and they're virtuous, good people. But they don't know that the people that they're associated with are the most evil people on the face of the earth. Right? It's like,
Yeah,
it's
I
just
mean,
painful.
if you watch, they just don't know history. That's why.
Because you're brought up. Say you're brought up in a religion like Islam or Catholicism or whatever, and then what's going on with the Black Cube in Mecca and other shit. You're just born into that religion, and they might all be good people, right? I'm not saying they're bad at all, but the religion it's occultic, and they're not going to give you right. It's like even the low level Freemasons are they're useful idiots.
Exactly.
They don't know what's going on at the top. Just like there's good Catholic people that don't know what's going on, and they just, hey, you can't question the Pope. Okay, I can't question him. They don't want you to question him. They don't even want you to read the Bible. Because one of my brother's friends, he's Catholic, he's like, no, I don't read the Bible. I'm like, huh? What? I didn't know that was even a thing amongst Catholics. Because I never went. My mom never forced me to go to that shit. Thank God. Never went to that Catholic school or anything.
No, it's straight up satanic. It literally is.
I know, man.
It's straight up satanic. I mean,
totally.
You're not supposed to pray to a man to pray to God. The man's a sinner just like you. So it's all it's just a false religion. It's a false
God
religion.
does not need a middleman, right? The Pope is not God's middleman.
Hell no. Jesus is the middle. That's you know what I'm saying? So it's just fucking ridiculous.
You could say that. You could say that, but or you could say he's not in the flesh. I mean,
that's what he represents. You know what I'm saying? You pray to Jesus. Jesus, sends
well,
your
you don't necessarily
God,
pray to Jesus. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? He's your he's your lawyer, technically. You know what I'm saying? He's your defender, So I mean,
it's a bit different. It's a little bit different.
Yeah, I know, but I mean that's just giving people basic knowledge, understanding. If they read for themselves, then they can find out, but most people don't.
Here's some other shit about the what's at the Vatican. There, I found a globe symbol under this foot, right? And we know the globe is not that old, really. The whole globe concept. I mean, you could say the Jesuits and shit go back that far, but inside the Vatican, I saw this statue. It's got its foot on the globe. They got the dove breaking through the firmament. I found one with this here, with the swastika symbol. I think maybe someone overlaid that, the swastika emblem over that dove. Yeah, that's what that was. But this is the actual dove. It's that picture I posted earlier. You could see it over that wooden carving that looks like the goat, where it's breaking through the glass. If you enlarge the picture, you could see it's breaking through that.
So just like they made the Flat Earth Society as a controlled op, right?
All I want to know is how the fuck would do in a mud wrestling match. Mud wrestling.
The Jesuits call themselves Society
like,
of Jesus.
If he gets mad enough, he might be okay at it. The Pope.
Oh, the Pope, yeah.
I want to mud wrestle that guy. What?
I wouldn't want to touch him, man. That guy is he makes my skin crawl. Like the amount of evil oozing out of that thing.
I know. I'm just trying to make light of it.
Yeah.
I would definitely I'd tear him limb from limb too.
Little boy, and there was like this one. I don't know what he was. Like something affiliated with the Catholic Church, and this guy was trying to kiss the little boy, and he's freaking out. And the preacher or whatever you call those people, what are they called? The priest, maybe? Yeah. He slapped the little boy in the face, dude. Like he was trying to. I don't know if he was maybe like 1.5, 2 years old, and his mom is holding him, and it's somewhere in I think it was somewhere in Rome by the Vatican or whatever. It's like it was this really creepy scene. The little boy didn't want nothing to do with him. He's trying to grab and kiss the little boy, like the little baby, and he's just freaking out, screaming bloody murder. And that guy, the priest guy, just smacked him in the face. I'm like, whoa.
So the Catholics are covering up, they're the controlled opposition that pushed the false Christ, right?
The Jesuits, yeah, and the Catholic Church, yeah, they're both work hand in hand.
We have Society of the Flat Earth Society, and I look at the Jesuits the same because they call themselves Society of Jesus. So they're just directing everybody at the Baphomet version of Jesus with his 2 fingers pointed to the sky. They want us to think that he's the sun in the sky.
They corrupted a lot of things. They like it's all paganism too. They adopted all bits and pieces.
Thank you so
to
much.
try and
Have a good
appeal
night.
to different groups. So they're not Christian. When they call themselves Christians, real Christians are like, no, they're not. They're Catholic. They're not Christian. But sometimes you'll hear a Catholic refer to themselves as Christian. I see them do this sometimes, like these people that really don't know the difference, and they say stuff like that.
I wanted to say, so in Greek, Antichristos is transliterated into English as Antichrist. But when you look at the second definition of Antichristos, it means in place of Christ. So if you think about like Lord of the Rings, the king, Aragorn, he was off being like a ranger, protecting the hobbits from like the orcs and the, outlands, right? So that they didn't get into like the, most vulnerable people. Even though he was the king, he was like away from the throne. And Boromir and Faramir's father was like in place of the king, right? He wasn't the actual king, right? So that's how I see it. When someone says, who is the Antichrist? Well, whoever says they're in place of Christ. So if you look at what the Catholic Church actually, I don't know, it may have changed recently, but unless it's changed recently, what they say is that Peter was the foundation of the church, but Peter was crucified in Rome. So how could he be the first pope, right? But they lost their legitimacy that way, even though they claimed their legitimacy this way. And now they say that, the Pope is the vicar of Christ, meaning he's the representation of Christ, hence God, on earth. So the Pope is literally Christ, God on earth.
He's the middleman. Like, hey, this is your conduit. You want to speak to God, you got to do it through me. And it's funny if someone who thinks himself of that is kissing the ring of a Rothschild, right? So it's like, that tells you the pecking order right there.
But just the fact that people don't see how stupid, because they don't read, man. No one wants, it's just idiots. It's just a bunch of idiots in this world, and I'm sorry. You think some dude is Jesus.
Yeah, he said there will be those who come bearing my name, right? Hi, I'm the vicar of Christ. Like, oh, yeah, you are. Like, okay, what gives you that right? Well, Peter was the first pope. Didn't you crucify Peter in Rome? Yeah, but we made a square after his name, so that kind of makes up for it. It's like, okay, so you're Christ now? You're the vicar of Christ?
And they
like, yeah, he's not here, so.
They also hijacked all the world history and said, oh, this is Roman architecture, right? Like if you look into the Tartarian stuff, it's in every continent. even as far as remote places in South Africa, New Zealand, Australia, places really far off the beaten path, to have buildings of that type from that period. You're like, wait a minute, even in South America too, all over the place. They even got aqueducts like that in Mexico, those stone aqueducts with the arches and shit.
Yeah, the aqueducts in South America are said to be Roman aqueducts. And it's like, really? So they must be like all powerful, like all over the world to build these like aqueducts that, are made of stone. So we don't actually know how long they've been here, but it must have been since the Romans got here.
And you know what, too? They hijacked the whole group of people. They're like, okay, the Catholic Church speaks Latin, right? But then they take people from South America and they say, oh, these are Latinos because they're Catholic. So, but they don't speak Latin. That's Rome, right? So they kind of hijacked the whole group of people and pulled them under their umbrella that really have nothing to do with the Vatican. You know what I mean? They'll call them saying that they speak Latin when they don't, because they're Catholic. Like the Catholics I know, they don't know what the hell they're saying. They're speaking in Latin. I think they're speaking spells, dude. They're doing these spells in another language that's an obsolete language that most people don't know what the fuck they're saying. They're lighting candles, they're lighting incense. So they got the smoke, the fire, and they're chanting. So it's like, I think that they're putting spells on people, some kind of creepy black magic shit. And I got that vibe, dude. I did go to some Catholic churches before when I was young, and it made my skin crawl, dude. I felt really creeped out by the whole chanting, oh, no, 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 those chants. I'm like, oh, man, and there's smoke and there's incense and flames. And what are they doing? What's all this weird symbols and the costumes and shit? It's like, why can't you just read it in English? Why are you saying it in Latin? What the fuck is, no one knows Latin? At least no one in
That was part
here.
of the control system. Like we
Yeah.
have today, we have the priest language, which is Latin, right? So when you go to the doctor and you're like, doctor, I just don't know what's wrong with me. I feel like crap. And the doctor's like, oh, you got sinusitis. Take this chemical. You're like, okay, sinusitis. What does that mean? And you look it up, and it means swollen sinuses. You're like, wait a minute, I'm taking a chemical for swollen sinuses? How does this make any sense? Like, couldn't I just flush it out with salt water? Yeah. But anyway, yeah. So that's what they're doing. They're taking the priestly language. They read a couple lines from it in Latin, so you have no idea what the guy just said. And then they're like, yeah, all authority to the church. Give us your gold. Give us your silver. Make sure you get permission to get married.
I caught one of these black magic masks, whatever, dude. I could hear him saying, I heard certain words like Lucifer, like popping out. I'm like, whoa, 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 what the, I hear all these words I don't understand, and then the word Lucifer pops in there, and it was a Catholic, he was doing his shit, his black magic spells. And it was like, what? And then you see the audience all at the Vatican. It looks like a snake head, and who is the snake is the devil. It's all the symbology. There's the Pope standing on the stage. There's a snake head. It's got the eyeballs on the side. But some people won't see it, dude. If you're a Catholic, you don't want to see that shit. I'm talking from experience, trying to show people in my immediate family.
It's all on point, brother.
Yeah, you got to start with the people you know best, right? Like, but they don't want to believe it, man. They want their vision of it. No, the Catholic Church does good things. They have charities and see, like the Freemasons, right? The Shriners, they have charities, right? You see the little poor children, they're helping them out. But in reality, they're doing dastardly, really nasty shit. All Freemasons, Shriners are another branch of Freemasonry. So they're all up to no good. So if they have a public face, like the Catholic Church public face is like, well, we're against abortion and we're against birth control and things that are supposed to be like pro-life. but yet the people who are like pro-abortion, Nancy Pelosi, she says she's a Catholic. So it's like, well, which is it? I thought Catholics stood for this publicly. I thought they were against abortion, but you could still be in the club and for abortion. Because in reality, it's just an evil entity. We all know that.
So the worst part about it is that you'll be in a disagreement with one of your family members, and you'll read them a scripture, right? You're reading red words. You're not saying anything, right? You're reading the red words, like let's say Matthew 24 verses 29 through 31, and they'll come right back and argue with you. It's like, you realize you're not arguing with me. You know that, right? Like,
yeah, read
I
it
haven't
for
said
yourself.
anything.
Here's the book. Read it.
Yeah.
Don't take it from me. Read it from the book. I'm not going to say it. It's right here.
So yeah, once you got someone arguing with the Messiah with his words, it's like, okay, I'm just going to release you. You know, you do what you want. It's like, how, like if you read some scripture to me and I disagreed with it, and then you said Jesus said that, I'd be like, show me. Like, okay, maybe I've made a mistake. Let me look into this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if I felt myself arguing with the Messiah and the words that he spoke, I would just be like stunned. I'd be like, okay, you got me. You got me good. Okay, maybe I need to rethink this. I need to re-examine this and maybe pull out my concordances and, you know, pull out the eSword application for the computer and go over what this actually means. But they're like, no, that's good. I'll trust them in, you know. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Peace out. Yeah, so I love all people of all different religions. You know, I'm not a Catholic. I'm not a Muslim. I see a great deal of similarities between the Catholics and the Muslims, but there's one religion where they're just like, you know, completely anti-Jesus, and I can't really get along with those guys too well. If they can't see it, they just can't see it. I don't know how to witness to them. You know,
You say
parentheses.
people with small hats, right?
Yeah, I don't know how. I don't know the Old Testament well enough to be able to show them.
Well, they
You know
don't
what I
believe
mean?
the Old Testament, dude. They believe the Talmud. That's their religion. Like they claim, some of them claim their Old Testament, but they're Talmudists. They believe in the
Some of
Talmud.
them.
Well,
Some of them.
it's depending. You have a public face and a private face. Like the Catholic
Right,
Church
right.
has a public face that's against abortion, against homosexuality, against all these things, but then their private, what they do is horrendous.
Yeah, it's called the public doctrine and the secret doctrine. Um, I believe that their version of, you know, their public doctrine is like wrong on its face, but I think that their private doctrine of the Trinity is even worse.
Well, they're
Because
I'm just saying in terms of their stance on morality, like they publicly they have a bunch of Catholic charities like that help the poor. They provide hospitals. They provide homeless shelters, things that are charitable and good. That's their public face. Same thing with the Shriners, but behind that facade, they're pure evil. They have it's a mask. They're wearing a mask for who they really are. The same thing like red and blue Freemasonry. You got two types of Freemasonry. And then the useful idiots just think, no, man, it's just a boys' club. It's not a big deal. Everyone there is cool. And they're the low level, the useful idiots, right? They need lots of useful idiots to make the majority of people think it's a harmless society. It's just we hang out and we drink and we play, whatever, just a hangout, my club. They don't realize they're like working for the most evil. They're enabling all this shit. You know what I mean? Without the help of all of them, that big network, they couldn't maintain this type of control. It'd be very difficult. And they have different levels, like they're Shriners, they're Freemasons, they're Odd Fellows. They have lots of different types. You know what I mean? There's different branches of Freemasonry, but they're all tied in at the top level.
there's the Scottish Rite, the Rosicrucians, the Blue Lodge, the Red Lodge.
Yeah, but at the low levels, they keep people in the dark. They keep you in the dark for what's really going on. So you think it's just a harmless little club. Oh, well, no big. What's the big deal? I did it. I get it. I did it so I could get a promotion at work. Everyone's pretty cool. I don't know any weirdos. But then when you work your way up, they're all fucking freaks and weirdos. I mean, at least what I can find out, I've never been, in their little secret club, but all the stuff I hear about them is seems to point to something nefarious.
I know one thing: if any of you guys ever get drafted, join the Masons until you get out, or you are going to the front line.
Or you don't go. Don't fight the bankster war, man. Like, you got to take a stand somewhere, and I would not do that. That's my line in the sand. I'm not fighting their fucking illegitimate war.
You guys know they can draft our daughters now, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing. You don't have to go. Like, you can opt out of their shit. You could say whatever. You're going to get dishonorable discharge or whatever. It's like, whatever, dude. They can't force you to go. Just like you can't force, remember, like the Gandhi shit where he's like, the peaceful protest is like, hey, the Indian people are going on strike. We're not going to pick your tea. The British like their tea. Come and pick the fucking tea yourself, bitch. We're not picking your tea. Like, if everyone got on the page, and they had a strike, then the slave strike, they would have to bend. They would have to negotiate.
Oh man, I would love to see them. See if I were still of age to be drafted. Man, I'd love to see them come and try that shit. Ooh, don't bring your best that day, fellas. I'll tell you what, you're gonna have some loss.
That's what I mean. You don't play their game, dude. Don't opt into their wars and that type of shit. Like, no, thank you. Especially now, my dad was in the army. He didn't know better, but that's because none of us knew better back in the day. We were like fucking hoodwinked. And you think, well, I gotta protect my country, and they got us all divided, thinking this is the enemy, mutual assured destruction, and they do it for whatever patriotic reasons. He wasn't drafted, but he did join, and his friend, my neighbor, he was drafted, and there's not. I mean, they thought there was nothing they could do, but like now, if that same shit was to happen, a lot of people would like opt out. Say, no, dude, we're not. I'm not fighting it. I'd straight up tell them, I know what you're doing. You're a puppet of the Rothschilds. I'm not fighting your bankster wars. You want to try and throw me in the gulag?
Where did he go? Wolfgang, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I thought you got cut off.
Listen, the bottom line is it's righteous to deny those in power the privilege of telling you have to go to war for them. So it doesn't matter how much they try to punish you. End of the day, you're making a righteous decision, and it's objectively the best decision of the moment, right? I guess. So technically, it's going to work out for you. And you know what? I wouldn't mind getting in legal trouble for dodging a draft. Then I could just go hang out with all the other draft dodgers, and we could, figure out our next move, right? Even in prison.
See, I used to think those people were just like scummy hippies. I'm like, oh, those fucking leftist scummy hippies. Da da da. Like I was, America drinking, because I'm more of on a conservative leaning, and like all the gun grabbers are usually on the left or the liberals. They want to take away guns and shit. And I was on the opposite side. I'm like, fuck you, freedom, America, right? And I'm like, oh, them damn draft dodgers, blah blah blah. And now. Some of them were the fucking. I agree with them, dude. I'm like the left is anti-war. I'm anti-war. The left is against the secret potion. I'm against the secret potion. We have a lot of common ground. Not a lot, but I mean some. And the funny thing is, the people who they claim to hate the most, the left, that's who they're getting paid by. Like the irony of it all. Like, wait, you guys are working for the people you claim to hate, the capitalist pig. Billionaires, that's exactly who you're working for. Like Greenpeace, people like Greenpeace, Antifa, all those people.
Yeah, August 2nd, 1964, the first Gulf of Tonkin incident. No pictures, no video, no nothing. August 4th, 1964, second Gulf of Tonkin incident. No photos, no video. Reportedly, it happened to the American ship. August 7th, 1964, Congress gives Johnson the power through the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution to do what he has to do to take care of communism in Vietnam. And,
nice.
And 9 years later, 3 million innocent Vietnamese are dead, and 58,000 Americans are dead, all because we have no video or pictures of the Gulf of Tonkin incidents. And 3 days after, they vote to go into Vietnam because of Gulf of Tonkin, which never happened. Happy United States of America. 3,000 more dead bodies on your American flag.
Yeah, not just that. 9/11, where they go, hey, let's go attack Iraq. How come? There was a guy, Wesley Clark. He's like, first it was Iraq and Afghanistan. He's like, wow, we're going to do 7 more nations. Like, we're going to get Libya and Syria and blah, blah, blah. They did go after Gaddafi and they went after Assad. And they're just fucking up all these states that Israel happens to have a beef with, which is all the surrounding states. I mean, at least on its face. I think publicly they have their public facade, but they're all on the same team. I think they pretend the leadership is in the pocket of Israel, like the leadership of Jordan and all these other countries. They're already on the same team, but they can't, for public consumption, they have to publicly be opposed to Israel.
Don and Joe and Anthony of the NIH or whatever you want to call it, all had the same education. Joe and Don and Anthony, all the same education, which is more valuable than any Ivy League education. And we think they're on different sides of the political spectrum. Ha ha, he he.
Like, you remember the Palestinians had Arafat? Arafat was just a puppet of them. Saudi Arabia's government is Jewish. They're crypto Jews. Like all of these people, Turkey, that's why they never attack them. Like Saudi Arabia is massive. They have the power, they have the weaponry. They're a larger state. They could mess Israel up, but they don't. Even the Palestinian guy, he was supposedly at odds with them, and like Arafat, they never did shit, dude. It's they're all on the same team.
I've come to realize it's more Zionism than it is anything else, because Zionism is actually a belief system, and you can have any color of your skin, any skin color, and be a Zionist. And so I've come to believe it's Zionism and not any one ethnic group at all. Just my opinion.
There's Zionists like Trump, right? There's Zionist Jews, and there's giant Zionists like a Sean Hannity. We got to our greatest ally, Israel. Well, look what our greatest ally did to the USS Liberty. Look what they did on 9/11. The dancing Israelis. Like, if you want to look who's our greatest ally, like, why does our greatest ally? Why are they always doing these false flags and these right? Like, at a certain point, I don't know. Actually, the people on TV they're already pre-approved sellouts. Like, anyone say, "Oh, this is our greatest ally." Like, it's funny, it's cringy at the same time when they say that.
You remember what that cop said when he pulled him over in the van, the dancing Israelis? He said, like, who are you? Are you the enemy? He said, we're not your enemy. Palestine's your enemy. We have the same enemy that you have.
Funny.
It's like, oh, okay. Palestine's the enemy. Right.
Yeah. Dude, the Palestinians, make Israel Palestine again. I feel bad for those poor people. They didn't do shit, dude. They're just on the wrong side of the power structure. They get their land stolen. They make propaganda that they're committing acts of terrorism. All those, their fake events. Oh, look, they're blowing themselves up. All that shit is like stage shit. It's like these fake these events that happen in America. They get passed off on the same media over here. And then everyone thinks, oh, look at these vile, evil people. They're blowing themselves up and they're, committing these atrocities. And they're shooting up whatever, dude. Peaceful prayer centers. I don't believe that for 1 minute, dude. I mean, not that I would blame them if they did, resort to violence. Not that I would blame them, but I don't think that that's the case. I think a lot of that shit is fabricated. So that, like you said, that cop said, "Oh, your real enemy is the Palestinians." Oh, really? Okay, you say so. And my greatest ally is Israel.
No, the Israeli said, "We're not the enemy. We have the same enemy as you have. Palestine is your enemy." That's what he told the cop. That's what the cop said.
And the cop probably ate it up. Yes, Israel is our greatest ally. You know what I mean? Because he hears people like Sean Hannity say shit like that. We got to protect Israel, our greatest ally.
Well, you know where our cops, where they go to train, right?
Yeah, Mossad.
Yeah. So when they're over here abusing people, that's the future that we have to look forward to if we don't wake up.
I know. And not that everyone in Israel is part of the conspiracy or part of the, you know what I mean? They're not.
The governments. Yeah.
Yeah. Just like our government, we don't control our government here, just like they don't. So a lot of them are hoodwinked.
And apathetic.
I would put them in the same camp as like low-level Freemasons or people that are Catholic but don't necessarily know what the Catholic Church is up to at the high levels.
Right. Yeah, I've talked to some ex-Catholics. I'll say anti-ex is probably a better word. I've talked to some ex-Catholics before, and they tell me someone sent them a video, and once they started seeing it and hearing it for themselves, but they couldn't unsee it, and they left Catholicism.
That's good, man. I think it's going to take everybody waking up: Catholics, Jews, Muslims, Christians, everybody waking up and finding, and that's the thing. That's the good thing, is that we do have something to unite us all. Like, wait, we're all being fucked over, and they're all pointing the finger at each other. Here's your enemy. Palestine's your enemy. Russia's your enemy. China's your enemy. Like, they're all pointing the finger at each other when the real enemy is in your own government. Like, you look no further than your own government is your own enemy. They're the ones causing you misery and all this shit, putting fake propaganda to send your young men to war.
Ron, wouldn't a Catholic or an ex-Catholic know what they're arguing against?
What do you mean?
Like, I mean, what are they arguing against or for? Wouldn't they know what they're arguing for?
They're protecting an institution that they don't know.
All right, cool. So let's take a look at the information right up front. Right, just like what do Catholics believe about Earth, or dude, don't even get me started. No, I'm not going to get started. The religion of Catholicism versus Protestantism. Don't you think?
Cool. We won't get you started on it then.
All right, cool. Well, check this out. Wouldn't you think that someone's going to argue a position? Shouldn't they know the position they're arguing for before they actually join?
Yeah, for sure. The thing is, they're born into it. Like, if you're born into it and your parents...
Hold on. I was born a Catholic, and I was a Catholic my entire life, or until I was 18. I mean, now that's a label, really. Kind of. I went to the Catholic Church when I was growing up.
Did you find it creepy, like the chanting? Dude, I went a couple times because my grandma dragged me there when I was little.
No, I don't find it creepy in that way.
Did they speak Latin? They spoke Latin at this, and they were
no, they didn't do that at my church.
This was a Catholic church, and they were speaking Latin, and they were like I don't know, dude, they're humming and awing and really creepy, dude. It made my skin crawl.
Hold on, there were certain Latin phrases used in certain parts of the ceremony. See,
it was chanting. It was chanting, and it was really ominous. It made me feel like I had to get out of there. I'm like, oh, I don't never want to come back here.
Okay, okay. Hold on, Ron. Don't get so excited, bro.
I'm just saying.
If you're raised in a Catholic church, it's sort of normal to you.
I was raised in it. I was raised, but they didn't force it upon me. I was raised in a Catholic.
So they didn't necessarily force it upon me either, but it's just kind of like what you do with the government. You just kind of go along to get along, right? Anyway, it's kind of what that was. But I mean, when I graduated high school and did my own thing, I was just like, and then I started like actually taking a look at, in the Bible and stuff. It's like, all right, so the Catholic Church came with all the registers of the Bible. I mean, it takes a really long time for people to actually really kind of get a grasp on, whether you're raised Protestant or Catholic or atheist or whatever vein you.
It depends how much conditioning. Like you broke out of it. I did. Like, if as long as your parents don't
break all the way out of it, because I'm a creationist.
Well, no, that has nothing to do with Catholicism.
Well, sure, that's religion. That's religion, but it's still connected. I mean, if we're going to relate to, whether it's Catholics or,
but it's also paganism. It's also paganism. So you can't say.
So creation is paganism.
The Catholic Church, it has a lot of pagan symbology, dude.
No, sure, and okay. Well, I mean, is this a Catholic pagan channel, or I don't know.
No. I'm saying that a lot of the same shit has been rolled up, right? They rolled up paganism into Catholicism. You'll find a lot of it because they wanted to expand their influence.
What's at the core of the pagan idea? What's the core of it?
Well, there's different versions. There's like a whole bunch of different versions, like the Northern Europeans.
It's very similar to Christianity, isn't it? They have shitloads of different versions, hundreds of different versions.
Yeah, I get it. But a lot of the northern European countries too have like a summer solstice, a winter solstice they celebrate. So that stuff like Christmas is actually the winter solstice. They rolled that in there. So like a lot of the
So
traditions,
what's your favorite one?
I like the summer solstice is my favorite.
As a religion or as an
As a
understanding?
religion, what do you mean my favorite religion?
Yeah, what's your favorite religion?
I wouldn't say I have a favorite religion. I would say that
Which one do you think is closest to the truth?
I like maybe Baptist.
Oh my God.
I'm a Southern Baptist. I'm
Hey,
playing with
Helio, I got something to quickly say to you. You said a second ago you're a creationist, right? And you were raised Catholic, right?
Yeah, sure.
Well, I thought it's kind of a funny thing because wasn't the Big Bang Theory in the 1920s invented by a Catholic priest?
But I didn't even hear about it until after I graduated high school. For the most part, it wasn't really emphasized when I was, going through high school. I mean, it didn't really become a big thing for me until I came across this information. So
they also invented the globe. Like the Jesuits and Catholic Church.
When I was in high school, my biology teacher went to church with me, and I actually confronted him and said, "Hey, this evolution theory cannot be the way that God said it happened." So, dude, I was into this shit from high school, and this has been over 30 years now. So
That's one thing I was always against. I thought was total bullshit was evolution. I'm like, this sounds like
bro. I mean, it's just like,
shit.
and I felt like my biology teacher who went to church with me at the Catholic Church was uncomfortable teaching it. And so I was just like, why are you telling these kids that this is something that God did to create the earth? No.
You know who really hung him out is Edward Hendry. Really exposed a lot of dirty shit going on with both them. The Catholic Church, the Jews, the Jesuits. He links that all their dirt out there, dude. He shows you. You know what I mean? So he is well read, and he shines a light where they don't necessarily want it shine. You know what I mean? He shows all the.
You really like with a lot of your understanding and the way you find out different aspects of this. You really have to be curious, and you have to psychoanalyze yourself and other people that you listen to. I mean, it's a long process to actually say, hey,
you know what? It took me a long time to put all these pieces together. Like it's not blaringly obvious until afterwards, right? If someone points it out and then you have an aha moment, or sometimes you can figure it out yourself. I had to figure it out myself because I was piecing this together where we didn't have a Discord with all these members, right? I was pretty much alone putting this shit together. I didn't have a community to talk to.
Hey, you're not the only one, Ron. Me too,
no,
bro.
It was hard, man. It was hard back in the day. Like this is a good support group. When you think there's no support group, this is a bunch of people you could come and feel at home. It's like, oh yeah, fuck yeah, normal people who get it.
We don't always get along either, We have all different ideas.
Get along. I know that, but it's just like I fight with my brothers sometimes. So it's like,
but it's just like when we finally found each other, it's just like, oh shit.
Me and Helio fight like brothers. Like I could fight with Helio, and he's still my brother. I never hate Helio.
Well, I mean, you're not the only one either, and I'm sure I'm not the only one for you either. But dude, I mean, when you really just kind of when you see it, you can't unsee it, and when you find someone else that sees it at least sort of the same way you see it,
sometimes you're like awful quick to throw me right under the bus, dude. Like me and you we were like buddy. We had their show, and we were like, and then all of a sudden it's like you don't even know me.
Not necessarily true, bro.
Hey, I'm gonna have.
If you don't know me by now,
like we're not bros. It's like, oh, then he's gonna just turn on me all of a sudden. Like I'm not gonna get into anything like that we talked about, like personal. But it's like,
no, no. It was what happened, last week. That was just kind of misunderstanding. I really, bro. I support you, bro.
I can't even hear a thing you said, dude. It kind of faded into zero volume land.
Well, it's just. I mean, I don't think we should talk about what.
No, we won't talk about it. I'm just saying, like,
That's called fading facts.
fading facts. So
No, I'm just saying it was something that happened, and it happened, but I don't think we should talk about it online.
No, I'm not gonna. I said I'm not gonna talk. I'm just talking to you here, and only us two know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
You're the one that brought it up, though.
Awful quick to throw me under the bus, man, and we were supposed to be bros, so.
We are bros. We are bros, and you already know that I'm drunk sometimes.
I know. I'm pressing your buttons, dude. I just want to press your buttons. I like to see you cringe a little bit.
Who doesn't, right? Whatever. Because I got the truthsies and the proofsies. Not for not against you. It's just yeah. Anyway, changing gears.
Go into overdrive.
Like Earth, the origin of the server, how this call came about. We came all together. We finally found each other, and we have a team here. We're committed to bring truth forward. We don't always get along.
That's true, dude. We don't have a common enemy. We fight each other. So
yeah, but once you start fighting each other, then you're just not gonna.
We don't condone that. It just happens occasionally, but you got to have thick skin to be a flat earth.
Sure, bro. Man, dude, if we're so strong that we create this server, we create YouTube channels, and we're doing this, dude, we have thick skin, and any type of inner arguments. It's really kind of. I mean, that should never be public, but it can be if it's something really bad.
We've had our little fights and stuff, but it's like we're still, like I said, we're bros. And it's like if you don't have thick skin, gotta have thick skin to be a flat earther.
Hell yeah, you definitely have to have thick skin to be a flat earther, bro. Every single time, because you're gonna take shit. You're gonna have to take shills.
It's about conviction. Like you got your conviction. When I first found out, when I wasn't 100% sure, I'm like, man, all of this stuff makes sense. 100% makes sense, but I didn't have quite 100% confidence, and I needed just a little bit more. But this was early, like the first couple of weeks when I found out, I didn't have enough confidence to go out on a limb and tell my friends, like, because it could backfire really bad if you don't have the answers for all the questions. It's best to keep your mouth shut and not say anything until you know it inside and out.
You can throw some jabs out there. You didn't intend to hit them, but you just want to throw some jabs.
It's better if you know what you're talking about a little better. You got a better grasp of it. Because they're going to ask a lot of questions. They're going to machine gun you with like 100 questions. Boom, 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 boom. And you need to have answers. Boom, boom, boom. In like quick succession. Boom, boom. You need an answer right away.
Hey guys, I just want to quickly say you might be right. You may have to have thick skin in order to be a flat earther. One thing's for sure, you have to have a thick head in order to be a glober.
Well, it's self-delusion. If you want to believe it's a globe, you have to literally delude yourself when you're presented evidence, right? If you're factual evidence, to deny it is just delusional. But a lot of people, I mean, like even my older brother, unfortunately, I think Helio has the same problem. His brother's like that too. Maybe he's coming around, but he won't admit it yet. But every one of us, like it's hard to even pull your own family members on board. My younger brother got it right away. I think maybe it's a big brother, little brother thing, like the level of trust or whatever. I don't know. Helio, is your brother older than you or younger? Helio. Yo. Hey, get beget.
Hey, good morning.
Yeah, we get. What's up, bro?
Jesse was saying about stainless steel containing cremated body parts. Could you elaborate? Like where did that come from? That you said
Yeah,
you mentioned something.
I said that, and quite a couple of years ago. But I told Jamesy also. Well, I was working in CNC milling in like 2010, and I was looking at the crystalline structure of steel, you know, um, and I found that in all these crematories, actually in many crematories, and back in the days, they were using a like um, large sheet of stainless steel. They were melting it, uh, and then they dropped that molten steel on the human body. That's how they were incinerating them.
Maybe they
And
dropped the body in the vat of hot metal.
no, actually,
The other
that's
way around, because you can get you can get an air pocket and like steam explosions if you trap like something with water. If you
yeah.
trap it,
It's something when they drop it on the body. It's something in the carbon assimilation. You know, it has to do something with that because
oh,
they were
shit.
dropped. It was like not round pot, but rectangular. You know, and they were dropping all of the sudden, all of it. You know, yeah,
Never heard of that. So would they
yeah.
take the body to a foundry, like a metal foundry, and do this?
Actually, the crematories had this.
Really? Holy shit!
Yeah, yeah.
It takes a
They
lot
were
to melt.
using an amount of steel for uh, a period of time, and then they replace it. You know, and
Oh, they recycle it. You're saying?
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Actually, after they use that steel to incinerate, let's say 1,000 bodies, then that steel had enough carbon in it by remelting it and cooling it, you know, that it was sent as high content steel, high content carbon steel. And then they were adding this uh, piece of big steel into a foundry where they had this molten steel that they wanted to increase the carbon, you know.
That's
It
pretty
was like a
disgusting. Yeah,
concentrated, yeah.
pretty disgusting. I think maybe they're making flatware out of it. Your silverware, your forks, and they're made from stainless steel from dead people. So every time you use a
Yeah,
fork or
yeah, yeah, yeah.
putting
And
that in,
then I've been searching on internet and I saw that a lot of the steel of today that we use has human carbon content. I read that. I read this in those times. I was just looking at it and it was fascinating, you know.
that's pretty disgusting too, though, to think.
Mm,
Imagine the smell of hot metal and body flesh just
yeah,
sizzling on molten metal. It's like, whoa.
yeah. It's you don't you you cannot take away the carbon from carbon steel, you know. if you use it as a spoon or fork, but it's something to do. I would say something more spiritual. Like when I read the Bible, I saw that when someone in other family is dying, you're not supposed to touch the dead of that family. But the members of that family of the dead, they can touch him, you know. They say if you touch him, you're not clean anymore, you know, in that day. So, yeah. It has to do something with spirituality and holiness and stuff like that. Mic check.
Think he stunned everybody into silence, Gib again. You all right, man?
Dave Hinkle. That was funny.
You're good, man. Yeah, I muted up because I was thumbing through my pictures. I didn't want to make any noise.
Yeah, just have a Google search about crematories using molten steel.
You know what I heard them do? They were
I'm just kidding
selling.
about the Dracula thing. Sorry, Ron. I'm just apologizing.
No
The
problem. That was funny, Dave.
Okay.
They were.
I liked
They
it.
were. People were paying for a cremation service, and they were getting back bags of concrete. They were burying the bodies in the back of the crematorium in the field, and the people paid lots of money to have the body cremated. And here's a bag of cement, and no one really figured it out until like a while later.
Yeah.
Like powdered cement, like, oh, this gray ash,
Yeah.
this must be the body. Okay.
They thought it's
Somebody might have figured it out. Like, say someone who's a bricklayer or whatever. Hey, that looks an awful lot like Portland cement or whatever. It's like, hey, wait a minute, let's get it wet. It is cement. What the fuck?
yeah. Well, if you put it in your home, and if it's an open jar or something like that, then water will condensate, you know, and humidity from the air will make it harden, the cement. So, yeah.
It's usually in like a container, like a metal urn, and most people, out of
but
curiosity,
it's not.
they probably look at it.
It wasn't hermetically sealed, you know.
No, it's not.
Yeah, and in time, from the humidity from the air, that gets hardened. You know, it hardens itself.
In one lump of
It
concrete.
bonds. Yeah, and when people check it after a couple of years, they say, "Oh, all this ash turned into concrete." You know.
Well, by the time they figured it out, they had already processed a
Yeah.
lot of people and took advantage. It cost thousands of dollars for the service.
Yeah, yeah.
They're like, God, we use a lot of propane. Or natural gas. It's a very expensive process.
Wow.
Now, the part you said about using liquid stainless steel is like, that's a whole nother level of weirdness.
Yeah, it's much easier to melt it because they use electromagnetic induction, so it gets into liquid state in a couple of seconds, you know. So it's very quick.
So what do? They have like a mold. They pour it into a mold like a what are those things? Those little vessels where they
Yeah,
pour the
something like that.
a
Yeah,
crucible. They have a crucible with the
yeah,
body, and then
yeah.
they pour the liquid metal in that.
Above the body, and then they just drop that on the body, and when molten steel comes in contact with anything organic, like it burns it.
Well, if you ever fry bacon,
You're
burn
not
it.
left. I mean, only vapor and very, very small amounts of ash, residue.
And at what temperature does this happen? What is
18,
molten lava magma temperature?
well, that's not lava. It's molten steel, so it's 1800.
3,000.
What?
Oh, 18. I've gotten.
1000
Are you saying Celsius or Fahrenheit?
Celsius. Yeah.
And do you think jet fuel can get that warm?
Never,
Okay.
never.
Thank you.
Yeah. You can't melt steel with jet fuel.
That is what I was thinking,
Yeah.
but I had to ask.
Yeah. You're asking in reference to 9/11, right?
No, I just want to know. Of course I
Oh,
am.
I see.
Of course I am.
Yeah.
You mean 7-Eleven was a part-time job? You know what's funny too about that is I think we can talk about everything now, but the E word
Yeah.
that rhymes with erection. Yeah.
Mm.
And we could say that word, but we can't say the other one. What is happening?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't see how kerosene can melt steel. I mean,
You want to know something strange?
That's
The
some
planes
well-made
don't.
kerosene. Sorry, go ahead.
They don't even contain the kerosene that they tell you. That's another layer of bullshit. If you've ever looked
yeah.
into the jet fuel hoax, you'll see that the wings are empty. There's no fuel in the wings.
Yeah, but with kerosene to be able to make like a forgery, yeah, to melt metals with it, you need
No.
special injectors like which pulverize the kerosene and make a mixture with air. So you need air pumps, special air pumps, and also special fuel pumps which create that necessary pressure for kerosene to get pulverized, and those injectors are literally exposed to the inside chamber of that place where you are melting the steel, so they will not last, I mean, they will have to be made of high grade ceramics, it will be crazy expensive.
See these wings from these airplanes? These are commercial airplanes. When they're broken open, the one that crashed, it's completely bone dry. The other one lost a
Yeah.
panel off the top. There's
Yeah.
no fuel in there. There's no residue for the fuel. It's dry. And then here's a wing
Yeah.
from this is the underside of an Airbus A380 wing. And look at all those little maintenance holes. Those are like manholes, so you can get in there and work on
Yeah.
all the mechanical shit. These are so if
Yeah.
you had all these holes to seal up, look how many there is.
Yeah.
All these little portholes. They're just popped back on there. So you just remove these to get at that. So you get at all these little motors and wires and hydraulic lines. There's no way that's containing fuel.
Hey, I worked on jet aircraft.
Not in the wing. Not inside that wing.
But let me continue. When I was working on the aircraft on the interior, there were warning labels before they were set into flight or whatever. She's like, don't walk on this portion of the wing because it's vulnerable to weight. Even human, like just like 180 pounds, 200 pounds. Don't walk on this portion of this wing because you have to. If you're going to work on the wing, you have to do it a certain way. And that was for the structural engineers and stuff and the mechanics.
You can't walk on it, but it holds 80,000 tons of fuel.
I know exactly right. So
those rivets are going to hold all that tonnage of fuel. These little
that's not where the fuel is stored. It's not in the
I know.
Yeah,
but nobody thinks it through like step by step, like what I'm presenting here. Like, okay, wait a minute. This aluminum wing is gonna hold the weight of let's say 10 tanker trucks. The tanker trucks that fill up the gas station, parking like 10 of those on the wings of the plane. This thin aluminum wing is going to hold that type of weight. Not only that,
there are warning labels all over. Like I said, I'm going to repeat myself again. There were warning labels before the plane went to flight while you're working on the plane. If you go on the wing, you have to have you have to be a structural engineer to actually work on the wings, because I worked in inside the fuselage, but you wouldn't. I've never stood on the wings, but there were warning labels. Don't step on this part. Don't step on that part.
You can see them.
I'm 200. A little over 200 pounds, and so it's just like, bro, it's like fucking A. This plane's gonna go 500 miles an hour, and it's gonna withstand all the pressure involved. It's very sensitive equipment that's built into the wings.
Look at this wing, how thin it is. This is a Blackbird, right? See the guy standing in the wing section? If you had to estimate, we'd say maybe that wing is 6 inches thick, or the guy standing in the middle of the wing, there's no skin on it. So even if you did fill all the volume of these spaces with liquid, it's not enough for 2 gigantic engines sucking fuel. Look at the size of those engines.
Yeah. Hey, Wolfgang. So been listening. No, and these are compelling arguments, and I've used them before. There was a guy that I used to play Clash of Clans with years ago, who his job he did the refueling at an airport, like a major international airport. The fuel came in on a train. Like he definitely was convinced that he was putting some shit, like a lot of it, into these fucking planes. It was a lot pretty quick. It's amazing how fast they put it in, but it's a ton of fuel that supposedly that they're going through.
Through a 2-inch hose in 5 minutes. It's like you can't force that much fuel liquid through a hose that size in that amount of time.
Yeah, so like, I mean, I asked him these questions, and he's like, wow, like he was even like, damn, like that's kind of a good point about some of this stuff, but he's like, but I'm telling you, I mean, that's what I do for a living, like he was, then whatever. I don't know. It's just, it's one of those things where, so what is he actually doing when, what's actually coming in on those trains,
Nothing is coming out. He's hooking a hose up and he's detaching it. He's watching numbers on a readout, whether it's an analog or digital readout. He's watching the numbers move, and then he disconnects the hose from the underside of the wing. And when they do that, I've seen them do it on videos. No fuel drips out.
I mean, there's literally railroad tracks and a train that brings like tankers of the fuel to the airport.
NASA literally has a space shuttle on a creeper device that goes to the launch pad too. You have to sell the deception.
Okay, so they're just bringing empty trains, like just for show, or
maybe so. Maybe there's.
I would say no. I can tell you from physical experience. Like I said, I worked at these are commercial jets I worked on. I mean, not they're corporate jets. They're a lot smaller than like the Airbus or a 757 or whatever. They were much smaller, but they could still they were pretty freaking big. And
it seems silly that you would keep the fuel in the wings, like the way that they tell you, and then the other stuff that you guys pointed out.
Bank, everything's gonna like
But there's not
they
enough
tank one way
space.
or the other. Yeah, I mean,
If you add up all the space, it doesn't equal the amount of fuel they claim is on there.
Yeah.
Like if I filled every inch of that wing, which is
sure,
not
it
very.
doesn't matter how big the jet is. Why would
So
they
here-
store the fuel in the wings?
Here's what I think. I think they are using fuel, but not nearly as much as what they're claiming.
You know what
Great way to.
They start the engine with a little squirt of fuel. Like you know how you might start a diesel with a squirt of starting fluid. They have enough fuel to get it going, and
Well,
once it's
I'll tell you this: a jet engine or a jet plane, they have an aux engine which they fire up, and it's really fucking loud. There's an exhaust at the back of the airplane. It's really freaking loud, but it powers up the entire plane.
that's the starter engine too. They use
Yeah,
compressed air
it's
from
just
that.
it's like what they call the auxiliary engine.
Yeah.
And they can fire that shit up, and it's loud as fuck. And when you're on the outside, when you're inside, you can still hear it, but all of the electronics, everything, you can run the air conditioner, you can everything inside the plane when it's on the ground. I've never been in up in the air in
You
the
know
jet,
what?
but
They never
those are
turn it off. They never turn off the auxiliary engine. It just keeps running.
Oh no! I tell you, they do
Actually,
turn it off.
they
I've been inside
do.
of those planes when they don't turn it on, and it's freaking stuffy, and there's no air conditioner, and I've
No, what I'm
had to
saying
work inside
at
a
the
plane where I'm
airport,
sweating my
at
ass
the
off.
airport, they don't turn it off in
No,
between
no,
flights.
of course not. I mean, you want your passengers to be comfortable. So anyway,
No, that auxiliary engine is for, you see, the jet engine has turbines, propellers inside, and they need to reach a certain speed, about 30,000 RPM, and only then you can start the engine,
wait. What I'm talking
literally.
about, there's an engine. There's an engine built. Hold on.
He's
Doesn't
talking about
matter
the way
what size.
afterburners work. That's like
Yeah, that has nothing to do with what we're talking. Like when you board the plane, they already have an engine running that keeps all the electricity and the air conditioner, everything, so it's comfortable for all the passengers before they taxi to the runway. Right, all of that is run by the auxiliary engine. Now, when they take off, that's when they fire up the jet engines.
Yeah,
That's
so
only for
that's what
flight.
I was saying. A jet engine doesn't start by itself from 0 to 100,000 RPM. You have to start spin it to up to 30,000, and somewhere at 30,000 to 60,000 RPM, that's where the jet engine can literally start.
But you
Yeah.
when you're taxiing on the runway,
Mm.
it's not by the jet engines necessarily. It can
Yeah, they can
I'll
move
tell
it
you what. I'll tell you
using
what
that.
though. I've
Yeah.
seen them moving. I've actually experienced it. Like I've been behind a jet, like when it's moving
Yeah, that's
towards the
something
runway.
like
It's like when they start
electromotor in
firing
a
up
car.
the jet engines, bro. Dude, they
Helio,
freaking knock your ass over,
that
bro.
when you run out of gas on your car, you can still drive your car using your electromotor and the battery. So you can drive maybe a mile, or two
Maybe.
on the battery of the car, but
Yeah, it just
then
starts
you will
going
have a
putt
dead
putt.
battery too.
That's why they call it putt putt.
Yeah,
Putt putt putt
yeah,
putt 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 putt.
yeah. So even the car engine needs actually a couple of turns
All
to
I'm
start.
saying is the aux engine keeps the airplane, supplied with electricity and with air conditioning and everything. But when they start taxiing, they'll use the aux engine a little bit. When they get ready to take off, they have to start the jet
Yeah.
engines, right? So that's what That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying. It's no big deal. No, but as far as whether where the fuel comes from, where it's stored, I mean, those are that's what we're talking about. We're talking about how.
You just pointed out something good too, is because one of the examples given was the Blackbird, like the SR-71 Blackbird, and I think he's right. I'm not going to say for certain, but I think he's right. Like, I don't think they ever claimed that the fuel was stored in the wings on that plane, that particular model. It's more
They might.
it's more like jumbo jets, like in commercial airlines, like that they're talking about the fuel being in the wings.
Yeah, you see, the Blackbird is totally different from commercial airplanes. Commercial airplanes are built based on aluminum and carbon fiber. But the Blackbird is using a titanium structure. So it's
That's what I
a
heard.
titanium grade 5. It's a totally whole different kind of metal and a totally different kind of resistance.
The thing is, the fuselage, even if you filled that with fuel, right? If you have two gigantic engines of that size filled with fuel, or burning fuel at the rate that they say, how long do you think it's going to last? Let's say the wings are bone dry and it's all stored in the fuselage. How long? How many hours do you? I mean, I have a kerosene heater, right? It sounds like a jet engine, and it's got a 10-gallon fuel tank, but it's not running. It's not nearly the size in horsepower like that fucking beast, right? Two giant engines like that.
And that's what I thought it was really interesting when I worked at this facility. They did tests all the time. They would do tests on the runway for the jet engines when the plane's not moving, right? You don't want to be standing behind that motherfucker when they test the jet engines.
Dude, you see how old this video is, Helio? This is from the old server when we only had 2,600 members. And I thought that was so many people. I'm like, dude, we got 2,600 members. I was like, I thought that was such a shit ton of people on the old server.
Which server?
The first 24/7, the one that Sheeple took and fucking wrecked
Oh,
it.
well, I thought we had like 27,000 on that one.
This was early on. This is before we had, when I
Oh,
made
yeah,
that
yeah.
video, we only had 2,600 when I made this video.
Yeah, Helio, before you have 30,000, you have to pass 2,600.
Yo, that's a good point. I'll give you that, Jimsy.
That's when the
Yeah.
odometer was lower. And I was like, this is fucking, we got a ton of people, dude.
No, I
That's
remember when we first started. It was like, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I'm kind of fucking around,
but getting over 1,000 and getting 2,000, it's like these were
Yeah.
like milestones. It's like, fucking, hey, we got over 2,000, bitch.
That's cool. And every time we, even if, whatever happens,
Hey,
it's like
Ron,
2.0.
that would sound better if you say it's over 9,000.
But we didn't have 9,000 then, dude. We had 2,600, and I thought I was so proud of that number. I'm like, dude, we got 2,600 people.
Oh,
This
it
is
would
no
still
joke.
sound better if you say over 9,000. Can you say it's over 9,000?
Yeah, Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, you were definitely around before I ever showed up to server one, because fuck, I would have to say it was probably around 13, 15,000 by the time I joined.
On the first one, Lou?
Yeah.
That's cool, man.
That was before Memulus, I think. Memulus, once we got there, we added like 10,000 in 1 week. We jumped up to over 24,000 really quick.
Memulus, it was, is that the name of this?
Memulus, yeah, he was the guy that
well, it's just like they made a video and it went viral, and then we were just like working 24/7, just trying to get the new people to join.
But yeah, I mean, I could see being excited about 2,600 though if you were in that early, having such a growing server like that. I'm sure that was awesome times.
Yeah, well, it was cool, and what's really cool is that we can still continue doing it just the way we are, and we have almost 24 hours a day, where new people join the server almost every day. Isn't it awesome?
Right. Imagine if we had the old server, right, and we didn't have we had all those people because
no, let's not look backwards.
they could point the finger to the same location
Oh, they
instead
do
of
the same thing now,
right. It would be easier. It would be more exponential. Once we already had 30,000, it was just rolling.
Yeah, well, we're
Look
almost
how
there
many,
again. We're almost there again, so let's just freaking keep it
look
going.
how many servers have also like kind of branched off of this one too. Too, we're sort of like spread out, almost like the Roman Empire. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, we have
be in one
partner
spot.
servers where you can grab the link from a partner server, come in here and talk to us. Or you can watch. We have multiple live streams. You can come in, can join through there, and come in here and talk to us. So it's really cool.
You know what, too? Like the ice wall. Remember the ice wall? It was they also got harassed by Mimulus, and that's when Sheeple was hanging out over there a lot because maybe he was on the shit list over here or at 24/7, the original one, and he was at the end of that Mimulus video. He was like using a voice modulator because he has that really thick accent.
Yeah,
He
I
was just like,
remember that.
yeah.
I wouldn't look at the Mimulus video as a raid or a infiltration or anything. Dude, we were. I remember
was
when
fun.
it happened.
It
It
was
was
fun, dude.
fucking crazy, bro. It was like 15,000
Dude,
people.
we had
And
12 mods.
like fucking
We,
3 weeks.
we only had 12 mods to check everyone in, and then I was one of them, and I was living in the checkout room. And like, here, you do it. Like, we had to do rotation because we didn't have a lot of mods back then.
We gotta figure out a way to make that happen again, bro. Somehow.
You can't force somebody to do a troll video on you, but here, let's get together and we'll send them some Bitcoin or something. Here, do another raid. We need more members.
I'm not talking about paying. I'm talking about people that are genuinely curious about flat Earth. I want them all to come here and talk to us.
But I
and
don't want to.
then we have
dude.
like 3 or 4 voice rooms open where we're
We
all
had
talking
too many
about flat
trolls,
Earth.
dude. Like those kids were
I
trolling
don't
the
give
shit
a
out of
fuck
it.
if they're trolls or not.
I get it.
Yeah,
Get it.
once they make it here, they're gonna get Helio speaking to them. Then they're gonna be just forget about the
No, we're
flatters.
gonna get Jemsy speaking to him, and Jemsy's gonna be in one room. Ron's gonna be in a room. Freaking Lou's gonna be in a room. We're gonna have freaking a whole shitload of voice rooms open where we have like 5 people waiting to talk to flat earthers.
Yeah, that would. I kind of like all that volume of people were pouring in, and to
Dude, it's
be
fucking
honest,
it's fun, man. It's fun.
we retained a lot of those trolls. Like a lot of the trolls were like really toxic, and they got the hammer. But I'm surprised at the success rate that a lot of them were like, "Hey, I want to hear a little bit more." They were curious, and they stayed around a good long time. Several hours, which I wouldn't expect just a normal troll to be here 10 minutes and get out.
With our live stream, we get like 20 to 50 people a day that are brand new to the Discord that come in and is like, hey, I know we have a process, with the Discord, we have the check-in room, which it's functional and it's badass, and that's why we do it. But I would prefer the overwhelming response to any freaking video that comes out and says, hey, how about 10,000 people go to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
No, don't say that.
Dude,
See,
I welcome that shit because
yeah, but you can't.
I'll be here the entire time.
You know what he said? He goes, "Please don't troll them," but he said it tongue in cheek, right? Like he was actually.
It's not about a troll because when you get
I understand that.
10,000 people, then
I
you
understand
don't know
that,
who
but
you're talking to next. So
he
we
could
have like 5 or
Guys,
6 people
listen.
controlling voice rooms. And it's just fun, man. This is what it was like when the Memeless video was. It was just like we had like 3 different rooms trying to check people in. It was like, oh, you're cool, you're cool, you're cool.
You would get in trouble if he did say to raid. It's against the YouTube terms of
y'all
service.
scared? You guys scared of that shit? All right, cool.
No,
Never
him.
mind.
He wouldn't. He would get like you can't say that word on here. You can't say the word. You know what word?
Troll.
Listen,
no.
Listen, I'm becoming emaciated. I need fresh trolls to eat. To gobble
Yeah,
up.
bring all your friend troll. Anybody listening, bring everybody here. If you like, them flat earthers are dumb as shit. Just bring them on in here, man. We ain't scared.
I'm not a cannibal, but I'll act like a cannibal with those folks.
It's just like I love that environment. It's just like
it was fun.
When you get like 10, 15 people in the room, it's like, all right, I'm gonna get to you. I'm gonna get to you. I'm gonna get to you. Hold on. Let me talk to this guy.
You're right.
Then you can
I'm
move
sorry.
on to
That was
the other
weird.
one. I freaking love that shit, man.
They were coming every probably 100 people per minute were pouring in.
Yeah, it was fucking crazy. You remember that shit when the Memeless video went fucking viral, bro? It was fucking crazy. We need to make it.
Yeah.
We need to freaking make that happen.
Back when Why Would They Lie was coming out and stuff. Fun.
Yeah, Gladflow. I mean, were you there at that time?
I was listening while Why Would They Lie was being written.
While I was being written.
Yeah.
No, sure, exactly. I mean, it's just like we were just like here when
that
the
shit was
Memeless
sick.
video came out.
Listen, I wanted more.
We were trying to figure out how to talk to friggin',
here's the thing.
5,000 people a day. I mean, how the
We're
fuck
so precise and diamond sharp with our arguments and our points now. No one wants to fucking talk to us, man. We boiled it down to a science of a science, right?
Most of the time, people come in and they just have a few questions, and a lot of them are too nervous to talk. And then there's your regular trolls that don't want to even ask a legit question; they just want to be a little troll. So
that's why I think a good viral video could actually lead people here, similar to what the Memeless
I was
video
making
did.
songs, Leo, and I need you to sing the songs because I'm not a singer, and I want somebody who can actually
do it.
Vocalize.
I think I just I have a different feel about the what could cause people to actually get triggered to join this server. It wouldn't be me singing, I promise.
I'm thinking if we put music out, putting songs out there, they stick in people's head. And if you got a good video, not just a song, but a video to go with it so you could see the visuals, that's how you spread awareness. You make it obvious, you make it funny.
Love to make music, and I'll attempt it, but I don't think that would necessarily leave that type of traffic here.
We might get more volume. I think TikTok. We got to go on TikTok with the videos to get, because that's where the younger people are and they're more curious. I think like a lot of the other ones are pretty much, they don't give a fuck. We were talking about them like, I don't care. I've got all these burdens. I'm broke. I got to live.
No, I do give a fuck. And to be honest, I ain't gonna lie. Fuck YouTube. YouTube is pissing me off. I wish we could.
Honestly, I don't think YouTube is deserving of my skills and my prowess.
No, it's just like they're limiting our speech, and it's just like, hey, and everybody's like, you can't talk about this, you can't talk about that, you can't talk about this, you can't talk about.
I was actually trying to make a joke.
It's really kind of pissing me off lately because they, hey, guess what? Oh, I have a channel that I can't stream on right now because of fucking YouTube.
Wait a minute. I just saw your stream the other day.
No, they gave me a 7-week ban. I mean 7 day ban.
But wait a minute, it was just on yesterday. I literally saw it yesterday.
Yeah, because I started streaming from my Helio Skeptic channel. Make sure this
Okay,
channel.
that's what it was. So, okay.
Yeah, because they freaking gave me a
Helio
7-day ban.
Helio keeps us broadcasting no matter what the fuck they do. Do you understand me?
Roger, you guys know
Dude,
Roger's
I'll
stream
stream,
isn't
I'll
here
stream
too,
no
right?
matter what. I'll create another fucking channel too. You
Yeah,
know?
Roger's stream didn't get anything, which is kind of weird. So like,
Yeah,
Roger's
it's like,
stream stayed up.
I got a strike. Roger didn't. So that means YouTube's fucked up, not me.
They don't like you, Helio. You're popular now compared to all the other fucking things going on.
It doesn't matter. Well, I mean, I'm not popular.
Well, to me, that points to it was somebody. I don't know. You don't even have comments on in there. Like, can they still like report the channel?
Sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Report
yeah.
it to YouTube. Yeah.
Report any channel anytime.
All right, well, somebody got mad and reported your channel, and that's why it happened. Because it didn't happen to Rogers.
They're all butthurt because he disabled the comments, and they just want to chat. They want to
Dude,
chat in the
they
box.
want to fucking destroy the YouTube chat and act like a bunch of dickheads in the YouTube chat, and everybody's pissed.
Sorry, I have disdain for those lesser than.
Anyway, I just we're gonna be here in this Discord for the long term. We may end up. I'll do YouTube as long as I can, but bro, I'm gonna keep working on other
TikTok
platforms too.
TikTok is
Fuck
like really
TikTok.
short clips. No, you can't stream there. Like everything is like really short clips. Like YouTube, you could stream for 24 hours. They don't give a. You can
Like
put
Twitter,
super long.
I've never gotten any. Like YouTube will freaking message me on my email. They'll give me an email saying, "Hey, somebody in your stream said something about the election, last year, and now we're going. This is why I can't stream it." Yes.
No shit. So wait a minute.
Anyway, so that's why I can't stream on that channel anymore. Because
if you
said
you
something
speak
about.
against the election and the rhetoric, you are a Russian spy.
That's why I can't stream there. Yeah, I guess I'm a Russian spy.
Wait,
Whatever.
do you think it's a person, Helio, that reported it? I don't think the AI.
No, that was my. The first one was a warning. The second one was a strike, so I can't stream for 7 days. So
you think it was one of the people listening? It wasn't AI.
Was the second. Maybe I don't give a fuck.
I don't know if
about
they had a
YouTube
sniffer
anymore. Hey, if we have to do what we have to do, we'll stay on YouTube as long as we can. But bro,
the point I was getting
YouTube
at,
fucking doesn't like us. They don't want us to be here.
Do you think they have a some kind of AI that's like sniffing out words like that? Like if you say, do you think they really?
Of course they do. What the fuck are you talking? Of course they do.
I know on the video uploads they do, but I don't know about 24
I
hours long.
don't think that was that. I mean, maybe somebody hit the little flag.
Yeah, I think it was someone reporting it, like in the comment.
Could have been, but
'Cause
whatever.
I don't think they could scrub through that many hours of continuous streaming.
I'll tell you what, Ron. Though, as soon as I got that report, I appealed it, and within 10 minutes, guess what happened?
They rejected your appeal.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's all bots. You know what it's like on here on this site? It's all if you email Discord,
And
all
this
you get
is
is
a 12-hour video. 12
no one's gonna watch 12 hours, dude. Yeah. Even if you bookmark, what part are you talking about? Like, could you please bookmark
They won't even let me know which part that somebody said. They're just like, yeah. I mean, it's fucking 12 hours of worth of video, and they won't even tell me what section.
You're gonna listen to 12.
Like,
that's what I mean.
You know.
Nobody's listening to 12 hours of shit. It's gonna, and I don't think they even scrub it with a bot, like a sniffer bot.
No, I mean, so it's just like this is what we're dealing with, So, fuck it, if we have to go to another live stream channel, which like D Live and Twitter, bro, I'm streaming on D Live and Twitter right now. If YouTube totally fucks us,
Still
we'll
the
go
whole
right to D Live and Twitter. They've never sent me an email, never give me shit at all. YouTube gives me shit all the fucking every single day. I get like 4 copyright claim videos on my copyright claims emails all the time. YouTube
don't
gives
like
me that
you.
shit all the time. D Live never gives me shit.
Yeah,
Twitter
no, I get it.
never
YouTube
gives me
sucks,
shit.
man. YouTube
So,
does suck, but guess what?
eventually we're gonna have to move over there, man. Because for the honestly, YouTube's just like trying to just push us out.
You're
Yeah,
filling all
well,
their
that's the
libraries,
thing is
dude.
D Live and well, maybe not. You were saying Twitter. I don't. Obviously, there's a lot of people
Dude,
there.
I promise Twitter has
Um,
never given me an email saying, "Hey, your content is too."
but like, I'm just saying the other
extreme."
platforms similar to YouTube, like Odyssey or freaking BitChute and whatever else. It's just echo
Well, you
chambers. It's all
can't live
people
stream
who
on
are so like you never reach anybody new there. You know.
Oh, but we're dependent on YouTube. But when we just evacuate YouTube, maybe we can get some viewers on Twitter, right? Because YouTube has never
Oh,
given
dude, there's not a chance that I'm ever making a Twitter account. Never have, never will.
No, I got the fix for you guys. All you gotta do is turn into Globers and make content for the globe, and you'll be fine.
Where?
Everywhere. YouTube, whatever. Just make globe content, and
Are you allowed
that's it.
to stream on Facebook?
That's cool. I mean, you can just do like a YouTube account and just like stream. Hey, and to be honest, I want everyone in here to do the same thing that I'm doing.
Oh no, thank you. I don't want to get drunk.
Helio,
No, I'm talking about streaming with OBS.
Were
Every
you
single
streaming to-
person that has an that has a YouTube channel, go ahead and fucking stream with OBS on your YouTube channel so that we're all streaming at the same fucking time. Let's do that.
Well, then you're just cannibalizing any audience if you're gonna have
And
like
that
a
would doesn't that seem ridiculous?
little bit. It seems a little bit redundant. Just saying. But I mean,
why are you saying that once YouTube attacks me, why I don't try to help people to move to another platform to help promote the server and the message? Like some of the other assholes that are saying don't do that.
But are you sure there's really a platform that you want to support like that? Like, is Twitter the guys that you want to like bring more people to?
All right, well, how about you suggest a platform?
I have a suggestion, Helio. Just switch your content to Globe Earth content.
No, I want Lou to tell me where I should live stream.
I don't have a better answer. Like I'm saying, YouTube does suck. But the point is if we're trying to get the flat Earth truth out to people who might not catch it, like you're gonna have to go where the mainstream normies
The
freaking
thing
reside.
that I could do is just not live stream anymore.
So Twitter's good for that, actually. There's a lot of normies on Twitter.
God damn it, Lou! Since you can't figure this out, I've been doing this for a long goddamn time.
Going to Twitter though. That's the thing. I'm not using Twitter. I never used Twitter.
I don't know how to fucking do any of this shit. So quit fucking interjecting when I'm.
Can you tell me how to do it, Helio, so I can do it?
Yeah, sure I can, but Lou doesn't. I know that Lou doesn't know how to do it. So,
bro,
dude,
Lou learned how
got
to
OBS on my
skateboard
computer. I know how to do it.
45 years
I had
old.
It's not that hard to frickin' run a stream, honestly. I mean, it takes dedication to keep doing it as long as you have, obviously, but it's not that hard to frickin' get your computer going for it.
Like you just step back a little bit, then you just change the settings in your OBS, and boom, right back up. Boom. Really simple. Once you have it set up, you just like stop, start. You just change a couple of settings. Boom, stop, start.
Did you put that in there, Lou, or was that Discord where it says about me? Did you put that in there?
Yeah, and I wish I would have thought of it myself too, but I actually copied it from someone else. But yeah, it's pretty funny, right?
I was adjusting your volume. I'm like, what's this?
Dude, I promise. Once YouTube gets rid of us, we do have other options. I'm telling you, I have a feeling that YouTube is going to get rid of us.
Yeah, we can use radio.
No, well, I mean, at least for live streams, for this platform, we can do it on Twitter and D Live and stuff. We have other options.
Didn't you say Periscope?
Doesn't like us
Julio?
to be here.
You said Periscope was good.
Periscope is Twitter. Periscope was absorbed by Twitter, so it's Twitter is Periscope.
But did it have lots of eyeballs, lots of people watching it?
No, not so many. No.
Yeah, don't waste your time then.
No, it is Twitter. I mean, I've been streaming on Twitter the whole time, which is Periscope. Don't you understand this? You don't, and that's why I'm telling you. I know.
I already knew that, too.
But you don't.
Okay.
Twitter and Periscope are the same thing.
Okay, boss.
All right. Anyway, so here we are. And I'm streaming live on Periscope right now, which is Twitter.
Which is like saying Instagram is YouTube or Instagram is Facebook because they own them. So it is the same.
No.
Google is YouTube because Google owns
Instagram
YouTube.
and Periscope and Facebook are not the same thing. But
Instagram is owned by Facebook.
I just told you Periscope and Twitter are the same company.
I know that.
Really?
It's called a parent.
Fucking
it's not
2 seconds ago.
It's a parent company. Just because they're under the same umbrella, it's still a different.
I'm talking about when I'm streaming here on YouTube and through my OBS. Periscope and Twitter are the same company, but I'm also streaming on D Live, which has nothing to do with YouTube. And I'm streaming on YouTube, which has nothing to do with D Live. Now, Periscope it was absorbed.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
All right, cool. That was absorbed by Twitter. So my live stream is going out on Twitter, which is Periscope.
You're talking in circles, bro. You've covered it 4 times
but
in a row.
You said, from what you said, you obviously
what I said,
how that works, because you don't live stream. So anyway, that's okay. I love that about you, and
I do sometimes, but only when there's something unique. I wouldn't stream the same shit.
Periscope and Twitter are the same thing.
That's the 7th time you said that, Helio. I think I heard you.
Helio, what are you on tonight? Like some better shit than normal?
I'm on your mama. How about that?
All right. Are you you're on this kick like everybody who doesn't live stream is somehow I don't know, lacking something?
You're a retard.
No.
You're just a retard if you don't live stream.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm kind of pissed off that YouTube fucked me on the other stream. So maybe I'm a little pissed. I might be a little engaged.
Helio equates live streaming with brain surgery. Yeah, Helio's a fucking
Dude, it's
brain
starting
surgeon.
to sound like it tonight for sure. Absolutely.
Hey,
It's rocket surgery.
hey, let me ask you guys: are you guys pissed off at me for being?
You're being
Yeah, no,
redundant.
we're used to you being like this. Honestly, we're quite fucking prepared to handle whatever you got to throw at us.
Yes,
Well,
we are
I
pissed
don't
off at
really
you.
have anything to throw at you. I mean, what are you guys on?
We're on your ass for being drunk. That's what we're on.
Well, that's shit. Then we're back to redundancy because that's a pretty much a
History repeats itself.
yeah.
Another day, another.
That was
Another day,
Helio's
another
point.
drunk.
That's what he was telling you in the first place. God damn it! What don't you understand?
All right. Well, I want to hear your guys's like. It's like, how are you guys going to like figure out why YouTube? How to do YouTube with new live streams that they won't fuck us on? How about that? YouTube
You're
live.
saying you want us to all be a backup stream site to stream this in case you get a strike. We could stream it on our
I don't
site.
think you could, but but that's okay.
No, I'm not. I'm not smart enough to figure
You're
out
not
live streaming.
capable, man. You couldn't
I
figure it
can't
out. You're
figure it out, dude.
dumb.
You got me, Helio. I'm too stupid.
I think a lot of people could that are in this Discord, but I don't think you.
Helio, do you think I can handle it?
I think a lot of
Absolutely
people
not.
could, but I don't think you should.
Do you
No,
think?
no.
Wait. Do you think there's somebody that comes here and argues these points that isn't capable of running a live stream?
No, I know that, but people give me a lot of shit, and so this is why I'm being a dick right now.
I got it. Okay, that makes so much more sense.
It's like people give me a lot of shit. It's like, oh, Helio.
He's acting like he's writing a fucking operating system. He's using a fucking public stream.
Dude, it's so
software.
fucking easy. It's so fucking. But anyway, but you guys give me a lot of shit, even though it's just like, hey, when YouTube fucks with me, and then I start bitching about it, and you're just like, oh, I'm gonna be like, well, you fucking do it, bitch.
It's like they want us to constantly be reviewing what we should or should not be speaking about. Like, fuck you guys. What are you doing? Now we can talk about Cocoa Pebbles, but we can't talk about the erection. Come on. Do you want me to keep using that word, YouTube, in place of the thing going on that got Helio banned for
Yeah,
a
please
week?
don't talk about the erection. Don't talk about that.
It's ridiculous. Where's the FCC when you need them? No, I'm just kidding.
I'm not always the best at defending myself, but goddamn, man, it's fucking crazy to me. I mean, it just, oh god, man, it freaking drives me crazy sometimes. Anyway, I still love all you guys, and I want you to support everything we're doing here. But it's just like, you're not doing it, I'm doing it. Oh, I mean, but
You are doing legwork.
if you want to, go ahead and fucking do it.
You don't get to get away with like just screaming at us, calling us retarded, and then saying I love you and everything's all good.
I love you guys for the content, and I will support everything you do. But if you want to do it instead of me, fucking have at it, bro.
Helio, have you ever heard that love is mutual?
Yeah,
Helio, I think that YouTube fame is going to your head.
Nah,
yeah,
I'm not.
I mean, we would do it, Helio.
I'll take a look at that. I'll take.
But we're too stupid to click the mouse, dude. I mean, we're too stupid to literally click a mouse and push play and broadcast the live stream. I mean, if we were smart as you, we would do it, but we're not.
There's a lot of clicking going on there. I don't know. We'll see. Dude, I'm sort of proud about what I've done so far, but it's really.
You think?
kind
Oh
of like,
man.
wait, it's sort of.
I am proud of you.
Yeah, it's just sort of like a
standard thing that we're all supporting each other with this, because I couldn't
You
have
put a
done
lot
it
of
without
effort. I'll
any
give you
of,
that.
I couldn't
You
have done
put a
it
lot of
without
effort.
any of you. Bro, do you think I could have done this by myself? You
It takes
motherfuckers.
it takes
Holy
a lot of
shit.
dedication, dude. You got to restart the stream all the fucking time, and you got to deal with emails from YouTube. You got to deal with a lot of drama. So it's good on you, man. It's like I'm glad you do that shit. But I know you need a cookie every now and again. You need a
I'm
cookie.
not the only one that has to deal with that shit. We're all in a partnership. And I just, you guys are.
So I'll give you a digital cookie.
All right. Well, hey, Ron. Never mind. I'm
Not to say we don't appreciate it. I'm glad you do that shit, dude, because it builds awareness. Everybody should do a little bit, and then that way we can multiply our message. Get as many
Everybody
mouths out there.
does do a little bit, man. And that's why we're all doing this shit. Everyone does a little bit. Some people do a lot, some people do a little bit. We're partners in this effort.
I do a lot.
I agree with you, Gemsy. You do a lot.
Helio, who does more though, you or Gemsy?
Probably Gemsy, because he's the smartest fucker in the room.
Aw.
No, that has to be you because you live stream. You've got to be the smartest
No,
person in the universe.
But Gemsy's the smartest fucker in the room, so he does more than I do because he's
Helio,
smart.
that means a lot. Coming from you, that means a lot.
That would mean
I would have
Helio's the
accepted.
second smartest.
I would have accepted you saying it was you with the work that you put into doing the streams. I would say you seem to put more effort into awareness than he does. That would have been a fair thing to say. I know I put you on the spot and you didn't want to pat yourself on the back, but it would have been fair to say it.
No, I love Gemsy because his comedy he's the best comedian.
Comedy?
Listen, hold on, Gemsy. Let me give you some credit here. Your sarcasm actually adds to many conversations that I've heard on the stream. You're the smartest, one of the smartest, most most convicted people that actually really gets, like, you pay attention to the conversation and you only jump in when people need to hear what's going on, and really kind of dude, I love your interjections. I love your conversations, man. I love that, Jim. You're one of the best.
Well, I'm gonna have to say I love you back, man. I feel like to now.
All right, cool. So, and same for you, Lou. I mean,
but once
No, I don't love either of the two of you really. Like, I'm not even sure if I like you.
Not same as Gemsy, but you're about 8% of Gemsy, Lou. So.
Either one of you though. I don't know. I don't trust anybody in here. Fuck you guys.
All right, let me think. Larry is Larry's two on. Larry is
older brother, Lou.
How do you spell? I mean, two. Go ahead.
Why doesn't Lou love his older brother, Helio? What's going on?
I was talking about you too.
Earlier tonight, but that was a story. It wasn't necessarily had to do with.
Yeah, I'm being a hardhead. But yeah, truth is you guys are just people on the internet. Like,
dude, I could talk about my brother, but he's not a flat earther, so I don't often talk about it. But he is my best friend. He's my best friend.
I asked you earlier: is he older than you or younger?
He's younger than me. He's about a year.
Really? So the younger brother doesn't respect your authority or your.
No, it's not about authority.
Not authority, but he doesn't look up to his older brother.
No,
See, now
I think, dude, we spend hours and hours together like alone. He just doesn't give a shit about this.
Lou definitely looks up to Helio.
See, my older brother is the Globetrotter, and my younger one gets it because I gave him the red pills, right? And I made it easy. Maybe I gave him both red pills, but my older brother didn't eat the red pills, right? He couldn't accept them. So I think it might be some kind of ego thing. Like, just because he's my older brother, he doesn't want to listen to me, right? So it might be some of that.
Do you think it's weird that like people will come in here and say, well, it's flat or globe, and that's the only argument here? It's like flat Earth, globe Earth. I mean, obviously we trigger people by saying, "Hey, flat Earth 24/7 Discord."
I don't know.
Of
Man,
course, that's a
it's like
trigger. Of course, that's a trigger, right?
it used to be more of a troll bait. Like the trolls would come and they'd be
Dude, I
salivating.
love it. I actually still want it to be a thing, right?
Dude,
So
you used to play
flat
along
Earth,
with
right?
the trolls, dude. You would string them along and you would take the trolling and you'd give back a little.
But not totally though. Don't you
I do the
want
same.
you
I'm
want
good
the
at.
term to trigger them so that they will come in here and have an honest, open conversation with you.
That's what you do. If you troll the trolls, they get a laugh. They let their guard down a little bit, and then you can work with them. Once you get them laughing, then they're putty in my hands. I could work with them.
Exactly. It's like oh, everybody that's a flat earther is a complete dumbass, right? It's like, okay,
No,
now we
win them over. They're like, you
Well,
guys are.
yeah, that's the thing when you're dealing with trolls. If you're in the side chats, you can kind of do this a little bit better. But when everybody senses troll and just freaking instantly attacks them and bans them, you don't really get much of a chance in the live stream.
You do it in
But
the
like in the
check-in.
Well, that's why I
in
like
the check-in,
hanging
yeah,
out and checking.
but what I'm saying is, yeah, in those rooms, yeah, like when you can sense it and call them out on it, like you can sometimes calm them down. That's getting them on. You have to have a little bit of patience, though. You control them back and all that shit, and all of a sudden they're like, okay, these guys are a lot like me, actually. You know, you got to find that common ground.
Mm-hmm.
Then they come and they're like, you know what? I came to troll you, but you guys are actually pretty cool. And then it's like, okay, so you agree not to go troll the live stream. Here, I'll give you a VC verified. Welcome to the server. And then you just made a friend out of a troll.
But
and then
after you give them VC verified, you better warn them when they jump in the live stream if they're gonna try to come in there.
The first thing they get is a warning, dude, when they come in. First thing
said, they know damn well what they're doing when you let them go. Like, you don't even need to tell them. I usually be like, oh, and by the way, you know, like, don't come yelling at me when you get banned in 5 minutes. Like, you know, they laugh.
You know, sound pretty cool, but the question you're asking are pretty trolly. You better
I'm good
get
at
ready.
screening them. Dude. I don't let too many. I don't think I've let trolls through that get banned very often. Like I'm good at.
Actually, I mean, that's why when I check people in, I try to say, hey, so have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth? What do you think about it? You know, it's like I think flat earthers. Well, they won't ever say flat earthers are dumb, and the only reason they think the Earth is flat is because they're stupid, and everybody knows the Earth is a globe. That's not what they say when you check people in, right? Now, when they're trying to get through the chicken room and go into the live stream, they're not necessarily saying that. And that's why I don't want to keep them very long, but that's why I ask them those specific questions.
Because sometimes they don't want to fucking leave the check-in. It's like, okay, no, I want to stay here. Can I just stay in here?
No,
They just
but
want to hang out.
you have to.
I get it. You pass them through, or just say, "Here, I'll put you on mute because I have to check in."
The reason they want to hang around is
you want them to talk more than you do. You want them.
The reason they want to hang around and check in is because they've got a couple more friends that are trying to get checked in too. They want to hear it.
Well, they want to come in as a group too. They want to wait for their friends to all get their roles, and they'll pile in.
That's why you just ask these simple questions. So, hey, have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before? And you let them answer it while their friends that came in with them are listening to them, listening to you talk to them, right? And it was like, they'd be like, yeah, well, I've talked to someone about flat Earth before.
But you have to admit it's gotten somewhat boring because the level of trolling has
No, it's
really went
not
down.
boring. The only way you're going to actually have an honest, open conversation. Well, this is my opinion, and this is why I get pissed off, or people get pissed off at me when I criticize the way they check people in and the way they talk to people in here, and that's come up in other.
I'm just saying it was more.
How are
It
you
was
gonna
more.
how are you gonna vet people properly? It's impossible. It's fucking
It's
impossible.
impossible, but this
The thing is,
process
Helio,
can be simple. I mean, it can be.
no. The thing is, when they come in here, like, all right, you guys seem to like to talk to that Matthew Learns fucking guy. He should be
That's
fucking.
not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about.
I know that. I know, but you guys allow this fucking moron to sit here and talk his dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? Because he'll never concede any fucking thing. He's more like a passive aggressive version of Xanax. He doesn't cause any problems. He doesn't cause any flack. He doesn't stir up anything. But he's here, and he's obviously anti everything we are. And you guys allow him to stay in here. That's fucking annoying, dude. Because people think, well, no, they need to see how we destroy them. No, fuck that. You know what I mean? Well, people like that should not be allowed to just sit here and come and just hang out the whole fucking time and lie about.
What do you suggest? How should the server be run? Go ahead and tell us.
Well, I mean, listen. All right. If you guys are mostly Bible believing people, Christians, you understand
Really?
that.
Well, most of us aren't. So how about that?
No, most of you are. You believe in a higher power, right? You believe in a higher power.
If
right?
we were, how about you tell us about that?
Well, let me fucking say it. Stop screaming in my fucking
fuck
ear,
you,
dude.
Bitch.
Dude, don't fucking scream in my ear, man. I'm not being a fucking dick to you. Don't be a fucking dick to me.
Being a dick, you're yelling.
You're fucking yelling. You're
All
fucking
right, turn
drinking.
the volume down. Both you guys are
dude. Chill the
yelling
fuck
in
out,
my
bro.
ears,
Chill.
too.
Fuck.
All right,
All
tell
I'm
us
saying is
about how you would run. How about tell us how you would run the 24/7 live Discord 2.0 if everyone here was a Bible believing Christian. Tell us about
I'm
that.
not saying Bible believing. I'm
That's
saying
what
higher
you just
power.
said, fraud.
I said most people are here. Most people are. I didn't say I wanted to run the server that way. I said most people are. Okay.
Really? Who's most people? We have 26,000 people here.
No, you don't.
Most
You don't
of
have
us are
26
Bible
You don't
believing
have
Christians.
26,000 fucking followers. That's a fucking lie. Okay. Listen,
How about the active? 5,000. How about 5,000?
not even fucking that. Maybe 500. Fuck out of 5,000. 500, dude.
How active are you? How active are you?
Listen,
Are you a Bible
let me
believing
fucking
Christian?
finish, dude. Let me fucking finish, bro. Everybody fucking knows. If you believe this place was created, there has to be a fucking creator. I'm sorry, whether you fucking like it or not. Okay? There has to be. Okay? So, in that, going with that point, then you have to inquire, well, how could the creator be reached? How could you reach him? Right? So we have the Bible. The Bible says, hey, God created this place we live on. And it's specifically shown to you how it was done. Right? Everybody refers to that when they talk about the flat earth. Whether they like it or not. I'm deist. Get the fuck out of here. You believe in a higher power. The Bible is the only place that you can find that says how it was done. Anything else is speculation, conjecture. Oh, maybe it was done this way. No, because everything comes from the Bible. Whether you like it or not. A lot of people like to bounce around it, but the facts are facts, truth is truth. It always comes back to the Bible, and it's always been that way when it comes to the flat earth. Okay? That's just how it is. Whether you like it or not, that's where it starts. Okay, you can jump around, pretend you don't fucking believe, act like you don't want to believe.
Wait, Fraud, are you saying it's only the Bible?
It's only the fucking Bible. Stop with the bullshit. I'm sick of everybody.
Where
where else are you gonna get it from? Where else are you gonna get it from? Where else? Where else? You gonna go with what human beings tell you to do?
And I can tell you several
All
other
they do is lie to
sources
you.
for
All they do is
origins
lie to
of
you.
Earth, but you know.
All human beings do is lie to you and steal your fucking money and destroy your family. That's all that's good. Destroy your life. All we're taught is to find a habit and get involved in it and forget about the rest of it. Forget about everybody else. Forget about your neighbor, fuck your friends, fuck your family. Destroy your life. Let them destroy their lives too. That's all we're taught. We're taught to be selfish, just consuming motherfuckers and don't care about anybody else around us. That's what we're taught. Okay? Until we learn about this shit, then we learn, hey, there's more to it. The Bible tells you, hey, to love your neighbor, to love God, to love yourself. Okay? These are all of these principles come from the Bible. Nowhere else. I'm sorry. You don't wake
I
up.
was talking about some shit earlier, and everybody was telling me to shut up. And then Fraud comes in and says the only source of truth is from the Bible. I don't necessarily think that's true, but nobody is fucking saying anything.
I'm already telling him to shut up. Right, you're doing fine, Helio. Go ahead, finish your telling him to shut up.
Yeah, shut up, Fraud. That's not the
Fuck
only
you,
source
Helio.
of truth, friend.
It is. It is. I'm sorry. Give me another source. Give me another fucking source, please. Bring the motherfucking
reality, man, right in front
reality,
of me.
Reality that points to
Listen. I've been studying the Bible. I probably know more about the Bible. I'm pretty sure I know more about the Bible than you do. But
no, you don't. No, you fucking don't. Please.
Really, what?
I read it every
I'm
day.
not in
Every
a
day I
fucking
read,
battle. I'm not in a fucking battle Bible with you.
We're not talking Bible. We're not talking scripture. We're just talking about facts.
History. We're talking about history
What?
now.
According to who? According to who? Man?
Sure. Yeah.
You're gonna trust these fucking morons.
Which
You're
moron?
gonna trust them.
Which
You're
one?
gonna trust these human beings that tell you the earth is round. Because as far back as it goes,
which morons are you talking about?
How far are you gonna go back? How far are you gonna go back?
I don't necessarily put a timeline on anything.
Well, you need to, because there's a point where it starts with fucking Globers, okay? So you need to go back past that. And those people believed in a higher power. These motherfucking Globers, they don't.
Hold on, I mean, are we talking about science or beliefs?
It doesn't. They're gonna connect regardless. Okay, they're gonna connect.
All right, since you believe in the Bible, what's the timeline there?
I go with the Bible timeline. Okay, I start from Adam. I start from creation. I start from creation and I go from there.
There's a timeline. Where does it begin?
Well, it begins with the creation. That's where it begins for me.
I totally agree with you on that one.
No, listen, the fact of the matter is, the Bible claims to be, hey, it's the word of God. Anything else is the word of man, right? So who are you going to trust? That's what God's bringing to you. Who are you going to trust? You're going to trust me? You're going to trust your fucking idiot friend that's trying to steal your fucking money, steal your wife, steal whatever the fuck is around your corner. All right? You're going to trust the idiots that run the government?
Back to the timeline.
They're trying to kill us with food. They're trying to kill us with diet. Look at the shit they're trying to kill us with. And you're going to trust these people?
Why are you getting so excited, man?
Look, it's just annoying. It's annoying. I'm sick of people trusting human beings to run your life, to tell you what to do.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm totally frustrated with this bullshit too. I'm just trying to get you back to. I know you're.
What I'm saying is, all right. The Bible, what it does is it exposes your weaknesses. It exposes how sinful you are, and no one likes to see that. They don't want to know that shit.
I agree with that, but it has nothing to do with time.
Yes, because it's running out, and you see that.
Yeah, so
Time is running out.
I mean, these simple physical arguments have nothing to do with what the Bible says.
Bro, listen, you're having stage fucking events, gun shootings ramping up, bro. Coronavirus around the
Well,
corner.
let's not get too
Listen,
deep into that.
I'm just saying they're coming for everything that you are. Okay, the time is running out.
These are principles that should be understood, but you shouldn't necessarily understand them physically, even though it's related. It doesn't really necessarily have to do with hundreds or thousands of years. And
you got 5 years left of freedom in this country. Okay, 5 years left of freedom in this country. I got anything past that, you're lucky. But I guarantee your freedoms are going to be destroyed.
We'll see. Yeah.
We'll see. You see it happening every fucking day.
You're in North Dakota, right? I'm in Arkansas.
Exactly, and I'm in a place where that shit will reach last.
Well,
That's
shit,
why
I live in Walmart country. What the fuck do you think I'm going through right now?
Dude, Walmart closes at 12 now. Remember it was 24 hours? Remember that shit? Those days are gone.
Listen, bro. Walmart Central is where I live right now. Dude, everything exists by Walmart. Or at least in North America. It's Walmart. Walmart and, in certain parts of the country is Costco. I mean, all these big corporations. They broke us. We're broke back fucking mountain, as far as all this goes. So, we're going to have to figure it out. Dude, don't be scared. Are you scared?
No, I know where to go.
Where the fuck are you going to go?
I'm in the Word, man. The Word tells exactly where to go.
Okay, well, I'm kind of there as well. It's just like shit's going to happen the way it happens. This is what this isn't a Bible study, and I can actually give you some Bible study.
No, we're not. That's why I'm not bringing up.
Book of Romans and New Testament and freaking Galatians.
I'm not bringing scripture.
That, but
I'm not talking scripture. I'm just talking reality. I'm just talking in general. I'm just talking in basic form. I don't want it to get scriptural because that's when we don't need to go there, right? I'm just saying
we necessarily shouldn't, because there are a lot of new people that are joining this live stream, and they're very brand new to the subject, and they can they can build their way to the same thing that we've understood for many years. So it's not. There's no reason for us to argue with each other. And I think new people that are listening to this right now are probably very confused about what I'm talking to you about.
Listen.
Yeah, I'm listening. Go ahead, Fraud.
If they can't take strong drink, too bad. You know what I'm saying? You weren't made strong. You know what I'm saying? This world is not easy, bro. If you grew up with a hard life, you know what it's about.
Yeah, but not necessarily. Strong life can actually distort your understanding of reality, and you'll be really kind of twisted, and you won't be able to ever find your way in life.
Dude, how many of your friends are flat earthers that in real life outside of here?
Well, I have a few friends in my town. We have meetups every once in a while, but not very many. No, they just don't get it.
Exactly. So that shows you how many people are not awake, and they will never be.
Hey, but that's not going to discourage me. I still have the same. I don't bring it up to them every time. I still have good relationship with my family. I don't freaking talk about it every time I'm around them.
Yeah, because most of our family members are idiots.
What? You're saying every one of your family members are idiots because they don't think the earth is flat?
Well, here's the thing. In my family, there's a lot of Bible thumping people, and they don't even believe. So yes, they're idiots.
No, they're just blind, man. It says in the Bible, it says, "Hear this, you foolish and senseless people. You have eyes, but you cannot see." So you
Idiot.
present truth, and they're just foolish, right?
Sure. Well, but check this out. If you're gonna use the Bible and say the only real Christians are flat earthers because the Bible says that the earth.
No, I didn't say they were real Christians.
No, but the other guy said that. He's like, I just quoted scripture and it says the earth is flat, so you're not a real Christian because you don't think the earth is flat.
Well, the Bible
is bullshit. It's bullshit.
The Bible doesn't come out and say the earth is flat. It gives you certain clues, right? And you have to put them together.
It says that if you interpret it, just read Genesis, and it's like God looked upon the face of the deep. What is the face? What is the face?
Yeah,
Is a flat
that's
surface.
subject to interpretation.
Hey, check this out. Hey, your dad raised you as a Christian, right? I mean, this is a hypothetical. Your dad raised you a Christian, and he's a Christian, and then you say, "Well, Dad, the Bible actually says the Earth is flat." He's like believes NASA and they went to the moon and shit. It's like, Dad, bro, look at this. Daddy, Earth,
Daddy.
Daddy, Earth is obviously not a globe because look at this information that we've come across, and your daddy says,
"Your daddy,
yeah, well, bro, I'm doing this on
you
purpose
call
to
your
make it
dad
ridiculous."
daddy, Hilo. You call your dad daddy.
My dad died when I was 2 years old. I never knew him, so
you're like me.
yeah. So anyway, so Daddy. The Earth cannot be a globe because they faked the moon landing, and your daddy's like, well, I was there, bro. I saw it on TV, and it's like, how the fuck long are you gonna fuck with your dad about this moon landing bullshit?
Only girls. It's only acceptable if a girl calls her dad daddy.
Dude,
like
exactly.
Hey, I'll tell you what. My dad died when I was 2.
Thank
and
you.
If I had a dad, I would call that motherfucker daddy.
If you're 2 years old, that's another story. But I'm saying for anybody over a young child should not call their dad.
Yeah, I mean, daddy.
That's a girl thing.
Fuck it, man. Does that mean you're a pussy if you call your dad daddy? I don't even know.
No, here's the problem the way I see it.
My son calls me dad, but I don't think there's anything wrong with
it's a big pervy thing too.
Daddy. What the fuck, man? What the fuck?
It's a big pervy thing too, though, where girls in bed will be like, "Oh, daddy," blah blah blah.
Exactly.
And like,
you guys have been watching too much porn, man.
That's gross, dude. Yeah, exactly. So you would want your son to call you daddy around your friends. Hey, daddy.
Daddy, pops. I mean, fucking hey, man. I mean, just like doesn't matter. Whatever you pick for your name for your dad, fucking. If you call him daddy, fuck it. What the fuck you think? Everybody's a pussy that calls their name.
No, it's just
calls
cringy,
their daddy
man.
daddy. Calls their dad daddy. What the fuck?
When you're an adult, you should speak. Hey, my dad. Like you shouldn't. That's like a child would say, "Daddy, mommy."
But what about when you're addressing your father?
Do you call your mom mommy? Mommy.
I either call her ma or mom.
It's baby talk.
Call your mom mommy.
Right.
I mean, what the fuck is wrong? I mean, it's just like.
As an adult, you're gonna call your mom mommy?
I mean, for the most part, if my dad was alive as an adult now, I would probably call him dad, but I don't think he would mind if I called him daddy. Especially if it was just like a bad situation to be like,
I hear people in the South say, "My daddy," like grown men call him
there
dad.
you go, bro. That's what I'm saying. It's like you're gonna fucking punk me because I might call my dad that I never met
I'm just saying it's
Daddy.
different. It's different in the South. It's not to them. It's not as cringy, but to me it is. But it's like my daddy used to make moonshine on this still, and it'd be a grown man calling his daddy.
My daddy.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not cringy. They only make it cringy through this modern bullshit, you know.
It just sounds like baby
Daddy.
talk. Like, hey, mommy, hey, mommy, how have you been? Like, you grown man calling your mom.
Well, I either
mommy.
call my mom Ma or Mom. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I
It's
like
hey,
daddy
Mom.
too.
I mean, it's Mom or Mom. And if my dad died when I was 2 years old, so but I can't discount that I would ever call him daddy because I probably
You can call me
would.
daddy.
I would probably call my dad daddy, and I
Oh.
bet if you ever met him, you'd be like calling
Can he
him
spank
daddy
me?
too.
Oh shit. Okay.
That's gross, dude.
Oh my bad.
I mean, now I see why he called him daddy. No, I don't. I actually never knew my dad, but I would call him dad. But I would.
Oh, I can adopt you. I think I'm old enough.
But he was. Never mind. I ain't going to too much information about my family and shit.
So, Flawless, you're new here?
Yeah.
Cool. How
I'm
did you
trying to
find
learn.
the server? How did
What?
you find us? How did you
Uh,
find your way here? Like, did you have a friend in the server?
Yeah, I have like one of my friends invited me. I'm trying to learn more about flat Earth.
Yeah, don't mind Helio though. He's a fucking
Oh.
retard.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're just
I'm a
messing
shithead.
around.
I'm a shithead. Don't worry about me.
Sometimes we joke around a bit, you know what I mean? So, and then sometimes we're serious, but it gets monotonous amongst ourselves because we're all in agreement on flat Earth. So, like, we argue with ourselves a lot.
Can you tell me a bit more about that? Because like all I've been hearing is stuff about daddy. You know?
No, you that was only
That was like.
We'll move on to something
Yeah,
else.
that's why I said
You
don't
guys
mind
get-
Helio.
We're
Helio's
moving on. I was just.
Helio's a fucking retard.
I was trying to make jokes, and maybe it went over, and maybe it didn't.
Can I learn more about the flat Earth? I'm like new.
Yeah,
I'm new
ask
here.
the questions. Ask the questions you want answered. So,
how many scientific ways have you guys found about like the Earth being flat?
All of them.
All of them? Like
Yeah.
No, well, no. I
There are-
think the best way to
You
answer this
just
is
said my joke.
Well, I beat you to the punch, so
it measures flat, so it's like not really about science. We have to actually go out and test what we have, right? So it's observably, measurably flat. Anybody who says otherwise, they have the burden of proof. So but it's not really even a scientific question. It's because what you're talking about, if you're talking about living on a sphere, you're talking about geometry. Geometry is math. Math is not science. Math is directly, it's used in science, but it's not science itself. So it's not really even a science question. We don't deal with science deals with cause and effect relationships.
Oh, so like by doing like Pythagoras, you can find
It's
like
not
how
a
the Earth is
joke.
flat.
I was making a joke about it being a joke. This is physical observation. Go ahead.
Oh, so you can like do Pythagoras, and then you can find like how the Earth is flat.
Yeah, the Pythagorean theorem is used a lot. I mean, triangulation.
Oh,
it's
I
used
see.
with sextant for navigation. It's used. I mean, but it you can't like just in all instances like just break it down purely into geometry and mathematics. Like there's more to it, like instances that might come into play or things that could come into play while making an observation, like refraction and stuff like that. But we deal with the real world stuff that we can test, not just purely mathematical models like and shit like that.
Flawless, what do you believe in? Are you a globaler or flat?
I don't know. I'm like in between.
In between what?
Yeah, like both of them. I don't know which one to pick.
Wait, but are you flat curious?
Yeah.
I am very flat curious.
Ooh, that seems very smooth. It's like this flat curious.
Flawless, it doesn't really sound like you are. Could you explain that?
What do you mean?
What that means to you?
What?
Everyone has a different definition to it. So, what's your definition?
For why the Earth is flat?
Yes,
I don't know. I'm here to learn more. That's why I'm here.
but you just claimed you're a flat earther.
So you found people
No,
that
I said I'm in
talk about
between.
flat.
I said I was trying to learn more about flat Earth.
How are you in between if you don't know anything about flat Earth?
That's why I'm here to find more information about it.
Okay, I feel like this is a weak troll fishing attempt, but yeah, we can humor you.
Hold on.
I was asking.
Found the right place. He has found the right place to talk about this.
So, what kind of physical observation have you guys found?
A lot.
Can I get some examples?
Is it okay if we call you he?
You can call me anything, like she, he, they, them, anything.
What do you identify at this moment?
He. You can go he.
He. Okay. That's perfectly
Call you
fine.
he because you sound like a boy or a man. I don't know what to do with that. Anyway,
We could explain like the kind of like the flat water stuff if you want. Kind of like if you pour water in like a cup, it stays flat. It's just like
Well, what has he heard? What have you heard? What kind of examples have you heard?
The lasering technique.
And so that doesn't make sense to you?
No, it does. I'm seeing if there's more.
Well, I mean, that's all you really need. I mean, once you measure the ground to be flat, what else do you need after that?
So there's only like, I thought there's like more.
Yeah, there is, but I mean, like, think about it. Think about it logically.
There's always more.
Shut the fuck up, Helio. Let me fucking finish.
Oh.
If you measure something to be flat, and they say it's round, then who's right?
Yeah, flawless. It's more like there's no measurement of Earth curvature anywhere. I mean, that's the first red flag. And then we did these laser tests, and we verified sort of perfect flatness over long distances, like 26 miles, even up to like 30, 40 miles. So, first of all, the globe model is just totally out the window because we're not finding curvature anywhere. It's not a matter of, like maybe there's curvature here, but some curvature, no curvature there. It's just that there is no instance of verified Earth curvature measurement.
Does that make sense, Flawless?
Oh yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
What do your notes say?
For me?
What do your notes say?
My notes?
Yeah. Sound like you were flipping through something.
I wasn't flipping through anything.
Oh, okay.
So you're participating in another Discord where but you're talking to us. It's like I think you might be saying, "Hey, maybe you guys should come in and talk to these flat earthers."
I mean, it's cool if you're a troll. Just don't pretend,
That's cool.
Yeah, dude, you should just tell us like
what
we appreciate it more if you just tell us the truth. Like if you're a Globie, like we'll try not to like rip you apart. But it's worse if you like to troll or whatever your Discord friends are telling you to do. You like pretend that you're like on the fence or something, so you just sort of yank our chain or you're trying to get some kind of response from us. So we appreciate honesty here.
Yeah, we actually have been trolled way harder than flying.
Yeah, we've seen all of it, dude. So like, if you're a troll, like we're gonna find out like really soon.
What was
So,
the worst troll you guys got?
No, I was trying to see you guys' perspective on the flat Earth.
Dude, hold on, Flawless.
What's up?
Why are you asking the word? Do you think you want to learn